Burial Sky, Forbidden Zone. This ancient and desolate land lies in the far northern reaches of the immortal domain, rumored to be the resting place of deities, thus shrouded in ominous tales. The Forbidden Zone spans a vast 10,000 miles, resembling a desolate realm devoid of life. Even the mightiest emperors dare not tread lightly within this cursed territory. Boom! On this day, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the immortal domain. Boom! 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 Above the Burial Sky, Forbidden Zone, bolts of devastating lightning rained down from the heavens, causing the very fabric of the Forbidden Zone to violently collapse, tearing apart the void and even fracturing the laws of the great Tao. In the realm of heaven and earth, the wails of spirits and the cries of the damned could be heard. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura surged forth from within the Forbidden Zone. It was unfathomably dreadful. What is happening? What a terrifying presence. Oh my, it seems the Burial Sky, Forbidden Zone is suddenly collapsing. Such a cataclysmic disturbance swiftly stirred the immortal domain, drawing the gaze of countless formidable beings who pierced through the infinite void to witness the horrifying spectacle of the Forbidden Zone's downfall. However, they dared not scrutinize the inner sanctum of the Forbidden Zone, for that extreme terror seemed to awaken within, instilling fear even in the hearts of those at the emperor level. Even ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years felt an inexplicable trepidation, hastily retracting their gazes, lest they become entangled in its dire consequences. At the deepest part of the Forbidden Land, a black stone tablet stood, tall and immovable. This massive black monument emanated an aura of extreme antiquity and desolation. Before the stone tablet sat a figure, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s. Clad in a black robe, he possessed an upright stature and a handsome visage, with long black hair cascading naturally and eyes as profound as the starry sky beneath his sword-like brows. I have successfully consumed 1,000,000 formidable beings. Chu Tiange suddenly opened his eyes. Chu Tiange, the heir of the Chu family, one of the 8 ancient clans of Qiongzhou. 3 years prior, in pursuit of the legendary elixir of immortality, he ventured into the Burial Sky, Forbidden Zone. Within this Forbidden Zone, he discovered the black stone tablet before him. Out of curiosity, he reached out to touch the stone tablet, only to find it sealed within were 1,000,000 ancient powerhouses. Yet these ancient beings sought to seize his corporeal form. Among these 1,000,000 ancient powerhouses were formidable figures such as the Demon Sovereign, Martial Emperor, Alchemy God, and Sword Ancestor, including the Chaos Demon Emperor, the Primordial Emperor, the Alchemy Martial Emperor, and the 9 Nether Ghost Emperor. Each was a legendary existence from ancient times. In the face of their attempts to usurp his body, Chu Tiange fought fiercely for 3 years. Night and day, he battled against those who sought to take over his flesh. Ultimately, through unwavering determination and the aid of the stone tablet, he astonishingly succeeded in reversing the consumption and assimilating the essence of these 1,000,000 powerhouses, merging their lifelong paths. Strange, what level of power do I currently possess? Chu Tiange meticulously explored his newfound strength and realized that after devouring the 1,000,000 powerhouses, his power had surged dramatically, yet he could not discern the extent of his elevation. He only knew that this fusion had triggered a terrifying cosmic phenomenon, leading to the collapse of the entire Burial Sky, Forbidden Zone. In the realm of martial arts, cultivation levels are categorized into body refinement, chi creation, transformation, life and death, martial king, martial marquis, supreme, saint, reincarnation, immortality, and emperor, sovereign. Before entering the Burial Sky, Forbidden Zone, Chu Tiange had just stepped into the martial marquis realm. Despite this, he was regarded as an unparalleled genius throughout Qiongzhou. However, after consuming the 1,000,000 ancient powerhouses, it seemed he had grown so powerful that even he could not ascertain his current realm. Could it be the Supreme Realm? Boom! With a single palm strike, Chu Tiange unleashed a colossal crystalline hand measuring hundreds of feet, seemingly imbued with the might to annihilate worlds, crashing down and instantly tearing the vast earth apart, creating an unfathomable abyss. Chu Tiange fell a moment of daze, though he had employed less than 10% of his power. It was sufficient to obliterate a saint-level powerhouse. Having consumed 1 million ancient powerhouses, I no longer fear any adversaries, and I have also merged their paths. Chu Tianj's eyes shimmered with fervor. With a flourish, he slowly raised his palm, and a vibrant flame began to rise from his palm, its terrifying heat distorting the very void around him. This flame was no ordinary fire, it was the Emperor Flame, an amalgamation of over 20 varieties of heavenly fire collected and fused by the Flame Martial Emperor. According to the Flame Martial Emperor's memories, this Emperor Flame was extraordinarily tyrannical, having once incinerated a demon emperor. Buzz! Then, with a thought, Chu Tiange unleashed an astonishing sword intent, swiftly manifesting into a colossal sword towering above him. Emperor-level sword intent. This was the path of the sword ancestor. In addition to these, Chu Tianj's mind was brimming with the martial techniques of countless ancient powerhouses, including many emperor-grade martial arts. Emperor-grade martial arts are treasures held dear by the foremost imperial clans. Yet within Chu Tianj's mind resided an inexhaustible collection of emperor scriptures and martial techniques. Moreover, he had also inherited the alchemy god's legacy, allowing him to effortlessly concoct emperor-grade elixirs. Now, I have mastered the 3,000 paths and possess a myriad of emperor-grade martial arts and techniques. Just how strong am I? Perhaps only by encountering a worthy opponent will I truly comprehend. Chu Tiange spoke with a tone of indifference, and in the next instant, he vanished from the burial sky, Forbidden Zone. For him, the burial sky, Forbidden Zone, had become akin to an uninhabited realm, allowing him to enter and exit at will, as if traversing flat ground. 3 days later, Xiongzhou, Tianin City. The immortal domain is vast and boundless, and Xiongzhou is one of its 3,000 great states. Within this land, the 8 ancient clans hold dominion, with the Chu family being one of them. In the streets of Tianin City, a figure walked slowly, instantly drawing the attention of countless martial practitioners. It's Chu Tiange. He's actually alive. I heard that 3 years ago, he ventured into the legendary burial sky, Forbidden Zone, in search of the elixir of immortality. The burial sky, Forbidden Zone, is a place of dread within the immortal domain. Even emperor-level powerhouses do not dare to step lightly. Yet he managed to emerge alive. Countless martial practitioners murmured in astonishment. However, what does it matter if he survived? The Chu family's fortune is waning. I've heard that the other 7 ancient clans are planning to join forces to eliminate the Chu family and seize the ancestral artifact left behind by their forebears. Alas, the Chu family may no longer be able to protect that artifact and could very well be wiped out by the combined might of the 7 clans. An elder could not help but sigh. The elder's lament caused Chu Tiange to halt his steps. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his deep, dark eyes. Destroy my Chu family. Who dares? The buried heaven Forbidden Zone. This is an ancient place of confinement, located in the far northern reaches of the celestial domain. It is rumored to be the resting place of deities, hence the myriad terrifying tales surrounding it. The forbidden area spans a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, resembling a desolate realm devoid of life. Even the mightiest of emperors dare not tread lightly upon this ground. Boom! On this day, a resounding roar echoed throughout the entire celestial domain. Boom! 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 Above the buried heaven Forbidden Zone, bolts of devastating lightning cascaded from the heavens, causing the very fabric of the Forbidden Zone to violently collapse. The void itself was torn apart, and even the laws of the great Tao appeared to fracture. The heavens and earth resounded with the wails of spirits. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura surged forth from within the Forbidden Zone. It was utterly horrifying. What is happening? What a dreadful presence. My heavens, it seems the buried heaven Forbidden Zone is collapsing. Such a tumultuous event quickly stirred the celestial domain, drawing the attention of numerous top-tier powerhouses. Their gazes pierced through the endless void, witnessing the terrifying scene of the Forbidden Zone's collapse. However, they did not dare to scrutinize the interior of the Forbidden Zone, for that extreme terror seemed to awaken within, instilling fear even in those of imperial stature. Even ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years felt an inexplicable dread, hastily averting their eyes, fearing to become entangled in its fate. At the deepest part of the Forbidden Land stood a massive black stone tablet. This colossal stone tablet stood immovable through the ages, emanating an aura of extreme antiquity. Before the stone tablet sat a figure, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s. Clad in a black robe, he was tall and handsome, with long black hair cascading freely, and his deep-set eyes, beneath arched brows, resembled a starry sky. I have succeeded. I have devoured 1,000,000 powerhouses. Chu Tiange suddenly opened his eyes. Chu Tiange, the scion of the Chu family, one of the 8 ancient clans of Qiongzhou. 3 years prior, in pursuit of the legendary elixir of immortality, Chu Tiange ventured into the buried heaven Forbidden Zone. Within this Forbidden Zone, he discovered the black stone tablet before him. Out of curiosity, he reached out to touch the stone tablet, only to find it sealed within were 1,000,000 ancient powerhouses. However, these ancient beings sought to seize his body. Among the 1,000,000 ancient powerhouses attempting to take possession of him were formidable figures such as the Demon Sovereign, Martial Emperor, Pill God, and Sword Ancestor, including the likes of the Chaos Demon Emperor, the Ancient Chaos Emperor, the Pill and Martial Emperor, and the 9 Nether Ghost Emperor. Each one of them was a legendary existence from ancient times. In the face of their attempts to usurp his body, Chu Tiange fought fiercely for 3 long years. Night and day, he engaged in relentless battles against those who sought to take him over. Finally, with unwavering will and the stone tablet's assistance, he managed to reverse the devouring process, absorbing the 1,000,000 powerhouses and assimilating their lifelong paths. Strange, what realm am I in now? Chu Tiange carefully probed, discovering that after devouring 1,000,000 powerhouses, his strength had surged dramatically, yet he could not ascertain to what extent. All he knew was that the fusion and absorption of these ancient beings had triggered a terrifying phenomenon, leading to the collapse of the entire buried heaven Forbidden Zone. In the realm of martial arts, cultivation levels can be classified into body refinement, chi creation, transformation, life and death, martial king, martial marquis, supreme, saint, reincarnation, immortality, and emperor realms, culminating in the sovereign realm. Before entering the buried heaven Forbidden Zone, Chu Tiange had just stepped into the martial marquis realm. Yet even so, he was regarded as one of the top geniuses within Qiongzhou. However, after absorbing 1,000,000 ancient powerhouses, he seemed to have grown so strong that he could not even discern his own realm. Could it be the supreme realm? Boom! Chu Tiange struck out with a palm, unleashing a colossal crystalline hand that spanned hundreds of feet, as if carrying the might to annihilate worlds. With a resounding crash, the immense force tore through the vast earth, creating a bottomless abyss. Chu Tiange was momentarily dazed, even though he had used less than 10% of his power. It was enough to obliterate a Saint Realm powerhouse. Having devoured 1,000,000 ancient powerhouses, I am now likely unafraid of any adversary, and I have also fused their Tao. Chu Tiange's eyes blazed with fervor. With that, he slowly raised his palm, and a vibrant flame began to rise from his hand, its terrifying heat warping the very air. This flame was no ordinary fire, it was the Emperor Flame, a fusion of over 20 types of celestial fires collected by the Flame Martial Emperor. In the memories of the Flame Martial Emperor, this Emperor Flame was extraordinarily tyrannical, having once incinerated a demon emperor. Buzz! Then, with a thought, Chu Tiange unleashed an astonishing sword intent that rapidly transformed into a towering sword above his head. Emperor-level sword intent. This was the path of the Sword Ancestor. In addition to this, Chu Tiange's mind was imbued with countless martial arts techniques from ancient powerhouses, including numerous Emperor-grade martial arts. Emperor-grade martial arts are treasures of the clan among the leading imperial families. However, within Chu Tiange's mind resided an immense wealth of martial scriptures and techniques. Moreover, he had received the Pill God's legacy, and he could now effortlessly concoct Emperor-grade pills. Now, I am proficient in 3,000 paths, possessing countless Emperor-grade martial arts and methods. Just how strong am I? Perhaps I will only know upon encountering a worthy opponent. Chu Tiange spoke with indifference. Then his figure flickered, vanishing instantaneously from the buried heaven Forbidden Zone. For him, this Forbidden Zone had become a place where he could traverse freely, as if walking on level ground. 3 days later, Cheongzhou, Tianjin City. The celestial domain is vast and boundless, with Cheongzhou being one of its 3,000 great states. Within this state, the 8 ancient clans reside, and the Chu family is one of them. In Tianjin City, a figure strolled along the streets, instantly capturing the attention of countless martial artists. It's Chu Qingge. He actually survived. I heard that 3 years ago, he ventured into the legendary Buried Heaven Forbidden Zone in search of the elixir of immortality. The Buried Heaven Forbidden Zone, a place of dread within the celestial domain, where even emperor-level powerhouses fear to tread. How could he have emerged alive? Countless martial artists murmured among themselves. However, even if he survived, what of it? The Chu family's fortunes are waning, and it is said that the other 7 ancient clans are eager to collaborate and eliminate the Chu family to seize the ancestral artifact left behind by their forebears. Alas, the Chu family may no longer have the strength to protect that artifact and could very well be extinguished by the combined might of the other 7 clans. An elder could not help but sigh. The elder's lament caused Chu Qingge to halt in his tracks. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his deep, dark eyes. Destroy my Chu family. Who dares? Chapter 2. The Arrival of the 7 Saints, the Peril of Annihilation. Cheongzhou, an ancient land located in the eastern part of the Immortal Domain, is one of the 3,000 states within the Immortal Domain and serves as the residence of the Chu family, one of the 8 great ancient clans. Once, the Chu family was an immensely powerful force in Cheongzhou, flourishing over countless epochs, with legends claiming that their ancestors produced a supreme emperor who wielded great influence. However, in this current generation, the Chu family has experienced a gradual decline, sinking to the bottom among the 8 ancient clans. As the Chu family waned, the ambitions of the remaining 7 ancient clans became glaringly apparent. Recent rumors have spread that these 7 clans plan to unite to eradicate the Chu family, with the intent of seizing a revered ancestral artifact belonging to them. The Chu family's ancestors had once produced a supreme emperor, who left behind an artifact said to be an unparalleled imperial weapon, possessing unfathomable powers capable of shaking the heavens. Thus, the 7 ancient clans have long coveted this imperial weapon. The residence of the Chu family is an ancient city, where the lineage has persisted for generations. Above the city, a vast golden formation looms like a bowl, enveloping the entire city within its protective embrace. An extremely terrifying energy emanates from the golden formation, warping the very fabric of space itself. This is the protective grand array of the Chu family. Even a supreme powerhouse attempting to breach it would be ruthlessly obliterated. Inside the conference hall of the Chu family, the senior members have gathered, the atmosphere laden with tension. Seated upon the highest throne is a robust middle-aged man, his features sharp and defined, with piercing black eyes brimming with intensity. This man is none other than the current patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Yunshan. 3 days ago, Elder Chu Fei led the younger generation to the divine ruins for training, only to be ambushed by the 7 ancient clans along the way. How can we, the Chu family, swallow this humiliation? The eldest elder, Chu Qing, seethed with fury, his teeth clenched. The 7 ancient clans are clearly targeting us. Just recently, they seized our celestial mines. It is utterly despicable. Second elder Chu Tianxiong echoed his outrage, his voice filled with indignation. This is truly intolerable. The remaining elders of the clan were equally incensed. Alas, the 7 ancient clans are driven by their insatiable ambition, coveting our ancestral artifact. If the Chu family were at its peak, we would not fear them, but now that the 7 clans have united, how can we resist? Chu Yunshan sighed, acutely aware of the Chu family's plight. They have become increasingly oppressed, with their strength now a mere shadow compared to the other 7 clans. The hall fell into a profound silence, with not a sound to be heard. Indeed, how bright was the glory of the Chu family in the past, when they once stood unafraid of the combined might of the 7 clans. But now, the Chu family is a mere echo of its former self. Patriarch, the 7 clans have long coveted our ancestral artifact and are now poised to take action. We may soon face a life and death decision, the 3rd elder lamented. Patriarch, perhaps we should surrender the artifact. It might allow the Chu family to survive, albeit precariously. Preposterous. We are men of integrity and honor. How could we submit to the 7 clans? Countless clan members protested vehemently. Indeed, even if the 7 clans seek to annihilate us, we shall make them pay dearly. Chu Yunshan sighed deeply, his visage appearing considerably aged. In this time of decline, how could they confront the brazen plundering of the 7 clans? If they could not even protect the ancestral artifact left by their forebears, how could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? Patriarch, have there been any updates regarding the young master? Elder Chu Qing inquired. That wretched boy has ventured into the burial sky forbidden zone. His fate remains unknown. Chu Yunshan shook his head slightly. In his grasp, he held an ancient jade tablet, the soul tablet of Chu Tiange. Although Chu Tiange had disappeared for 3 long years within the Forbidden Zone, the tablet had not shattered, indicating he was still alive. Alas, if only the young master were alive. With his talent, in a few more years, he would surely overpower the 7 clans and lead our Chu family back to glory. What a pity, the elders collectively sighed. Now is not the time for sorrow. The 7 clans may descend upon us at any moment. We must remain vigilant. Chu Yinshan declared solemnly. Indeed, we of the Chu family shall never bow to them. Even if the 7 clans intend to destroy us, we will ensure they suffer grievously. Death holds no fear. Should the 7 clans dare approach, we shall make them pay a heavy price. The clan members clenched their fists in unison. Elder, during this period, prohibit the younger generation from leaving the clan and reinforce the protective grand array. We shall quietly await the arrival of the 7 ancient clans, Chu Yinshan commanded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. In the ensuing days, the 7 ancient clans began to stir, and the Chu family braced itself for the impending storm. Embodying a sense of foreboding, throughout Xiongzhou, a palpable undercurrent of tension surged. Boom. One day, a resounding explosion echoed above the Chu family's residence, as a colossal bolt of lightning tore through the void, crashing down upon the protective grand array. Boom. The terrifying lightning brought with it a force of annihilation, violently shaking the entire city. Chu Yinshan, surrender the ancestral artifact, and we may yet spare the Chu family. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise. A thunderous voice reverberated from the heavens, echoing throughout every corner of the Chu family's domain. They have finally come. Within the city, Chu Yinshan, along with all the members of the Chu family, hovered in the air, their expressions grave. Suddenly, a massive rift tore open in the skies, and figures began to pour forth from the breach. The 7 ancient clans had sent forth nearly all their formidable warriors. Countless silhouettes filled the sky, encircling the protective grand array. At that moment, the void began to warp violently, followed by an indescribable pressure descending upon the world. 7 enormous black holes materialized in the fabric of space, and from these voids emerged 7 figures, each radiating an aura of celestial brilliance, adorned with myriad profound runes. These 7 beings exuded the formidable presence of saints. Heavens above, the saints of the 7 ancient clans have descended upon the Chu family. On this day, the entirety of Xiongzhou was shaken to its core. Chapter 3. Gather the 7 sacred artifacts and break the Chu clan's protective formation. Boom. Above the firmament, 7 figures, enveloped in divine light, descended upon the Chu residence, immediately unleashing a formidable pressure of spiritual energy that stirred a terrifying storm across the heavens and the earth. The members of the Chu clan looked up at the 7 figures, their faces betraying expressions of dread. The overwhelming pressure seemed to shroud the entire realm, causing the surrounding space to solidify. In the sky, the void twisted violently as the 7 figures emerged from a spatial black hole, each radiating an awe-inspiring aura, reminiscent of celestial beings descending to earth. These 7 formidable beings were the patriarchs of the 7 ancient clans of Xiongzhou: Lin Tiandao of the Lin family, Yi Xuanba of the Yi family, Zhou Qingtian of the Zhou family, Xiao Yuantu of the Xiao family, Qin Yuan of the Qin family, Han Qianhe of the Han family, and Morong Wudi of the Morong family. Such top-tier powerhouses, who were typically elusive as dragons, had all congregated here. Chu Yinshan, swiftly hand over that ancestral artifact, and we may yet spare your clan a path to survival. Otherwise, today shall witness utter devastation for the Chu clan, erasing it completely from the annals of Xiongzhou. Lin Tiandao declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Humph, you 7 clans are truly ambitious, plotting to seize my Chu clan's ancestral artifact. My clan has stood for millennia. How could we be intimidated by you? Even if we face annihilation today, we shall never relinquish our ancestral treasure. Chu Yinshan retorted darkly. Indeed, there is no possibility of my Chu clan surrendering our ancestral artifact. Even if we are exterminated today, we shall ensure you pay a price. The elder declared coldly. Huh, Chu Yinshan, do you truly believe your clan's protective formation can withstand us? Yi Xuanba scoffed, his gaze fixed on the protective array of the Chu clan. Whether it can hold or not, you may certainly test it. To breach my Chu clan's protective formation, I fear you 7 lack the capability. Chu Yinshan laughed heartily. This protective formation was the foundation of the Chu clan, though it had diminished in strength over the ages. It was not something ordinary sacred realm powerhouses could dismantle. Chu Yinshan's confidence stemmed from this very formation. Haha, Chu Yinshan, do you think we came unprepared? Today, you shall witness how we shall shatter your Chu clan's formation, Zhou Qingtian said with a mocking tone. At that moment, the 7 sacred realm powerhouses exchanged glances, and then simultaneously began to weave their incantations. Boom. In an instant, 7 golden beams of light surged from their bodies into the heavens, revealing ancient artifacts within their radiance. Buzz. Chu Yinshan and the others looked up to see 7 ancient sacred artifacts shimmering above the heads of the 7 saints, each symbolizing the pinnacle of power. These artifacts included the Lin family's extinction sword, the Yi family's thunder spear, the Zhou family's immortal refining pot, the Shao family's river and mountain bell, the Qin family's ancient seal, the Han family's god burial cauldron, and the Murong family's chaos pearl. These treasures were the clan protectors, embodying the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. This is bad. Chu Yinshan's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated that the 7 clans would invoke their ancient sacred artifacts. Clearly, they intended to leverage their power to breach the Chu clan's protective formation. Chu Yinshan, today we shall see if your protective formation can withstand the might of the 7 sacred artifacts. Xiao Yuantu declared with an air of dominance. Boom. Suddenly, the 7 saints channeled their spiritual energy, pouring their strength into the sacred artifacts. Buzz. Above the Chu clan's protective formation, the 7 ancient artifacts erupted with boundless divine light. Then, each artifact began to rotate in the sky, unleashing beams of sacred light that merged into a singular, terrifying energy beam. Break from me. The combined power of the 7 sacred artifacts transformed into a radiant beam that plummeted from the heavens. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of the Chu clan members, the beam, imbued with immense divine power, struck the protective formation with a tremendous impact. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted, and as the 7-colored divine light collided with the protective formation, a blinding brilliance erupted, rendering all unable to open their eyes. Where the impact occurred, 2 forces clashed violently, eroding each other and causing the fabric of space to twist and tear. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive shockwave generated terrifying ripples of energy that surged outward, obliterating nearby warriors into a mist of blood. Crack. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed, and fissures began to appear across the Chu clan's protective formation. This is bad. Chu Yinshan exclaimed in alarm. He quickly began to pour a significant amount of celestial crystals into the formation. However, under the relentless erosion of the 7 sacred artifacts, the cracks continued to spread at a visible rate. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of all Chu clan members filled with dread. Was it possible that even the protective formation of the Chu clan could not withstand this onslaught? Humph. The protective formation of the Chu clan indeed possesses some capability, enduring for so long. If it were at its peak, even with the 7 sacred artifacts combined, we might not break it. Alas, it has already sustained damage. Han Qianhao remarked in astonishment. Do not hold back. Unleash your full power to shatter the protective formation. Murong Wudi commanded solemnly. Thus, the 7 sacred realm powerhouses once again channeled their inner spiritual energy, fervently pouring it into the sacred artifacts. Boom. In an instant, a second beam of destruction descended, crashing down upon the protective formation. This time, the Chu clan's protective formation could finally hold no longer, as cracks spread rapidly, and the entire array began to teeter on the brink of collapse. Bang! Ultimately, under the assault of the 7 sacred artifacts, the protective formation of the Chu clan shattered completely. Haha, Chu Yinshan, your protective formation is nothing but a facade. Without its protection, your clan is akin to a toothless hound. Lin Tiandao laughed uncontrollably. Today marks the end of the Chu clan. Upon hearing Lin Tiandao's audacious declaration, all members of the Chu clan clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 4. The Return of the Song of Chu Tian. Those who insult my Chu family shall perish. In the heavens above, as the protective formation of the Chu family was shattered, the forces of the 7 ancient clans surged in like a swarm of locusts. At that moment, the sky seemed to darken ominously. Chu Yinshan, have you made your decision? If you are willing to surrender that ancestral artifact and relinquish all the celestial minds of the Chu family, we may spare you. Otherwise, today we'll witness a river of your kin's blood. Lin Tiandao's voice was cold and menacing. Bah, you are delusional. Chu Yinshan's face turned ashen. These scoundrels not only sought to seize the ancestral artifact, but also coveted the celestial minds of the Chu family. Truly shameless and intolerable. Humph. The men of the Chu family fear not death. If you wish to annihilate my clan, then come and try. Even if we are eradicated, we shall take you down with us. The Grand Elder thundered in fury. Indeed, the Chu family shall never yield, even if we face extinction. Let us fight to the end. All the clansmen behind him clenched their fists, their eyes icy with resolve. Heh, you are truly blind to reality. Very well. Let today mark the complete obliteration of your Chu family from the map of Cheongzhou. Kill them all, leave not a single survivor. Commanded the 7 saints with a chilling shout. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the forces of the 7 ancient clans surged down like a torrential wave, their immense spiritual power exploding forth, transforming into flickering shadows as they clashed violently with the Chu family members. Kill. The Chu family members, their eyes bloodshot, faced the united front of the 7 ancient clans without a trace of fear. They soared into the sky, weapons in hand, ready to confront their formidable adversaries. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosion as the entire Chu family descended into a hellish battleground, with fierce combat erupting on all sides. Waves of energy clashed in the sky, causing the very fabric of space to tear apart. Within moments, the ground was awash with blood. Chu Yinshan, meet your end. Above, the 7 powerful saints unleashed their fury, their bodies radiating divine light as flames of the Tao blazed fiercely around them. Boom. The 7 figures transformed into beams of light, hurtling towards Chu Yinshan. Facing the combined might of the 7 saints, Chu Yinshan felt no trepidation. He too unleashed the aura of the saint realm. Even if I must perish today, I shall take you down with me. With that, he gathered his immense spiritual power and struck out with a single, powerful punch aimed at the 7 saints. Bang, bang, bang. In the skies above, the 8 saints engaged in a fierce battle, their overwhelming might crashing against one another, causing the void to collapse continuously. The destructive energy created a violent storm, reducing the entirety of the Chu family's stronghold to ruins. Heavenly Demon's Palm. Lin Tiandao stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that manifested into a colossal palm, towering 1,000 feet above. Boom. As he struck down, the void shattered like glass. The dreadful palm descending upon Chu Yinshan with crushing force. Dragon Elephant's Sacred Fist. Chu Yinshan roared in fury, his fists swirling with boundless divine light as a golden elephant and dragon fused into a massive golden fist. Break for me. Bang. In the heavens, the golden fist collided violently with the gray palm, unleashing a terrifying ripple of energy that spread outward, annihilating everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Boom. At that moment, the remaining 6 saints renewed their assault. Chu Yinshan found himself besieged. Though initially able to hold his ground, he now faced the onslaught of 7 saintly powers. Bang. Another earth-shattering clash. Crack. Crack. The force of that blow sent Chu Yinshan staggering backward, blood spilling from his mouth. These bastards. How shameless. The Chu family members gritted their teeth. The 7 saints were utterly devoid of honor, mercilessly attacking Chu Yinshan. Yet, with only 1 saint in the Chu family, how could they withstand the combined might of 7? Amidst the chaotic ruins, the Chu family was engulfed in a tumultuous battle. Casualties mounted as countless clan members fell to the brutal slaughter. Woo-woo. Young children, no more than 5 or 6 years old, cried helplessly amid the chaos. Kill. The 7 clansmen showed no mercy, their blades aimed unhesitatingly at the innocent children. Mother. A little girl dashed toward her mother amidst the turmoil. Uft. A blade of light struck her back mercilessly, ending the life of the innocent child. Boom. 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 The clashes of the 8 saintly figures reverberated through the heavens, waves of destruction cascading outward. Faced with the relentless assault of the 7 ancient clans, Chu Yinshan found himself unable to defend. His robes were soaked in blood. In the distance, a piercing scream shattered the air. It was the 3rd elder of the Chu family, overwhelmed and slain. This sight chilled Chu Yinshan to the core, momentarily slowing his movements. At that moment, Lin Tiandao's spectral figure appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow to Chu Yinshan's back. Bang! Uft! The impact forced a mouthful of blood from Chu Yinshan, sending him plummeting like a wounded bird. With a resounding crash, he landed on the plaza, creating a massive fissure in the ground. Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and the Chu family members felt their hearts sink. Chu Yinshan was the strongest among them. If he fell, the Chu family would surely face annihilation. In the midst of the chaotic ruins, Chu Yinshan struggled to rise once more, then ascended into the air again. Ha! Chu Yinshan, do you still cling to your feudal resistance? Look around you. The Chu family is on the brink of destruction. Yi Xuanba's voice dripped with malice. At that moment, Chu Yinshan surveyed the wreckage of his family, witnessing countless children slaughtered by the 7 clans, his eyes filled with rage. I shall fight you to the end. Chu Yinshan's eyes turned crimson, a frenzied expression overtaking his face as his body swelled like a balloon. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. The 7 saints were taken aback. The self-detonation of a dying saint carries unfathomable power. Even the 7 saints dared not underestimate it. Boom. Just as Chu Yinshan prepared to self-destruct, a colossal rift tore through the sky. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, as if shaken by an earthquake. From that rift, a voice imbued with the wrath of thunder echoed. Today, those who insult my Chu family shall die. Chapter 5, Sacred Artifact? I shattered it with my bare hands. Those who insult the Chu family shall perish. That cold voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, echoing throughout the universe. In an instant, the world was engulfed by a chilling wind, a terrifying aura sweeping across the land, causing the earth to tremble violently. Above, a massive rift in the sky was torn open, bolts of destructive lightning dancing like colossal serpents in the firmament. The 7 formidable warriors of the sacred realm felt an ominous sensation in their hearts. Everyone looked up to see a figure slowly descending from the void above the rift. It was a young man clad in a blue robe, his expression devoid of emotion, with deep, dark eyes that seemed capable of devouring all light. It is the young master. He has returned. Upon seeing that familiar face, the members of the Chu family were instantly filled with excitement. Father, your child has returned. Chu Tiange moved swiftly, appearing before Chu Yunshan. That familiar voice rang in Chu Yunshan's ears, causing tears to well up in the eyes of the burly man. Gur! Chu Yunshan choked out, trembling as he reached out to gently caress Chu Tiange's face, as if fearing that this scene was merely an illusion before death. Oh, the bond between father and son is truly profound. Too bad. Soon you will both meet the king of hell. Lin Tiandao sneered. I thought a formidable warrior had arrived, but it turns out to be just a young brat. Yi Xuanba scoffed, their vigilance easing as they discerned that Chu Tiange emanated no discernible power. Father, did they injure you? Seeing the wounds on Chu Yunshan, Chu Tiange's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a fierce killing intent. You must leave. At this moment, Chu Yunshan finally snapped back to reality from his surprise, but Chu Tiange shook his head, saying, Father, leave the matter ahead to me. Today, all members of the 7 great families shall perish. Chu Yunshan was about to say something, but Chu Tiange gently grasped his father's hand. An overwhelming and terrifying power surging forth, causing Chu Yunshan's countenance to change drastically. At that moment, Chu Tiange surveyed the devastated Chu family. Witnessing countless family members slaughtered by the 7 great clans, even young children of 7 or 8 not spared. In this instant, Chu Tiange's icy gaze fell upon the 7 sacred beings. Which of you wishes to die first? Ha, little brat, your words are quite bold. Even your father is no match for us. How do you think you can contend with us? Lin Tiandao laughed uncontrollably. The other 6 sacred beings wore expressions of disdain, clearly not taking Chu Tiange seriously. Brother Tiandao, leave this boy to you. Just kill him. Yi Xuanba said sinisterly. Very well. Boom. With a wave of his hand, the sacred weapon, the annihilation sword, fell into Lin Tiandao's grasp. He then stepped into the void, transforming into a beam of light as he charged at Chu Tiange. Little brat, to die beneath my sacred sword today, you can consider it an honor. Lin Tiandao grinned malevolently. Holding the annihilation sword, it erupted with blinding radiance. Ancient runes swirling around its blade, exuding a terrifying aura. Without hesitation, Lin Tiandao swung the sword down upon Chu Tiange. Boom. The annihilation sword tore through the void, hurtling towards Chu Tiange with a force that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. Witnessing such a dreadful strike, all the Chu family members could not help but close their eyes. Yet, in the face of the annihilation sword, Chu Tiange merely smiled faintly, raising his hand gently, extending it forward. Clang! That outstretched hand astonishingly gripped the annihilation sword, producing a crisp sound. Hiss what? Lin Tiandao's pupils contracted, revealing a look of disbelief. How could this fellow possibly withstand his annihilation sword with his bare hands? This is impossible. Behind him, Yi Xuanba and others were equally astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Even as Sacred Realm warriors, they could not withstand the assault of a sacred weapon with their physical bodies. The annihilation sword? In my eyes, it is but a piece of scrap metal. Chu Tiange gripped the annihilation sword and then exerted immense force, crushing it in his grasp. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as cracks formed on the blade of the sacred sword. Hiss! Lin Tiandao felt as if struck by lightning, his expression contorting in shock. His annihilation sword had actually been crushed by this youth's bare hands. This is absolutely impossible. However, in the next moment, Lin Tiandao felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Escape. Whoosh. Lin Tiandao abruptly retreated. Thinking of fleeing? Do you truly believe you can escape? Chu Tiange raised his hand, reaching out towards Lin Tiandao. Boom. A chaotic hand pierced through the void, seizing Lin Tiandao's body and tearing it apart. A piercing scream reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as Lin Tiandao's body was gruesomely torn, leaving only half of his bloody form intact. Heavens! The young master at this moment, the entire Chu family was left in stunned silence. Chu Yunshan was also dumbfounded. A Sacred Realm warrior had been so easily incapacitated by Chu Tiange in a single move. The remaining 6 Sacred Realm warriors from the 7 great families were now filled with terror, clearly not expecting Chu Tiange to be so formidable. Let us activate the sacred weapons together. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with this brat. Yi Xuanba gritted his teeth. Buzz. Instantly, the 6 Sacred Realm warriors simultaneously chanted incantations, and 6 sacred weapons erupted with dazzling brilliance in the sky, their terrifying energies rapidly converging. Boom. The 6 sacred weapons trembled slightly, unleashing a beam of energy that surged towards Chu Tiange. You think you can gather the power of 6 sacred weapons to confront me? Unfortunately, this heap of scrap metal will be utterly ineffective against me. Chu Tiange scoffed, raising his hand once more, striking gently at the void before him. Chaotic black demonic palm. Boom. A palm struck out, causing the void to collapse instantaneously, revealing a black hole resembling an abyss, which rapidly expanded, seemingly intent on devouring everything within. This chaotic black demonic palm is a technique of the chaotic demon emperor. Under this palm, it can annihilate all things. The divine light of the 6 gathered sacred weapons plunged into the black hole, only to be devoured by its power in an instant. At that moment, The chaotic black hole continued to expand, emitting an extreme and terrifying pulling force as if it sought to completely consume the 6 sacred weapons. This is bad. The 6 Sacred Realm warriors were filled with horror. Chapter 6. The Annihilation of the Sacred Realm, yet as simple as slaughtering chickens. Boom. Above the sky, a massive black hole expanded wildly like a chasm of darkness. From its gloomy depths emanated a devastating aura that sent shivers down the spine, filled with chaos and void. A powerful force of attraction erupted from the black hole, as if it sought to drag everything into its depths and obliterate it into nothingness. This black hole was the Chaos Black Demon Palm wielded by Chu Tiange. This martial art was the supreme skill of the Chaos Demon Emperor, capable of devouring the heavens and extinguishing the earth with a single strike, boundlessly domineering. At this moment, the power of the 6 sacred artifacts was being ravenously consumed by the black hole, and that tremendous force of attraction was relentlessly pulling the artifacts toward its maw, threatening to annihilate them. This is bad. Yi Xuanba and the other 5 Sacred Realm experts changed their expressions drastically, as they realized that even the power of the 6 sacred artifacts could not withstand the black hole, which was inexorably drawing them closer. What kind of martial art is this? Xiao Yuantu felt a surge of dread, his face pale with astonishment, as he never expected that the combined power of the 6 sacred artifacts would be devoured by this black hole. Devour for me. Chu Tiange gestured with his hand, and instantly, the terrifying black hole expanded rapidly like a reaper of souls, its force of attraction growing ever more fearsome. Swoosh. Finally, the 6 sacred artifacts were engulfed by the black hole, instantly obliterated into nothingness. Hiss. The 6 Sacred Realm experts felt a chill run through them. Even the 6 sacred artifacts had been consumed by this black hole. Flee. At this moment, terror was etched on the faces of the 6. Can we escape? A faint cold smile played at the corners of Chu Tiange's lips as he directed the black hole toward the 6. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the heavens and earth as Yi Xuanba, unable to evade, was caught by the black hole. A terrifying tearing force surged from within, instantly shattering his lower body, leaving a gruesome mess. Save me! Save me! Yi Xuanba, utterly terrified, was left with only his bloodied upper half. In a frenzy, he grasped Xiao Yuantu's ankle, dragging him into the black hole as well. No, Xiao Yuantu was engulfed by despair, and in an instant, his body was reduced to nothingness. The remaining 4, witnessing this scene, dared not attempt a rescue and frantically retreated from the black hole. How terrifying. At this moment, only Zhou Qingtian, Moron Wudi, Qin Yuan, and Han Xianhe remained among the 7 leaders of the ancient families. Their gazes toward Chu Tiange were filled with an indescribable fear. In mere minutes, the black hole had claimed the lives of 2 Sacred Realm experts. We must go. Zhou Qingtian and the others were in a state of utter panic, and they immediately crushed the jade talismans in their hands. These talismans were designed for escape, capable of tearing open a spatial tunnel upon being broken. What is happening? However, upon shattering the talismans, there was no response. No need to try. This void has already been sealed by me. Chu Tiange's voice was calm. What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingtian and the others were struck with horror. Spatial sealing. Such a powerful technique could only be wielded by an emperor-level expert. Impossible. Chu Tiange appeared to be merely in his early 20s. How could he possibly employ the means of an emperor? Don't believe me? Then let me show you the power of spatial sealing. Chu Tiange extended his hand, suddenly grasping toward Zhou Qingtian and the others. In an instant, the space surrounding them seemed to solidify, rendering them immobile. This is spatial sealing. Young friend Chu, we were wrong. Spare us. We, the 7 great families, will henceforth be subordinate to your Chu family. Zhou Qingtian pleaded in terror. Yes, we are willing to submit to the Chu family. Han Xianhe hastily echoed. Unnecessary. For you 7 ancient families no longer have any reason to exist. Chu Tiange replied with indifference. Boom. With that, Chu Tiange waved his sleeve toward the void, and a massive cauldron soared forth. He then grasped, casting Zhou Qingtian and the others into the cauldron. Next, let you experience a fate worse than death. Chu Tiange's gaze was icy as he lifted his hand, a vibrant flame erupting in his palm. This flame radiated a terrifying heat, warping the very space around it. It was the Imperial Flame, forged by the Flame Emperor from over 20 types of extraordinary fire found in the world. Whoosh! Chu Tiange flicked his fingers, and the Imperial Flame rushed into the cauldron, igniting with ferocity. Whoosh! Ah! Within the cauldron, Zhou Qingtian and the others were consumed by the Imperial Flame, emitting horrific cries of suffering. The fearsome fire not only seared their flesh, but also infiltrated their bodies, scorching their organs and souls with relentless fury. Even Sacred Realm experts could not withstand the onslaught of the Imperial Flame. Heavens, when did the young master become this powerful? Witnessing this scene, all the members of the Chu family were left in astonishment. These were 4 Sacred Realm experts. Even Chu Yinshan was momentarily struck speechless. He only knew that Chu Tiange had been trapped in the Tomb of Heaven for 3 years. To think that upon his return, his strength had become so terrifying. Before long, Zhou Qingtian and the others were reduced to ashes under the relentless blaze of the Imperial Flame, leaving no trace behind. In just a few breaths, all 7 Sacred Realm experts were annihilated by Chu Tiange. Moreover, he dispatched them as effortlessly as one might slaughter chickens or dogs. Young Master S might. Young Master S might. In an instant, the entire Chu family erupted in thunderous cheers. Countless awe-filled gazes were directed toward that youthful figure, with many eyes brimming with tears of excitement. No one had anticipated that at the moment of the Chu family's life and death struggle, Chu Tiange would appear and decisively slay 7 Sacred Realm experts. This scene was utterly shocking. Kill for me. These 7 families have slain many of our Chu family members. We cannot let them go. Immediately, the Chu family forces began a fervent counterattack. With the 7 leaders slain by Chu Tiange, the coalition of the 7 families had become a disarrayed mass. Thus, under the Chu family's relentless onslaught, the forces of the 7 families suffered heavy casualties, with many dead and others fleeing. The battle finally reached its conclusion, and no one had anticipated the complete annihilation of the coalition of the 7 ancient families. Chapter 7. The ancestral artifact of the Chu family, the Longyuan Imperial Sword. In a single night, the news of the annihilation of the 7 great ancient clans sent shockwaves throughout Xiongzhou. Among the 8 great ancient clans, only the Chu family remains. No one anticipated that the 7 great ancient clans would be utterly destroyed overnight. These clans had stood for tens of thousands of years as premier families. Yet, even such prosperous ancient clans could be completely eradicated in the blink of an eye. More astonishingly, it was the Chu family that brought about the downfall of the 7 great ancient clans. Over the years, as the Chu family waned, many were puzzled as to how they managed to obliterate the 7 clans. Some speculated that the Chu family had employed their ancestral artifact to achieve such a feat, while others conjectured that they had summoned a formidable powerhouse at a tremendous cost to eliminate the 7 great ancient clans. However, the Chu family has not divulged any information regarding the demise of the 7 clans. At this moment, the Chu family was festooned with decorations, celebrating with great fervor. All members of the Chu family wore expressions of joy, embodying the relief of having survived a calamity. In the grand hall of the Chu family, all members and elders had gathered. Many of them looked towards a slender figure, their eyes filled with admiration. They would not forget that it was this young figure who had appeared during the massacre of the Chu family by the 7 clans, turning the tide and saving the entire family. The overwhelming display of strength by Chu Tiange, who had slain 7 formidable beings, left them utterly astounded. You little rascal, you've been away for 3 years without a word. I've been worried sick, and your mother has been crying day and night, scolded Chu Yinshan, though his tone was laced with deep concern and affection. Father, I'm truly sorry for causing you and mother so much worry, but I had no choice. I was trapped within the burial sky forbidden zone, Chu Tiange replied with a smile. During those 3 years in the burial sky forbidden zone, he had been constantly yearning to return home and reunite with his family, yet he was besieged by the souls of 1,000,000 powerful beings, nearly losing his life in the process. The burial sky forbidden zone? Is that not a legendary ancient site that even emperors dare not tread? Young master, did you truly venture there? The Grand Elder asked in astonishment. Indeed, I intended to enter the burial sky forbidden zone to find an immortal herb for Mother S longevity. But I ended up trapped for 3 long years, Chu Tiange recounted honestly. You, young master, have survived great tribulations, which surely bodes well for your future. However, without hardship, one cannot grow. It seems you have matured considerably, the second elder praised repeatedly. By the way, Tiange, how did your strength increase so remarkably? Even I cannot discern your true capabilities, Chu Yinshan inquired, puzzled. It was noteworthy that Chu Yinshan himself was a genuine Holy Realm expert, yet he could not perceive the depths of Chu Tiange's power. This indicated that Chu Tiange's strength was at least beyond the Holy Realm. A 20-year-old with strength surpassing the Holy Realm is indeed a prodigy, even among the illustrious imperial families of the Celestial Domain. The other elders and clan members also looked at Chu Tiange with curiosity, evidently eager to understand how his strength had surged to such terrifying heights. Capable of effortlessly annihilating 7 Holy Realm experts, I obtained some fortuitous encounters within the burial sky forbidden zone, which greatly enhanced my strength. However, I am unsure of my current level, Chu Tiange replied with a smile. He refrained from mentioning the mysterious stone tablet or the ordeal of being seized by 1,000,000 powerful beings, deeming it too bizarre to share. Indeed, young master, fortune favors the worthy. Who would have thought you would encounter such an extraordinary opportunity? This is a fortuitous event for our Chu family. With the annihilation of the 7 great ancient clans and you as our formidable protector, we may soon rival the Chongqing family. The Grand Elder exclaimed joyfully. In Xiongzhou, numerous top-tier forces thrived, with the ancient clans being merely inconspicuous players. Beyond the 8 great ancient clans, there were 3 illustrious Chongqing families, and above them, the paramount sections. Over these sects loomed the immortal dynasty and the imperial families. Father, I heard that the 7 clans attacked our Chu family for an ancestral artifact. Why have you never mentioned this artifact before? Chu Tiange asked curiously. Previously, I did not disclose the existence of our ancestral artifact because you were not yet worthy of such knowledge. Now that you possess sufficient strength, it is time for you to learn about it, Chu Yunshan replied solemnly. Our Chu family, thousands of years ago, once had a glorious history, and during that time, our ancestor was a genuine Imperial Realm expert, Chu Yunshan stated with a serious expression. An Imperial Realm expert? Chu Tiange exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Chu family had once been so illustrious. Alas, countless years had passed, and the Chu family had fallen into decline, leaving their ancestral artifact coveted by others. At this moment, the Grand Elder looked at Chu Tiange and said, our ancestor devoted his life to forging a supreme weapon, known as the Longyuan Imperial Sword. The Longyuan Imperial Sword? Chu Tiange felt a surge of curiosity. Named after an imperial sword, it implied that this blade was indeed a supreme imperial weapon. No wonder the 7 great clans sought it at all costs. Indeed, the Longyuan Imperial Sword is extraordinary. It was forged from a piece of the ancestral dragon's bone, making it a peerless divine weapon of immense power, Chu Yunshan said, his eyes brightening as he spoke of the ancestral artifact. Father, if the Longyuan Imperial Sword is so powerful, why did the 7 great clans not retrieve it when they attacked our Chu family? Chu Tiange asked, perplexed. Foolish child. It is precisely because the Longyuan Imperial Sword is so formidable and domineering that no one in our Chu family can wield it, Chu Yunshan sighed. I once attempted to seize control of the sword myself, but I was gravely injured by its sword chi before I could even approach it, and I nearly lost my life. Such power? Chu Tiange was taken aback. His father was a bona fide Holy Realm expert, yet even he was severely wounded by the sword chi. This demonstrated just how tyrannical this imperial weapon truly was. The mightier the weapon, the prouder its spirit. How could an ordinary person hope to command it? The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Father, I wish to see if I am capable of mastering this imperial sword, Chu Tiange suddenly declared. Chapter 8. Integrating the 10 directions of the Emperor's scripture, annihilating the will of the heavenly path. What? Do you also wish to attempt to wield the Longyuan Emperor sword? A startled Chu Yunshan exclaimed upon hearing this. Indeed, Chu Tiange nodded, harboring considerable curiosity towards the Longyuan Emperor sword. Moreover, given his current prowess, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to conquer this imperial blade. This sword, being a treasured heirloom of the Chu family, was regrettably left unused. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yunshan cautioned that the endeavor to subdue the Longyuan Emperor sword would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, for the temperament of this sword was exceedingly volatile. He did not wish for Chu Tiange to take such a risk. In the past, merely approaching this sword had severely wounded him due to its sword aura, illustrating the formidable challenge of mastering it. Patriarch, why not allow the young master to give it a try? There may indeed be a chance for him to tame this sword. Besides, its current state of inactivity is a waste, the Grand Elder suggested solemnly. Indeed, since the young master has returned from the forbidden zone of self-sacrifice, his strength has dramatically increased, having even vanquished the 7 great saints. Perhaps he truly can conquer this sword, the second elder concurred. After contemplating their words, Chu Yunshan finally relented. Very well, I shall permit you to attempt it. But you must act within your capabilities. Should you find it impossible to control the sword, do not force it, for your safety must come first. I understand. Chu Tiange nodded in acknowledgement. However, you have just returned and have undergone a fierce battle. It would be prudent to rest for 3 days. After this, I shall take you to our ancestral grounds to witness the ancestral weapon, Chu Yunshan instructed firmly. Chu Tiange nodded slightly, and then returned to his quarters. In the rear mountains of the Chu family, a shrouded expanse of peaks lay veiled in mist, where elegant pavilions stood hidden among the mountains. Within this serene retreat was a tranquil courtyard, which served as Chu Tiange's abode. What cultivation method should I pursue now? Inside the courtyard, Chu Tiange sat cross-legged on a mat, deep in thought. After absorbing the essence of 1,000,000 elite warriors, his mind brimmed with countless supreme techniques. Among them were the Reincarnation Emperor's Reincarnation Scripture, the Devouring Emperor's Devouring Demon Art, and the Time Emperor's Ancient Tome. Each of these techniques was a pinnacle of power, echoing through the annals of history. Yet, Chu Tiange felt a sense of helplessness. For an ordinary warrior, acquiring even a single imperial scripture would be life-altering, yet he possessed them in abundance, as if they were mere cabbages in the marketplace. I wonder if I can integrate these techniques together? A sudden idea struck him. With that, he gradually closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Buzz! In an instant, Chu Tiange's form erupted with myriad divine lights. His skin gleamed with an eternal brilliance, resembling a celestial being. His blood and flesh radiated with splendor, surrounded by an array of profound runes. At this moment, various divine powers, countless emperor scriptures, and infinite runic mysteries were imprinted within his very essence. Boom! The aura emanating from Chu Tiange caused the heavens and earth to tremble. A colossal vortex suddenly manifested in the chaotic sky, shaking the entire Chu family. Swish, swish, swish. What is happening? The intense commotion sent the Chu family into a frenzy, as figures soared into the air. Look, It's the young master. The crowd gazed upwards, where beneath the enormous vortex sat a figure cloaked in divine light, surrounded by an inferno of runes. Chu Tiange, seated in the void, radiated an aura so formidable that it conjured countless celestial phenomena. Buzz. Above him, an ancient temple materialized, encircled by various runes, exuding an overwhelming aura of divine energy. Roar. Soon after, true dragons and phoenixes appeared soaring through the sky. The mountains, rivers, and even the cosmic expanse manifested myriad celestial beasts and countless divine weapons, all emerging around Chu Tiange. Heavens! Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, all members of the Chu family were left in utter astonishment. Boom! At that moment, a cataclysmic sound reverberated from the heavens, akin to thunder splitting the very fabric of reality, shattering the myriad manifestations and bringing forth an ominous intent. Chu Tiange opened his eyes, revealing purple-golden irises that seemed to penetrate the endless void, catching a glimpse of a chaotic will. The will of the heavenly path? Chu Tiange sensed an overwhelming killing intent emanating from this will. Instantly, the skies darkened, and destructive lightning cascaded from above, as if divine retribution were descending upon the Chu family, plunging them into an abyss of despair. Boom! At this moment, a colossal hand appeared in the heavens, radiating a destructive aura, entwined with countless runes, as though it held the power to obliterate worlds. Is the heavenly path seeking to extinguish me? Chu Tiange's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated that a mere cultivation session would provoke the wrath of the heavenly path. Clearly, the heavenly path had recognized the threat posed by Chu Tiange and sought to eliminate him. Boom! The immense hand descended upon Chu Tiange with terrifying force, its mere presence sending tremors through all living beings. That destructive hand, imbued with lethal intent, seemed poised to pierce through the very fabric of time and space. Humph! With a cold snort, Chu Tiange erupted in a blaze of divine light, various imperial runes swirling around him, while chaotic celestial energy surged within. His hair billowed wildly, emanating an aura of sovereign supremacy, as if he were the sole ruler of all realms, gazing disdainfully upon existence. Boom! Raising his hand, an infinite power erupted from within, as countless runes converged upon his fist, which he then hurled at the hand of the heavenly path. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed, as his punch shattered the very fabric of eternity, causing countless stars to explode, and the terrifying hand disintegrated in response. At that moment, a fragment of chaotic will from the heavenly path emerged. You wish to kill me? Chu Tiange reached out towards the will, seizing it in his grasp, and with a gentle squeeze. Bang! In an instant, the will of the heavenly path shattered into nothingness, utterly obliterated. As the ominous clouds dispersed, rays of sunlight cascaded down. What just transpired? What was that colossal hand? It was utterly terrifying. To what realm has the young master ascended in his cultivation, that he now feels more formidable than an emperor? The Chu family was in an uproar. Chapter 9. The divine weapon of antiquity, the overbearing sword. In the expanse of heaven and earth, as a wisp of the will of the heavenly Tao was extinguished, Chu Tiange's form once again radiated divine light. Countless runes of the great Tao and the laws of the universe encircled him, forming a realm of its own. Within this realm, astonishing phenomena emerged. An ancient blue lotus bloomed, an ancient divine cauldron floated, and ethereal beasts such as the vermilion bird and the Kunping soared through the skies. Chu Tiange slowly opened his eyes, and with each step he took, petals of golden lotuses appeared beneath his feet. All the members of the Chu family gazed in astonishment. Such an incredible sight was likely beyond even that of the most powerful emperors. I have succeeded. Chu Tiange's black hair danced in the divine light. His eyes, deep like the starry sky, sparkled with brilliance. To his surprise, he had successfully fused the 10 Directions Emperor scriptures and created an entirely new martial art. This technique encompassed nearly 3,000 paths, far surpassing all imperial scriptures, and could be deemed the foremost martial art throughout history. Due to the extraordinary nature of this technique, it attracted the suppression of the heavenly Tao's will. However, Chu Tiange had vanquished that wisp of the heavenly Tao's intent. The so-called will of the heavenly Tao is the very consciousness of the Tao. It is the ruler of this celestial domain and the supreme entity that establishes the rules of martial arts. Even a single wisp of its will could easily annihilate an emperor-level powerhouse. Yet, even this terrifying force had been subdued by Chu Tiange. The technique I have created transcends the heavenly Tao, but its cultivation conditions are excessively stringent. Otherwise, I could pass it down to my family. Chu Tiange remarked with a helpless shake of his head. Such a formidable technique was not something just anyone could cultivate. Even a revered powerhouse like Chu Yunshan had not reached the threshold to practice it. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tiange reigned in his aura, causing all extraordinary phenomena to vanish. He swiftly returned to the courtyard, where he took a few days to rest comfortably. After all, he had been quite fatigued, especially during his time in the burial heaven forbidden zone, where he had gone nearly 3 years without food or drink, fiercely battling the entity within his mind. 3 days later, Tinga, come with me to the ancestral grounds to witness our family's ancestral artifact. However, you must act within your capabilities and avoid reckless behavior. Do you understand? Chu Yinshan instructed. Father, I understand, Chu Tinga nodded. Let us proceed. With that, Chu Yinshan and a group of elders from the Chu family led Chu Tinga to the forbidden area of the family's rear mountain. The forbidden area was heavily guarded. Even the elders were not permitted to tread there casually. Within the forbidden area stood a secluded cliff. At its edge floated a massive stone door. This door was adorned with ancient patterns, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from it. Father, is this stone door the entrance to the ancestral grounds? Chu Tinga inquired. Indeed. Chu Yinshan nodded slightly, then retrieved a token from his robe. He inserted the token into a recess on the stone door, and instantly, a beam of light shot forth from the token, spreading along the patterns on the door until the entire stone door shone brilliantly. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Follow me. With that, Chu Yinshan stepped through the stone door, and Chu Tinga and the others followed closely behind. The moment they entered, a wave of spatial fluctuations enveloped them, and darkness engulfed their vision. After a brief moment, a faint light began to enter their eyes. Is this the ancestral grounds? Chu Tinga opened his eyes to an ancient world. The landscape here was bathed in a crimson hue, with the earth displaying a myriad of colors, and the air thick with ancient primordial energy. To his astonishment, this ancestral ground contained a separate space. The group swiftly ventured deeper into the ancestral grounds, yet before they could approach the ancestral artifact, they already sensed the overwhelming might of the imperial sword. What terrifying sword intent! The elder and others were filled with dread, their internal energies becoming somewhat chaotic. Before long, they reached the innermost sanctum of the ancestral grounds, where a sea of fire lay ahead. Roar! Within the fiery abyss, a massive golden dragon silhouette emerged. It was the ethereal image of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon coiled at the center of the sea of flames, and at its brow floated an ancient imperial sword. This was the Longyuan imperial sword. Young master, we cannot approach any further. We cannot withstand this sword's might, or we will be torn apart by its sword energy. The elder exclaimed in horror. What an overbearing sword! Chu Tinga gazed intently, observing the imperial sword suspended in the sea of fire, releasing an aura so terrifying that it seemed capable of rending the very heavens and earth, possessing a destructive power beyond imagination. Such a fearsome presence would not only be challenging to control, even common individuals would be torn asunder merely by approaching it. It was said that Chu Yinshan had nearly lost his life just by getting too close to its terrifying sword energy. I must see what makes this Longyuan imperial sword so prideful, Chu Tinga declared, leaping into the fiery sea. Behind him, Chu Yinshan and the others clenched their fists in anxiety. Boom! As he stepped into the sea of fire, the Longyuan imperial sword erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shook the entire ancestral grounds violently. The destructive sword energy formed a tempest, surging towards Chu Tinga. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the storm of obliteration, Chu Tinga stood resolutely, arms behind his back, as countless sword energies frantically tore at his flesh. Each strand of sword energy was capable of annihilating even a saint-level powerhouse. However, the runes of the great Tao flickered upon Chu Tinga's form, rendering him impervious to harm from the destructive sword energy. With measured steps, Chu Tinga advanced as if strolling leisurely, unaffected by the relentless sword energy that assailed him. The runes on his body effortlessly repelled the attacks. Before long, Chu Tinga reached the heart of the fiery sea and finally beheld the Longyuan imperial sword. This sword radiated a brilliant white light, its aura of sword energy formidable and threatening. Its blade seemed to embody the first glimmer of dawn before the creation of the world, crystalline and resplendent, with its sword energy spreading like an ocean, shaking the ancient starry skies. This imperial sword possessed the power to cleave through time and space, slicing through coldness and darkness, with nothing in the universe able to withstand its brilliance. It was as if all divine weapons would pale in comparison before it. Chapter 10. Wielding the Dragon Abyss Emperor Sword, subduing the master of the burial ground. What a magnificent imperial sword! Chu Tinga stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the resplendent Emperor Sword, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. The Dragon Abyss Emperor Sword was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Upon the lustrous blade, traces of faded blood lingered, remnants of the essence of a mighty emperor, indicative of the sword's history of slaying emperors. This imperial sword is perfectly suited to be my weapon, thought Chu Tinga as he reached out to grasp the sword. However, to his surprise, the sword exhibited an air of pride, refusing to be easily wielded. It unleashed a cataclysmic wave of sword energy, striking directly at Chu Tinga. Boom! A devastating sword aura nearly rent the fabric of space, akin to a bolt of lightning descending upon him. Humph! With a cold snort, Chu Tinga activated his inner power, an inexhaustible divine radiance emanating from him as he forcefully struck his palm forward. Clang. This strike not only shattered the sword aura, but also sent the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword flying. Even if you are an Imperial sword, today you shall submit to me. Regardless of your past might or your arrogance, you lack the qualification to act so brazenly before me, Chu Tiange declared, releasing an indescribable force that clashed with the sword's energy. Roar. A golden ancestral dragon manifested around the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword, its terrifying might and sword energy clashing against Chu Tiange's oppressive aura. The entire ancestral land quaked violently, destructive energy radiating in all directions. Not far away, Chu Yunshan and others were sent reeling, bloodied from the shockwave. Boom. At that moment, a colossal beam of light shot skyward, piercing through the ancestral grounds of the Chu family, ascending into the clouds above. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar echoed across the land. What is that? In Xiongzhou, top-tier powerhouses instantly sensed it, their gazes penetrating the endless void, catching sight of the ancient beam of light. In the northern region of Qiongzhou, within the burial ground, a figure sat cross-legged in a divine palace, shrouded in chaotic energy, exuding an aura of mystery and power. This individual was the master of the burial ground, one of the 8 great orthodoxies of Qiongzhou. Above him floated a divine cauldron, from which threads of burial energy continuously descended. At this moment, the divine cauldron trembled violently, as if sensing something. The master of the burial ground opened his eyes, penetrating the void, and instantly beheld the golden beam of light. My divine cauldron actually feels a sense of dread. Could it be that an ancient imperial artifact has emerged? The master of the burial ground's eyes gleamed with intrigue. In an instant, a fragment of his essence tore through the void, darting towards the source of the beam of light. Within the ancestral land, Chu Tiange stood with his hands behind his back, his long black hair swirling, his gaze akin to an abyss as he fixated on the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between man and sword intensified. Yet soon the power of the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword began to crumble inch by inch. Even the ancestral dragon was shattered. Chu Tiange's oppressive aura firmly subdued the sword. At this juncture, Chu Tiange finally approached the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword, extending his hand to grasp the hilt, though the sword continued to struggle fiercely. Truly unruly. After a fierce contest of wills, the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword ultimately surrendered, firmly held in Chu Tiange's grasp. Indeed, it is an ancient divine weapon. Even the average emperor might not be able to wield it, Chu Tiange silently praised. Yet, despite its formidable nature, the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword was ultimately subdued with ease. Just then, the air above the sea of flames twisted violently, tearing open a rift. Chu Tiange looked on as a mysterious figure, cloaked in chaos and bearing a divine cauldron upon his head, stepped forth from the rift. An ancient imperial artifact? The master of the burial ground's gaze immediately fell upon the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword in Chu Tiange's hand, revealing an unmistakable greed. You, young one, swiftly relinquish that sword to me, or face death. The master of the burial ground's voice was frigid. Merely a fragment of your essence dares to come and seize an imperial artifact? You overestimate yourself, Chu Tiange mocked. Impudent. Hearing this, the master of the burial ground's expression darkened with fury. How dare a mere youth in his 20s speak so disrespectfully to him? Subdue him. The master of the burial ground commanded coldly, and the divine cauldron above him erupted with an extraordinary aura. Though not as powerful as the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword, it was certainly not an ordinary weapon. Boom. In an instant, the divine cauldron trembled violently, ancient runes awakening upon its surface, as it surged towards Chu Tiange with terrifying force. To subdue me? I doubt your broken cauldron possesses such capability. Chu Tiange replied with a cold smile, lightly extending his palm forward. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as the divine cauldron was sent flying, a deep impression of a palm left upon its surface, its radiance rapidly dimming. What? Witnessing this, the master of the burial ground gasped, his divine cauldron severely injured in an instant. Die. Boom. The Dragon Abyss Emperor sword sliced towards the master of the burial ground, instantly obliterating the fragment of his essence. You little wretch, I shall not let you escape. The master of the burial ground gritted his teeth, and in his final moments, a voice laced with murderous intent echoed. Do not think a mere fragment of your essence can escape. Even your true self would meet the same fate. Chu Tiange's tone was devoid of warmth. Although he recognized the master of the burial ground's formidable strength, alas, he was insufficient in the face of Chu Tiange. This imperial sword possesses considerable might. It shall serve as my weapon henceforth, and I shall not allow its legacy to be tarnished. Chu Tiange smiled faintly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Abyss Emperor's sword, having witnessed Chu Tiange's overwhelming defeat of the master of the burial ground, completely submitted to him, offering no further resistance in his grasp. The aura of the imperial sword retracted entirely at that moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sword's pressure dissipated, Chu Yunshan and the others dared to venture into the sea of flames. Father, Chu Tiange gently descended. Tiange you. Upon seeing the treasure sword in Chu Tiange's hand, Chu Yunshan and the elders were rendered speechless in astonishment. Chapter 11. The seal shatters, and the abyssal demon prison emerges. Father, this is the ancestral artifact of the Chu family, the Longyuan Emperor's sword. Chu Tiange smiled gently, then handed over the sword. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunshan and the elders behind him displayed expressions of overwhelming joy. However, Chu Yunshan hesitated to touch the sword, fully aware of its formidable power. He had once been gravely injured merely by approaching it. Seemingly understanding Chu Yunshan's apprehension, Chu Tiange reassured him, Father, you need not worry. This Emperor's sword has acknowledged me as its master and will not harm you. Please take a closer look. Encouraged by Chu Tiange's words, Chu Yunshan cautiously accepted the Longyuan Emperor's sword and examined it meticulously. Indeed, it was an ancestral artifact. Chu Yunshan was filled with excitement. Though the sword had sheathed its brilliance, he could still sense the overwhelming and awe-inspiring sword aura emanating from it. The sword appeared ancient and natural, adorned with a dragon pattern that faintly glimmered with five-colored light, undoubtedly the ancestral artifact of the Chu family. The elder, Chu Qing, was so moved that tears streamed down his face. This Emperor's sword had remained unmastered in the ancestral grounds for thousands of years. Who could have imagined that today Chu Tiange would finally take control of it? How could he not be elated? The other elders were equally exhilarated, for they were witnessing this moment. Even death would be a smile upon their faces. This sword was forged by our ancestors using the bones of the ancestral dragon, combined with 5 types of celestial metals. It is indeed a supreme sword. The young master's ability to wield it foretells the resurgence of our Chu family. The second elder remarked with a grin. Indeed, I always said the young master possesses extraordinary talent and would surely gain the artifact's recognition. Now that our Chu family possesses this Emperor's sword, we need not fear the other eternal families. The other elders nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as everyone basked in their joy, the ancestral ground began to tremble violently. Cracks in the earth opened, and a sinister demonic aura surged forth from the fissures. What is happening? The abrupt change caused everyone's expressions to shift dramatically. They turned to see the ground beneath them splitting open, releasing torrents of malevolent demonic energy. This energy exuded an intensely evil aura, instantly contaminating the surrounding spiritual essence, rendering it tainted. What a vile demonic aura! Chu Tiange frowned. This malevolent energy filled him with unease, and even the Longyuan Emperor's sword in his hand began to emit a fierce humming sound. How could such terrifying demonic energy exist beneath the ancestral grounds? The others were equally alarmed and puzzled. This is bad. The elder, Chu Qing, appeared horrified as realization struck him. Elder, do you know the source of this demonic energy? Chu Yunshan inquired urgently. I once read in our ancestral records that beneath our ancestral grounds lies a sealed demon prison. I cannot believe it is true. Chu Qing exclaimed. Panic-stricken. A demon prison? The other elders were utterly bewildered, having never heard of such a thing. Indeed, it is said that during ancient times, a dark upheaval occurred, with countless aberrant demons invading the celestial realm. Our ancestors vanquished a demon emperor and imprisoned him, along with his kin, beneath our ancestral grounds. Chu Qing explained the origin. Is this true? I had no idea our family possessed such a history. The others gasped. This is terrible. If the seal is weakening, what if these demons escape? Anxiety rippled through the group. I understand now. The reason the Emperor's sword was placed in the ancestral grounds was to suppress the demon prison beneath. Now that I have taken the sword, the seal is beginning to break. Chu Tiange's expression shifted dramatically. What should we do? Tiange, you must quickly return the Longyuan Emperor's sword to its original place. Chu Yunshan urged solemnly. Father, it is too late. The seal has already been compromised. Even if we return the sword, it would be futile. Chu Tiange shook his head. Boom. At that moment, the tremors of the ancestral grounds intensified, and serpentine fissures spread across the earth, with thick, black demonic energy surging forth, engulfing the entire ancestral ground. As the malevolent energy spread, countless plants withered instantly, and even the spiritual essence of the world became tainted. An aura of evil made everyone feel ill at ease. We must leave the ancestral grounds. Quickly, in haste. Chu Tiange and the others retreated, but the demons below were now aware of the weakened seal and were attempting to break free. The consequences of their escape would be unimaginable. Once outside the ancestral grounds, the group remained shaken by the overwhelming evil of the demonic energy. Patriarch, what shall we do? The others looked to Chu Yunshan. Chu Yunshan was equally at a loss. The seal has been breached, but it is not yet completely broken. It should hold for another 4 or 5 days. We must devise a solution within that time. Otherwise, if the demonic energy escapes the seal, it could spell disaster for all of Cheongzhou. The elder warned gravely. Elder, what kind of demons are imprisoned beneath? What is their strength? Chu Tiange inquired with a serious tone. The records do not specify the exact demons, but there is a demon emperor in that prison. A demon emperor is a royal demon, far exceeding the strength of a saint. The elder replied earnestly. What? A demon emperor? The faces of the Chu family turned pale with fear. A A demon emperor's power far surpassed that of a saint, making it a top-tier being throughout all of Cheongzhou. It was over. The hearts of all felt as though they had sunk to the abyss. If this demon emperor were to break free, not only would the Chu family be doomed, but all of Cheongzhou would likely plunge into chaos. Chu Yunshan was particularly shaken, fully aware of the terrifying might of a demon emperor. As a saint-level expert, he knew that above the saint realm lay the reincarnation realm, the immortal realm, and the emperor realm. The strength of this demon emperor was at least at the reincarnation level. Such a being could obliterate a saint with just a finger. Father, I believe there is but one course of action left for us, Chu Tiange declared, remarkably composed amidst the turmoil. What course of action? Chu Yunshan asked urgently. All the elders turned their gazes toward Chu Tiange. The solution is simple. We must proactively enter the demon prison and eliminate all the demons before they can escape. Chu Tiange stated calmly. Chapter 12. Breaching the abyssal dungeon to slay the celestial corpse demons. What? Entering the abyss. This is exceedingly perilous, young master. You must not act impulsively. The second elder urged urgently. Indeed, according to the records of the Chu clan, the abyss is home to countless demonic creatures, among which lies a fearsome demon emperor. The grand elder spoke with a grave expression. Chu Yunshan also disapproved, recognizing the inherent danger. Although they had witnessed Chu Tiange slay 7 sacred realm foes, the demon emperor beneath the abyss was not to be underestimated. This particular demon emperor surpassed the sacred realm in strength, and having been imprisoned for countless ages, its power was likely even greater than before. Nonetheless, Chu Tiange resolutely declared, Father, esteemed elders, should we wait for the seal of the abyss to shatter, it will surely unleash a cataclysmic disaster. Rather than resigning ourselves to fate, we should dare to take action. Furthermore, with the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword at our disposal, we need not fear that demon emperor. I concur. The young master possesses extraordinary strength. With the Imperial Sword in hand, he can undoubtedly slay that demon emperor. The fourth elder quickly chimed in. Indeed, we have faith in the young master. Others among the clan and several elders voiced their support. Seeing the consensus among his kin, the grand elder exchanged a glance with Chu Yunshan, seemingly reaching a decision. Chu Yunshan then spoke. Very well. If that is the case, we shall enter the abyss and confront those demons. However, we must first assemble the clan's strongest warriors and venture forth tomorrow to vanquish the demonic creatures. Understood. They all responded in unison. Thus, the Chu clan began to prepare earnestly, summoning the mightiest among them. The following day, they would enter the abyss to engage in a fierce battle against the demons, necessitating thorough preparations. With tension palpable, the day finally arrived. Outside the ancestral grounds of the Chu clan, Chu Tiange led hundreds of formidable warriors. Among these warriors, there were over 300 at the martial marquis level, more than 80 at the supreme level, along with the grand elder and second elder, both half-saints, and Chu Yunshan, a sacred realm powerhouse. The path of cultivation can be divided into various realms: body refinement, chi cultivation, transformation, life and death, martial king, martial marquis, supreme, sacred, reincarnation, immortality, and emperor. Thus, it is evident that the Chu clan's assembly was indeed magnificent. Open the ancestral grounds. Chu Tiange commanded solemnly. Boom. Instantly, Chu Yunshan embedded the clan's token into the stone door, which began to slowly open once more. However, at that very moment, a wave of intensely malevolent demonic energy surged forth. It appears the seal of the abyss is on the verge of breaking, Chu Yunshan remarked gravely. Let us proceed. Chu Tiange, wielding the imperial sword, was the first to step into the ancestral grounds, followed closely by Chu Yunshan and the other formidable members of the clan. Upon entry, all present were taken aback, for the entire space was engulfed in a viscous black demonic aura. Countless tendrils of demonic energy clawed at the air, rendering the spiritual essence of the world exceedingly tainted. The realm had transformed into a dark abyss of malevolence. The ground was marred by jagged cracks, from which an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted. We have located it. The entrance to the abyss lies here, the grand elder declared in a low voice. Before them, a dark tunnel emerged from the earth, resembling the maw of a demon and exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. What sinister demonic energy? The warriors gasped, immediately channeling their spiritual power to form a protective barrier. They knew that inhaling too much of this demonic energy could taint their own spiritual essence, compelling them to resist its encroachment. Without hesitation, Chu Tiange stepped into the entrance of the abyss, his figure swiftly enveloped by the demonic energy. Behind him, the other warriors of the Chu clan steeled their resolve and followed suit. As they entered the abyss, a sensation of vertigo struck them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dimly lit expanse. Is this the abyss? Before them lay a mysterious and eerie space, saturated with demonic energy, akin to an ocean of malevolence, permeated by an overwhelming aura of evil. Even a powerhouse like Chu Yunshan felt a chill run down his spine. The demonic energy here was truly terrifying. Within this abyss stood towering black spires, ensnared by massive chains. Ancient runes adorned these chains, pulsating with powerful energy waves. Within these black towers were imprisoned countless demonic creatures. However, as Chu Tiange surveyed the scene, he noticed that nearly half of the black towers had shattered, suggesting that many of the imprisoned demons had likely escaped long ago. Boom. Suddenly, the entire abyss trembled violently, and from the depths of the swirling demonic energy emerged ominous shadows. Cackling, "You wretched humans dare to intrude upon the abyss? Do you wish to become our blood feast?" A chilling voice echoed. From the depths of the demonic energy, terrifying figures began to materialize. Hiss! At this moment, Chu Tiange, Chu Yinshan, and the others finally discerned the true forms of these demons. The creatures were shrouded in a foreboding aura, appearing exceedingly bizarre and sinister. Their faces bore no noses or mouths, only a single enormous crimson eye. Their bodies were covered in a type of red corpse hair, and they emanated a potent black corpse energy. This viscous energy was perilous. Even a slight contact could lead to one's corruption into a demon. These were the celestial corpse demons of the otherworldly demon race. Humph! You accursed otherworldly demons, today the Chu clan shall eradicate you all. The Grand Elder declared with a fierce voice. You lowly humans have imprisoned us here, and you shall become our blood feast. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, countless demons concealed within the demonic energy surged forth like a horde of malevolent spirits, launching a frenzied assault on the Chu clan. Humph! The warriors of the Chu clan summoned various artifacts, unleashing their formidable prowess as they engaged in fierce combat with the demons. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire abyss shook violently, erupting into a fierce battle, with waves of destructive power colliding incessantly. The clash of spiritual energy and the overwhelming demonic energy created a scene of utter chaos. Roar! At that moment, massive clouds of demonic energy surged skyward, from which dozens of corpse demons charged towards Chu Tiange. Chapter 13. The Town of Divine Tablets and the Emergence of 3 Celestial Corpse Demons. Boom! Amidst the overwhelming demonic aura, 10 malevolent corpses suddenly surged forth. These 10 corpses were extraordinarily desiccated, their blackened skin resembling forged iron. An intensely terrifying aura, reminiscent of a semi-saint, continuously howled from within them. At this moment, the 10 corpses, with their deep crimson eyes, fixated on the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword held by Chu Tiange, seemingly aware of its extraordinary nature. Thus, these 10 corpses sought to extinguish its light. At this moment, the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword sensed the fierce killing intent emanating from the 10 corpses, immediately vibrating with a violent hum. Stay your hand. They are merely 10 semi-saint corpses. There is no need for you to draw forth your power to slay them, lest it tarnish your esteemed reputation, Chu Tiange remarked with an air of indifference. Against 10 semi-saint corpses, there was no necessity to employ the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword. Upon hearing this, the trembling sword finally quieted. Boom! The 10 semi-saint corpses erupted with a monstrous demonic aura and charged fiercely towards Chu Tiange. With a slight lift of his eyelids, Chu Tiange gently thrust his palm forward. Bang! An invisible force surged forth, instantly obliterating the 10 semi-saint corpses, leaving no trace of their existence. 10 semi-saint corpses, one palm to annihilate. Chu Tiange brushed off his robes, as if he had merely crushed a few ants, his face betraying not a hint of emotion. Meanwhile, the members of the Chu family were fiercely battling the corpses around them. Countless figures clashed violently, causing the entire demonic prison to tremble ferociously. Chu Yinshan, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder led the charge, their faces adorned with fierce expressions as they wielded their weapons, mercilessly slaying the demonic entities. Instantly, the subterranean prison resembled a chaotic Azura realm. Chu Tiange stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze piercing into the depths of the prison, faintly sensing several concealed yet formidable auras, undoubtedly belonging to the Demon Emperor. He then proceeded deeper into the prison. Simultaneously, he unleashed his domain, and an endless divine light erupted around him, forming a vast expanse of several zhang in width, within which astonishing phenomena emerged. Ancient temples floated, Bodhi trees flourished, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Countless sacred visions continuously manifested within his domain. Bang, bang, bang. Any demonic entity that ventured too close to his domain was instantly obliterated, their forms and spirits annihilated. As Chu Tiange advanced, he required no exertion, for no demonic being could approach his vicinity. Yet, countless entities still charged madly towards him. However, without exception, upon contact with the confines of his domain, they were instantly eradicated by a tremendous force. Chu Tiange remained composed, continuing his stride toward the deepest part of the demonic prison, utterly unimpeded. Roar! Suddenly, a low growl resonated from ahead, as the viscous demonic energy surged violently, and a towering shadow of a demon, 1,000 zhang tall, gradually materialized from the swirling miasma. What is that? Chu Yunshan and the others also beheld the colossal shadow. Could it be the Demon Emperor? At that moment, the massive shadow finally revealed its true form, resembling a gigantic demon beast with four immense arms, akin to a demonic tiger. Its face adorned with countless eyes and a gaping maw filled with jagged fangs. A torrent of demonic energy continuously spewed forth from its fearsome mouth. Beware, Tinga, that is the steed of the demon emperor, known as the devourer of the heavens, whose power rivals that of a saint king. It is extremely terrifying. The grand elder bellowed. The devourer of the heavens? Chu Tinga narrowed his eyes. The realm of saints is categorized into several stages. Saint, Saint King, Saint Venerable, and Ancient Saint. The 7 clan leaders previously vanquished by Chu Tinga were at the saint level, while this monstrous entity before him was at the more formidable Saint King level. Your flesh and blood should be incredibly delectable. If I consume you, my power shall surely ascend. The devourer of the heavens cackled. Boom. With that, the devourer opened its fearsome maw and lunged towards Chu Tinga, attempting to swallow me. How presumptuous. Chu Tinga remained unflustered, raising his palm to conjure a golden stone tablet. Demonic suppression tablet. Submit to me. Boom. As Chu Tinga slapped his palm, a massive golden stone tablet instantly expanded to a size of 1,000 zhang. The colossal tablet descended with overwhelming force, inscribed with the words demonic suppression, exuding an imposing presence. This technique was the unique masterstroke of the demon suppression emperor. Chu Tinga had devoured the essence of 1,000,000 top-tier warriors, including one known as the demon suppression emperor. The mighty stone tablet surged towards the devourer of the heavens, swiftly shattering the surrounding demonic energy. No, master, save me, the devourer of the heavens exclaimed in terror. Bang! Yet, the demonic suppression tablet continued its relentless descent, obliterating the devourer in an instant, transforming its form into a cloud of black blood mist. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, the Grand Elder and others were left astounded. This entity, comparable to a Saint King, had been vanquished by a mere palm strike from Chu Tinga, truly worthy of being the young master. The second elder praised. Ha! These demonic beings are no match for the young master. The fourth elder laughed heartily. Enough insolence. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic voice resonated from the depths of the prison. The overwhelming pressure caused Chu Yunshan and the others to feel breathless. What a terrifying demonic might. Has it finally revealed itself? Chu Tinga's gaze turned icy. At that moment, the depths of the prison tore open, resembling an abyss, from which an immense surge of demonic energy howled forth. Following this, 3 ancient thrones emerged from the rift. On these thrones sat 3 demonic figures, emanating a terrifying aura that warped the very fabric of reality around them. An energy of utmost malevolence radiated from their beings, instilling profound dread in all creation. All hail our emperor. The demonic entities immediately bowed in reverence. What? 3 demon emperors? Chu Yunshan gasped in horror. Elder, did you not say there was only 1 demon emperor beneath this prison? How could there be 3? The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. The overwhelming demonic might surged forth, sending shockwaves through the Chu family members. 1 demon emperor was already terrifying. Who would have imagined that there were 3 within the prison? Chapter 14. No matter how many demon emperors you are, today you shall all perish. Boom. Upon the ancient throne, 3 terrifying demonic shadows exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence and wickedness. This dreadful presence left everyone from the Chu family in a state of horror. Even a powerful sage like Chu Yunshan felt an almost overwhelming urge to kneel before such terrifying might. The aura of these 3 demon emperors was simply too terrifying. What filled Chu Yunshan and the others with despair was the realization that there were not just 1, but 3 demon emperors lurking beneath the demonic prison. It was over. In this moment, despair engulfed everyone. Even a single demon emperor posed a significant threat, yet now they faced 3. The Grand Elder felt a sense of guilt. Had it not been for his erroneous intelligence, the group would not have found themselves in such peril. Among all, only Chu Tinga remained composed, his face betraying no emotion. On the throne, the 3 demon emperors radiated a viscous, demonic aura, their grotesque faces adorned with demonic runes, their eyes a blood-red hue, enveloped in an aura of utmost evil. The cold gazes of the 3 demon emperors landed on Chu Tinga, and the central figure spoke. His voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. You, despicable human, are the one who killed my mount? Indeed, the devourer of heaven fell by my hand. What of it? Chu Tinga replied coolly. At his words, the demon emperors narrowed their eyes, and the central one coldly declared, a mere human dares to slay my mount. Today, I shall ensure that you cannot live nor die. Boom. The central demon emperor abruptly raised his hand, and from the swirling black demonic energy emerged a massive black demonic hand, ancient runes etched upon it, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence. Within the palm, a grotesque demonic maw writhed, as if it could devour everything in its path. With a mere flick of his wrist, the demon emperor sent the black hand tearing through the void, lunging at Chu Tinga. Boom. The horrific hand loomed closer, shattering the space around it. plunging everything into an endless darkness. Humph! Chu Tiange snorted, drawing forth the Long Yuan Imperial Sword and swiftly slicing forward. Boom! A golden sword energy flashed, tearing the demonic hand apart, expanding rapidly in the Demon Emperor's pupils. Uft! Ah! A scream echoed throughout the demonic prison, as Chu Tiange's sword energy was so swift that it not only shattered the hand, but severed the Demon Emperor's arm as well. The central Demon Emperor clutched the stump of his arm, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at the Long Yuan Imperial Sword, unable to comprehend how he had been so easily disarmed. The sword was truly terrifying. An Imperial artifact? The other two Demon Emperors also felt their pupils constrict, finally recognizing the fearsome nature of the Long Yuan Imperial Sword. Truly a legendary artifact. Witnessing Chu Tiange wield the Imperial Sword to sever one of the Demon Emperor's arms, the Grand Elder and others could not help but feel exhilarated. Damn it! Damn it! The Demon Emperor with the severed arm glared with venomous rage, gathering demonic energy at the stump, attempting to regenerate his lost limb. However, the energy dissipated rapidly, the severed arm unable to reform. What is happening? There's no need to try. Wounds inflicted by the Long Yuan Imperial Sword retain residual sword energy, rendering them impossible to heal, Chu Tiange stated calmly. What? The three Demon Emperors gasped in shock. Indeed, this was the tyrannical nature of the Long Yuan Imperial Sword. Any injury it inflicted would be extraordinarily difficult to heal, even for a Demon Emperor. Come at me together. Regardless of how many Demon Emperors you are, today you shall all die, Chu Tiange declared coldly. Humph, how arrogant. The three Demon Emperors laughed in anger, their overwhelming might eclipsing that of even the Sage Realm. Though this young man wielded an Imperial Sword, to think he could contend with all three Demon Emperors was a naive assumption. Boom. In an instant, the three Demon Emperors rose from their thrones, their formidable demonic power sweeping forward, shaking the very foundations of the demonic prison. Devourer of Heaven, the leftmost Demon Emperor, took the lead, his sleeves sweeping with force as demonic energy coalesced into a monstrous serpent 1,000 feet long. Roar! The serpent unleashed a torrent of terrifying black demonic energy and charged toward Chu Tiange. A mere parlor trick. Chu Tiange remained unfazed, lightly sweeping his Imperial Sword, unleashing a golden sword energy that obliterated the serpent in a thunderous collision. What? The Demon Emperor was taken aback. This boy is not to be underestimated. Let us strike together. At once, the three Demon Emperors unleashed their full demonic might, dark energy swirling around them, warping the very air. Great Dark Divine Fist. Heavenly Demon Slash. Bloodshadow Demonic Hand. Boom. The three Demon Emperors executed their formidable dark arts, unleashing three terrifying energies that shattered the void as they surged towards Chu Tiange. With a firm step, Chu Tiange released his domain, a radiant protective light enveloping him, revealing myriad astonishing phenomena, a golden lotus of divine light, an ancient and mysterious divine cauldron of mountains and rivers, and countless celestial manifestations of incredible power. As the three dark arts approached, they were instantly crushed by the overwhelming phenomena surrounding Chu Tiange. Boom! Chu Tiange unleashed a punch, merging the power of the heavens with 3,000 laws, unleashing unimaginable force. Hiss! The punch struck, causing the three Demon Emperors' eyes to widen as they hastily gathered their demonic energy to form a powerful shield. Bang! The shield was as fragile as paper, shattering under Chu Tiange's punch, sending the three Demon Emperors hurtling backward, blood spewing forth from their mouths. Upon witnessing this, the Chu family members were left utterly dumbfounded. Although they knew Chu Tiange was strong, they never imagined he could severely injure all three Demon Emperors with a single blow. Swish! At that moment, Chu Tiange's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Where did that boy go? The three Demon Emperors scrambled to their feet, panic-stricken as they scanned their surroundings, realizing Chu Tiange had seemingly disappeared. In the next instant, a figure appeared above one of the Demon Emperor's heads. Chu Tiange's foot rested atop the head of a Demon Emperor, his black hair swirling wildly, his gaze icy, yet the Demon Emperor remained oblivious. Only when the other two Demon Emperors spotted Chu Tiange did their faces contort in horror. Boom! Chu Tiange pressed down with his foot, the Demon Emperor feeling as though he were crushed beneath a mountain, descending relentlessly. Roar! The Demon Emperor roared in fury. As a powerful demon lord, to be stepped upon by Chu Tiange was an immense humiliation. Yet, despite the Demon Emperor's struggles, Chu Tiange's foot bore an insurmountable force, keeping him firmly subdued. Boom! In a moment of desperation, the Demon Emperor ignited his own demonic blood, his power surging as he sought to break free from this humiliation. What does burning blood matter? Today, I will have you kneel, and you shall not rise again, Chu Tiange declared, pressing down with his foot. Boom! In an instant, the Demon Emperor was slammed to the ground, his knees buckling as he knelt, his body fracturing, black blood streaming forth. This scene is utterly horrific. Chu Tiange stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his toes still perched upon the head of the Demon Emperor. It is this very foot that forces the demon emperor to kneel before him like a dog. Chapter 15. The overwhelming suppression of the demon emperor. As Emperor Yin incinerates the demonic abyss. Roar. The demon emperor, crushed beneath the foot of Chu Tiange, howled in madness, igniting the essence of demonic blood within. Yet, despite his frenzied attempts to amplify his power, he remained firmly suppressed by Chu Tiange, kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. In this moment, the demon emperor experienced an unprecedented humiliation. A dignified demon emperor, reduced to kneeling beneath the foot of a mere human. What a disgrace. Chu Tiange stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his foot firmly planted atop the demon emperor's head, as if an unparalleled doctrine was at play, rendering the demon emperor utterly incapable of rising. Boom. At this moment, Chu Tiange pressed down with his foot once more, eliciting a piercing scream from the demon emperor. His demonic form began to fracture, black blood gushing forth. In that instant, terror dawned upon the demon emperor, who had no doubt that a single step from Chu Tiange could obliterate his very soul. Make your move. The demon emperor roared in fear. Yet, the other two demon emperors dared not act. They were already gripped by dread, contemplating retreat. Perish. Chu Tiange's voice was icy as he forcefully stomped down. With a resounding bang, the demon emperor's corporeal form shattered, exploding into a mist of blood beneath his foot. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yunshan and the elder members of the Chu family were left speechless, utterly shocked. They had never imagined that such a formidable demon emperor could be vanquished by a single step from Chu Tiange. This was indeed a demon emperor of renown. The young master is truly extraordinary. These demon emperors are no match for him. The second elder exclaimed excitedly. Flee. At that moment, the other two demon emperors were overwhelmed with terror and immediately attempted to tear apart the fabric of space to escape. To think you would dare to flee beneath my very gaze. You overestimate yourselves. Chu Tiange waved his hand, instantly sealing the space, preventing the two demon emperors from escaping. Stay? Chu Tiange raised his hand, and a wisp of imperial flames ascended. He gently compressed it, forming a delicate fire lotus. This lotus, though only the size of a palm, radiated a destructive aura, instilling deep fear in the two demon emperors. Whoosh! Chu Tiange flicked his fingers, sending the exquisite fire lotus hurtling toward the two demon emperors. As it approached, the surrounding demonic energy seemed to dissolve in fear. Hiss! The two demon emperors' scalps tingled as they sensed the astonishing power contained within the fire lotus. 10,000 demons shield. They bellowed in desperation, pooling their overwhelming demonic energy to forge a massive black shield before them. Countless grotesque faces adorned the surface of the shield, exuding an aura of malevolence and terror. As the seemingly weightless fire lotus spun toward them, it collided with the 10,000 demons' shield amidst the watchful eyes of many. Boom! In an instant, the fire lotus exploded, unleashing a brilliant and terrifying wave of flames that shattered the shield into pieces. No. As the shield crumbled, the two demon emperors were engulfed by the cataclysmic flames, emitting wretched cries. The annihilating flames raged for a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding. Chu Yunshan and others gazed upon the scene, witnessing the space collapse and revealing a dark abyss, where the two demon emperors had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. 3 demon emperors had been effortlessly annihilated by Chu Tiange. Furthermore, the devastation wrought by the flames had incinerated every demonic creature within the abyss. At that moment, the Chu family members were consumed by a singular question. Just how powerful was Chu Tiange, that such formidable demon emperors could be defeated in mere moments? It was indeed astonishing. Suddenly, Chu Tiange's gaze turned toward the deepest recesses of the demonic abyss. Tiange, what is it? The elder inquired urgently. Father, elder, there appears to be a subtle yet formidable presence in the depths of the abyss, one that seems even more terrifying than the demon emperors. Chu Tiange replied solemnly. What? There is more? Chu Yunshan's pupils constricted. Was there an even greater horror lurking within the abyss? I'm not certain, but we should investigate, Chu Tiange suggested, leading the family deeper into the abyss. Before long, they arrived at the deepest part of the demonic abyss, where they beheld a black copper coffin suspended in midair, emanating an extreme and terrifying aura. Bang! Chu Tiange struck with his palm, shattering the black coffin, revealing a skeletal figure within. What is this? Chu Yunshan and the others questioned in confusion. It is the corpse of the demon emperor, Chu Tiange declared gravely. What? The corpse of the demon emperor? The elders gasped in astonishment. Father, do not fear. This demon emperor's remains have perished, though it seeks to absorb demonic energy to restore itself. It is evidently far from revival, Chu Tiange reassured them. Indeed, this should be the celestial corpse demon emperor. I recall our family records stating that our ancestors vanquished a powerful demon emperor, and this must be it. The elder remarked solemnly. Young master, is there any chance this demon emperor's remains could be revived? The second elder inquired. It is possible, but for a complete revival, it may take thousands of years. Alas, it likely will not have the opportunity, Chu Tiange stated, as the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword in his hand vibrated violently. With a swift motion, Chu Tiange drew his sword and struck at the remains of the Demon Emperor. Boom! A beam of destructive sword light tore through the void, crashing down upon the skeletal remains, cleaving them in two before rapidly dissipating into demonic energy. As the remains vanished, the group sighed in relief. All right, the threat of the demonic abyss has finally been resolved. We can leave now. However, before we depart, I intend to use the Imperial Flames to completely incinerate this abyss. Chu Tiange declared solemnly. Agreed. Upon hearing this, the Chu family quickly retreated from the abyss. With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Tiange unleashed a dazzling array of Imperial Flames, which swiftly ignited within the abyss. Wherever the flames spread, the demonic energy was consumed, leading to the complete destruction of the demonic abyss. Whoosh! After incinerating the abyss, Chu Tiange swiftly exited, his figure vanishing within the depths of the abyss. Chapter 16. A union with the Buddhist Emperor clan, in search of the three essence herbs. With the demon prison quelled, the troubles of the Chu family have finally been resolved. In recent days, the ancestral land has regained its former tranquility. However, the spiritual energy of the ancestral land had been tainted by demonic aura. Fortunately, Chu Tiange employed various methods to completely purify the demonic energy. Consequently, the members of the Chu family hold Chu Tiange in even greater esteem, especially after he boldly ventured into the demon prison and vanquished 3 demon emperors, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Within the conference hall of the Chu family, the atmosphere is particularly lively, as everyone revels in the joy of having subdued the demon prison. With this formidable threat finally resolved, the greatest contributor to this victory is undoubtedly the young master. If it weren't for his extraordinary abilities in eliminating the 3 demon emperors, it would have been challenging for the Chu family to overcome this crisis, praised the second elder. Indeed, the young master's prowess has now surpassed that of the clan leader. I dare say he could rank among the top-tier powerhouses across the entirety of Cheongzhou. The fourth elder chimed in enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshan gazed at Chu Tiange with a sense of profound pride. A son should indeed be like this. Tiange, you have accomplished a significant feat for the Chu family by resolving the calamity of the demon prison, truly growing into a remarkable man, Chu Yinshan remarked. But he suddenly shifted his tone, saying, it is also time to consider your lifelong affairs. Father, marriage is no trivial matter, and I currently do not have anyone in mind. Chu Tiange replied helplessly. You may not have someone in mind, but I already have a candidate for you, one chosen by our ancestors, and it is time I revealed this secret to you. Chu Yinshan spoke solemnly. Father, what secret? Chu Tiange inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yinshan produced an ancient jade pendant, upon which emanated a trace of ancient imperial majesty. The front and back of the pendant bore the robust calligraphy of 2 characters representing the Buddhist Emperor clan. My ancestor once had a close friend, an elder of the Buddhist Emperor clan. They forged an agreement that whenever a descendant of the Chu family presented this jade pendant to the Buddhist Emperor clan seeking marriage, the 2 families would be united, and the princess of the Buddhist Emperor clan would be wed to a descendant of the Chu family, Chu Yinshan recounted. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the great hall. Even the grand elder was unaware of this matter. However, over the years, our Chu family has weakened significantly, and we naturally did not dare to approach the Buddhist Emperor clan for a marriage proposal. After all, the Buddhist Emperor clan is a supreme force, whereas our Chu family has long fallen from its former glory, sighed Chu Yinshan. Given the current status of the Chu family, we are no longer worthy of the Buddhist Emperor clan. Even if we were to propose, we would likely be met with humiliation. Thus this matter has remained unresolved over time. Now that Chu Tiange has fully matured into a formidable figure, it rekindles Chu Yinshan's memories of the past. The Buddhist Emperor clan is a top-tier power in the immortal domain. They are unlikely to agree to such a union. The grand elder furrowed his brow. The Buddhist Emperor clan, renowned throughout the immortal domain as a top-tier power, is a formidable giant in this realm. In contrast, the Chu family is merely a small ancient family. Not only in the immortal domain, but even within Cheongzhou, there are 4 major sacred grounds: the Longevity clan, the 8 Great Orthodoxy, the Undying dynasty, and others, all far surpassing the Chu family, with a gap that is not trivial at all. Humph. The young master can even slay 3 demon emperors now. How could he be unworthy of the Buddhist Emperor clan's princess? The third elder hastily retorted. Yes, the young master is more than deserving of the Buddhist Emperor princess. It is high time for the Chu family to propose to the Buddhist Emperor clan. The other elders echoed fervently. Father, so much time has passed. Are you certain the Buddhist Emperor clan would still recognize this marriage proposal? Chu Tiange asked solemnly. My ancestor stated that regardless of the time, as long as one holds this imperial jade and approaches the Buddhist Emperor clan, they would certainly acknowledge the marriage. However, Chu Yinshan harbored concerns, fearing the Chu family was too weak compared to the Buddhist Emperor clan. He worried they might be rejected or, worse, insult Chu Tiange. Father, a man from the Chu family is worthy of anyone. If that is the case, I shall go propose to the Buddhist Emperor clan. Seeing his father's hesitance and worry, Chu Tiange resolved to follow the ancestral instructions. No matter how powerful the Buddhist Emperor clan is, or how exceptional their princess may be, I, Chu Tiange, am undoubtedly deserving. Very well, but what gifts should our Chu family prepare for the proposal? Chu Yunshan pondered, concerned that the Buddhist Emperor clan, being a top-tier force in the immortal domain, would not be impressed by ordinary gifts. If we cannot present something significant, it may tarnish our family's reputation. Father, you need not worry about the gifts. Let me handle it myself, Chu Tiange said with confidence. Very well, Chu Yunshan nodded. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Tiange was deep in thought about what gifts to bring to the Buddhist Emperor clan for the marriage proposal, as he could not afford to tarnish the Chu family's reputation. Currently, the Chu family is merely a second-rate family in Xiongzhou, with a significant gap compared to those illustrious families like the Longevity clan or the Undying dynasty, making it challenging to present any noteworthy gifts. The only valuable item left is the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword, which of course cannot serve as a gift. Eureka! After much contemplation, Chu Tiange finally realized he could refine an imperial-grade elixir. Within the celestial burial forbidden zone, he had devoured numerous powerful beings and obtained countless legacies, including some from elixir emperors, making him an imperial-grade alchemist himself. Imperial-grade elixirs are treasures even the imperial clans covet. The 9-turn Imperial Immortal Elixir. After a brief search in his mind, he settled on refining the 9-turn Imperial Immortal Elixir. This elixir is among the finest of imperial-grade elixirs, making it the perfect gift for the Chu family's marriage proposal. However, the ingredients required to concoct the 9-turn Imperial Immortal Elixir are quite extensive. And while most can be purchased, 3 specific ingredients are exceedingly rare. These 3 ingredients are the Eternal Rebirth Lotus, the Chaotic Soul Grass, and the Blazing Phoenix Immortal Flower, all of which are extraordinarily scarce imperial-grade herbs. Finding these 3 rare imperial-grade herbs will undoubtedly prove to be quite a challenge. I almost forgot. The Great Divination Technique. Chu Tiange tapped his forehead. Now that he possesses boundless capabilities, what difficulty could there be in locating these 3 herbs? The Great Divination Technique is an exceptional imperial art that can foresee the future, peer into the past, and locate anything in the world. By employing the Great Divination Technique, he could deduce the whereabouts of these 3 precious herbs. Chapter 17. Traversing the Beast Ridge, encountering the golden 9-headed lion. Chu Tiange sat cross-legged, his hands forming intricate seals as he channeled the grand art of divination. In an instant, a veil of ethereal mist enveloped him, imbued with the power of causality, a manifestation of profound and arcane laws. Soon, a peculiar radiance twinkled in his eyes, as if he had pierced through the fog of causation, revealing a gradually materializing grayish light screen before him. Within this mist, the screen became increasingly distinct. To his astonishment, a serene lake emerged upon the screen, at the center of which blossomed a golden lotus. This lotus radiated an extraordinary divine light, seemingly immortal and indestructible. However, the lake was surrounded by formidable barriers, fraught with peril. The Eternal Rebirth Lotus. Through his divination, Chu Tiange swiftly discerned the location of the Eternal Rebirth Lotus, the northern region of Xiongzhou, Tianyu City. Furthering his divination, he soon confirmed that this precious lotus resided within a mysterious, ancient ruin in Tianyu City. At that moment, the light screen transformed once more, revealing a dimly lit space. Within this shadowy realm, a fiery red blossom took shape, resembling a phoenix, exuding resplendent flames, as if reborn from the ashes. The immortal phoenix blossom. Chu Tiange's eyes sparkled with excitement. Through his divination, he quickly located this second divine herb, which lay in Jiuzhou City, situated in the central part of Xiongzhou. Subsequently, the seals of his hands shifted again, dispersing the mist upon the light screen to unveil yet another scene. There, within a treasure chest, lay a peculiar spiritual herb, seemingly steeped in the essence of countless eons, enveloped in mysterious chaotic mist. The Chaotic Soul Grass. Chu Tiange focused intently on the screen, and soon confirmed that this was indeed the Chaotic Soul Grass he sought. The Xianyuan clan. Chu Tiange furrowed his brow, as his divination revealed that this imperial-grade divine herb, the Chaotic Soul Grass, resided within the Xianyuan clan of Baiming City. The Xianyuan clan was renowned throughout Xiongzhou as a prestigious clan of longevity, even more formidable than the ancient clans. In Xiongzhou, there were 3 prominent longevity clans, and the Xianyuan clan was undoubtedly one of them. It was evident that this imperial-grade herb, the Chaotic Soul Grass, was a treasured heirloom of the Xianyuan clan. To procure this herb, one would have to visit the Xianyuan clan. However, given their status as a clan of longevity, it was unlikely that they would readily part with such a precious item. Chu Tiange retracted his power, causing the light screen to dissipate, and the mist surrounding him gradually lifted. Through the grand art of divination, he had pinpointed the locations of 3 divine herbs, the Eternal Rebirth Lotus, located in an ancient and mysterious ruin in Tianyu City in northern Xiongzhou, the Immortal Phoenix Blossom, found in a shadowy space in Jiuzhou City in central Cheongzhou, and the chaotic soul grass, held within the Xianyuan clan in Baiming City in eastern Cheongzhou. These 3 imperial-grade herbs were scattered across 3 distinct locations. Clearly, he would have to embark on a journey to gather them. Chu Tiange mused to himself, for in order to concoct the imperial-grade elixir, the 9 Revolutions Emperor Immortal Pill, he must acquire these 3 crucial herbs. With that thought, he rose and swiftly vanished from sight. The 3 herbs, positioned in 3 different parts of Cheongzhou, led Chu Tiange to contemplate his next move. He decided to first venture to Jiuzhou City in central Cheongzhou, in search of the immortal phoenix blossom. Jiuzhou City was a considerable distance from the location of the Chu clan. Even a saint-level expert would require at least half a year to traverse the distance between 2 cities. However, Chu Tiange, being adept at tearing through space, could significantly reduce both time and distance. 3 days later, above an ancient and sprawling mountain range, a rift suddenly tore through the void, and a figure clad in green emerged. Is this the Beast Ridge? Chu Tiange gazed ahead, spotting towering mountains that emanated an astonishing aura, undoubtedly sheltering formidable ferocious beasts. The Beast Ridge lay at the boundary between Qingzhou City and Jiuzhou City in central Cheongzhou. Once he crossed the Beast Ridge, he would enter Jiuzhou City. Under normal circumstances, it would take a saint-level expert at least half a year to journey from the Chu clan to the vicinity of the Beast Ridge. Yet, Chu Tiange completed this extensive journey in merely 3 days. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped deeper into the heart of the Beast Ridge. Roar! Suddenly, as he ventured into the innermost region of the Beast Ridge, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the ancient mountains. The sound was deep and resonant, carrying a terrifyingly fierce momentum. Who dares trespass in my domain? Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled as the terrifying energy surged forth, darkening the sky with ominous clouds. Soon after, an exceedingly fearsome beast emerged. Chu Tiange's gaze fell upon a colossal creature, a golden giant lion, possessing 9 heads, its body seemingly forged from pure gold, radiating divine brilliance. This golden 9-headed lion exuded an imposing aura, slowly emanating a sense of dominion, as if it were capable of swallowing the heavens and obliterating the earth. The 9 golden lion heads unleashed a thunderous roar. The golden 9-headed lion? Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. This creature was the king of the lion beasts, endowed with a potent divine beast bloodline. It was clear that this golden 9-headed lion had yet to reach its full maturity, exuding only the aura of a newly ascended saint. Nevertheless, it had already claimed the title of Beast King within the Beast Ridge. Golden 9-headed lion, would you care to become my steed? Chu Tiange inquired calmly. The imposing presence of the lion made it an ideal mount. Human, do you seek death? The golden 9-headed lion bared its menacing fangs, indignant at Chu Tiange's audacity. As a creature of ancient divine lineage, it ruled over the Beast Ridge. And this human dared to propose being its master, an outrageous affront. To become my steed would not only be your fortune, but also your honor. Chu Tiange replied with an air of indifference. Humph, such arrogance. Human, if you wish for death, then this king shall oblige. The golden 9-headed lion growled menacingly. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of spiritual power erupted from the golden 9-headed lion, instantly stirring a tempest within the Beast Ridge. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I will take a day off. Chapter 18. The 5-fingered divine mountain of imperial arts, suppressing the golden 9-headed lion. Roar. The golden 9-headed lion unleashed a roar akin to thunder, creating a tempest of violent sound waves that caused countless mountains to collapse and the earth to sink. Even the very fabric of the heavens and earth trembled violently under this overwhelming pressure. Chu Tiange stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his flowing black hair dancing in the air, enveloped in a blazing divine light. Despite the terrifying ferocity of the beast's aura surging towards him, not even the corners of his garments fluttered. This was due to a forbidden power surrounding Chu Tiange, rendering him impervious to any force that sought to approach him. However, one could not deny that the golden 9-headed lion was indeed formidable, possessing a top-tier divine beast lineage. Its mere aura exuded such catastrophic strength. You shall pay for your ignorance and arrogance. The golden 9-headed lion snarled. As it spoke, all 9 of its heads opened their fearsome jaws simultaneously, and a viscous golden liquid began to coalesce within. Each droplet was imbued with terrifying energy. Boom. The 9 heads suddenly unleashed 9 beams of golden light, each beam composed of the gathered golden liquid, harboring the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the 9 golden beams pierced through the cosmos, ruthlessly hurtling towards Chu Tiange. Each beam radiated with annihilating force, causing the very void to collapse and all existence to be consumed in its wake. Yet, in the face of the oncoming golden beams, Chu Tiange exhibited no signs of defense. In a fleeting moment, the 9 beams struck him simultaneously. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as Chu Tiange was engulfed in a brilliant light. The energy released from the 9 beams erupted outward, causing the sky to fracture and forests across the land to be reduced to ruin. Within the blink of an eye, a radius of 10 miles was reduced to mere rubble. Haha, struck by my devouring divine light, even a celestial immortal would be reduced to ashes. The golden nine-headed lion scoffed, secretly reveling in its triumph, convinced that the young man had been obliterated. Above, dark rifts in space manifested, revealing the sheer magnitude of the golden nine-headed lion's strike. Moments later, the golden radiance that had engulfed the sky began to fade. The lion gazed up, only to have its pupils constrict in shock. For as the brilliance diminished, a figure emerged. Chu Tiange stood unscathed, still composed with not a single mark upon his pristine robe. What? The golden nine-headed lion exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? It was flabbergasted. The young man had, without a doubt, been struck by its 9 beams of devouring divine light. Yet he remained utterly unharmed, his attire untouched. This was inconceivable. The devouring divine light it wielded was capable of annihilating all. Even those of the sacred realm could not withstand its might. Your devouring divine light appears to be rather underwhelming, Chu Tiange remarked calmly, for he possessed a forbidden power that rendered the devouring divine light completely ineffective against him. At his level, even without actively defending, ordinary forces could not approach him. How arrogant! Hearing those words, the golden nine-headed lion was utterly enraged, determined to unleash its most potent attack. Lion sovereign, devour the heavens! It roared. Suddenly, all 9 heads of the golden nine-headed lion opened their massive jaws in unison, resembling black holes that threatened to consume all. Whoosh! In an instant, the gaping mouths released a tremendous suction, stirring up fierce winds across the heavens. The world plunged into darkness, with even the sun obscured as if heralding an apocalyptic event. This technique, Lion Sovereign Devour the Heavens, was the golden nine-headed lion's ultimate skill. It had previously used this attack to consume 3 powerful beings of the sacred realm alive. Thus, the sheer astonishment of this move was evident. The 9 fearsome mouths continued to generate a voracious pull, drawing in a torrent of black matter. In an instant, massive trees were uprooted and consumed. Even nearby mountains were drawn into the abyss. Chu Tiange remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly unaffected by the intense suction that sought to tear his body apart and draw him into the lion's maw. He remained steadfast, impervious to the overwhelming force. Devour for me. The golden nine-headed lion, witnessing the futility of its attempts to engulf Chu Tiange, intensified its suction as if to swallow the sun itself. Ordered divine chains. Chu Tiange raised his palm, igniting numerous divine symbols that blazed within his grasp. With a swift motion, he summoned golden chains of order, which shot forth and ensnared the lion's massive jaws. Growl. The golden nine-headed lion struggled as its mouth was bound by the ordered divine chains. Boom. The lion, in a frenzy, crashed through the nearby mountains, reducing them to ruins. At this moment, Chu Tiange gently raised his slender palm, spreading his fingers wide before bringing his hand down forcefully upon the rampaging nine-headed lion. Boom. In an instant, his hand transformed into a monumental 5-fingered mountain, descending to suppress the golden nine-headed lion. This technique, crafted by the Nine Nether Emperor, was a supreme imperial art known as the 5-fingered mountain, capable of subduing any foe beneath its weight. In Chu Tiange's mind resided countless imperial techniques. Any one of them could easily suppress the nine-headed lion. With a resounding crash, the golden nine-headed lion was pinned beneath the 5-fingered mountain, rendered completely immobile. At that moment, it swallowed hard, trembling in terror. It finally comprehended the sheer horror of the youth before it. It did not doubt that even a mere fingertip from this young man could extinguish its existence. Nine-headed lion, I present you with 2 choices. Either remain eternally suppressed beneath the 5-fingered mountain or choose to become my steed. Decide. Chu Tiange spoke solemnly. Master, I dare not resist. I willingly choose to follow you forever. The golden, nine-headed lion quaked in fear. Confronted with such a formidable being, it no longer dared to refuse. Terrified that angering Chu Tiange would result in its utter annihilation. Its prior arrogance and ferocity had long since vanished. Wise choice. Chu Tiange nodded gently, and with a wave of his hand, the 5-fingered mountain shattered into a flurry of radiant fragments. The golden nine-headed lion, now trembling uncontrollably, crawled out, nearly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 19. The Ancient Path of Yellow Sand. Descendants of the Void Emperor clan, mercilessly pursued by the celestial Xian Holy Land. In the ruins, the golden nine-headed lion trembled and crawled up, prostrating itself before Chu Tiange, devoid of its former majesty as the Beast King. Before this youth, the golden nine-headed lion was engulfed in fear, for Chu Tiange's strength far surpassed its comprehension. It had no doubt that with a mere flick of his finger, Chu Tiange could obliterate it. From now on, I shall call you Little Huang, Chu Tiange declared solemnly. What? Upon hearing this name, the golden nine-headed lion instantly bristled. As a dignified beast king of the sacred realm, boasting the bloodline of divine beasts, being called Little Huang was far too undignified and clashed severely with its image. Such a name seemed more fitting for mere mongrels. What's the matter? Unhappy? Chu Tiange cast a cold glance at the golden nine-headed lion, which immediately wilted, hurriedly nodding and forcing a smile. Thank you for bestowing a name, master. Chu Tiange glanced at the injuries on the golden nine-headed lion and then waved his hand gently, enveloping it in a radiant light. In an instant, the injuries on the golden nine-headed lion were completely healed. Hiss! The golden nine-headed lion was stunned. Its wounds were severe, requiring at least 10 days to heal. Yet, with just a simple wave of Chu Tiange's hand, it was entirely restored. Even an emperor would not possess such miraculous abilities, would they? Let us go to Jiuzhou City. Chu Tiange mounted the back of the golden nine-headed lion, which let out a roar and transformed into a streak of golden light, disappearing into the distance. Soon, they left the 100 Beasts Ridge and continued eastward. Before them lay an endless expanse of yellow sand. Master, this is the ancient path of yellow sand. After crossing this, we will reach Jiuzhou City in half a day. The golden, nine-headed lion spoke solemnly. Too slow. Chu Tiange expressed mild dissatisfaction, thinking that with his ability to tear through space, he could have reached Jiuzhou City long ago. However, riding the golden nine-headed lion was quite comfortable. Upon hearing this, the golden nine-headed lion quickened its pace, swiftly gliding across the ancient path of yellow sand. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from deep within the ancient path, as if a fierce battle had erupted. The violent energy stirred up the sand, sweeping in all directions. Chu Tiange, comfortably resting on the lion's back with his eyes closed, was abruptly awakened by the sounds of conflict. He looked ahead and discerned several figures engaged in a fierce struggle. Among them, a blood-soaked youth in black robes was besieged by 3 formidable martial kings, clearly on the brink of collapse. Chu Tiange had no desire to meddle in such matters. As he was not one to interfere unnecessarily, he typically adhered to the principle of remaining aloof from affairs that did not concern him. However, just as he contemplated remaining a bystander, he furrowed his brow, for he sensed a powerful bloodline emanating from the youth in black robes, descendant of the imperial clan. Chu Tiange's eyes narrowed. He swiftly employed his grand divination technique to deduce the youth's identity. To his astonishment, he discovered that this youth was indeed a descendant of the Void Emperor. The Void Emperor clan was a premier imperial lineage from ancient times, renowned throughout the immortal realm. However, during the twilight of ancient times, a dark calamity struck, leading to a full-scale invasion by the demonic tribes from other realms. In a bid to protect humanity, the Void Emperor and his consort defended the Imperial Pass, bravely battling several demon emperors. Ultimately, both the Void Emperor and his consort fell, sacrificing their lives to shield humanity. A tale that moved many. Yet now, the Void Emperor clan had fallen to such depths, mercilessly hunted by one of the 4 great holy lands, the celestial Xian Holy Land, over a sacred herb. This was utterly outrageous. Chu Tiange's gaze turned icy. The Void Emperor and his consort had laid down their lives for humanity, yet their descendants were now facing annihilation at the hands of the celestial Xian Holy Land. If the Void Emperor and his consort were to learn of this in the afterlife, how heart-wrenching it would be for them to know that their lineage faced extinction despite their sacrifice. It was infuriating. The couple had fought valiantly against the demonic tribes, even at the cost of their lives. I must protect their descendant for a lifetime. With this conviction, Chu Tiange urged the golden nine-headed lion to fly towards the source of the commotion. Boom! Deep within the ancient path of yellow sand, 4 figures were locked in fierce combat. Yi Lingxiao, cease your futile resistance. Your Yi clan has been completely slaughtered by us. I advise you to surrender obediently. A gray-robed elder sneered. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxiao's eyes widened in rage, remembering his family being massacred by the celestial Xian Holy Land, his gaze aflame with fury. However, he was now covered in gruesome wounds, blood soaking his robe, and he had reached his limits. At that moment, despair and helplessness enveloped Yi Lingxiao's heart. Roar! Just then, a powerful roar echoed from afar, as a majestic golden nine-headed lion soared toward them. How dare you, 3 old fools, bully a junior. Shameless. The golden nine-headed lion snarled. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, lest you provoke the celestial Xian Holy Land and find yourselves in dire straits. A gray-haired elder warned. The celestial Xian Holy Land was one of the 4 great holy lands in Xiongzhou, with a foundation stronger than that of the ancient aristocratic families, though slightly inferior to the Chongqing family. Nonetheless, in the realm of Qiongzhou, the celestial Xian Holy Land was considered a dominant power. How dare a mere martial king ant shout at my master? You must be looking for trouble. The golden, nine-headed lion roared in fury. Boom. Suddenly, the oppressive aura of the sacred realm erupted from within the golden, nine-headed lion. This terrifying spiritual pressure caused the very ground to tremble violently. As sacred realm expert, the 3 martial king elders were instantly struck with fear, their legs trembling and their faces paling at the overwhelming aura that conveyed sheer terror. Run. The 3 martial kings attempted to flee, but the golden nine-headed lion would not allow their escape. It opened its massive mouth, ready to devour them whole. Roar! Ah! The 9 lion heads unleashed a powerful suction force, instantly swallowing the 3 martial kings, who were then gruesomely chewed, their flesh and blood mingling in a horrific display. Chapter 20. Apprenticing Yi Lingxiao and bestowing the ancient text of the void. With a fierce roar, the golden 9-headed lion opened its massive maw and savagely tore into the corpses of 3 martial kings, its golden teeth crunching through bone with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. In no time, the 3 bodies were completely consumed, leaving not even a trace of bone fragments. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lingxiao could not help but swallow hard, his face betraying a look of trepidation. 3 martial kings had been devoured whole by this golden beast. At that moment, Chu Tiange descended from the lion's back and approached Yi Lingxiao, speaking in a deep voice. You are Yi Lingxiao, correct? Chu Tiange had previously employed a grand divination technique, thus he was well acquainted with everything regarding Yi Lingxiao. Yi Lingxiao nodded and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior, for saving me." The realization that this terrifying golden lion was merely a mount for the young man before him filled Yi Lingxiao with awe, prompting him to address Chu Tiange as senior. Chu Tiange sensed a deep-seated issue within Yi Lingxiao. The bloodline of the Void Emperor seemed sealed, rendered utterly impotent. It was no wonder that at 23 years of age, Yi Lingxiao had only just entered the ranks of a first-tier martial king. Reflecting on the past glory of the Void Imperial clan in the Immortal Realm, where the Void Emperor once held dominion, it was disheartening to see his descendant reduced to such a state, almost annihilated by the forces of the Tianxian Holy Land. One could only wonder how the Void Emperor would feel if he knew of his descendant's plight. Sighing internally, Chu Tiange resolved to protect the lineage of the Void Emperor, ensuring that Yi Lingxiao would enjoy a life of honor and prosperity. After regaining his composure, Chu Tiange looked at Yi Lingxiao and solemnly asked, Yi Lingxiao, do you wish to become my disciple? What? Senior is willing to accept me as a disciple? Yi Lingxiao could scarcely believe his ears, his eyes alight with fervor. He was more than willing. His family had been slaughtered by the Tianxian Holy Land, and he desperately sought the power to avenge them. Master, Yi Lingxiao hastily knelt. Very well, Chu Tiange replied. Since you are now my disciple, I shall not treat you poorly. Take this. I require you to break through to the Supreme Realm within 3 days. With a wave of his hand, an ancient tome floated down, resting gently in Yi Lingxiao's grasp. What? Break through to the Supreme Realm within 3 days? How is that possible? Yi Lingxiao was momentarily dumbfounded. He had only just ascended to the first tier of martial kings, and had yet to step into the martial marquis realm. Of course it is possible. Chu Tiange replied calmly. While others may find it impossible, for me, facilitating your ascension to the Supreme Realm in 3 days is but a trifling matter. As Yi Lingxiao glanced at the tome in his hands, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from it, as if it resonated with the bloodline within him, prompting him to inquire, Master, what level of cultivation technique is this void ancient text? Could it be a supreme level technique? Yi Lingxiao's excitement was palpable as he cradled the tome as if it were a priceless treasure. Chu Tiange felt a wave of exasperation. How could he bestow a mere supreme level technique upon his disciple? It was truly lamentable that as a descendant of an imperial clan, Yi Lingxiao had never encountered a worthy cultivation technique. This is an imperial text, Chu Tiange declared gravely. An imperial text? The revelation struck Yi Lingxiao like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. This was indeed an imperial-level cultivation technique. My heavens, an imperial-level technique. Yi Lingxiao was astounded. Such a technique would be considered a treasured heirloom within any imperial clan. Master, I shall begin cultivating this imperial text immediately. Yi Lingxiao exclaimed eagerly. Not so fast. Chu Tiange interjected. Your bloodline is sealed, and your physique is woefully inadequate. I must help you reconstruct your body, a process that will be excruciatingly painful. Are you willing to endure it? I am willing. Yi Lingxiao replied without hesitation. For the sake of vengeance and personal empowerment, he was prepared to face any hardship. Very good, Chu Tiange nodded. Then with a gentle wave of his hand, intricate ancient patterns manifested in the air, coalescing into a crystalline furnace. Step inside, he instructed Yi Lingxiao. Without hesitation, Yi Lingxiao leapt into the crystalline furnace. Chu Tiange raised his hand, summoning a terrifying imperial flame. With a flick of his finger, the flames surged into the furnace. In an instant, agonized screams echoed from within, as the viscous imperial flames mercilessly scorched Yi Lingxiao's flesh. The flames penetrated his body, burning through bones and internal organs, rendering the experience akin to hell itself. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, Yi Lingxiao gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to yield. As the imperial flames raged, a torrent of foul, black substances erupted from Yi Lingxiao's skin, consumed by the flames and reduced to nothingness. Simultaneously, the sealed bloodline within him began to awaken. With a surge of intensity, Chu Tiange amplified the flames, maintaining a temperature that would purge the impurities without incinerating Yi Lingxiao entirely. As the impurities were incinerated, Yi Lingxiao's body gradually transformed. becoming as radiant as jade and emanating a brilliant glow. His bones appeared to be reshaped, shimmering like crystal. Finally, the seal on Yi Lingxiao's bloodline was lifted, revealing an ancient sigil upon his brow, the emblem of the Void Imperial clan. An immense surge of spiritual energy flowed into Yi Lingxiao, causing his aura to escalate. Boom. Second tier Martial King. Boom. Third tier Martial King. Boom. Fourth tier Martial King. In that moment, Yi Lingxiao's aura soared, and in mere minutes, he had advanced from a first-tier Martial King to a Martial Marquis. Still not enough, Chu Tiange murmured. At that moment, he infused Yi Lingxiao's body with profound celestial runes, each embodying the essence of universal principles, an enigmatic and mystical power. Boom. As the celestial runes integrated into Yi Lingxiao's being, his aura surged once more. Chapter 21. Yi Lingxiao faces the supreme tribulation, 9-colored imperial lightning descends. A translucent crystal cauldron, resembling exquisite glass, floated in the air, with the imperial flames raging within it. The terrifying heat emanating from the cauldron caused the surrounding space to warp violently. Inside the cauldron, Yi Lingxiao sat cross-legged, enduring the relentless refinement of the imperial flames. The fierce blaze seared his flesh, inflicting excruciating pain upon every inch of his skin. His body was torn apart, and his blood evaporated into nothingness, rendering him a ghastly sight. Yet, despite the immense suffering, Yi Lingxiao gritted his teeth and persevered. For only by enduring the merciless refinement of the imperial flames could he undergo a complete metamorphosis. Not far away, on a sandy slope, Chu Tiange stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing everything unfold. He could not help but display a hint of admiration for Yi Lingxiao's tenacity. This young man, after all, was a descendant of the Void Emperor, truly extraordinary in his own right. Most ordinary individuals would have crumbled under the searing flames long ago. Yet Yi Lingxiao remained silent, bearing it all. Beside him, the golden 9-headed lion swallowed hard, its expression betraying a measure of fear. It could sense the sheer terror of the vibrant flames within the cauldron. As time flowed slowly, 3 days passed unnoticed. Throughout these days, the imperial flames continued to refine Yi Lingxiao's skin, flesh, bones, and organs. The impurities within him were incinerated into oblivion, and now his bones shimmered like jade. His flesh became crystalline, radiating an otherworldly glow. Moreover, the seals within him were lifted, and his imperial bloodline was fully awakened, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Suddenly, a formidable presence erupted from the cauldron. I have succeeded. Yi Lingxiao opened his eyes, golden divine light bursting forth from his pupils, surrounded by countless runes of the Tao. At this moment, his aura had surpassed the supreme realm. A powerful force surged within him. Yi Lingxiao was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not expected to leap from a mere first-tier Martial King to the supreme realm in just 3 days. Truly unbelievable. Chu Tiange nodded slightly, then dissipated the imperial flames, revealing a reborn Yi Lingxiao before him. Thank you, master. Yi Lingxiao expressed his profound gratitude. Boom. Just then, the sky above the sandy expanse shifted dramatically. A thunderous roar resounded, and thick layers of thunderclouds converged ominously above Yi Lingxiao's head. The winds howled fiercely, and in an instant, the entire world was cloaked in darkness. This is the Supreme Tribulation? The golden 9-headed lion exclaimed in astonishment. The Supreme Tribulation is a lightning trial that martial artists face upon breaking into the Supreme Realm. However, not every individual who ascends to this realm will encounter such a trial. Only the rarest of prodigies will face the Supreme Tribulation during their breakthrough. Master, Yi Lingxiao felt a twinge of panic. It's merely a Supreme Tribulation. Focus on enduring it, Chu Tiange replied calmly. Understood. Yi Lingxiao's voice was resolute. Rumble. At this moment, the entire sandy terrain was enveloped in dark clouds, and within the clouds, bolts of destructive lightning slithered like thunderous serpents. The terrifying sound of thunder resembled the roars of ancient thunder beasts. This scene was akin to the end of the world. The sheer ferocity of the lightning filled the golden 9-headed lion with awe. Boom. Suddenly, a bolt of annihilating lightning descended from the sky, carrying with it a violent force that struck Yi Lingxiao's body. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, illuminating the surrounding area for miles as if it were daylight. The subsequent shockwave from the destructive lightning sent countless sand dunes crumbling into ruins. Is this truly so terrifying? The golden 9-headed lion was left stunned. Generally, the more astonishing a martial artist's talent, the more fearsome their supreme tribulation. Yi Lingxiao's tribulation was indeed at the pinnacle of terror. Before long, the lightning dissipated, revealing a colossal pit in the center of the sandy ground, with a figure suspended above it. Yi Lingxiao appeared bloodied and battered, his flesh torn to reveal glimmering bones. Yet, he wore an expression of determination, for this was merely the beginning of his supreme tribulation. Come on. Yi Lingxiao clenched his fists. He propelled himself upwards, charging toward the tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the second and third bolts of supreme lightning fell, each one massive and exuding devastating power, colliding heavily with Yi Lingxiao. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted as Yi Lingxiao was struck, plummeting from the sky and crashing into the massive pit in the sand. At this moment, he appeared to be a mess, his body almost entirely marred. Gritting his teeth, he staggered to his feet. Chu Tiange watched from a distance, his demeanor indifferent, showing no intention to intervene. For if one could not even withstand the supreme tribulation, they were unworthy to be his disciple. Buzz! At that moment, Yi Lingxiao's body erupted with radiant light, countless runes swirling around him, and his wounds began to heal. The bloodline of the Void Emperor was finally manifesting its power. Roar! Yi Lingxiao looked to the heavens and roared mightily, his entire being radiating boundless divine light as he ascended once more into the skies. Bang! 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 A torrential downpour of dense and terrifying lightning continued to strike down upon Yi Lingxiao. However, this time he did not appear as helpless as before. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his fists, clashing against the annihilating lightning, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yi Lingxiao's hair whipped wildly, resembling a war god fiercely contending against the tribulation. Simultaneously, his body absorbed the power of the lightning. The runes on his skin and his crystalline bones gleamed brilliantly, as if he were undergoing a sublime transformation. Finally, after 3 hours of the supreme tribulation, the lightning began to wane, signaling the nearing conclusion of the trial. Soon, the thunder ceased entirely. Master, I have successfully endured the tribulation, Yi Lingxiao exclaimed with elation. Boom. However, at that moment, an ancient voice of thunder resonated and reverberated within the thunderclouds, shaking the entire ancient sandy path. Chu Tiange and the golden nine-headed lion simultaneously looked up at the sky, where a bolt of 9-colored lightning emerged from the clouds, radiating a dazzling brilliance. What? 9-colored imperial lightning? The golden nine-headed lion's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 22. With a single palm, I extinguish the 9-colored imperial thunder. No one dares to utter the word powerful in my presence. The 9-colored imperial thunder. Upon witnessing the streak of 9-colored brilliance in the sky, the golden nine-headed lion gasped in astonishment, its entire being trembling uncontrollably. This 9-colored imperial thunder is a cataclysmic thunder tribulation that manifests only when one is on the verge of breaking into the imperial realm. Even as a sacred realm beast, the golden nine-headed lion felt a surge of terror at the sight of this divine lightning. For beneath the imperial realm, no one can withstand such a thunder tribulation. It is said that in ancient times, countless extraordinary figures perished under the 9-colored imperial thunder while striving to ascend to the imperial realm. Even a single streak of this thunder possesses the annihilating power to extinguish all life within 1,000 miles. On the sandy slope, Chu Tiange gazed up at the 9-colored imperial thunder, his brow furrowing slightly. The 9-colored imperial thunder only appears at the moment of attempting to attain the imperial realm. Yet Yi Lingxiao was merely undergoing the supreme tribulation. How could such a thunder tribulation manifest? Boom. High above, the 9-colored thunder erupted, unleashing an indescribable aura of destruction that caused the heavens and earth to change color, shaking the ancient yellow sand path violently. What sort of thunder is this? Yi Lingxiao slowly raised his head, and upon seeing the divine 9-colored thunder, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, his very soul trembling violently. At this moment, beneath the 9-colored imperial thunder, Yi Lingxiao felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. He had no doubt that if this thunder were to strike, he would be utterly powerless to resist, even if he expended all his strength. Boom. At that instant, the imperial thunder imbued with the essence of annihilation finally descended from the heavens. A streak of 9-colored lightning seemed to tear apart the void as it plummeted. Yi Lingxiao's pupils contracted. In the face of such a terrifying thunder tribulation, any resistance was utterly futile. For it was not merely the supreme realm that would fall, but even those in the sacred realm would meet their demise. This is outrageous. Chu Tiange's tone was frigid. His words were directed at the heavenly order, which had intentionally unleashed this 9-colored imperial thunder, clearly intending to eliminate Yi Lingxiao. To dare attempt to extinguish my disciple before me is a gross underestimation of my authority. Boom. Chu Tiange acted, countless divine symbols igniting around him, his body radiating endless divine light, as various laws intertwined in his vicinity. He then thrust his palm towards the imperial thunder. Boom. A massive palm imprint, as crystalline as water, appeared, adorned with mottled patterns resembling the hand of an immortal emperor, containing supreme laws and terrifying pressure. Bang! The crystalline palm imprint struck with overwhelming force, as if it pierced through the cycle of reincarnation, instantly shattering the 9-colored imperial thunder. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the golden 9-headed lion could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such a formidable imperial thunder was actually obliterated by its master with a single palm? That was the 9-colored imperial thunder. At this moment, the golden 9-headed lion's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Initially, it had been reluctant to submit to Chu Tiange. despite being a dignified sacred realm beast with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. However, witnessing Chu Tiange's might, it felt no lingering discontent. The ability to shatter even the terrifying nine-colored imperial thunder with a single strike was a clear testament to Chu Tiange's strength. Following such an unparalleled powerhouse was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for itself. Perhaps, the golden nine-headed lion could break through its shackles and one day ascend to the legendary golden imperial lion. As the nine-colored imperial thunder was obliterated, the dark clouds dissipated, and warm rays of sunlight cascaded down from the heavens. I am not dead. Yi Lingxiao regained his senses. Earlier, as the nine-colored imperial thunder descended, he had felt certain of his demise. Yet now, he found himself unscathed. In his previous state of sheer terror, he had not realized that it was Chu Tiange who had shielded him from this tribulation. Master, whoosh. Yi Lingxiao soared forward and knelt before Chu Tiange, expressing boundless gratitude and reverence. He understood that his breakthrough to the supreme realm and his complete transformation were all gifts from his master. Rise. Chu Tiange nodded slightly. Having just taken on such a disciple, he would never allow him to be obliterated by the heavenly order. By the heavens, this lad is indeed fortunate to have found a master like me. He is bound to become a significant figure in the future. The golden, nine-headed lion murmured. Lingxiao, your foundation has been transformed. The imperial veins within you have been unsealed. You have undergone a complete metamorphosis, coupled with the ancient scriptures I have bestowed upon you. If you apply yourself diligently, you will surely become a dominant force in the celestial realm. Chu Tiange spoke earnestly. Yes, I shall remember my master's words and cultivate diligently. Yi Lingxiao exclaimed with excitement. Let us depart. Chu Tiange declared, turning his gaze towards another direction. Master, where are we going? Yi Lingxiao inquired, puzzled. To the Tianxian sacred land. Chu Tiange replied indifferently. The Tianxian sacred land. A flicker of killing intent appeared in Yi Lingxiao's eyes at the mention of it. His entire family, including his parents and sister, had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Tianxian sacred land for the sake of a single sacred herb. The Tianxian sacred land shall pay. Today, I shall lead you to annihilate that place. Chu Tiange's tone remained calm. The Tianxian sacred land has gone too far, nearly exterminating the entire lineage of the Void Emperor. In the past, the Void Emperor and his wife devoted themselves to the human race. Now that their descendants are being slaughtered, Chu Tiange could not stand idly by. He must seek retribution for the blood debt owed to the Void Emperor. The Tianxian sacred land may eradicate any faction, but they must never touch the descendants of the Void Emperor. To do so would be to invite death. However, Master, the Tianxian sacred land is immensely powerful, with millennia of heritage. It is said that they possess several sacred realm experts. Yi Lingxiao expressed his concerns. The Tianxian sacred land is one of the four great sacred lands of Qiongzhou, an ancient Taoist power far mightier than the archaic families. Even among the entire Qiongzhou, it stands as one of the most formidable forces. Although Yi Lingxiao recognized his master's vast capabilities, he was aware that they were but a few against a powerful faction. To attempt the extermination of such an ancient force would not be a task for just one or two individuals. Powerful? No one has yet dared to utter those two words before me. Though Chu Tiange's tone was exceedingly calm, a sense of pride lingered that momentarily stunned Yi Lingxiao. What level of strength must one possess to speak so calmly? Let us go. With that, Chu Tiange tore through the void with his bare hands, and his figure swiftly vanished above the sandy expanse. Chapter 23. The Grand Birthday Celebration of the Celestial Sovereign. Terrifying beings descend from the sky. The Celestial Sacred Land, located in the northwest of Jiuzhou City, is one of the four ancient sacred places of Qiongzhou, steeped in the legacy of antiquity. Its ability to endure from the primordial era to the present day speaks volumes of its formidable power. Even when considering the entirety of Qiongzhou, the Celestial Sacred Land stands as a paragon of prestige. Nestled in the heart of an ancient mountain range, the Sacred Land is accessible via ancient steps that extend toward its grand gates. At the pinnacle of these steps stands a towering bronze door, upon which rests a plaque inscribed with four ancient characters representing the Celestial Sacred Land. Upon entering the gates, one is greeted by an expanse of magnificent architecture, all adorned festively for the occasion. Today, the Celestial Sacred Land is awash in vibrant decorations, celebrating the grand birthday of the Celestial Sovereign. Representatives from various esteemed factions have gathered to honor this momentous event. The Lord of the Woodgemen presented a gift of a piece of North Underworld Xian iron, along with 100 royal-grade spiritual herbs and millions of spirit stones. The leader of the Xiantian sect offered a gift of a 10,000-year-old spiritual marrow and 100 ancient bronze crystals. The master of the Qiankuan cave bestowed a piece of wooming purple gold. In the celestial square, resounding voices of congratulations echoed as powerful factions arrived with lavish gifts to partake in the sovereign's birthday banquet. At the highest point of the square sat a crystal throne, upon which reclined a man clad in a robe of purple and gold. His face was handsome and refined, yet his deep-set eyes held an unfathomable depth. He emanated an innate aura of nobility, subtly tinged with an air of authority. This man was Long Qianjue, the celestial sovereign. Despite having lived for a millennium, he appeared as a middle-aged gentleman. "Ha ha, I am truly grateful for your presence at my birthday celebration," Long Qianjue exclaimed with a smile. "Your Majesty jest. It is indeed an honor for us to celebrate this occasion with you," replied the master of Ta Ching, bowing respectfully. "Indeed, today marks the sovereign's birthday, a day of universal celebration. We are privileged to witness this moment," echoed the Taoist of white stone. The flattery from various factions brought an unmistakable smile to the celestial sovereign's face. Suddenly, however, as the festivities unfolded, the ground began to tremble violently. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the gates of the celestial sacred land began to fracture. "What is happening?" The expressions of the gathered factions shifted dramatically. Long Qianjue furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. The intense tremors caused the earth to crumble, and countless palaces began to topple, plunging the entire sacred land into chaos. At that moment, a cold voice resonated through the air. "Celestial Sovereign, as today is your millennial birthday, I have come to extend my congratulations and present you with a precious gift." Boom! A dark light descended from the heavens, crashing heavily into the center of the square. As the crowd gazed in astonishment, they beheld a black coffin. In an instant, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the factions. Who dared to cause such a ruckus at the sovereign's birthday banquet? Long Qianjue's expression darkened at the sight of the coffin. To present a coffin at his celebration was nothing short of a curse upon his life. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the square to tremble violently, making it evident just how furious the celestial sovereign truly was. "How audacious! Who dares to disturb the peace of my celestial sacred land?" shouted a supreme elder, rising into the air. Bang! However, before the elder could finish his words, his body exploded into fragments. A collective gasp of shock filled the air as the assembled factions realized they had not even witnessed how the elder had been slain. A supreme elder had been killed in an instant. Could the intruder also be a formidable saintly presence? Suddenly, a rift tore through the sky above the celestial sacred land. Roaring, a fearsome golden nine-headed lion emerged, flanked by two figures. Chu Tinga stood poised in the air, surveying the entire sacred land, and then spoke. "Celestial Sovereign, are you satisfied with the gift I have prepared for you?" Swish! At that moment, a torrent of wind swept through as all the elders and powerful beings of the celestial sacred land took to the skies, surrounding Chu Tinga. "Who are you, to dare disrupt the sanctity of our celestial sacred land? Kneel before the sovereign and repent, or you shall surely perish today," bellowed an elder with white hair, his voice booming like thunder. Silence! Chu Tinga's gaze turned icy, and a fierce light erupted from his eyes. Boom! He merely exchanged a glance with the elder. Uft! The elder collapsed, as if struck by lightning, spewing blood and crashing heavily into the ground. The entire celestial sacred land fell into a chilling silence, with countless powerful beings swallowing hard. One mere glance had obliterated a half-saint elder. Who was this youth? Even Long Qianjue furrowed his brow in concern. He attempted to gauge Chu Tinga's strength, but found it as elusive as a cow sinking into the sea. He could not discern the youth's power. This young man appeared to be just in his early 20s. How could he possess such unfathomable strength? Such a top-tier powerhouse would surely not be nameless. Yet Long Qianjue pondered. He could not recall any such figure in all of Cheongzhou. "Ah, it is an honor for you to visit my celestial sacred land. However, I believe we have not offended you in any way." Long Qianjue managed to suppress his anger. For the moment it seemed prudent not to escalate matters. "You are correct. Your celestial sacred land has not wronged me, but you have offended someone you should not have. Therefore, your celestial sacred land is no longer necessary," Chu Tinga stated, his tone devoid of emotion or fluctuation. "It must be that fellow." One elder recognized Yi Lingxiao, standing beside Chu Tinga. "Sovereign, it is the Yi clan." At that moment, Long Qianjue suddenly recalled that the celestial sacred land had dispatched forces to annihilate the Yi clan in their pursuit of a sacred herb. But how could such a powerful figure stand behind the Yi clan? Chapter 24. The bloodbath at the heavenly constellation sacred ground. The golden nine-headed lion unleashes its ferocity. Outrageous! Did you not claim that the Yi family had no background whatsoever? How could they provoke such formidable adversaries? The sacred master of heavenly constellation bellowed in fury. "Master, we were unaware that the Yi family had such powerful backing." Several elders wore expressions of dread. It transpired that the heavenly constellation sacred ground had learned of a sacred herb possessed by the Yi family, prompting them to dispatch forces to annihilate the Yi family and seize the herb. They had assumed that the Yi family was merely a minor faction without significant influence, never anticipating that they had such formidable support. "My friend, the heavenly constellation sacred ground harbors no desire to be your enemy. I sincerely apologize for the incident concerning the Yi family. Allow me to offer compensation: 2 sacred herbs, a sacred artifact, and 100 million spirit stones." "What do you say?" The sacred master spoke solemnly. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the various factions within the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground. No one had expected them to concede and propose such exorbitant compensation. This was not in line with the usual demeanor of the Sacred Ground. Master the Grand Elder felt a pang of regret. Such compensation would be a significant loss for the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground. Silence. The Sacred Master's expression darkened. He certainly did not wish to offer compensation, but the individual before him was inscrutable, compelling him to choose a path of appeasement. The Sacred Master was no fool. Although he could not discern the exact realm of strength possessed by Chu Tiange, his instincts warned him that this individual was extraordinarily powerful, and it was prudent to avoid provoking him. Ling Xiao Chu Tiange turned his gaze towards Yi Ling Xiao. I do not desire compensation. I seek vengeance for my parents and sister. Yi Ling Xiao's eyes burned crimson, filled with palpable hatred. Had the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground merely sought to seize the sacred herb from the Yi family, his resentment might not have reached such depths. However, the complete massacre of the Yi family was an unforgivable transgression. Did you hear that? My disciple desires no compensation from you. Thus, the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground shall pay the price. Today, I shall level this place and use the blood of all within the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground to appease the souls of the Yi family. Chu Tiange's icy voice reverberated throughout the entire Sacred Ground. Upon hearing this, the Sacred Master's countenance darkened further. Despite his repeated concessions, this young man remained aggressive, even daring to proclaim his intent to obliterate the entire heavenly constellation Sacred Ground. Such audacity was intolerable. Humph, your words are grand indeed. The heavenly constellation Sacred Ground has stood for tens of thousands of years in Xiongzhou, weathering countless storms. To think you could easily level us is sheer folly. The Sacred Master's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the void, revealing his utter fury. Though the young man's strength was unfathomable, the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground was not to be trifled with. It was naive to believe that a single individual could annihilate them. With a thunderous roar, the Sacred Master rose. Though not particularly imposing in stature, the moment he stood, a tremendous pressure of the Saint King realm erupted from him, conjuring a violent tempest. Immediately, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder ascended, their own auras of the Saint King realm manifesting, warping the very space around them with their formidable presence. 3 Saint Kings. Indeed, the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground possessed a terrifying foundation, boasting no fewer than 3 Saint King realm experts. Ah, this youth has chosen the wrong place to stir trouble. The heavenly constellation Sacred Ground is no ordinary faction. Today, he may very well bathe this ground in blood. Various factions murmured among themselves. 3 Saint Kings. Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the depth of the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground far surpassed that of the ancient families. Nevertheless, even 3 Saint Kings may not suffice against him. Little Huang, deal with these 3 old geezers. As for the rest of the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground, they shall all perish. Chu Tiange spoke coldly. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground comprehends the meaning of despair. It has been far too long since I last unleashed a massacre. The golden 9-headed lion grinned menacingly. With a fearsome roar, the golden 9-headed lion expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal beast thousands of feet in size, its 9 massive heads opening wide, ready to devour. Boom. The golden 9-headed lion crushed the entrance to the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground beneath its mighty paw, toppling countless palaces and mountains, before unleashing its jagged fangs upon the forces of the Sacred Ground. Countless disciples of the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground were devoured in an instant, the sound of sharp teeth grinding their flesh echoing as blood flowed freely. In mere moments, chaos erupted within the entire heavenly constellation Sacred Ground. What kind of beast is this? Quickly, take action. The air crackled with urgency as all the experts of the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground mobilized, countless martial kings, martial ho, supreme, and half-saint experts launching their assault upon the golden 9-headed lion. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of powerful energies surged forth, striking the golden 9-headed lion with tremendous force. Damn it! Annihilation, divine light. Roaring, the golden 9-headed lion unleashed a barrage of golden beams imbued with destructive power, obliterating countless strong warriors in their wake, reducing them to mere blood mist. Whether they were martial kings, martial ho, or supreme realm experts, a vast number fell before the golden 9-headed lioness' wrath. Hurry, flee! Witnessing this carnage, the various factions were gripped by terror. This beast was beyond comprehension. However, at that moment, Chu Tiange waved his hand, and a void cage descended, sealing the entire heavenly constellation Sacred Ground within. Help! Boom! The golden 9-headed lion commenced its massacre, wreaking havoc and transforming the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground into ruins. Exhibiting its unparalleled ferocity, the golden 9-headed lion opened its 9 mouths, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in countless disciples of the heavenly constellation Sacred Ground. devouring them with bone-crushing sounds that sent shivers down spines. In that moment, the golden nine-headed lion resembled a harbinger of death from the depths of hell, turning the heavenly constellation's sacred ground into a river of blood. Damn it! The sacred master and the two elders, witnessing their sacred ground reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye, were consumed by rage. Yet, they had no time to lament, for an even more terrifying presence loomed before them. Chu Tiange stood with hands clasped behind his back. Though he emitted no discernible aura, the sacred master and the others understood that he was the most formidable entity present. Chapter 25. Devouring the heavens and freezing all things. If the celestial star sacred land is merely represented by the three of you in the Saint King realm, then I fear that from this day forth, it shall cease to exist. Chu Tiange's tone was indifferent, yet the domineering power and authority contained within his voice reverberated through the void, causing it to tremble violently. Humph! Your arrogance knows no bounds, yet I wonder if you possess the capability to back it up. The celestial star sovereign retorted coldly. The celestial star sacred land boasted 3 Saint Kings, a formidable assembly indeed. The sovereign could scarcely believe that this youth, who appeared barely over 20, could contend against 3. Boom. With that, the 3 Saint Kings unleashed their spiritual pressure simultaneously. 3 terrifying forces erupted, causing the surrounding void to collapse incessantly within a 10-mile radius. Great netherworld manifestation. The celestial star sovereign shouted, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. Buzz! In an instant, a dark radiance erupted behind him, coalescing into a colossal law body. This manifestation towered 1,000 feet high, adorned with cryptic patterns, resembling a demonic deity standing between heaven and earth. The law body of heaven and earth. Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. This manifestation was a powerful technique only wielded by those in the Saint realm. The celestial star sovereign, clearly wary of Chu Tiange, unleashed his most formidable ability at the outset. Black Dragon Manifestation. Thunderous Manifestation. Boom on either side. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Celestial Star Sacred Land did not hesitate to summon their own manifestations. Behind the Grand Elder appeared an ancient law body entwined with a dark dragon. A terrifying torrent of black energy spewed forth from the dragon's mouth, exuding sheer horror. Meanwhile, the Second Elder's manifestation was a silver law body, crackling with lightning, adorned with countless thunder patterns that radiated an aura of utter destruction. 3 law bodies stood amidst the heavens and earth. Their overwhelming presence seemed to distort time and space itself. Let us strike together and eliminate this wretch, commanded the Celestial Star Sovereign. The Grand Elder and Second Elder nodded in agreement, channeling the power of their manifestations and forming intricate seals. Great Netherworld Spear. The Celestial Star Sacred Land's voice boomed, as the great Netherworld manifestation erupted with dark light. This ominous glow coalesced in its massive palm, transforming into an ancient black spear. Black Dragon destroying Heaven Halberd. Thunder-shattering sword. The Grand Elder and Second Elder's manifestations released terrifying energies as well. The Black Dragon coiling around the Grand Elder's manifestation exhaled a noxious black mist, instantly transforming into a foreboding halberd. Meanwhile, the Thunderous manifestation unleashed destructive lightning, revealing a colossal silver sword amidst the countless bolts. All 3 unleashed the formidable powers of their law bodies simultaneously. Die! Boom! In an instant, spear, halberd, and sword surged forward with terrifying force, piercing through the void, as if intent on annihilating all creation. Chu Tiange's robes billowed as his profound gaze reflected the 3 terrifying attacks. Yet, his expression remained as calm as a placid lake. Suddenly, Chu Tiange opened his mouth wide, and an insatiable, terrifying suction erupted forth, akin to a black hole. What is he attempting? The Celestial Star Sovereign was taken aback. Whoa! Chu Tiange's mouth resembled a chasm to another realm, the immense suction seemingly intent on swallowing all existence into the abyss. In the astonished eyes of the Celestial Star Sovereign and his companions, they witnessed the spear, halberd, and sword being devoured whole by Chu Tiange. Gulp! After a swallowing motion, Chu Tiange completely consumed the 3 terrifying lethal strikes. Seeing this scene, the Celestial Star Sovereign and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. Swallowed. This fellow actually devoured our divine techniques in one gulp? How is that possible? The trio felt their scalps go numb, believing Chu Tiange would defend or counterattack. Yet they never anticipated he would simply swallow it whole. It turned out that the technique Chu Tiange employed was the Devouring Emperor technique, crafted by the Devouring Emperor himself. With a mere opening of his mouth, he could devour heaven and earth, consuming anything, including divine techniques and lethal strikes. The 3 terrifying attacks were effortlessly consumed by Chu Tiange, as if they were inconsequential. The Celestial Star Sovereign was struck with dread, forcing himself to regain his composure. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, attack. Boom. In that moment, the 3 simultaneously urged their law bodies, unleashing a blinding brilliance. The 3 terrifying manifestations advanced with earth-shattering steps, raising colossal fists to strike at Chu Tiange. Boom! The The three-law body fist seemed imbued with annihilative force, causing the void to visibly collapse and the very laws of reality to shatter. Such fearsome strikes appeared capable of obliterating the stars. However, just as the three-law body fists were about to descend, Chu Tiange formed intricate seals with his hands, unleashing an endless array of law runes. Buzz, in an instant. A brilliant white light radiated from his palms, embodying an extreme coldness that seemed capable of freezing all in its path. Sizzle, in a heartbeat. As the three colossal fists made contact with the white light, they were instantly encased in ice. The terrifying freezing power rapidly spread, freezing the three-law bodies into ice sculptures. This freezing force swiftly radiated outward. Soon, countless palaces, mountains, trees, and even numerous disciples of the celestial star's sacred land were encased in ice, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. The entire celestial star's sacred land was cast back into an ice age, trapped beneath a blanket of frost, the world rendered desolate and frigid. Hiss, what kind of martial arts is this? The celestial star's sovereign and his companions were utterly horrified. Not only were their law bodies frozen, but the very spiritual energies of the world seemed to be frozen as well. Such a technique was simply unfathomable. The technique Chu Tiange executed was none other than the freezing emperor technique, created by the cold martial emperor. This technique could instantly encase all things in the world in ice. In that moment, the celestial star's sovereign and his companions were gripped by sheer terror. For Chu Tiange's powers were overwhelmingly formidable. Shatter, Chu Tiange declared indifferently, then lightly pointed ahead with his finger. Bang! In an instant, the three law bodies encased in frost exploded into countless fragments. Puffed, the celestial star sovereign and his companions spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies plummeting like birds with broken wings into the ruins below. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Tianxian Sacred Land and the Search for the Hidden Treasure Cave. With a resounding roar, the three leaders of the Tianxian Sacred Land plummeted violently into the earth, creating a chasm of immense depth. Inside this abyss, they were drenched in blood, their bodies severely battered, exuding an aura of despair. Even their spiritual energy appeared to be waning. Terror was etched across their faces as they struggled to comprehend how a youth in his early 20s could so effortlessly vanquish them. It is worth noting that they were formidable figures within the Saint King realm, renowned across the entire Qiongzhou. Yet, despite their combined might, they had been utterly crushed today, leaving them in a state of shock at the sheer power of this youth. Regret filled their hearts. They lamented their decision to annihilate the entire Yi family, which had now led to their own impending doom. Do you now question my capability to obliterate your Tianxian sacred land? Chu Tiange declared, surveying them from above. Are you truly intent on eradicating us? The Tianxian sacred lord retorted through clenched teeth. Indeed, from this day forth, the Tianxian sacred land shall cease to exist. You have abused your power and extinguished the Yi family. Now, you shall taste the bitterness of annihilation. Chu Tiange responded with an icy detachment. Ha! Very well. If you are so determined, then even if we perish today, you shall pay a heavy price. The Tianxian sacred lord's gaze burned with fury as he, along with the two elders, transformed into three streaks of light and charged at Chu Tiange in a frenzy, shouting, "Let us perish together." In an instant, their bodies swelled with a ferocious energy, as though a violent force was about to erupt from within. Master, they intend to self-destruct. The golden, nine-headed lion exclaimed in horror. The self-detonation of three Saint Kings would undoubtedly unleash a terrifying power, one that even a Saint Venerable would be compelled to evade. To seek a mutual demise? How highly you regard yourselves. Chu Tiange shook his head, then thrust his palm forward with great force. Heaven and earth cage, he called out softly, as countless principles of the universe transformed into ancient, arcane symbols. These symbols rapidly coalesced into an invisible prison that ensnared the three leaders of the Tianxian sacred land. This cage was a profound technique capable of sealing all things within its confines. Boom! Inside the heaven and earth cage, the three leaders detonated, unleashing an overwhelming force of destruction that surged forth. The terrifying energy roared like a ferocious hurricane, violently battering the cage and causing it to tremble fiercely. Had it not been for the cage, this explosive force could have obliterated the entire Tianxian sacred land into nothingness. However, under the prison's confinement, the chaotic energy found no escape, ultimately settling into silence. The three leaders had perished, their bodies reduced to nothing in the explosion. They had hoped to take Chu Tiange down with them through their self-detonation, but their scheme had failed, effortlessly thwarted by Chu Tiange's singular technique. These three old fools thought they could drag the master down with them. What a futile endeavor. The golden nine-headed lion scoffed, secretly amused by their foolishness. How powerful the master was, and yet these three Saint Kings had attempted to self-destruct in an effort to perish together, a notion so naive. Not far away, Yi Lingxiao stood in a daze, unable to comprehend how such a formidable force as the Tianxian sacred land had been effortlessly annihilated by his master. He could hardly fathom that such a colossal entity had met its demise within a single day. In that moment, his admiration for Chu Tiange swelled boundlessly. Meanwhile, the Tianxian sacred land lay in utter silence, frozen in time. Countless palaces, mountains, rivers, and even numerous disciples were encased in ice. This freezing technique could immobilize all things, and the extreme cold penetrated the body, extinguishing all life. Thus, the disciples had succumbed to their frozen fates. It was fair to say the Tianxian sacred land had been thoroughly annihilated. Let us depart. Chu Tiange spoke in a calm tone. Master, where to? Yi Lingxiao inquired with confusion. This Tianxian sacred land, being a top-tier sect, must harbor numerous treasures. We shall seek them out, Chu Tiange replied with gravity. With that, Chu Tiange, Yi Lingxiao, and the golden nine-headed lion ventured into the depths of the Tianxian sacred land. Along their path, everything was encased in ice. The entire realm resembled an epoch of glacial desolation. Soon, they arrived at the back mountains, a forbidden zone of the Tianxian sacred land, heavily guarded where even ordinary elders were not permitted entry. Master, there seems to be a terrifying killing formation within this forbidden area. The golden nine-headed lion sensed something amiss as it caught a whiff of a dangerous aura. Without a word, Chu Tiange continued onward, undeterred, pressing deeper into the forbidden zone. Buzz, as expected, ancient and obscure patterns suddenly materialized upon the ground, emanating a destructive force from within. An ancient killing formation. The golden nine-headed lion gasped in shock. This formation was exceedingly formidable. Even a Saint King would be easily vanquished upon entering. This forbidden area was the treasure trove of the Tianxian sacred land, guarded by an ancient killing formation. Yi Lingxiao felt a wave of terror wash over him. The mere aura radiating from the formation made his legs tremble. Yet, Chu Tiange remained unfazed, treating it with indifference. Boom. Countless patterns emerged, but at that moment, Chu Tiange lightly pressed his foot against the ground, and in an instant, the myriad patterns shattered. With each step he took, he crushed the formations beneath his feet, as though strolling leisurely. In no time, the ancient killing formation was obliterated before it could fully manifest. Witnessing this, the golden nine-headed lion was left speechless. Chu Tiange had literally crushed the ancient killing formation with his foot. As the ground shook with the shattering patterns, the ancient killing formation was completely annihilated. A mere killing formation posed no challenge to Chu Tiange. With a single step, he could eradicate it. Before long, a hidden treasure cave appeared before them. Chapter 27. Extraordinary treasures found in the treasure cave. The ancient mirror of the immortals cannot be gazed upon. Is this the treasure cave? The trio arrived at the mouth of the cave, where they beheld an ancient bronze door of resplendent gold and purple hues. This door was adorned with star-like patterns, with principles of the great Tao swirling upon it, emanating an aura of profound antiquity. Within this cave, treasures of the Tianxian sacred land must surely lie hidden. Allow me to force it open. The golden nine-headed lion, brimming with excitement, approached the bronze door and suddenly opened its massive jaws, a terrifying energy brewing within. Boom. From the gaping mouths of its 9 heads erupted 9 beams of golden light, striking the bronze door with tremendous force. Bang! An explosive sound reverberated, shaking the very ground until the destructive golden light gradually dissipated, revealing the bronze door once more. What? The golden nine-headed lion was taken aback, despite its fierce assault. The bronze door remained unscathed. How is this possible? This bronze door is forged from a unique material. Even those at the Saint King realm cannot forcibly break through it, Chu Tiange stated solemnly. What shall we do? Yi Lingxiao frowned. You foolish boy. While those at the Saint King realm cannot breach this door, the master surely can, the golden nine-headed lion declared proudly. Chu Tiange said nothing. His gaze was fixed on the bronze door, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes, which then burst forth with countless ancient runic illuminations. Boom. Suddenly, the entire bronze door trembled violently, as if bearing an immense pressure. Crack. Instantly, fissures spread across the door, culminating in an explosive shattering of the bronze door. Hiss, it's broken. The golden nine-headed lion and Yi Lingxiao were both dumbfounded. Chu Tiange had merely cast a glance, and the bronze door could not withstand the pressure and shattered. Let us proceed. The oppressive force and runic light in Chu Tiange's eyes swiftly receded, and he stepped into the treasure cave. Buzz. Upon entering the treasure cave, dazzling divine light erupted within, nearly blinding them. My heavens! The trio struggled to open their eyes, awestruck by the scene before them. Inside the cave, an abundance of rare treasures piled high, radiating brilliant hues, with waves of energy continuously spreading throughout the cavern. Countless spirit stones formed small mountains. Various precious herbs were scattered about, and divine weapons were visible everywhere. Cold gold divine sand, solar essence, heavenly blue golden threads, life elixir, and myriad precious medicinal materials like 5-colored auspicious cloud mushrooms, dragon eye ginseng. Each treasure here was of the highest caliber, yet they lay carelessly strewn across the ground. Goodness! The golden nine-headed lion glanced around, suddenly noticing shimmering golden rivers suspended in the left section of the cave. However, these golden rivers were not actual streams, but rather composed of precious pills. It's a pill river. Ha! Weevee struck gold. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxiao appeared dazed. Having never witnessed such a spectacle or encountered so many precious treasures, only Chu Tiangu remained unfazed, observing that the Tianxian sacred land indeed possessed some depth, worthy of its ancient lineage spanning countless ages. After acknowledging this, the trio immediately began to gather the treasures within the cave. By the heavens! Is this the Minghua purple crystal? No way. Life elixir. The golden nine-headed lion was nearly overwhelmed, for the sheer volume of treasures in this secret cave was staggering. Each one a top-tier artifact. Yi Lingxiao also took out his Qinkuan bag, stuffing every treasure he encountered into it. Precious herbs, supreme pills, and top-tier divine weapons were all claimed by them. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiangu also collected some treasures. While he might not need them, they could be beneficial to the Chu family. The trio frantically raided the cave, ensuring that every treasure was secured. Subsequently, Chu Tiangu ventured to the innermost part of the treasure cave. He gazed ahead and discovered an ancient stone pedestal upon which rested a golden box. With a wave of his hand, the box floated into his grasp, and he opened it. Buzz! Upon opening the box, a rich crimson light burst forth. This is... Chu Tiangu focused his gaze and was astonished to see within the box a palm-sized piece of divine metal, seemingly congealed from blood. Phoenix blood immortal gold. Chu Tiangu was slightly taken aback. Phoenix blood immortal gold is among the finest of immortal metals and is a crucial material for forging imperial artifacts. Such a piece is invaluable. Perfect, this Phoenix blood immortal gold can be used to forge a second imperial artifact for my Chu family. He thought to himself, promptly placing the Phoenix blood immortal gold into his Qinkuan bag. After a thorough search, the trio finally cleared the cave of all its treasures. These riches had accumulated over countless years within the Tianxian sacred land, yet today they had all been taken away by Chu Tiangu and his companions. Chu Tiangu was quite satisfied, as these precious treasures would greatly benefit the Chu family. After collecting the treasures, they departed from the Tianxian sacred land and continued their journey towards their destination, Jiuzhou City. 3 days later, news of the annihilation of the Tianxian sacred land spread like wildfire across Jiuzhou, causing a significant uproar. As one of the 4 great sacred lands, with an ancient lineage, the sudden destruction of the Tianxian sacred land overnight left all factions astounded. Who could possibly eradicate the Tianxian sacred land in such a short time? After all, the Tianxian sacred land was no ordinary force. To obliterate such an ancient lineage without a trace was clearly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. When many ventured to the Tianxian sacred land to investigate, they were further shocked to find the sacred land enshrouded in an ice age, completely frozen over. Such methods are utterly terrifying. To investigate this matter, some top-tier factions in Xiongzhou, including the 3 great immortal families, the 8 great Taoist sects, and various immortal dynasties, even joined forces to procure the ancient mirror of the immortals. This ancient mirror is an exceptionally powerful imperial artifact capable of reversing time and revealing past events. However, when the leading factions utilized the ancient mirror of the immortals to discern who had annihilated the Tianxian sacred land, they were taken aback. For within the ancient mirror lay a haze, revealing only 3 indistinct figures. This indicated that the one who destroyed the Tianxian sacred land was an exceedingly formidable and taboo existence, one that even the ancient mirror of the immortals dared not gaze upon. Chapter 28. The Auction of Jiuzhou City, a gathering of various forces. Master, we have arrived. There lies Jiuzhou City. Perched upon a hillside, 3 figures materialized. Chu Tiangu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. There, on the expansive plain, a grand and magnificent city emerged. This city resembled a primordial beast sprawling across the earth. Its walls, towering 100 feet high, were forged from obsidian, shimmering with a dark luster under the sun's rays. Countless ancient runes flickered upon the walls, emanating an extremely terrifying wave of spiritual energy that sent shivers down one's spine. Above the city, a colossal magical array loomed, enveloping the entire city like a bowl. This array, extending thousands of feet, contained a terrifying energy that distorted the surrounding void. Before them stood the renowned Jiuzhou City, located in the central region of Qiongzhou, the oldest and most prosperous city in the land. According to the grand divination, the imperial-grade medicinal herb, the Phoenix Eternal Flower, which Chu Tiangu sought, was within Jiuzhou City. Xiao Huang, when we enter the city, restrain your aura, Chu Tiangu commanded solemnly. Yes, master, replied the golden 9-headed lion, who promptly concealed its presence. After all, a holy-level beast striding boldly into Jiuzhou City would likely incite unnecessary chaos. Thus, the golden 9-headed lion had to perfectly hide its aura. With that, Chu Tiangu, the golden 9-headed lion, and Yi Lingxiao swiftly entered Jiuzhou City. Upon their arrival, They were immediately struck by the bustling and vibrant atmosphere of the city. Streets crisscrossed in every direction, teeming with a constant flow of people. Along the avenues, various buildings and shops stood tall, showcasing a plethora of precious treasures for sale. Heavens! What beast is this? As Chu Tiange and Yi Lingxiao entered, accompanied by the golden nine-headed lion, they instantly drew countless gazes, even causing a considerable stir. The golden nine-headed lion, with its imposing physique and 9 magnificent golden heads, elicited fear from many martial artists. Fortunately, it had restrained its aura and refrained from revealing its ferocious nature. Otherwise, it would have surely thrown Juzhou City into disarray. Make way, make way! As the trio ambled along the street, a commanding voice echoed from behind. Instantly, all martial artists hastily retreated to either side of the street, creating a passage. They soon beheld luxurious carriages approaching from the distance. These carriages appeared to be crafted from precious purple gold, adorned with various gemstones. The steeds pulling them were legendary dragon steeds, creating an impressive spectacle. It's the Juyang Divine Sect. How did the Juyang Divine Sect from the northwest of Cheongzhou suddenly appear in Juzhou City? Did you not hear? Today, Juzhou City is hosting an extraordinarily grand auction. The news of this auction spread throughout Cheongzhou 5 months ago, attracting countless top-tier forces. Word has it that the highlight of this auction is an imperial-grade divine medicine, which has drawn many factions to compete for it. As the carriages passed by, the murmur of martial artists filled the air. Auction. Upon hearing the surrounding discussions, Chu Tiange furrowed his brow. Juzhou City was indeed hosting a grand auction, and the centerpiece was an imperial-grade divine medicine. Chu Tiange quickly realized that the imperial-grade divine medicine being auctioned was likely the phoenix eternal flower he sought. It seemed his grand divination had not led him astray. The phoenix eternal flower was indeed within Juzhou City. Let us proceed and witness this auction in Juzhou City. Chu Tiange said gravely. Master, why must we participate in the auction? We could simply seize whatever we desire. The golden, nine-headed lion questioned, perplexed. With their strength, they could directly storm the auction and claim all the treasures. Xiao Huang, how does that set us apart from those bullies? Moreover, this auction is sure to attract numerous top-tier powerhouses. Seizing the treasures will not be so simple, Yi Lingxiao analyzed. How dare you call me Xiao Huang? The golden nine-headed lion protested indignantly. Let us go. Chu Tiange said nothing further. He was determined to acquire that imperial-grade divine medicine. But if he could obtain it without resorting to violence, that would be ideal. With that, they made their way toward the heart of Juzhou City. Along the way, they heard more about the auction. It was said that this auction in Juzhou City was the grandest in hundreds of years, attracting innumerable powerful figures and top-tier forces. The centerpiece of the auction was an imperial-grade divine medicine, which sent many factions into a frenzy. Even some reclusive old monsters were drawn in, eager to compete for this precious herb. Thus, it could be said that this auction was a convergence of formidable powers. Before long, Chu Tiange finally arrived at the auction venue. In the distance, a magnificent square hovered in midair. This square was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, and served as the auction's arena. However, the square was surrounded by a shimmering barrier, emanating an extremely terrifying aura, necessitating entry through a designated portal. At the entrance, a line of golden-armored soldiers stood guard. Countless factions were queuing to enter the auction grounds. Chu Tiange, accompanied by Yi Lingxiao and the golden nine-headed lion, joined the line. After a lengthy wait, the three finally reached the entrance. Invitation letter? Inquired one of the golden-armored soldiers. Invitation letter? Chu Tiange frowned. Did you not know? Participation in this auction requires a special invitation letter. Not everyone can attend. Only those with esteemed status can obtain an invitation, the soldier said impatiently. Chu Tiange had not anticipated that an invitation would be required to enter this auction. Clearly, this event was of significant magnitude. At that moment, Chu Tiange fixed his gaze on the golden-armored soldier. Suddenly, his eyes swirled like black holes, and the soldier appeared to lose his senses. He then extended his hand respectfully and said, "Esteemed guest, please enter." Chapter 29. The auction begins, a showcase of rare treasures. Esteemed guests, please enter. The golden-armored soldier, merely caught in the gaze of Chu Tiange, instantaneously fell under a spell, his eyes devoid of any brilliance. Let us proceed inside. Although lacking an invitation, Chu Tiange effortlessly gained entry to the venue with a subtle display of skill. The two, one human and one lion, passed through a gilded copper door into the auction hall. Upon entering the auction venue, the vista expanded magnificently before them, revealing a vast open plaza akin to an amphitheater, capable of accommodating dozens, exuding an imposing grandeur. So many people, Yi Lingxiao exclaimed in awe. The hall teemed with throngs of individuals. The atmosphere charged with palpable excitement, reflecting the immense popularity of this auction. Indeed, it was the grandest auction in Cheongzhou in a century, drawing such a multitude of formidable figures. Chu Tiange's discerning gaze swept across the auction seats, where numerous dignified figures emanated a formidable aura. Clearly, Those invited to this event hailed from influential and prestigious backgrounds. Among these elite factions were the Ziwei Holy Land and the Taiqing Holy Land, two of the four great sacred sites. Additionally, ancient sects such as the Jiuyang Divine Sect and the Qiankuan Cave also graced the occasion with their presence. Beyond these renowned powers, several discreet, yet potent entities lurked, including reclusive ancient beings whose terrifying strength was undeniable. The allure of this imperial-grade herb was indeed extraordinary. By heavens! So many top-tier powerhouses have arrived. The golden nine-headed lion lay prostrate on the ground, secretly astonished. It sensed numerous auras that sent shivers down its spine, particularly those of the ancient beings long absent from the world. Not far from Chu Tiange stood a venerable elder with flowing white hair, who appeared to be nearing the end of his days, emanating a suffocating aura of death. This individual, known as Elder Tianming, was an ancient being who had lived for millennia, possessing strength at the Saint Sovereign level. However, due to the impending end of his life, he had secluded himself within the realm of divinity for years. He had come specifically for this imperial-grade divine herb. As time passed, waves of forces continued to pour into the auction hall. In no time, the venue was filled to capacity. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of an ancient bell resonated, signaling the long-anticipated commencement of the auction. "Thank you for your patience." A captivating voice echoed from the center of the plaza, drawing the attention of all present. A woman clad in a qipao, her figure exceptionally alluring, appeared before the crowd. With fiery red hair cascading down her back, she possessed an enchanting aura that captivated the hearts of those in attendance. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to this auction. I am your host, Holmeyer." She smiled charmingly. "This auction features a total of 10 exquisite treasures, each meticulously selected by our Jiuxia Chamber of Commerce. I assure you, they shall not disappoint." With that, she declared, "Let us commence the auction. First, let us present our inaugural treasure." With a resounding thud, as Holmeyer's voice faded, a colossal stone pillar slowly ascended in the center of the plaza, instantly drawing the gaze of all. Buzz! The stone pillar erupted with dazzling light, revealing an ancient bronze door gradually emerging from its brilliance. What treasure is this? The sight of the door sent ripples of excitement through the auction hall. Though the attendees were formidable figures accustomed to the extraordinary, they were baffled by this artifact's identity. Chu Tiange focused his gaze and noted the ancient bronze door exuded an air of antiquity, adorned with intricate, arcane patterns that radiated an enigmatic aura. The laws of time. Chu Tiange's eyes narrowed. He discerned the presence of temporal law patterns inscribed upon the door. "Oh, I am certain you are all curious about the origins of this bronze door. I shan't keep you in suspense," Holmeyer continued. "This treasure is known as the Door of Time, crafted by the Time Emperor, etched with the laws of time. Within this door lies a mysterious and peculiar space where the flow of time differs from the outside world. Cultivating within for a month equates to merely a day outside." Gasped, "What? This is a treasure forged by the Time Emperor? Truly remarkable. If one were to train inside for a year, only 12 days would pass outside." Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the auction hall. The Time Emperor was a preeminent figure from ancient times. No one expected this artifact to be crafted by his own hands. Furthermore, the unique functionality of the door, with its altered temporal flow, added to its allure. "The starting bid for this item is 100 million spirit stones," Holmeyer announced. 110 million, 130 million, 150 million. Among the attendees, numerous influential figures displayed intense interest in this artifact, immediately engaging in a bidding frenzy. Within mere minutes, the price soared to 200 million. However, Chu Tiange remained disinterested in this treasure, for he had mastered all the great laws of the universe, including the laws of time. He could effortlessly craft a similar door of time with his abilities. After a fierce bidding war, the first round concluded, and the Door of Time was ultimately secured by the Ziwei Holy Land for 300 million spirit stones. "Next item up for auction," Holmeyer beamed, then gracefully waved her hand, summoning another stone pillar to rise. With a sudden whoosh, as the pillar ascended, a tempestuous surge of thunderous energy surged outward. The crowd's eyes widened as they beheld a silver automaton standing atop the pillar, its body adorned with ancient lightning patterns and vibrant streams of lightning coursing through its form, radiating formidable power. "This is a Saint Realm automaton." A stir of excitement rippled through the auction hall once more. Chapter 30. The auction of the Supreme Nine-Dragon Cauldron, the Divine Medicine, makes its splendid entrance. As esteemed guests may observe, the second treasure is a puppet of formidable strength, comparable to the Holy Realm. However, this puppet is no ordinary construct. It is the long-lost Thunder Puppet. Fire Mayor elucidated. The mention of the Thunder Puppet instantly captured everyone's attention. Indeed, the distinction of this Thunder Puppet lies in its ability to absorb the power of thunder and continuously evolve. As long as it can absorb some extraordinary celestial lightning, the strength of the Thunder Puppet will perpetually enhance. Fire Mayor smiled charmingly. "What? This is a puppet capable of absorbing celestial lightning and thus able to undergo constant evolution. In an instant, the auction hall erupted into a frenzy. A puppet of the Holy Realm already holds immense value, yet this one can evolve endlessly into a being akin to an emperor. In other words, this thunder puppet possesses limitless potential for enhancement. The starting bid for this thunder puppet is 200 million spirit stones. Fire Mayor announced, 230 million, 250 million, 300 million. As anticipated, this artifact sparked a fervent bidding war. After all, this thunder puppet has the capacity to grow and evolve. Should it absorb celestial lightning, reaching the realm of an emperor is not beyond possibility. Among the spectators, Chu Tiange observed the fierce competition among the various factions, yet he felt little inclination to participate. With his current perspective, ordinary treasures were hardly worthy of his attention. The intense bidding continued for several minutes, ultimately culminating in the Juyang Divine Sect triumphing with a bid of 500 million. Congratulations to the Juyang Divine Sect for successfully acquiring the Thunder Puppet. For those factions that did not win the bid, do not be disheartened, for even more precious treasures are yet to be revealed. Boom. With a nod from Fire Mayor, the third treasure finally made its grand appearance. Roar. From atop the stone pillar, a deep dragon's roar resonated, capturing countless gazes as an ancient cauldron floated above. This venerable cauldron, adorned with 9 vividly engraved dragon patterns, exuded an aura of dominance, as if it were a living entity, radiating an air of supreme grandeur. As you can see, the third treasure is an alchemical furnace. Known as the Supreme 9-Dragon Cauldron, one of the 10 renowned cauldrons of the celestial realm. Should one use this cauldron for alchemy, it can enhance the quality of the concocted elixirs. The starting bid for this item is 150 million, Fire Mayor declared solemnly. However, after announcing the starting price, an unusual silence enveloped the hall, with no one daring to bid. After a prolonged pause, a raspy, aged voice emerged from a secluded corner. 180 million. The crowd turned to see an elderly man draped in a black robe, which was the distinctive attire of a 9th-grade alchemist. It is the Alchemy Demon Elder. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized him, for this alchemy demon had quite a reputation in Xiongzhou, being a genuine 9th-grade alchemist. 200 million. At that moment, another bid rang out, and it was none other than Chu Tiange. Having absorbed the legacies of several top-tier alchemy emperors, he could be considered an imperial-grade alchemist. The Supreme 9-Dragon Cauldron, being one of the 10 renowned cauldrons, was perfectly suited for his alchemical endeavors. 250 million. The Alchemy Demon Elder raised the bid once more. 300 million. Chu Tiange replied coolly. The two engaged in a fierce contest, and the price escalated to 500 million. Hee, young sir, might you also be a 9th-grade alchemist? Such a cauldron is beyond your worthiness to wield. The Alchemy Demon Elder mocked. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to dictate, Chu Tiange retorted sharply. You. The Alchemy Demon Elder's expression darkened. He had traversed the world, commanding respect even from the top-tier factions, yet now a mere youth dared to treat him with such disdain. This lad, daring to offend the Alchemy Demon Elder, truly embodies the audacity of youth. Some powerful figures couldn't help but shake their heads, aware that the network of alchemists is vast. With the Alchemy Demon Elder's influence, even Holy Realm experts would willingly offer their services. Therefore, ordinary factions would not dare to provoke the Alchemy Demon Elder. At this moment, it was evident that the Alchemy Demon Elder was filled with murderous intent. Chu Tiange scoffed. A 9th-grade alchemist presuming to wield authority over him was nothing short of ludicrous. In the end, the Supreme 9-Dragon Cauldron was successfully acquired by Chu Tiange. Next, the fourth extraordinary treasure is set to be unveiled. Boom. One by one, exquisite items made their appearances at the auction, each a veritable gem, including the 9th-grade elixir, glazed Sacred King Pill, and the Sacred King Artifact, Heavenly Dragon Halberd, among other treasures. These items incited fierce competition, further elevating the atmosphere of the auction hall. However, after acquiring the Supreme 9-Dragon Cauldron, Chu Tiange refrained from further bidding, for these subsequent treasures held little allure for him. Dong. At last, the ringing of a bell resonated throughout the auction hall, signaling the impending conclusion of the event. Is it finally time for the grand finale treasure to make its entrance? It is said that the closing item of this auction is an imperial-grade medicinal herb. The auction hall buzzed with excitement, chatter echoing around. Chu Tiange straightened his posture, having awaited this moment for so long. The imperial-grade medicinal herb is finally set to debut. Esteemed guests, the moment we have all been anticipating is upon us. The next item is the final treasure of this auction, the crowning jewel of this event. Let us welcome this extraordinary item to the stage. Boom. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Fire Mayor conjured ancient patterns that illuminated the entire square, followed by an ancient cry resonating through the air. Caw. From the center of the auction hall, it appeared as if a fire phoenix surged forth from the earth, instantly igniting the entire event in flames. Amidst the fiery spectacle, a crimson flower emerged, boasting 9 feather-like petals, each inscribed with immortal symbols. At the heart of the petals, a fiery phoenix poised to take flight could be faintly discerned. Upon the flower, numerous profound and ancient runes entwined, exuding an aura of inscrutable mystery. Wow! Upon witnessing this divine herb, the auction hall erupted like a stone cast into a still pond, inciting waves of commotion as countless warriors gazed upon it with greedy fervor. Before them stood a flower akin to a phoenix reborn from flames, the imperial-grade divine herb, the everlasting phoenix blossom. Chapter 31. The imperial-grade divine medicine, the eternal phoenix flower, a fierce competition among the top powers. The sight of the crimson blossom, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from flames, stirred an uncontrollable tumult throughout the auction house. Every faction present was awash with avarice as they beheld the imperial-grade divine medicine. Each specimen is a rare treasure, requiring millions of years to cultivate such a divine herb. Seated among them, Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes slightly. This eternal phoenix flower, it is said, can only be formed at the site where an ancient true phoenix of imperial rank fell, its blood mingling with the essence of heaven and earth, culminating in a process that takes 1,000,000 years. Thus, this imperial-grade divine medicine is undoubtedly a priceless gem. Ladies and gentlemen, this eternal phoenix flower is the pièce d'argent of our auction. Its appearance resembles that of an immortal phoenix, and its medicinal properties can bring the dead back to life and reshape the very essence of one's being. Moreover, refining this divine herb carries a chance of cultivating the true phoenix body. Fire Mayor's voice resonated through every corner of the auction hall. The mere mention of the true phoenix body sent ripples of excitement through the various factions. The true phoenix body is one of the 10 strongest physiques in the celestial realm. Should one cultivate it to its utmost potential, they would be a formidable rival even to those of the emperor rank. The temptation to refine this imperial medicine into the true phoenix body was simply colossal. Humph! This imperial-grade divine medicine shall belong to our Ziwei Holy Land, declared the Ziwei Holy Master with a solemn tone. He, Holy Master of Ziwei, your confidence may be misplaced. No matter the cost, my Jiuyang divine sect will contest for it, retorted the Jiuyang Taoist with a cold snort. Other top-tier powers, such as the Ta Ching Holy Land, the Divine Pavilion, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Palace, and the Everlasting Holy Mountain, were also quietly vying for dominance, each determined to acquire this divine medicine. In an instant, the atmosphere of the auction hall was charged with a palpable tension. All right, we shall commence the bidding for this centerpiece item, starting at 2 billion stones, announced Fire Mayor. 2.1 billion. The Ziwei Holy Land made the first bid. 2.8 billion. The Jiuyang Divine Sect quickly followed suit. 3.5 billion. The Everlasting Holy Mountain refused to be outdone. 4.6 billion. 5.5 billion. 6.8 billion. The bidding had only just begun, yet the intensity exceeded all expectations. Within mere minutes, the price soared to a staggering 7 billion. Good heavens! Some factions shook their heads in resignation, realizing that such a level of contention was beyond their reach. After all, the annual income of many second or third-tier sects in Xiongzhou barely amounted to a few 100 million spirit stones, while the bidding for this imperial-grade divine medicine had reached an outrageous figure. Yet, this was merely the beginning. To secure this imperial-grade divine medicine, one would have to engage in fierce competition. Without at least several 100 billion spirit stones, it would be nearly impossible to claim it. 85 billion, called out the master of the Divine Pavilion. 98 billion. The master of the Reincarnation Palace raised the stakes again. 120 billion. The Ziwei Holy Master suddenly increased the price by 20 billion, provoking a stir among the attendees. Truly, the might of a top-tier power was evident. This was an astonishing display of wealth. The golden 9-headed lion was left speechless. Previously, a sacred artifact had only fetched a price in the millions. Yet now this imperial-grade divine medicine had skyrocketed to 100 billion. Master, are you not going to bid for this imperial-grade divine medicine? Yi Lingxiao inquired, puzzled. The auction has just begun. Now is not the time to act. Chu Tiange replied with a faint smile. At this moment, the top powers were embroiled in fierce competition. He planned to join in at the last moment. As time passed, the fierce bidding continued, driving the price ever higher, and within half an hour, it had surpassed the 200 billion mark. 200 billion spirit stones. Even for a top-tier power like the Ziwei Holy Land, this sum was astronomical. It took years for these great factions to amass such wealth. As the bidding for the imperial-grade divine medicine escalated, fewer and fewer factions dared to place bids. After all, being able to offer several 100 billion spirit stones was not something common factions could manage. Even some top-tier powers would find such expenditure a heavy burden. 230 billion. The Ziwei Holy Master gritted his teeth. Master, we cannot bid any further. Otherwise, we will deplete the Ziwei Holy Land. An elder urged anxiously. Silence. The Ziwei Holy Master snapped. He was determined to possess this imperial-grade divine medicine, even if it meant exhausting the entire resources of the Ziwei Holy Land. At this moment, the auction hall fell into a tense silence. The price had reached an astonishing level. Even some top-tier powers found themselves unable to continue. Of course, even those who could afford it would face immense sacrifices, potentially draining their entire sect's savings. You are quite ruthless. The Zhejiang Taoist gritted his teeth, weighing his options before ultimately withdrawing from the fray. The Ta Ching Holy Land, the Divine Pavilion, and other top powers also reluctantly chose to forfeit after careful consideration. One could not deny the Ziwei Holy Master's audacity. He was willing to risk everything for the sake of this imperial-grade divine medicine. Is there a higher bid? Fire Mayor asked with a charming smile, her enchanting eyes scanning the auction hall. However, just as the Ziwei Holy Master believed this imperial-grade divine medicine was within his grasp, a sudden voice pierced through the air. 300 billion. What? Did I hear that correctly? 300 billion. The auction hall erupted into chaos, the uproar soaring to the heavens. All eyes turned to the source of the bid, revealing a young and handsome youth. The bidder was none other than Chu Tiange. Hee, are you jesting? Can someone as young as you truly afford 300 billion spirit stones? The Ziwei Holy Master scoffed coldly. After a brief discussion with Fire Mayor and several elders of the auction, she smiled and said, "Young sir, we may need to verify your financial capacity. No other top-tier powers possessed such formidable financial resources. How could a youth like Chu Tiange possibly have 300 billion to his name? Verify away." Chu Tiange responded nonchalantly. This sum was amassed from depleting the treasure vault of the Tianxian Holy Land, a wealth accumulated over countless years. Soon, several elders from the auction house were dispatched to assess his financial standing. Before long, Fire Mayor received feedback from the elders, her expression shifting from surprise to a composed announcement. The young Sir's bid of 300 billion is valid. Does anyone wish to place a higher bid? Chapter 32. A subtle manipulation to assist the golden nine-headed lion in breaking through to the Saint King. What? This young man truly possesses 300 billion spirit stones. My heavens, what is his origin? Could he possibly be a prince from a supreme divine clan? The words of Hua Mayor immediately incited a stir among the various factions present. 300 billion. Even for a top-tier force like the Ziwei Sacred Land, it would be nearly impossible to gather such an amount, even if they were to exhaust all their resources. Yet, a youth of such tender years is able to present this sum. In an instant, whispers began to circulate among the factions, speculating about the astonishing background of Chu Tiange, pondering whether he hailed from royal lineage, for how else could he possess such immense wealth? Meanwhile, the Ziwei Saint Master's countenance darkened considerably. This prized imperial-grade divine herb was so close to being within their grasp, only for this unexpected youth to emerge at a critical moment, driving the price up to 300 billion. The leaders of the foremost powers, such as the Zhejiang Divine Sect and the Ta Ching Sacred Land, couldn't help but frown in silence. In the entire Qiongzhou, there were only two imperial clans, the Futuo Imperial Clan and the Zhangtian Imperial Clan. The princes of these two clans were renowned throughout the immortal realm, possessing extraordinary talents. They had certainly heard of them, but this unfamiliar youth before them did not seem to belong to either of these noble families. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any price that surpasses that of this young master? If there are no higher bids, then this imperial-grade divine herb shall belong to him. Hua Mayor spoke again, her tone solemn. However, the auction hall remained silent, with no one willing to place a bid. 300 billion spirit stones was an exorbitant price, too steep even for a top-tier force like the Ziwei Sacred Land. Of course, while some elite factions might afford it, they would have to deplete their entire sect's reserves, a price too heavy for them to bear. After a moment of silence, it became evident that no one would bid further. Hua Mayor cast a glance around the hall and declared, "Since no one is bidding, I announce that this grand finale treasure of the auction belongs to this young master. Congratulations." With that, Hua Mayor let the gavel in her hand fall onto the stone platform. Thud! A resonant bell echoed throughout the auction hall, signaling the conclusion of the event. Shortly thereafter, the various factions departed the venue in an orderly manner. This young man may have secured the divine herb, but I fear he lacks the ability to take it away. Indeed, if he were truly a prince of an imperial clan, the factions might think twice. But alas, this youth seems to have no backing, and I doubt the other forces will let him leave easily. Let us wait and see the unfolding drama. At this moment, whispers began to circulate around the hall, with several martial artists casting furtive glances at Chu Tiange, their eyes reflecting a pitying sentiment. This imperial-grade divine herb is far too alluring. Once Chu Tiange attempts to leave Jiuzhou City, various factions will likely pounce, leading to a bloody storm. Particularly, the Ziwei Sacred Land and Zhejiang Divine Sect are eyeing this divine herb with ravenous intent, rendering it a hot potato that would incite conflict no matter whose hands it fell into. After the auction concluded, an undercurrent of tension swept through Jiuzhou City, as if foreshadowing an impending catastrophe. However, Chu Tiange showed no signs of haste in departing. Instead, he sought refuge in a nearby inn. "Master, we have already attracted the attention of several old foes." Upon entering the room, the golden nine-headed lion sensed several powerful presences locking onto them. Among these energies, even the weakest was at the Saint King level. and the golden nine-headed lion detected several concealed auras, likely at the Saint Sovereign level. Saint Sovereign, a pinnacle existence within the Saint realm, a single one could rival a dozen Saint Kings. With such formidable beings fixated on them, the golden nine-headed lion felt a surge of anxiety. What is there to fear? They are but a few jumping grasshoppers. If they do not provoke me, all is well. Should they seek their own demise, I would not mind crushing them one by one. Chu Tiange replied, his tone unperturbed. Hearing this, both the golden nine-headed lion and Yi Lingxiao gasped in astonishment. Their adversaries were top-tier experts, each on par with the Saint Master of Tianxian. Yet Chu Tiange spoke as if he regarded them with utter disdain. Buzz. At that moment, Chu Tiange took out the immortal phoenix flower. This imperial great herb was exquisitely beautiful, akin to a phoenix reborn from flames. Each petal was inscribed with intricate patterns of the great Tao. Finally, he had obtained one of the 3 essential ingredients needed to refine the 9-transformation imperial immortal pill. Chu Tiange smiled gently. He then retrieved a wooden box and carefully placed the flower within. Little Huang, how long have you been stuck at the saint level? Chu Tiange suddenly inquired. 300 years, the golden nine-headed lion replied solemnly. 300 years? You have truly wasted your potential. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Today, I will assist you in breaking through to the Saint King realm, Chu Tiange said with a nonchalant demeanor. What, master? You wish to assist me in breaking through to the Saint King realm? The golden nine-headed lion was instantly filled with excitement. Having been stuck at the saint level for 300 years, he had attempted to break through to the Saint King realm multiple times, yet had failed each time, leaving him quite helpless. I wish to grant you the means to protect yourself, for you shall soon face formidable foes. I will channel my spiritual energy into you, facilitating your breakthrough to the Saint King realm. Chu Tiange nodded. Channel spiritual energy? The golden nine-headed lion was taken aback. This method was an ancient technique, only employable by extraordinarily powerful beings, compressing the energy of heaven and earth and infusing it into one's body, significantly enhancing one's strength in a short time. With a wave of his hand, Chu Tiange formed a barrier that enveloped the entire room. He then raised his palm and swiftly compressed the spiritual energy of the world, directing it into the golden nine-headed lioness crown. Boom! An indescribable force surged into the golden nine-headed lion, who felt his internal power escalating wildly, as if every limb and bone was infused with immense strength. Roar! The golden nine-headed lion bellowed with exhilaration. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Boom! Half an hour later, a formidable Saint King pressure erupted from the golden nine-headed lion. Had Chu Tiange not previously set up a barrier, this Saint King pressure alone would have been enough to topple the entire building. Ha! I have broken through. The golden nine-headed lion rejoiced. Having been stuck at the Saint realm for over 300 years, yet managing to break through in just half an hour. In that moment, the golden nine-headed lion was completely in awe of Chu Tiange. He was left astonished at the extent of Chu Tiange's power, as he had merely utilized a subtle method to facilitate his breakthrough to the Saint King realm. Chapter 33. The 3 Great Holy Kings and 4 Great Holy Lords. 7 supreme beings competing for the divine herb. Roar! Within the confines of the inn's chamber, the golden nine-headed lion suddenly emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Its body enveloped in an endless divine radiance. Behind its 9 heads, 9 resplendent suns released a dazzling golden light. Each strand of its mane shimmered with a molten radiance akin to the fusion of the sun, moon, and stars, while its crimson gold eyes exuded an indescribable majesty. These phenomena were the result of the golden nine-headed lion breaking through to the Holy King realm. However, these manifestations were concealed by Chu Tiange's barrier. Otherwise, a considerable upheaval would have erupted throughout the entire Jiuzhou city. Thank you, master. The golden nine-headed lion knelt, its gaze toward Chu Tiange, filled with gratitude and reverence, truly regarding him as its master. It had been trapped in the holy realm for over 300 years. Yet Chu Tiange had merely exerted a slight influence to enable it to truly step into the Holy King realm. Such prowess was nothing short of miraculous. I have stated before, by following me, you shall not be disgraced. If you perform well in the future, I may yet assist you in reaching the Emperor realm. Chu Tiange spoke calmly. What? The Emperor realm? Upon hearing this, the golden nine-headed lion was rendered speechless with shock. The Emperor realm was the supreme existence in the immortal domain. Although the golden nine-headed lion possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, the prospect of ascending to the Emperor realm seemed utterly hopeless for it in this lifetime. Countless top talents in the immortal domain had spent their entire lives without ever reaching the Emperor realm. Yet, Chu Tiange audaciously claimed he could assist it in attaining this lofty height. Just how powerful must a person be to utter such confident words so nonchalantly? Chu Tiange's assertions were not mere boasts. He indeed possessed the capability to help the golden nine-headed lion transcend to the Emperor realm. As a top-tier alchemist, he merely needed to concoct a few Emperor-grade elixirs capable of enhancing strength, which would immensely benefit the golden nine-headed lion. Now, you've just broken through. Take some time to adapt to the power within you. The infusion of spiritual energy has its side effects, and your internal strength is still somewhat unstable, requiring your own refinement, Chu Tiange instructed, then slowly closed his eyes to gather his energy. The night passed by unnoticed. The following day, Chu Tiange remained still until the sun began to set. Only then did he quietly depart from the inn, accompanied by Yi Lingxiao and the golden nine-headed lion, making their way towards the outskirts of Jiuzhou City. At the moment Chu Tiange left Jiuzhou City, several mysterious figures vanished enigmatically. To the east of Jiuzhou City lay an expansive Gobi desert, desolate and barren. The distant blood-red sun sank low, casting a majestic and grand scene. Whoosh! At this moment, a formidable nine-headed lion carried two figures as it soared towards the eastern expanse of the Gobi. Master, where shall we head next? Yi Lingxiao inquired with curiosity. Bombing City, Chu Tiange replied in a solemn tone. According to the grand divination technique, the second emperor-grade divine herb, the chaos soul grass, is in the possession of the Xinyuan family, one of the four great longevity families in Bombing City, located in eastern Xiongzhou. These four ancient families date back to the distant primordial era and are renowned throughout Xiongzhou, housing numerous top-tier powerhouses. The chaos soul grass was the treasured heirloom of the Xinyuan family. Acquiring this emperor-grade divine herb from their grasp would not be a simple endeavor. However, there were other troubles to address first. Chu Tiange's gaze narrowed as he sensed impending trouble approaching. Yet, a slight smile graced his lips. These old fellows had indeed set their sights on the emperor-grade divine herb in his possession. If they had chosen to leave him be, it would have been wise. But now they were courting disaster. Boom. In that instant, the earth trembled violently as jagged cracks spread forth like a giant serpent beneath the feet of the nine-headed lion. Boom. Almost immediately, the void above was torn apart, and an immense hand emerged, as if it had rent the very fabric of reality, reaching towards the golden nine-headed lion. Are these old geezers finally making their move? Heh, this king has been waiting with bated breath. The golden nine-headed lion snarled. Roar, devouring divine light. The 9 heads of the lion opened wide, unleashing a vortex of spiritual energy that surged forth, coalescing into a viscous golden liquid. Boom. Following this, 9 beams of destructive power erupted from its maw, shattering the colossal hand with a resounding crash. A light exclamation suddenly echoed through the void. Since you've arrived, why hide in the shadows? This emperor-grade divine herb is in my possession. If you want it, let us see what you are capable of. Chu Tiange raised his palm, and the blazing phoenix immortal flower slowly unfurled in his grasp, radiating divine brilliance. Upon sighting this divine herb, the pursuing powerful beings became visibly agitated, and they began to tear through the space, revealing their true forms. In the sky above, the infinite laws of the great Tao ignited, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing the earth to tremble violently. Kid, hand over the divine herb, and I shall spare your life. A commanding voice proclaimed. The sky was filled with 9 purple suns blazing fiercely, and amidst them, a figure emerged, the leader of the Zhuyang divine sect, Zhuyang Taoist. Zhuyang Taoist. Do you think you can monopolize this emperor-grade divine herb so easily? Just then, a cold scoff resonated, and the void twisted violently as several terrifying figures materialized. Among them were the leader of the Divine Pavilion, the Supreme Master of Taxing Holy Land, the Supreme Master of Zy Holy Land, the Master of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Palace, the Eternal Master of the Unaging Sacred Mountain, and the Master of the Xianming Hall. In total, 7 formidable figures loomed in the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to threaten the very fabric of the void, causing it to crack and reveal menacing black fissures. Among these 7 top-tier powerhouses, 3 were holy kings, while the remaining 4 were genuine holy lords. 3 holy kings. For holy lords, this formidable lineup was indeed terrifying, capable of sweeping away any first-rate force in Xiongzhou. However, there was no hint of panic on Chu Tiange's face. His lips curled into a faint, cold smile. This formidable assembly was undeniably powerful, but how naive they were to believe they could seize the divine herb from his grasp. Chapter 34. How dare you lay hands on my master? Boom. Above the Gobi Desert, 7 figures loomed in the air, enveloped in an aura of terrifying sanctity, as if the very void had solidified. Each of these 7 figures was an unparalleled powerhouse, renowned in Xiongzhou. Even the weakest among them, the Ziwei Saint Lord, had already ascended to the late stage of the Saint King realm. The other 4, Zhuyang Taoist, the Master of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Palace, the Lord of the Divine Pavilion, and the Master of the Undying Sacred Mountain, had long since reached the Saint Venerable realm, possessing the ability to seize the very essence of heaven and earth. They stood in the void, surrounded by boundless laws, as if they had merged with the cosmos itself. Compared to them, ordinary saints appeared as mere fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon. At this moment, their gazes were fixed upon the imperial herb in Chu Tiange's hand, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. At their level, ordinary treasures hardly stirred their hearts. Yet this imperial herb was a sight for which they yearned profoundly. Kid, Such a treasure is beyond your reach. Hand it over to me at once, and perhaps you may yet preserve your life today." A commanding voice rang out, emanating from a middle-aged man clad in purple and gold robes. His countenance was stern and imposing, with a hawkish nose and eyes that glimmered like blades of gold, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary mortals who dared not meet his gaze. This man was none other than the Lord of the Divine Pavilion, one of the four Saint Venerables. Do not heed his words. Surrender the imperial herb to me, and I, the master of the 6 paths of Reincarnation Palace, shall grant you any reward you desire, be it holy pills, sacred medicines, or divine artifacts. The choice is yours. The master of the 6 paths of Reincarnation Palace was shrouded in golden mist, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, imbued with an irresistible authority. "Kid, hand over that imperial herb to me, and I shall impart to you the undying sacred art, a technique that grants eternal youth and immortality." A tall, youthful man with an elegant demeanor spoke, revealing himself to be the master of the undying sacred mountain. Due to his practice of the undying sacred art, he appeared the most youthful among them. "Humph, you'd best think this through, boy. If you refuse to hand over the imperial herb, I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death today." Jiuyang Daoist threatened ominously. Hearing their enticing offers and menacing threats, Chu Tiange could not help but smirk coldly within. Did these old fools truly believe he was a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? A handful of Saint Venerables scarcely had the right to speak to him in such a manner. Looking at the 7, he spoke with an unwavering tone. "Just 3 Saint Kings and 4 Saint Venerables presumed to seize the imperial herb from me? You overestimate yourselves. I give you 3 breaths to depart, or do not say I did not offer you a chance." Gasp. The 7 formidable figures fell momentarily silent, clearly taken aback by the boy's audacious words. They had not anticipated that he would dare to speak so arrogantly. Yet, their brows soon furrowed slightly. This boy either possessed an astonishing background or had strength that defied their expectations. However, they quickly dismissed both possibilities. They had heard of many prodigies from Cheongzhou's top factions, yet they had never encountered this youth before. It was evident that Chu Tiange was not born of a top-tier force. As for his strength, he appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Even if he had begun cultivating from birth, it was unlikely he could rival them. Such an insignificant insect dares to speak to me in this manner. Truly ignorant. Jiuyang Dao's tone was icy. The other 6 regarded him with disdain, their gazes dismissive as they looked upon Chu Tiange, as if he were a mere insect beneath their feet. To them, this youth was someone they could easily obliterate. "Boy, you have one last chance. Will you surrender that imperial herb or not?" The Lord of the Divine Pavilion barked. At this moment, their patience was wearing thin. Their earlier inducements and threats stemmed from a concern that Chu Tiange might destroy the imperial herb. Now, they were compelled to escalate their coercion. "Damn it, you old fools. Do you think you can threaten my master? Did you not hear what my master said? Depart at once," roared the golden 9-headed lion, its aura of the Saint King realm erupting violently. Boom. In an instant, the golden 9-headed lion radiated a blinding golden light, rapidly expanding into a colossal beast towering 1,000 feet high. With a thunderous stomp, the ground fractured beneath it, and its 9 heads roared continuously, generating shockwaves that caused the expressions of the 7 powerful figures to shift dramatically. Gasp. A Saint King realm beast, Jiuyang Daoist and the others could not help but draw a sharp breath, their faces reflecting extreme astonishment. They had overlooked the concealed aura of the golden 9-headed lion, failing to realize it was a beast of the Saint King realm. At this moment, the expressions of the 7 changed. This Saint King realm beast was merely the mount of this youth. Who on earth was he? Could he truly be a scion of an imperial lineage? Humph. Even if he is a scion of an imperial family, what of it? If we kill him, no one will be the wiser. Jiuyang Daoist declared darkly. Indeed, that imperial herb must be seized at all costs. The Lord of the Divine Pavilion and the others exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a sinister intent. "Damn it. You dare to challenge my master? You think you are worthy?" roared the golden 9-headed lion, its 9 heads ablaze with fury as boundless spiritual power surged forth, stirring a tempest in the heavens and earth. It then opened its massive jaws, unleashing beams of golden light. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of annihilating divine light surged toward the 7 formidable figures, tearing the void apart wherever they passed. The 7 powerhouses narrowed their eyes, swiftly evading like phantoms. "Humph. A mere Saint King realm beast dares to act so brazenly before me." Jiuyang's devastating palm. Enraged, Jiuyang Daoist raised his hand, revealing 9 purple suns that rapidly fused into a golden purple palm. Boom. The golden purple palm descended like a celestial body, seemingly containing the power to obliterate all creation. Where it landed, the void cracked with fissures. Roaring, the golden 9-headed lion unleashed its Saint King realm pressure, its golden radiance flaring as it charged against the golden purple palm. Yet, despite the golden 9-headed lion's breakthrough to the Saint King realm, its strength paled in comparison to that of a Saint Venerable. The chasm between the Saint King and Saint Venerable realms was akin to the gulf between heaven and earth. Chapter 35. Wound my steed, and you shall pay with your lives. How dare a mere Saint King beast challenge my authority? Die. Boom. The Nine Sons Taoist unleashed a formidable strike as his hand pressed downwards, revealing a colossal purple-gold palm that seemed to harbor the annihilating power to obliterate all existence. Descending upon the golden nine-headed lion. Roar. The golden nine-headed lion was engulfed by countless divine symbols igniting around it, a radiant golden light erupting from within, striving to resist the oppressive force of the purple-gold palm. However, the chasm between the Saint King and Saint Sovereign realms was insurmountable. The Saint Sovereign was a paragon of supremacy, viewing the Saint Kings as mere insects. Gradually, the golden nine-headed lion succumbed to the weight of the purple-gold palm, its brilliance dimming sharply, and its once mighty golden form began to fracture, with golden blood gushing forth like a fountain. Roar. The golden nine-headed lion howled in agony. Yet, just as the purple-gold palm was about to tear it apart, Chu Tiange's gaze sharpened with an intensity that seemed to contain an irresistible force, akin to the gaze of a deity. In an instant, the imprint of the purple-gold palm appeared to freeze mid-air. Crack. Suddenly, fissures marred the surface of the purple-gold imprint. The Nine Sons Taoist furrowed his brow. How could his nine sons burning heaven palm suddenly develop such cracks? Before he could comprehend this anomaly, Chu Tiange's gaze intensified once more, and with a thunderous explosion, the purple-gold palm shattered into fragments. Thank you, master. The golden nine-headed lion, bloodied and battered, retreated behind Chu Tiange, fully aware that it was he who had intervened to save it. Chu Tiange assessed the injuries of the golden nine-headed lion with a frigid glance, then turned his icy gaze towards the 7 adversaries, declaring, "You have wounded my steed. Today, you shall pay with your lives." Swish. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Tiange vanished, as if evaporating into thin air. Where did that brat go? The 7 of the Nine Sons Taoists suddenly frowned, unable to detect any trace of Chu Tiange's presence. Yet, amidst their confusion, they sensed an ominous threat. Suddenly, boom. A piercing scream erupted as the Taiching Saint Master inexplicably exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Hiss, what is happening? Witnessing this scene, the Nine Sons Taoist and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. They had not seen who had slain the Taiching Saint Master, nor why he had disintegrated into a blood mist. Could it be that brat? Impossible. In the blink of an eye, the Nine Sons Taoist had failed to notice as a Saint King was instantaneously killed. Even a Saint Sovereign would struggle to accomplish such a feat. As the 6 remained on high alert, boom, boom, 2 more anguished cries echoed across the desolate expanse, as the Ziwei Saint Master and the Xianming Hulm Master similarly exploded into nothingness. Hiss. At that moment, the remaining 4 Saint Sovereigns of the Nine Sons Taoist began to panic. In scarcely the time it takes to blink, 3 Saint Kings had been swiftly eradicated. Moreover, they had perceived no signs of the impending slaughter. The Nine Sons Taoist and the others were now taut with tension, gripped by a paralyzing fear. Their adversary must possess extraordinary strength, rendering them utterly oblivious to the unfolding carnage. Meanwhile, the unaging Saint Master, the God Pavilion Master, and the Reincarnation Palace Master exchanged terrified glances, suddenly aware of Chu Tiange's presence behind the Nine Sons Taoist, which he had remained completely unaware of. Be careful. He is behind you. The unaging Saint Master shouted. What? The Nine Sons Taoist's scalp tingled. A chilling dread coursed through him. How could he, a Saint Sovereign, fail to detect Chu Tiange's emergence behind him? In that moment, the 4 Saint Sovereigns were filled with sheer terror, finally grasping the magnitude of the youth's terrifying prowess. Who on earth is this boy? Enough of this masquerade. I, a dignified Saint Sovereign, shall not be intimidated by you. The Nine Sons Taoist, despite his fear, summoned his courage and unleashed the oppressive aura of a Saint Sovereign. How dare you act so recklessly before me? Chu Tiange's tone was frosty. At that instant, Chu Tiange raised his hand slowly, a vibrant flame igniting in an instant, radiating a terrifying heat that warped the surrounding space. This was none other than the Imperial Flame. Whoosh! Chu Tiange flicked his finger, and the Imperial Flame surged forth, rapidly enveloping the Nine Sons Taoist. The Imperial Flame blazed fiercely as the Nine Sons Taoist screamed in agony. Despite his frantic attempts to extinguish the flames, none of his efforts bore fruit. Save me! Save me! The Imperial Flame raged on, and the Nine Sons Taoist's wails echoed through the heavens. In his torment, he struggled, yet the Imperial Flame was merciless, swiftly reducing the Nine Sons Taoist to nothingness. Seeing this, the remaining 3, unaging Saint Master, God Pavilion Master, and Reincarnation Palace Master, were struck with terror. Who was this youth? 3 Saint Kings had perished without a clue, and now, even the Nine Sons Taoist had been incinerated alive. This youth was simply monstrous. Cold sweat dripped from their brows as they lamented their misjudgment. Had they known of his terrifying strength, they would never have dared to seek the imperial medicine. Young friend, we were blind to your might, and we have wronged you. We are willing to offer reparations. We implore you to show mercy and spare our lives. The unaging Saint Master capitulated. Indeed, indeed. The earlier transgression was solely that of the Nine Sons Taoist. It had nothing to do with us. The God Pavilion Master forced a smile. Youth, I, the Six Paths of Reincarnation Palace, also apologize. The Reincarnation Palace Master quavered. The three Saint Sovereigns, typically commanding figures, now displayed their most cowardly demeanor before this boy. No one would believe that three formidable Saint Sovereigns would bow in deference to a mere youth. Reparations? I have never favored leaving witnesses. You three shall be no exception. Today, your lives shall serve as atonement. Chu Tianga's eyes glinted coldly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the unaging Saint Master and the others darkened. Brat, are you truly set on annihilating us? Together, we three Saint Sovereigns will ensure you pay dearly. The God Pavilion Master gritted his teeth. Indeed, even if we perish, we shall make you suffer. It's best you reconsider. The Reincarnation Palace Master hissed ominously. Fish die and nets break? You think you can contend with me? You certainly overestimate yourselves, Chu Tianga scoffed. If you continue to press, do not blame us for what follows. Boom. The unaging Saint Master, God Pavilion Master, and Reincarnation Palace Master ignited the holy blood within them, unleashing three terrifying forces, evidently prepared to fight to the death. Chapter 36. The overwhelming annihilation of three holy sovereigns. What is dimensionality reduction strike? Boom. The eternal holy master, the Lord of the Divine Pavilion, and the master of the six paths of reincarnation simultaneously ignited the sacred blood within their bodies, radiating a blinding divine light. Countless great paths, laws, and orders roared around them, dazzlingly brilliant. Their forms were engulfed in an infinite array of divine symbols, with celestial light surging and mist billowing, as an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from within. Burning their sacred blood allowed them to elevate their power to its utmost pinnacle in a short span of time. However, this method, while potent, bore a grave after-effect. The act of consuming sacred blood not only diminished their lifespan, but could also severely damage their foundational essence. Yet, at this moment, they could not afford to ponder such consequences. The youth before them was so formidable that it instilled a sense of despair, compelling them to risk everything for a fleeting chance of survival. As their sacred blood burned, their auras grew increasingly terrifying, soon reaching the pinnacle of the holy sovereign realm. Chaos Inyang Hand, the Lord of the Divine Pavilion, intoned solemnly. Boom. With a single strike of his palm, the heavens tore open, revealing a terrifying rift. From within this chasm emerged an ancient colossal hand, entwined with chaotic energy, slowly materializing. This ancient hand appeared as though it had reached out from another dimension, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Eternal, indestructible finger. The eternal holy master and the master of the six paths of reincarnation shouted in unison, unleashing their most formidable killing moves. A fist imbued with the power to obliterate the six paths of reincarnation and an ancient finger seal, steeped in desolation and silence, hovered ominously above them. Let us annihilate this child together. They roared in madness, launching their three lethal attacks. A palm, a fist, and a finger erupted with indescribable brilliance, as if infused with the might of world-destroying forces, ruthlessly targeting Chu Tianga. Boom. The three terrifying attacks descended, causing the ground beneath Chu Tianga to fracture and the surrounding void to erupt with countless fissures. It must be said, the three had indeed unleashed terrifying power at the cost of their sacred blood. However, Chu Tianga merely raised his head indifferently, slowly parting his lips, from which emanated an insatiable void, as if to consume everything, swallowing the emperor's technique, devouring all. With a sudden intake of breath, Chu Tianga's mouth, resembling a dreadful black hole, unleashed a tremendous suction force. To the astonishment of the Lord of the Divine Pavilion and his companions, the three fearsome attacks were drawn directly into his mouth. Hiss! How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the three felt a chill run through them, as if their will to fight had crumbled. The three lethal attacks, executed at the expense of their sacred blood, had been devoured by this youth in a single gulp. Flee! Panic-stricken, they realized that they were on an entirely different level from this young man. This was a veritable dimensionality reduction strike. Could they escape? As the three attempted to flee, Chu Tianga slowly raised his hand. Imperial technique, commanding heaven and earth. Boom. A massive hand erupted from the ground, and before the three could comprehend the situation, they found themselves ensnared within Chu Tianga's palm. At that moment, they resembled three insignificant ants, trapped within the grasp of Chu Tianga. This palm, a manifestation of an exceedingly profound imperial technique, could transform the space within it, confining anyone caught inside. Thus, the three were ensnared within this palm's domain, unable to escape. Once more, they ignited their sacred blood, striving to break free from the grasp. Yet no matter how frantically they soared, they could not escape Chu Tianga's clutches. The three holy sovereigns were ensnared, akin to ants in a trap. This was indeed a dimensionality reduction strike. Spare us. Please let us go. Within the palm, the three of them wept bitterly, kneeling in supplication. However, Chu Tiange remained indifferent, tightening his grip, and in an instant, all came to a halt. The three were crushed, their souls extinguished. 3 holy sovereigns, fallen. Damn, I never expected that holy sovereigns would be so weak. The golden 9-headed lion was left astounded. This was the realm of holy sovereigns. In some major factions, they would be prominent figures. Yet, before Chu Tiange, they had no opportunity to retaliate. It even led the golden 9-headed lion to question whether all holy sovereigns were this feeble. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxiao was rendered speechless, having witnessed 3 holy kings and 4 holy sovereigns annihilated without even touching the hem of Chu Tiange's garment. Let us go after vanquishing 7 powerful foes. Chu Tiange's expression remained neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful. He then tore through the void with his bare hands, disappearing into the desert alongside the golden 9-headed lion. Half an hour after Chu Tiange's disappearance, a spatial rift suddenly tore open, and 2 figures stepped out. One was the alchemist elder who had contended with Chu Tiange for the 9-dragon supreme cauldron at the auction, and the other was a holy sovereign. At that moment, both bore expressions of inexplicable terror. They had witnessed the obliteration of the 7 powerful beings from the shadows. Elder Dan, it's fortunate we didn't act first, otherwise, we might have been the ones to perish, the holy sovereign voiced, filled with trepidation. It turned out that the alchemist elder had long harbored a grudge over Chu Tiange obtaining the 9-dragon supreme cauldron, prompting him to enlist the aid of a holy sovereign to seize it. Little did they expect that the 7 powerful beings would appear before them first, leading to their witnessing of the massacre. The holy sovereign felt a chill run down his spine. Had he also emerged at that moment, he would have certainly met his end. This young man possesses such terrifying power at such a young age. Could he truly be an heir of the imperial clan? The alchemist elder mused, perplexed. At such a young age, wielding such formidable strength, he should have long been renowned in Qiongzhou and even the celestial domain. Yet, they found Chu Tiange distinctly unfamiliar. It would be wise to avoid provoking such a figure. Otherwise, the fate of the 7 holy sovereigns would serve as a cautionary tale. The holy sovereign's tone was grave. As Chu Tiange departed from Jiuzhou City, he tore through space, swiftly advancing toward the eastern direction. His next target was the city of Tianming. According to the great divination technique, the 2nd imperial herb, the chaotic soul grass, was in the possession of the Xinyuan family, one of the 3 great longevity families. The Xinyuan family was not merely a minor force compared to the 4 sacred lands. They could genuinely be regarded as a top-tier power. The 4 sacred lands were utterly insignificant in the presence of the longevity families, for the Xinyuan family had once produced a powerful emperor. Chapter 37. Encountering the purple jade immortal fruit at Dragon Tooth Mountain. The golden 9-headed lion battles the earth-shaking demon ape. In the eastern region of Qiongzhou lies a vast expanse of ancient mountains, stretching endlessly like a serpentine dragon. Towering ancient trees sprout everywhere, forming a dense primeval forest, concealing the presence of formidable and ancient demonic beasts. This is Dragon Tooth Mountain, the boundary between the eastern and central parts of Qiongzhou. Crossing Dragon Tooth Mountain leads one into the eastern territories. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open in the sky above Dragon Tooth Mountain, and out stepped a majestic golden 9-headed lion. Master, this should be Dragon Tooth Mountain. Once we cross it, we shall soon reach Tianming City, Yi Lingxiao stated, retrieving a map. This map, a treasure acquired from the treasure vault of the Tianxian Holy Land, could reveal the precise location of any place they reached. As Chu Tiange gazed into the distance, his eyes sharpened. Deep within Dragon Tooth Mountain, a faint purple glow caught his attention. Could it be a treasure? He pondered. Xiao Huang, let us head northeast towards Dragon Tooth Mountain. There seems to be something extraordinary there. Yes, master. The golden 9-headed lion replied, transforming into a streak of golden light as it swiftly darted northeast. Along the way, the demonic beasts hidden in the depths of Dragon Tooth Mountain trembled in fear upon sensing the terrifying aura of the golden 9-headed lion. Soon, they ventured deeper into Dragon Tooth Mountain. Master, look down there, Yi Lingxiao pointed. In a valley shrouded in dense purple mist, a luminous purple radiance emerged. Chu Tiange focused his gaze and was astounded to discover an ancient divine tree. This tree, glistening like jade, exuded a rich purple aura, and among its flourishing branches hung 8 purple fruits. The purple jade immortal fruit. Chu Tiange's eyes sparkled. What exactly is this purple cloud immortal fruit? Yi Lingxiao inquired, puzzled. The purple cloud immortal fruit is an incredibly precious holy grade spiritual fruit. It takes 5,000 years to bloom, another 5,000 to bear fruit, and an additional 5,000 to mature, totaling 15,000 years for it to reach full ripeness, Chu Tiange explained. What? It takes 15,000 years for this fruit to mature? Yi Lingxiao gasped in disbelief. Ordinary warriors have lifespans of only a few hundred years. Yet this purple jade immortal fruit takes over 10,000 years to mature. This purple cloud immortal fruit is indeed the finest among fruits. Consuming it below the Saint Realm can help one break through to the Saint Realm, while those above the Saint Realm may advance to the Saint King Realm. Unfortunately, it has little effect beyond the Saint King Realm, the golden nine-headed lion remarked. Strictly speaking, the purple jade immortal fruit also held some benefits for the golden nine-headed lion, potentially aiding it in reaching the pinnacle of the Saint King Realm. Observing the fruit, Chu Tiange felt a stir of desire, for although it bore no effect on him, the elders of the Chu clan, such as the Grand Elder and Second Elder, were semi-saint powerhouses. If they could consume this fruit, they would undoubtedly break through to the Saint Realm. Furthermore, his father, Chu Yunshan, would also benefit from it, enabling him to advance to the Saint King Realm. Master, there seems to be a lurking presence beneath this valley. It must be a divine beast guarding the sacred fruit. The golden nine-headed lion intoned solemnly. Leave it to you to deal with, Chu Tiange replied nonchalantly. Yes. With that, the golden nine-headed lion charged towards the purple jade immortal fruit. However, the ground suddenly trembled violently as a massive fissure opened in the valley, and a torrent of black mist surged forth from below. Chu Tiange peered into the chasm and caught sight of two crimson glimmers, resembling colossal eyes. Get out! Whoever dares to touch my immortal fruit shall perish. A domineering voice bellowed from the depths of the rift. Come out. I wish to see what capabilities you possess. The golden nine-headed lion's form expanded to a height of 1,000 feet, radiating blinding golden light as it let out a deep, terrifying roar from its 9 heads. Impudence! The beast king hidden beneath the rift was finally enraged. As the black mist surged, a colossal figure emerged, a fearsome giant ape covered in dark red fur, its crimson eyes glowing with a savage intensity, emanating an overwhelming aura. The earth-shaking demon ape. Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes in realization. He had not anticipated that a demon ape of such terrifying strength, already at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, lay dormant beneath the valley, serving as the guardian of the purple jade immortal tree. The golden nine-headed lion's pupils contracted, clearly sensing the formidable power of the earth-shaking demon ape. Leave. You shall not lay a finger on these purple jade immortal fruits, otherwise I shall show no mercy. The earth-shaking demon ape growled, its Saint King realm aura instilling terror in all demonic beasts within a 10-mile radius. Humph. I have come today to claim the purple jade immortal fruits. I shall take all 8 of them. The golden nine-headed lion retorted coldly, seeking death. With a furious roar, the earth-shaking demon ape unleashed its terrifying demonic energy. Its muscles tensed as an overwhelming pressure shattered the earth beneath them. Earth-shaking demon fist. It cried, its colossal fist clenched, radiating a black-red glow that swept forth with a dreadful might. It then hurled its fist directly at the golden nine-headed lion, the very air seeming to dim as it unleashed an energy that threatened to obliterate the void itself. Golden annihilation palm. Unfazed, the golden nine-headed lion countered with its own fearsome killing technique, raising its paw, which was entwined with countless runes, rendering it as if forged from gold. It then struck out with a resounding force. As the two forces collided, the world seemed to freeze under the might of the golden nine-headed lion's palm. All was rendered as insignificant as ants, easily crushed. Boom. In an instant, the palm and fist clashed, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that tore the earth apart. The violent energies coalesced into a tempest, radiating outward in all directions. In mere moments, the landscape within a 10-mile radius was transformed into a desolate wasteland. Ancient trees uprooted and mountains reduced to rubble. With a resounding crash, both the golden nine-headed lion and the earth-shaking demon ape were sent reeling back, the clash proving evenly matched. Chapter 38. Bestowing the supreme techniques of the golden lion ancestor to vanquish the heaven-shaking demon ape. In the depths of Dragon Tooth Mountain, two colossal beasts, towering at 1,000 feet, faced each other, their terrifying roars echoing with the force to rend the heavens. The heaven-shaking demon ape and the golden nine-headed lion, both sacred beasts of the kingly realm, unleashed boundless spiritual energy, conjuring a tempest that shattered countless mountains into ruins. With a thunderous crash, the two titanic creatures engaged in a fierce battle. The heaven-shaking demon ape's claws tore through the clouds, its dark crimson talons viciously rending the flesh of the golden nine-headed lion. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall as the horrifying claws inflicted grievous wounds. Enraged, the golden nine-headed lion retaliated, its 9 golden heads exhaling a terrifying devouring light. The 9 beams struck the heaven-shaking demon ape with immense force, causing it to stagger backward, its massive body crashing down and obliterating the mountain beneath it. Seizing the moment, the golden nine-headed lion lunged at the fallen ape, opening its 9 enormous mouths to reveal razor-sharp teeth, preparing to bite down fiercely. The heaven-shaking demon ape, filled with wrath, struggled to rise, its right fist gathering a terrifying black hole before it unleashed a frenzied assault upon the golden nine-headed lion. The two fearsome beasts clashed violently within the ancient mountains, their enormous forms colliding with the surrounding terrain, leaving the earth shattered and in disarray. The intensity of their struggle sent tremors of fear through the nearby beasts for miles around, causing them to tremble in terror. With a thunderous roar, The heaven-shaking demon ape unleashed its transformation, its entire body igniting with fierce magical runes that blazed with infernal fire, rendering it even more fearsome and ferocious. It struck the ground with its fist, creating a rift that revealed a dark red, terrifying demonic axe. In the sky, upon witnessing the emergence of this ancient weapon, Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. The so-called ancient weapons were relics from a bygone era, imbued with a chilling and sinister aura, possessing an extreme capacity for destruction. As the heaven-shaking demon ape grasped the axe, its eyes glowed an even deeper crimson, an overwhelming demonic aura radiating from its being. Dare to challenge me? You shall perish. It bellowed, swinging the axe in a frenzy, unleashing cleaving arcs that struck the golden nine-headed lion with devastating force, leaving horrific fissures in its form. Master, what shall we do? Little Huang is about to be defeated. Yi Lingxiao cried out in desperation. With the ancient weapon in play, the advantage was clearly with the heaven-shaking demon ape. Nine-headed lion, heed my words. I shall impart to you the pinnacle of combat techniques from the Golden Lion lineage. A technique known as the Golden Divine Repository, crafted by the Golden Lion ancestor. Chu Tiange's voice resonated within the mind of the Golden Nine-Headed Lion. What? The Golden Nine-Headed Lion was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. The technique created by its ancestor was a treasure indeed. The Golden Lion ancestor, a revered figure who had reached the imperial realm during ancient times, had bequeathed this martial art to Chu Tiange through the memories of an ancient emperor known as the Nine Nether Emperor. With a flick of his finger, Chu Tiange infused a brilliant light into the Golden Nine-Headed Lion, which quickly assimilated the inherited technique. Now, allow me to demonstrate the supreme technique of my ancestor. Golden Divine Repository. In an instant, an ancient secret vault materialized behind the Golden Nine-Headed Lion, golden light cascading forth, enveloping the space in ethereal clouds. Within this vault lay various sacred golden artifacts, ancient golden bells, radiant golden imperial swords, golden cauldrons, and colossal golden axes. All these treasures circled above the lion's head, unleashing an overwhelming might. With a resounding roar, the artifacts surged toward the heaven-shaking demon ape, the golden swords cleaving through the air, the ancient bells ringing thunderously, and the axes splitting the earth. Each artifact released boundless power, overwhelming the demon ape. In that moment, the heaven-shaking demon ape was engulfed by the Golden Divine Repository. As the artifacts relentlessly tore at its form, golden light piercing through its flesh, creating a scene of sheer horror. What a terrifying martial art! Yi Lingxiao gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. Soon, as the might of the Golden Divine Repository began to wane, the heaven-shaking demon ape lay bloodied and mangled, its body riddled with golden light, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Truly worthy of my ancestors' creation. With a single strike, I have vanquished this demon. The Golden Nine-Headed Lion laughed heartily. The potency of the Golden Divine Repository was indeed formidable. Chu Tiange waved his hand, retrieving the ancient weapon, the heaven-splitting demon axe, into his possession, storing it within his spatial bag. At that moment, amidst the ruins of Dragon Tooth Mountain, the purple jade immortal tree continued to glow with a radiant purple light, its fruits remaining unscathed. Earlier, Chu Tiange had secretly cast a protective spell to shield the tree from the tumultuous aftermath of the beast's battle. Otherwise, the tree would have surely been destroyed. Let us depart. Chu Tiange, Yi Lingxiao, and the Golden Nine-Headed Lion soared down beneath the purple jade immortal tree. This tree, enveloped in violet mist, boasted branches that shimmered like jade, adorned with 8 palm-sized fruits. Master, it seems there are still 2 immortal fruits yet to ripen. Yi Lingxiao pointed towards the treetop. Chu Tiange's gaze followed, noticing that among the 8 fruits, 6 shone with a deep purple hue, while 2 displayed a faint lavender tint. Clearly, the 2 purple jade immortal fruits had not yet matured. Chapter 39. The Temporal Emperor's art reveals its extraordinary power. The martial Emperor steel emerges at Blackwind Ridge. The purple jade immortal fruit is a paragon among spiritual fruits, requiring a staggering 15,000 years to reach maturity. The 2 fruits before them appeared somewhat unripe, clearly not yet fully developed. Chu Tiange nodded slightly. What shall we do? Must we wait an eternity? Yi Lingxiao frowned. Unripe purple jade immortal fruits will naturally have diminished efficacy. To pluck them prematurely would be a waste. However, if we wait for them to mature, we may have to endure several millennia. Fear not, I possess a method to hasten their ripening. With that, Chu Tiange formed intricate seals with his hands, and instantly, a river of time manifested around him, the ancient and profound laws of time slowly coalescing within his palms. Buzz. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, and a brilliant golden river of time enveloped the entire purple jade immortal tree. Countless esoteric powers of time were absorbed by the 2 unripe fruits, and under the influence of the laws of time, they swiftly transformed from green to purple, radiating a rich violet glow in the blink of an eye. They had indeed been hastened to maturity. Hiss, is this the Temporal Emperor's art? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Golden Nine-Headed Lion could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Temporal Emperor's art, a supreme skill created by the Temporal Emperor, was now being wielded by Chu Tiange to ripen the two purple jade immortal fruits. Beside him, Yi Lingxiao was equally dumbfounded as he watched the fruits transition from green to purple. His master could defy the natural order and ripen the fruits in such a short span of time. Such a feat was truly extraordinary. Before long, the river of time gradually faded into oblivion, and the 8 fruits on the tree had fully matured. Chu Tiange nodded in satisfaction. This art contained boundless mysteries of time, allowing one to disregard the natural laws to nurture all things. For instance, a medicinal herb with merely 500 years of age could have its age increased to 5,000 years through the application of the Temporal Emperor's art. In like manner, the art could also expedite the maturation of the purple jade immortal fruits. With a wave of his sleeve, the 8 fruits fell into his hands. Lingxiao, this purple jade immortal fruit is bestowed upon you. You may utilize it to assist in your ascent to the sacred realm. Having said that, Chu Tiange shared one of the fruits with Yi Lingxiao. Thank you, master. Yi Lingxiao cradled the fruit, which emitted a rich purple light, his eyes brimming with excitement. He could hardly believe he had received such a divine fruit. One must admit, his master was exceedingly generous. Xiao Huang, you shall have a share as well. However, since you have already ascended to the sacred king realm, the effects of this purple jade immortal fruit will be significantly diminished for you. While it may not elevate you to the sacred sovereign realm, it should help solidify your current standing and enhance your strength to the pinnacle of the sacred king realm. Chu Tiange stated solemnly. Thank you, master. The golden 9-headed lion's eyes gleamed with fervor, and it immediately devoured the purple jade immortal fruit. Buzz. Instantly, the golden 9-headed lion was enveloped in a purple radiance. The grievous wounds it had sustained from battling the heaven-shaking demon ape miraculously healed, and its power surged further. At the pinnacle of the sacred king realm, the golden 9-headed lion swelled with pride. After absorbing the power of the purple jade immortal fruit, it had indeed ascended to the pinnacle of the sacred king realm, just as Chu Tiange had predicted. Chu Tiange nodded approvingly, and then placed the remaining 6 fruits into his Qingquan bag, intending to bring them back to the Chu family for Chu Yunshan and several elders to consume. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the remnants of daylight cast a warm glow over the forest. It is getting late. We shall rest here for the night and resume our journey tomorrow, Chu Tiange announced gravely. Before long, night descended. The entire Dragon Tooth Mountain was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence. Beneath the purple jade immortal tree, Chu Tiange kindled a fire, its flames warding off the chill. Yi Lingxiao ventured out to hunt, and soon returned with a golden giant crocodile. The master and disciple skewered the crocodile over the fire, and before long, it sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. The 2 of them, along with the lion, feasted beneath the tree, finishing the entire crocodile in no time. One must say, the meat of this golden giant crocodile was indeed delectable, leaving the golden 9-headed lion wanting more. Shortly after, Chu Tiange sat cross-legged beneath the purple jade immortal tree and took out the ancient fierce weapon, the sky-rending demon axe. Buzz. This axe emanated an eerie glow, harboring an exceedingly terrifying and malevolent force. Those with weak wills who grasped it would fall under its control, becoming mere puppets driven by the urge to kill. Of course, such a weapon could not sway Chu Tiange. It was indeed a fine artifact of the sacred king level. But alas, it was far too wicked, otherwise it could have been gifted to his father as a weapon. Chu Tiange mused aloud. Buzz. With that, he manifested a purifying divine light in his palm, swiftly beginning to cleanse the demonic energy from the sky-rending demon axe. Before long, after the purifying force worked its magic, the axe had shed its malevolent aura, taking on a more ancient and profound quality, becoming a true artifact of the sacred king. Chu Tiange nodded slightly, and then stored the axe away. A night passed swiftly. The next day, dawn broke. Warm rays of sunlight fell upon the earth, and Chu Tiange and his companions gradually rose, preparing to leave Dragon Tooth Mountain and continue their journey eastward. After half a day's travel, they finally departed Dragon Tooth Mountain, entering a region of black hills. This area, known as Black Wind Ridge, was perpetually swept by storms, with wind-eroded mushrooms dotting the blackened earth. Whoosh! At that moment, sounds of slicing winds echoed through Black Wind Ridge, as countless warriors surged toward the depths of the ridge. Most of these warriors hailed from nearby sections. How curious! What treasure could possibly attract so many warriors to this desolate place? Chu Tiange wondered aloud. Master, why not capture a warrior and inquire? The golden, 9-headed lion suggested. Without hesitation, it pounced, pinning a disciple of the black demon sect beneath its mighty paw. Hey, human, I have a question for you. If you do not answer truthfully, I shall swallow you whole. The golden 9-headed lion growled menacingly. The black demon sect disciple, pale with fear, dared not refuse and nodded vigorously. I ask you, why are so many warriors suddenly appearing in Blackwind Ridge? The golden, 9-headed lion demanded. Be because a martial emperor steel has emerged in Blackwind Ridge, attracting various forces from within 100 miles. all seeking the immense fortune it offers. The disciple revealed the truth. Chapter 40. The Supreme Treasure of the Martial Emperor's Steel. Concealing an astonishing secret. The Martial Emperor's Steel? Upon hearing this, Chu Tiange couldn't help but reveal a hint of curiosity. The steel, named after the Martial Emperor, undoubtedly holds an extraordinary origin. This Martial Emperor's steel is a supreme treasure forged by an unnamed Martial Emperor during the ancient era. It is said that this enigmatic Martial Emperor gathered various rare martial techniques from across the heavens and sealed them within the steel. The Martial Emperor's steel lies hidden beneath the earth, traversing through Qiongzhou, emerging from the ground at intervals. Seizing this opportunity allows one to obtain top-tier martial techniques from within the steel. As the topic of the Martial Emperor's steel arose, the eyes of the martial artist were filled with fervor. So that's why Chu Tiange finally understood that various factions were invading Haifeng Ridge due to the appearance of the Martial Emperor's steel, as the treasured martial techniques within it attracted everyone like moths to a flame. It is said that a martial artist, by chance, once obtained an imperial-level martial technique from within the steel, rising to become a top-tier powerhouse in Qiongzhou in just a century. The martial artist continued, "Master, it seems the fortune of the Martial Emperor's steel is indeed remarkable." The golden nine-headed lion exclaimed in astonishment. To think that there exists an imperial-level martial technique within the Martial Emperor's steel. Even the golden nine-headed lion could not help but covet such a level of martial skill. For imperial-level techniques are treasures even among imperial clans. However, Chu Tiange remained relatively unfazed by this information, as imperial-level martial techniques held little significance for him. His mastery of imperial arts is extensive. For instance, the temporal imperial art he previously demonstrated is a pinnacle imperial-level technique. Although Chu Tiange was disinterested in the martial techniques within the steel, he felt a flicker of curiosity towards the Martial Emperor's steel itself. Sensing that this artifact was rather unusual, "Let us proceed. Since this is the case, we should join the fray and witness the wonders of the Martial Emperor's steel," Chu Tiange declared solemnly. Roar. After releasing the martial artist, the golden nine-headed lion let out a low growl and transformed into a radiant beam, charging deep into Haifeng Ridge. Deep within Haifeng Ridge, the landscape was dotted with hills resembling mounds of graves. Occasionally, gusts of black wind swept across the land, creating an atmosphere of eerie desolation. Whoosh. Suddenly, sounds of slicing wind approached quickly, shattering the tranquility of the area. With the Martial Emperor's steel suddenly appearing in Haifeng Ridge, factions from all directions rushed in, with thousands of martial artists invading the depths of Haifeng Ridge. "Look, the Martial Emperor's steel!" A voice cried out in astonishment. Instantly, countless martial artists converged like locusts, ranging from those at the martial general realm to those at the quasi-saint realm, with the majority being supreme realm powerhouses. Before long, Chu Tiange also arrived at the site where the Martial Emperor's steel manifested. "Is that the Martial Emperor's steel?" Chu Tiange lifted his gaze and beheld a towering steel, 1,000 feet high, rising amidst a swamp shrouded in black mist. The steel was entirely black, devoid of any inscriptions, standing silently above the marsh, exuding an aura of ancient and timeless majesty. "This is the Martial Emperor's steel." Countless martial artists gazed at the wordless stone monument with fervent eyes. For within the Martial Emperor's steel lay various precious top-tier martial techniques. Esteemed friends, to obtain martial techniques from the Martial Emperor's steel, we must unlock the space within the steel. If we all channel our spiritual power together, we can open the entrance to the internal space. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward and spoke gravely. He was the elder of the Tianshu sect, privy to some secrets regarding the Martial Emperor's steel. "What are you waiting for? Let us all open the entrance to the internal space." Boom. Immediately, all the martial artists began to channel their spiritual energy, transforming it into streams of power that surged towards the Martial Emperor's steel. Boom. In an instant, the Martial Emperor's steel trembled violently, and a dark vortex slowly appeared on its black surface. This was the entrance to the internal space. "It's open. Ha! I must acquire the imperial-level martial techniques within." Swish, swish, swish. Countless martial artists, their eyes brimming with madness, surged into the vortex like a swarm of locusts. However, just as all the martial artists rushed into the vortex, Chu Tiange's brow furrowed slightly, sensing a peculiar aura. Could it be? Chu Tiange closed his eyes and activated his great divination art, unexpectedly uncovering a shocking secret. He knew that this Martial Emperor's steel was far from simple. "Ling Xiao, you may enter. If you encounter danger, simply crush this jade talisman." Chu Tiange waved his sleeve, and a jade talisman fell into Yi Lingxiao's hand. "Master, what about you?" Yi Lingxiao asked in confusion. "The internal space of the steel cannot withstand my power. If I were to enter, the space would collapse," Chu Tiange replied solemnly. "Very well." Yi Lingxiao nodded. Then with a light step, he plunged into the black vortex. Before long, aside from Chu Tiange and the nine-headed lion, all the martial artists had entered the Martial Emperor's steel. Hiss! At that moment, The aura of the martial emperor's steel suddenly transformed. The steel became suffused with a chilling energy, and ancient demonic patterns slowly emerged upon its surface. Just as expected, Chu Tiange squinted his eyes. Stepping into the black vortex, Yi Lingxiao felt as if the world was spinning, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange space. Is this the internal space of the steel? Yi Lingxiao, along with other martial artists who had entered the vortex earlier, looked around in confusion. Before them lay an ancient and desolate expanse. The land appeared barren, with naked earth stretching far and wide. The mountains also bore a withered hue. A sense of desolation permeating the air. What is that? However, as they looked ahead, they saw golden mist rivers emerging on the ground. These golden mists gathered together, appearing like shimmering rivers of gold from a distance. There were at least thousands of these golden mist rivers. Suspended within the golden mist rivers were luminous orbs, radiating different colors and exuding formidable waves of spiritual power. Upon closer inspection, these orbs encased ancient and mysterious scrolls. These scrolls contained martial techniques. Heavens! So many martial techniques. At this sight, the martial artists from various factions became fervently excited. Chapter 41. Yi Lingxiao seizes martial arts techniques, while the crowd shatters the demon sealing altar. A low hum resonated as ancient scrolls floated amidst the golden mist river, emanating mysterious and obscure vibrations. Each scroll contained formidable martial arts techniques. It seems the rumors were indeed true. This martial emperor steel conceals a plethora of martial arts. Quickly seize them. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the martial artists of various factions gazed upon these techniques as if they beheld a naked beauty, their eyes filled with avaricious desire. Countless figures surged into the golden mist river, frantically scrambling for the scrolls. Whoosh! Yi Lingxiao, with a swift flick of his toes, propelled himself into the golden mist river. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that within this river, mysterious luminous orbs floated, each radiating light of different hues. Enveloped within each orb was an ancient scroll. He hurriedly reached out, grasping a crimson scroll. Heavenly Flame Divine Palm, a supreme-level martial technique, known for its sheer dominance and fiery might. A flicker of fervor ignited in Yi Lingxiao's eyes as he promptly secured this technique. Next, his gaze shifted to the other orbs containing martial arts. Ice Fist, a king-level martial technique, capable of freezing all beneath its might. It is extraordinarily formidable. Thunderclap Palm, a marquee-level martial technique, capable of harnessing the essence of lightning within the palm, rivaling supreme-level techniques if cultivated with the rare heavenly thunder. The array of martial arts left Yi Lingxiao somewhat bewildered, as their ranks varied from king level to the exalted supreme level. However, he sought techniques of at least the saint level. Swish! Thus, he swiftly departed the golden mist river, continuing his quest for higher-tier martial arts. I have found a sacred technique. Not far away, a sect leader from the Black Demon sect could not restrain his glee, clutching a resplendent golden scroll that radiated powerful waves, indicating it was at least a sacred-level martial technique. Hand it over. Boom. Instantly, several figures launched an assault against the leader of the Black Demon sect. Get lost! He bellowed in fury. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, plunging the entire steel space into chaos. Other areas also witnessed numerous martial artists engaging in brutal skirmishes over the coveted techniques. At this moment, Yi Lingxiao continued his search for martial arts and suddenly spotted a brilliant silver orb floating atop a desolate peak, enveloped by potent lightning energy, radiating an immensely powerful spiritual wave. Upon seeing this scroll, Yi Lingxiao was filled with excitement. Its emanations assured him it was a technique above the saint level. Swish! Immediately, he shot towards the orb, reaching out to grasp it. Zap! To his surprise, upon seizing the scroll, a surge of potent lightning energy erupted, causing his hand to throb with pain. Nonetheless, he endured the agony and forcibly clutched the scroll in his grasp. Yin-Yang Thunder Reflection, a king-level martial technique, requiring the absorption of heavenly thunder energy, comprising several techniques such as Yin-Yang Thunder Palm. Its might is formidable. King-level martial technique. A profound excitement flickered in Yi Lingxiao's eyes. He had unexpectedly discovered a precious king-level martial technique. Boom. Just then, a sudden ambush struck from behind. With quick reflexes, Yi Lingxiao evaded, his figure a mere shadow. Hand over the martial arts. A robust middle-aged man clad in purple and gold robes appeared, exuding an aura of supreme realm power. He was the master of the Qianquan Cave. At this moment, the Qianquan Cave master gazed greedily at the silver scroll. Dream on, Yi Lingxiao replied coldly. Seeking death. Boom. The Qianquan Cave master unleashed a menacing aura, charging towards Yi Lingxiao with lethal intent. Humph. Yi Lingxiao scoffed, unleashing his own spiritual energy like a torrent, engaging in a fierce battle with the Qianquan Cave master. Boom. Boom. The two figures clashed violently in midair, their palm strikes colliding, sending shockwaves that reduced nearby mountains to ruins. Qianquan Destruction Fist. Boom. The Qianquan cave master unleashed a purple-golden fist, radiating boundless divine might, striking forth with such force that the very void seemed to shatter like glass. 8. Desolate annihilation finger. Yi Lingxiao pressed a finger down, producing a thunderous roar as an ancient, annihilating golden finger imprint slowly manifested in the sky. This technique was acquired from the treasure vault of the Tianxian sacred land and possessed considerable power. Break for me, Yi Lingxiao commanded, pressing down. In that moment, the purple-golden fist collided with the annihilation finger imprint in the sky. Bang! The clash of fist and finger erupted in a torrent of energy, with the two forces eroding and nullifying each other. Crack! Suddenly, the purple-golden divine fist cracked with fissures. What? The Qianquan cave master exclaimed in shock. Bang! With a splintering sound, the divine fist shattered, causing the Qianquan cave master to cough up blood and plummet heavily to the ground. Boom! At that moment, the entire space of the steel quaked violently. All martial artists seemed to be summoned, as an ancient voice echoed in their ears. Imperial-level martial techniques. The voice reverberated like a haunting melody, compelling everyone to rush towards a singular direction. Before long, a plaza emerged upon the ground ahead, where 3 eerie ancient altars stood, already marked with numerous cracks. All were drawn to this place, their gazes brimming with fervor towards the altars. Could the Imperial-level martial techniques be hidden beneath these altars? An ancient wave emanated from beneath the altars, fueling the fervor in every onlooker's eyes. Let us shatter the altars together, a sect leader proclaimed solemnly. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, thousands of martial artists unleashed their power and surged towards the 3 altars with tremendous force. Bang! The colossal energy finally shattered the already cracked altars into oblivion. Boom! However, at the moment of the altar's destruction, a terrifying black, demonic aura erupted violently from beneath. Chapter 42. The emergence of the second demon abyss and the devious schemes of the malevolent creatures. With a resounding crash, the altar shattered, and an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from within, swiftly permeating the surroundings. In an instant, this malevolent black aura polluted the spiritual energy, rendering the entire space within the steel tainted and foul. What is happening? Is that demonic energy? How could there be such energy beneath the altar? The martial artists from various sects were struck with horror, their faces etched with fear as they realized the gravity of the situation. This sinister energy instinctively invoked a sense of profound discomfort within them. As the viscous black energy continued to spread, the ground fractured, and torrents of demonic energy surged forth. Even the once clear sky darkened, transforming the entire space into a realm of shadows. Hee. Thanks to your foolishness, our kind has been able to break free from the abyss so swiftly. A chilling, sinister voice echoed from beneath the earth. The demon abyss? The martial artists were paralyzed with terror upon hearing this revelation. They had unwittingly shattered the seal of an ancient demon prison within the steel. Hee. Boom. Countless demonic creatures surged forth from the fissures in the ground, appearing like phantoms with grotesque expressions, crimson eyes, and bodies adorned with horrifying demonic patterns. Their sharp claws were utterly terrifying. Run. In that moment, the martial artists hastily summoned their spiritual energy, desperately attempting to escape, only to find their exit sealed by the demonic entities. Hee. As a token of gratitude for breaking the seal, I shall feast upon your flesh. Countless tendrils of black energy coalesced in the sky, forming a grotesque and sinister visage. This demonic face opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that enveloped hundreds of figures. Boom. Screams erupted as those hundreds of figures were obliterated into a mist of blood, devoured entirely by the grotesque face. Witnessing this scene, all martial artists trembled in fear. What manner of creature was this, so terrifying? In an instant, chaos reigned within the steel, with thousands of martial artists fleeing in all directions. Yet, hordes of sinister and malevolent creatures surged from the ground, ruthlessly pursuing the fleeing warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted within the space, as martial artists from various factions clashed violently with the demonic entities. The air was filled with anguished cries as countless martial artists were torn apart, their remains consumed by the ravenous demons. Swish! Yi Lingxiao fled desperately, pushing his speed to its limits, resembling a flash of lightning as he tore through the demonic energy towards the northern part of the space. Hee. Where do you think you're going? 8 supreme-level demons pursued him relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, waves of demonic energy raged, shattering mountains along their path. Damn it. Yi Lingxiao's expression changed. With no escape route, he had no choice but to fight, drawing a violet-blue sword from his hand, a treasure acquired from the heavenly Xianyuan Sacred Land's vault. Boom. With a swing of the sword, a brilliant purple-gold light struck 3 demons, causing them to explode into fragments. You pesky little insect, today you shall become our feast. The demons seethed with rage. Their bodies radiated overwhelming demonic might as they conjured a massive demonic serpent that lunged at Yi Lingxiao. One sword to sever the heavens. Boom. Yi Lingxiao shouted fiercely, swinging his purple-gold sword forward. A roaring wave of sword energy surged forth, transforming into a river of violet gold. Boom! This river, infused with terrifying sword intent, crushed the demonic serpent into oblivion. The violet gold river then swept forth, engulfing the demons within, instantly reducing them to ashes, leaving no trace behind. However, as Yi Lingxiao raised his head, he was horrified to see an unending stream of demons emerging from the abyss, mercilessly slaughtering countless human martial artists. Buzz! In a moment of urgency, Yi Lingxiao hastily retrieved a golden jade talisman from his bosom. This talisman was a protective charm gifted to him by Chu Tiange before entering the steel, which he had been advised to shatter in times of peril. Clearly, Chu Tiange had foreseen these events. As Yi Lingxiao gripped the talisman, the sinister visage seemed to sense something, its malevolent gaze swiftly turning towards him. This aura is truly repulsive. I shall feast upon your flesh. The grotesque face hissed ominously. Suddenly, the monstrous visage opened its mouth once more, its gaping maw resembling a black hole, unleashing a powerful suction force. Viscous demonic energy howled from its mouth, dragging unfortunate martial artists into its maw, eliciting their terrified screams. Yi Lingxiao found himself enveloped by the demonic energy, unable to resist the overwhelming pull. Yet, with a determined grit of his teeth, he swiftly crushed the talisman in his hand. Boom! In the instant the talisman shattered, it released a blinding radiance that illuminated the surroundings, causing the demonic energy to dissipate like melting snow. How dare these mere demons harm my disciple? They are truly seeking their own demise. A resounding, chilling voice reverberated across the heavens and earth. In the wake of the golden light, a figure materialized. Master! Yi Lingxiao was overwhelmed with excitement. It turned out that Chu Tiange had left a fragment of his spiritual essence within the talisman, enabling him to enter this spatial realm. Chu Tiange snorted coldly and waved his sleeve lightly. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, countless demons were obliterated into nothingness. Upon seeing Chu Tiange's figure, the grotesque face flickered with surprise, for it could not discern Chu Tiange's true power. Cunning demons. Chu Tiange expressed his disdain. It became evident that he had utilized the grand prophecy technique to meticulously foresee these events. The soul of the steel had long been eroded and controlled by these demons. Over the years, these demons had commandeered the steel, wreaking havoc throughout the Qiongzhou region, luring countless martial artists into this spatial realm with the allure of martial skills. Subsequently, they unleashed bloody massacres, transforming these enticed martial artists into their sustenance. Unbeknownst to them, a demon prison lay sealed beneath the altar, and as they repeatedly struck, combined with the erosion of time, they had inadvertently shattered the seal. Chapter 43. The Malice of the Palace King Level Demon, Summoning the Supreme Demon Artifact. The Malevolent Demon God Spear. You demons are truly cunning. Over the years, you have meticulously schemed, eroding the monument's soul, luring the human warriors into the monument to destroy the seal. But alas, your plans are about to fail, for today, you shall meet your demise. Chu Tiange stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm, yet imbued with an overwhelming authority that seemed to repel the demonic energies around him. Such audacity. The grotesque demon face sneered coldly upon hearing this. The individual before it was merely a spirit, far weaker than its true form. How dare he proclaim their annihilation? Such arrogance was almost laughable. Do you even know the name of my king? At that moment, a dark red demonic shadow emerged from the swirling miasma. This shadow revealed itself to be a demon of saintly caliber, and the fact that this demon referred to the grotesque face as my king suggested its formidable lineage. Oh! Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. I am the 10th Palace King. The grotesque demon face declared, its voice icy and sinister, as if the very temperature of the world had plummeted, instilling a chill in the air. No wonder, it turned out to be a Palace King-level demon. Chu Tiange was slightly taken aback. Palace King-level demons are among the higher echelons of the outer demon clans, surpassing even the 2 royal demons beneath the Chu family's ancestral grounds in strength. This particular demon, known as the 10th Palace King, was a paragon among Palace King-level beings. In its prime, its power likely exceeded that of an average saint. Although currently weakened, it was still beyond the reach of an ordinary saint. Very well, let me witness the true capabilities of a Palace King-level demon. Chu Tiange said with a cold smile. Presumptuous. Countless saints have perished at my hands, and you, a mere human youth, dare to be so arrogant. If you seek death, I shall grant it. The grotesque face roared, and an overwhelming, sinister aura enveloped the world. 10,000 demons waterfall. Boom. Suddenly, the grotesque face bellowed, opening its terrifying maw. In an instant, a viscous, dark demonic energy spewed forth like a torrent from its mouth, forming a waterfall of demonic miasma that surged toward Chu Tiange. Rumbling. The terrifying flood of demonic energy, infused with destructive power, seemed to obliterate the very void in its path, erasing all that stood before it. Such a fearsome strike would likely be insurmountable even for a saint. With his long hair billowing, Chu Tiange faced the oncoming deluge of demonic energy with unwavering composure. Though he was currently but a spirit, significantly weaker than his true self, slaying a Palace King demon posed no challenge. Swish! Chu Tiange raised his palm, and in an instant, a vibrant flame erupted from his hand, the intense heat causing the void around him to warp violently. This flame was none other than the Imperial Flame. He then began to compress the Imperial Flame furiously, and in a moment, it condensed into a blooming fire lotus in his palm. Whoosh! Chu Tiange flicked his finger, and the exquisite, radiant fire lotus soared forth, hurtling toward the torrent of demonic energy. This fire lotus appeared no larger than a palm, and in comparison to the vast, surging deluge of demonic energy, it seemed utterly insignificant. However, upon contact with the demonic miasma, the black energy emitted a piercing hiss, rapidly incinerated into nothingness. This technique of mine is called the Reincarnation Fire Lotus. Allow me to demonstrate its power, Chu Tiange declared, his hands moving swiftly to weave intricate seals. Buzz! The fire lotus trembled gently, its petals unfurling like an exquisite work of art, before it suddenly erupted into an explosion. Boom! As the fire lotus detonated, an endless torrent of dazzling flames surged forth, coalescing into a terrifying firestorm. The firestorm clashed violently with the deluge of demonic energy, causing countless spatial rifts to collapse, shattering the surrounding area into oblivion, as if all life were to be utterly annihilated beneath such an explosion. The force of the fire lotus's explosion seemed capable of incinerating the cycle of reincarnation itself, as the radiant firestorm ruthlessly tore through the demonic flood, burning and obliterating it into the void. What? At this sight, the grotesque demon face was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the sheer terror of the youth's power. He had easily neutralized his deadly assault. At this moment, the radiant sea of flames continued to surge forward, engulfing the grotesque face in a furious blaze. Ah! A chorus of anguished cries erupted as countless demons were reduced to nothingness, including the saintly level demon, who was also annihilated within the inferno. Damn it! The grotesque face roared in agony. Boom! The demon face began to contort, releasing an overwhelming demonic might that instantly extinguished the flames. But now, the grotesque visage had vanished, replaced by a terrifying demonic figure. The onlookers beheld a sight where, amidst the towering demonic energy, a throne of bones materialized, surrounded by a sea of corpses and demons. Upon the throne of bones sat a horrifying figure, its skin entirely black, adorned with countless eyes that seemed to peer from its body, including its face, creating a visage of unspeakable malevolence. This was the true form of the 10th Palace King. The earlier grotesque face had merely been a facade. It was revealed that this 10th Palace King belonged to the demon clan of the Outer Demons. Its body was covered in a multitude of crimson eyeballs, making it appear exceedingly sinister. Now, seated upon the throne of bones, the 10th Palace King exuded an aura of dread, its cold, emotionless eyes radiating an overwhelming pressure of demonic energy. I never anticipated you could force me to this extent. The 10th Palace King spoke in a chilling tone. Having sustained significant injury, it had concealed its true form, but today, Chu Tiange had compelled it to reveal its essence, igniting its fury. However, the price of angering me is one you may not bear. Boom. With that, the 10th Palace King abruptly rose from its throne, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of demonic energy from within. Heavens, how terrifying. In that moment, all warriors turned pale, as if the apocalypse had descended. The entire monument space shrouded in darkness. Behold the supreme artifact of my demon clan, the malevolent demon god spear. Boom! Suddenly, the earth split apart, revealing a fearsome demonic prison, where a singular artifact gradually emerged. Chapter 44. When the Dragon Abyss Emperor Sword emerges, who can stand in my way? The infernal prison, concealed beneath the earth, has revealed itself, displaying countless grotesque corpses that emit terrifying and piercing howls. Suddenly, a boundless and fearsome dark red demon spear slowly arises from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. This spear, stretching 1,000 feet in length, is adorned with ancient and malevolent demonic runes, exuding a potent aura of death. Even more chilling are the eerie demon eyes embedded along its shaft. This spear is the supreme artifact of the demon clan, possessing a cataclysmic power that could annihilate the world. Even a saint-level powerhouse would be struck with dread upon witnessing this unparalleled artifact. At the tip of this malevolent divine spear, faint traces of blood are visible, hinting at the countless formidable beings that perished beneath its might in the distant primordial era. To compel the king of the 10 halls to wield such a supreme artifact, you have indeed met your end at a worthy juncture. Let you taste the terror of our clan's artifact. With that, the king of the 10 halls infused the spear with overwhelming demonic energy and thrust it violently towards the direction of Chu Tiange. Boom! The wicked spear seemed to pierce through the fabric of time itself, emitting a shrill cry as it obliterated everything in its path. Meanwhile, The Dragon Abyss Emperor sword at Chu Tiange's waist began to tremble uncontrollably. Does it yearn to be unsheathed? In that moment, Chu Tiange felt the sword's fervent desire. If so, then let it be drawn. In an instant, Chu Tiange unsheathed the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword. A divine purple-gold radiance erupted forth, soaring into the heavens. The purple-gold light transformed into a majestic divine dragon, regal and sacred, coiling above Chu Tiange and resonating with the imperial sword in his grasp. This marked the first time Chu Tiange wielded the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword. The imperial aura emanating from the sword was overwhelmingly formidable, causing the surrounding demonic energy to dissipate rapidly. Within a 10-mile radius, all demonic forces recoiled, as this single sword aura was enough to instill fear in the hearts of all demons. Break for me, Chu Tiange commanded coldly, gripping the Dragon Abyss Emperor's sword firmly as he gently slashed downwards. Boom! The sword descended, unleashing a purple-gold sword light that seemed to cleave through the very fabric of time, transforming into a roaring divine dragon that collided with the malevolent divine spear. Bang! In that instant, the purple-gold sword light and the spear collided violently, with both energies clashing fiercely. However, the might of the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword was overwhelming. The purple-gold divine dragon extended its destructive claws, fiercely grasping at the nefarious divine spear. Bang! In an instant, the dark red spear shattered into countless fragments. What? The King of the Ten Halls let out a piercing roar. An imperial artifact? Is it an imperial artifact? The King of the Ten Halls was struck with horror, for he sensed the imperial aura of the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword. Only an imperial artifact could possess such overwhelming majesty and divine power. The supreme artifact of the I-Demon clan was obliterated in an instant by the sword's aura. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the sword. With that, Chu Tiange's long black hair billowed as he exuded an aura of dominance and ferocity. Stepping forward into the void, the Dragon Abyss Emperor's sword gripped tightly in his hand as he charged towards the King of the Ten Halls. Stop him! The King of the Ten Halls roared in terror. At that moment, all the demonic entities within the infernal prison surged towards Chu Tiange recklessly. Get lost! Chu Tiange bellowed, swinging the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword with ferocity. Boom! A purple-gold sword light swept forth, instantly annihilating all demonic creatures in its path. Even several demon saints were reduced to mere dust. The might of this imperial sword was truly terrifying. You think you can obstruct my path? Chu Tiange's tone was devoid of emotion. With a single strike, he had slain 1,000,000 demonic beings. He then turned his cold gaze towards the King of the Ten Halls and charged at him, wielding the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword. Boom, boom, boom. In the skies above, two figures clashed violently. Roar! The King of the Ten Halls howled madly, exposing grotesque demonic runes on his body as his demonic energy erupted. Yet, the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword was far too fearsome. Waves of sword light descended, rendering the King of the Ten Halls incapable of defending himself. Myriad I-Demon light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The King of the Ten Halls bellowed, his body covered in countless eyes that unleashed beams of demonic light, piercing through all directions with destructive force. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Tiange held the imperial sword horizontally, and the beams of destruction crashed against the sword, producing a series of crisp sounds. Break. At this moment, Chu Tiange struck again with the imperial sword, unleashing a purple-gold sword light that swept forth in an instant. Uft, 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 ah. The King of the Ten Halls screamed in agony as the countless eyes on his body were severed by the sword aura, spilling crimson blood. At that moment, the King of the Ten Halls was gripped by utmost terror. This imperial sword was far too horrifying. Even at his peak, he would not stand a chance against it. Swish! In that instant, the King of the Ten Halls erupted with overwhelming demonic energy, attempting to escape enveloped in darkness. Humph, trying to flee? You should consider whether the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword in my hand will permit you, Chu Tiange said indifferently. Without hesitation, he swung the Dragon Abyss Emperor's sword down upon the fleeing shadow. Boom. The purple-gold sword light struck the shadow, and the King of the Ten Halls let out a wail of despair. The destructive sword energy penetrated his demonic body, obliterating everything. In no time, the demonic energy enveloping the space within the monument dissipated entirely. The King of the Ten Halls has been slain? Heavens, who is this young man? Despite his youth, his prowess rivals that of an emperor, truly astonishing. Why has Qiongzhou not spoken of such a figure? An imperial artifact. He possesses an imperial artifact? Meanwhile, the remaining martial artists from various factions in the distance were engulfed in astonishment. They were shocked and bewildered, shocked that such a terrifying young powerhouse existed in Qiongzhou, and puzzled about the origins of this youth who bore the demeanor of an emperor. At that moment, Chu Tiange glanced at the Dragon Abyss Emperor's sword in his hand. Truly a divine artifact. The first time wielding the imperial sword, its power is indeed no mere boast. Chapter 45. Purifying the soul of the martial Emperor Steel and journeying to the eastern city of Tianming. The imperial artifact remains an imperial artifact. Upon wielding the ancestral weapon of the Chu family, the Longyuan Emperor's sword, for the first time, Chu Tiange couldn't help but marvel at its formidable power. Even the Ten Hall Kings could hardly withstand the sword's brilliance. It is fair to assert that the Longyuan Emperor's sword is the sovereign among swords. This sword, forged from the bones of the ancestral dragon and various celestial metals by the forebears of the Chu family, embodies a trace of the ancestral dragon's might, rendering it exceedingly domineering and powerful. Ordinary weapons cannot contend with the Longyuan Emperor's sword. However, it is prudent to refrain from using this imperial sword lightly, for it is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Unless confronted with an imperial artifact of equal caliber, Chu Tiange would never resort to this sword without due cause. Regaining his composure, Chu Tiange gazed down upon the space within the steel. The demonic energy in this realm had completely dissipated. Even the abyss below lay barren. Suddenly, a glimmer of awareness flickered in his deep-set eyes as he sensed something amiss. He raised his palm and struck downward. Boom! In an instant, the ground split open, revealing a sinister black demonic energy that surged forth, attempting to escape from the martial Emperor's steel at an astonishing speed. How cunning! Chu Tiange's voice turned icy. He had not anticipated that the Ten Hall King, upon being vanquished by the Longyuan Emperor's sword, had concealed a remnant soul beneath the earth, plotting to flee during Chu Tiange's moment of inattention. Alas, he had grossly underestimated Chu Tiange's abilities. Although this remnant soul was exceedingly feeble, it was still detected by Chu Tiange's keen senses. Allowing such a malevolent entity to escape right beneath my nose would be an affront to my prowess. With a cold snort, Chu Tiange reached out his hand and grasped at the demonic energy. No. The remnant soul of the Ten Hall King let out a terrified roar as it was drawn into Chu Tiange's grasp, transforming into a radiant orb that imprisoned it within. Within the orb, a grotesque and menacing visage emerged, incessantly emitting cries of defiance. Despite the destruction of its corporeal form, should this remnant soul manage to evade capture, the Ten Hall King could one day be resurrected. Regrettably, his calculations had fallen short. Although this remnant soul had made every effort to conceal itself, Chu Tiange's extraordinary perception ultimately unearthed this calamity. Such a treacherous creature could undoubtedly pose a future threat. A glint of frostiness passed through Chu Tiange's eyes as he gently squeezed his hand, causing the grotesque visage to emit a cry of anguish. In an instant, the remnant soul of the Ten Hall King was reduced to ashes. After thoroughly obliterating the Ten Hall King, Chu Tiange surveyed the expanse around him. Although the demonic abyss had been eradicated, the space within the steel remained shrouded in ominous demonic energy. It appears that the soul of the martial Emperor's steel has also been tainted by this malevolence, Chu Tiange remarked. With that, his figure abruptly vanished into thin air. Soon, in the innermost depths of the steel's space, a chaotic demonic energy enveloped the area, within which a hazy orb of light flickered incessantly. This orb represented the soul of the martial steel, but it had succumbed to the demonic energy, appearing particularly sinister and malevolent. Casting a glance, Chu Tiange waved his hand lightly. Whoosh! A vibrant flame surged forth, instantly incinerating the demonic energy into nothingness. Before long, all the demonic energy was consumed by the imperial flames, and the inky black orb was cleansed of its malevolence, finally radiating a gentle glow once more. Simultaneously, the wicked demonic patterns adorning the martial steel's body vanished in that very moment. Thank you, my friend, for your assistance. The soul of the martial steel, now liberated from the demonic control, regained its consciousness and spoke in an ancient, weathered tone. Chu Tiange said nothing, turning to depart. Wait, the steel's soul suddenly called out. If you do not mind, I wish to accompany you. This steel harbors a vast array of martial techniques and treasures left by my former master, which could prove beneficial to you. The soul of the martial Emperor's steel expressed. Chu Tiange paused. The martial techniques within the steel held little allure for him. After all, he possessed an abundance of imperial-level martial skills. However, upon further reflection, the treasures contained within the martial steel could enhance the foundation of the Chu family. In the future, the descendants of the Chu family could enter the martial Emperor's steel to cultivate various martial arts. Very well. Chu Tiange nodded and departed from the space within the steel. The martial artists from various factions soon fled in a frenzy. Outside the martial Emperor's steel, the warriors of diverse powers remained shaken. At this moment, their gazes towards Chu Tiange were filled with gratitude, for had it not been for this young man's decisive action against the Ten Hall King, they would have all met their demise. Suddenly, the ancient martial Emperor's steel began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the colossal stone steel soared into the sky, spinning once before rapidly shrinking into a palm-sized tablet. Whoosh! The now contracted martial Emperor's steel flew towards Chu Tiange, landing directly in his hand. Wow! Upon witnessing this scene, the various factions could hardly contain their envy, for the steel contained innumerable martial techniques and treasures. Yet, they never anticipated that the entire martial Emperor's steel would be taken by this young man. Their envy was palpable. However, despite their jealousy, The powerful figures from various factions dared not harbor covetous thoughts or attempt to seize it, as they had witnessed firsthand the incredible strength of this young man. Lingxiao, let us depart, Chu Tiange said in a solemn tone. Yes, master. Yi Lingxiao nodded and promptly mounted the back of the golden nine-headed lion. Roar. The golden nine-headed lion let out a mighty roar before transforming into a beam of golden light, swiftly soaring away, vanishing from sight. Behind them, the various sects continued to engage in fervent discussions, speculating about the origins of this extraordinary youth. After securing the martial emperor stele, Chu Tiange did not linger for even a moment, hastening towards the eastern direction. His next destination was the eastern city of Tianming. At this point, he had already crossed the Black Wind Ridge and entered the eastern region of Qiongzhou. In the eastern part of Qiongzhou, countless ancient powers twinkled like stars, constituting a remarkably formidable realm. Among these forces, the most renowned was none other than the Xianyuan family, one of the three great eternal clans. According to the grand divination, the second imperial-grade divine herb, the Chaos Soul Grass, resided within the Xianyuan family. Thus, this time, Chu Tiange's objective was the Xianyuan family. Chapter 46. The birth of the Xianyuan family's chaotic dragon body, yet a life-and-death calamity awaits. In the eastern region of Qiongzhou lies Tianming City, an ancient metropolis of grand stature, situated upon an expansive plain. This city stands as the most prosperous within a 100-mile radius and serves as the ancestral residence of the Xianyuan family. The Xianyuan clan is a lineage of remarkable antiquity, renowned for its heritage of longevity and having produced supreme emperors, thus holding significant prestige in Qiongzhou. Recently, however, a tumultuous stir has enveloped Tianming City. Above the Xianyuan family residence, the faint echoes of dragon roars can be discerned. Whispers abound that a scion of the Xianyuan family, an imperial offspring, is destined to be born. 3 days later, Chu Tiange gracefully descended upon a mountain ridge, riding a magnificent golden nine-headed lion. Master, we have arrived. There lies Tianming City. Yi Lingxiao pointed ahead. As they gazed into the distance, a monumental city emerged, sprawling like a formidable beast upon the earth. Suddenly, as Chu Tiange approached the outskirts of Tianming City, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The skies above the city were shrouded in chaotic golden clouds, within which various bizarre sights manifested. A golden dragon, reminiscent of chaos itself, coiled majestically amidst the mists, exuding an air of sovereignty and might. Surrounding the dragon were ancient celestial palaces, where 6 ethereal beings sat in meditation, reciting scriptures. The symbols of the Tao shimmered, encircling the palatial structures, as celestial energy surged forth in a violent tumult. Master, what is transpiring in Tianming City? Why such astonishing phenomena? The golden nine-headed lion inquired, astonished. Chu Tiange's brows furrowed as he observed the incredible sights, murmuring, could it be? An imperial body is being birthed. An imperial body. The golden nine-headed lion gasped in shock. In this celestial realm, there exist various extraordinary physical forms, and the imperial body represents the pinnacle among the 3,000 constitutions. Notable examples include the heavenly phoenix body, the nine-turn immortal body, and the celestial overlord body, each a rare and unparalleled imperial form throughout the ages. Possessing such a physique would enable one to rival emperors. Yet the occurrence of an imperial body is exceedingly rare. Even throughout the ages, those with such physiques are few and far between. Could it be that today, in this humble Tianming City, an imperial body is indeed coming into being? Within the hall of the Xianyuan family, an infant's cry erupted, igniting a fervor among the assembled elders. They gathered to behold the swaddled child, expressions of joy and anger intertwining upon their faces. The infant radiated golden light, and faint golden scales were faintly visible upon its tender skin. These scales were dragon scales. Congratulations, Patriarch Xianyuan. The imperial offspring has been successfully born. If my divination is correct, this child is destined to possess the chaotic dragon body. An elder clad in an apricot yellow robe bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man. This elder, a revered figure within the Xianyuan family, was also a diviner, capable of foreseeing past and future events. 3 years prior, he had foretold that the Xianyuan family would indeed give birth to an imperial heir. Today, his prophecy had come to fruition. What? The chaotic dragon body. At the diviner's words, gasps of astonishment filled the hall, as the elders were overtaken by a wave of shock. The chaotic dragon body is one of the rarest physiques known throughout the ages, only emerging in the most prosperous golden eras. Chaos is the source of all things, while the true dragon reigns as the king of all beasts. Their union gives rise to a physique that resonates through time. This is the chaotic dragon body. Such a formidable imperial body, if nurtured properly, holds the potential to transcend into the realm of emperors. The chaotic dragon body. The Xianyuan family has actually birthed an imperial body. It is destined for our family to rise. Patriarch Xianyuan Batian could scarcely contain his elation. The other elders mirrored his joy, their faces alight with delight. The birth of an imperial heir within the Xianyuan family signifies the emergence of a supreme emperor should the child flourish in growth. One can only imagine the immense strength the Xianyuan family will possess at that time, asserting dominance over their domain and rendering the other two long-lived clans inconsequential in comparison. This child embodies the hope of the Xianyuan family. However, in that moment, the infant's cries escalated uncontrollably. Subsequently, the golden radiance enveloping the child began to dim rapidly. Even the chaotic golden dragon, coiled above the Xianyuan family, erupted into a pained roar. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left the elders bewildered. They sensed that the infant's condition was deteriorating. This is ominous. Could it be that the heir's fortune is being suppressed? The diviner exclaimed, alarmed. Master Gua, what is the meaning of this? Xianyuan Batian questioned anxiously. The Xianyuan family had finally welcomed an imperial heir. Any misfortune would be disastrous. The so-called suppression of fortune signifies a life and death calamity, indicating that a mysterious entity is destined to constrain the heir's fate. This entity would inhibit the child's fortune, ultimately thwarting their ascension to the emperor's realm. What? Xianyuan Batian's expression darkened at the diviner's revelation. If the chaotic dragon body were indeed to be suppressed, it would severely impact the heir's future ascension to emperor. What shall we do? We must identify the life and death calamity and eliminate it to ensure the heir's successful growth. The diviner replied, Patriarch, do not fret. Allow me to deduce the nature of this calamity. The diviner then produced an ancient compass, driven by curiosity to unveil the identity of this life and death calamity, capable of suppressing even the chaotic dragon body. The compass was adorned with intricate Tao symbols, and as the divination technique was invoked, wisps of mist emanated from it, revealing a hazy projection. Within this projection, a vague figure gradually materialized, seemingly riding a lion. Someone dares to pry into my fate. They seek death. At that moment, Chu Tiange sensed a disturbance, and his gaze sharpened, unleashing a terrifying glare that tore through the fabric of reality. Boom. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the diviner's eyes, shattering the compass in his grasp. The diviner collapsed to the ground, howling in agony, his expression one of sheer terror. This individual is too formidable. Their fate cannot be glimpsed. With a final gasp, the diviner spat forth a mouthful of blood and inscribed the character Chu upon the floor before succumbing to death. Chapter 47. The arrogant Xianyuan Yunlan faces justice from Chu Tiange. As the diviner drew his last breath, he inscribed a clear character on the floor with his own blood, leaving Xianyuan Batian and others in a state of perplexity. Could it be that this man named Chu was the harbinger of the emperor's life and death tribulation? The elder intoned gravely. According to the diviner's calculations, a mysterious presence would suppress the emperor's fortunes within the Xianyuan clan, rendering his ascension to the imperial realm nearly impossible. This enigmatic figure must be this Chu individual. What shall we do, clan leader? The Xianyuan clan has finally given birth to an emperor bearing the Chaos Dragon physique. If he cannot ascend in the future, it would be a significant blow to our clan. An elder expressed anxiously. Indeed, our emperor is the beacon of hope for the Xianyuan clan's resurgence. We must do everything in our power to eliminate all obstacles in his path. The other elders concurred. The Chaos Dragon physique is the rarest imperial body to have emerged in eons. Once he matures, he will be capable of challenging the mightiest of emperors. At that time, how could the Xianyuan clan not flourish? To break the cycle of life and death surrounding our emperor, we must eradicate this Chu person. Xianyuan Batian clenched his fists. Send out the order. All individuals with the surname Chu in Tianming City are to be seized and executed. Xianyuan Batian commanded. To ensure the complete growth of the Chaos Dragon physique, they must eliminate all obstacles for the emperor. Every Chu must perish. Better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than let a single Chu escape. How dare someone secretly pry into my destiny? Chu Tiange furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to uncover the truth. He then began to weave intricate hand gestures, initiating a divination. A mist of causality swiftly enveloped him, and a vision began to materialize before his eyes. So it is. Soon, Chu Tiange unraveled the entire chain of events. The Xianyuan clan had birthed an emperor possessing the legendary Chaos Dragon physique, and he was fated to clash with my destiny. Chu Tiange mused. However, despite the Chaos Dragon physique's formidable nature, it remained restrained by my fate. In that case, it is but fitting to pay a visit to the Xianyuan clan. With that thought, Chu Tiange mounted his golden nine-headed lion and entered Tianming City. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of bustling prosperity. The city was adorned with wide avenues, thronged by countless warriors, exuding an air of vibrancy. As Chu Tiange rode his golden nine-headed lion through the streets, he attracted innumerable gazes, for a lion with 9 heads was an extraordinary sight. Fortunately, the beast had reigned in its aura, or else its overwhelming presence would have incited chaos. As they headed towards the Xianyuan clan's location, they encountered an unexpected obstruction ahead. A throng of warriors had gathered, seemingly enthralled by some unfolding drama. Master, it appears something has transpired up ahead. blocking the road entirely. Yi Lingxiao remarked solemnly. Let us go and see, Chu Tiange replied. And together they pushed through the crowd out of curiosity. Young master, please spare us. In the center of the throng, an elderly man and a young girl knelt, pleading before a youth clad in luxurious robes. On the ground lay a bloodied red bloodhound, its body marred by a deep, gaping wound. Damn it! How dare this blind mutt harm my precious red bloodhound? Today, I shall demand your life in return, the robed youth declared, brandishing an iron whip and mercilessly lashing out at the old man. In an instant, the elder was left battered and bloodied. Please, I beg you, do not harm my grandfather. The young girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, cried out desperately. Get lost, the rogue youth retorted, kicking the girl away before resuming his brutal assault on the elder. The anguished cries echoed, prompting the onlookers to shake their heads in disapproval. Witnessing this scene, Chu Tiange's brow furrowed. He turned to a nearby warrior and inquired, Might I ask what has transpired here? Alas, the red bloodhound suddenly went mad and attempted to bite the young girl. The elder, in defense, struck it with an axe, inciting the wrath of the Xianyuan clan's young master, which is why he has resorted to such cruelty. The warrior sighed. This fellow is utterly unreasonable. It was his red bloodhound that instigated the attack, yet he now resorts to mercilessly beating an old man. Yi Lingxiao exclaimed in indignation. I advise against interfering. Xianyuan Yunlan has long been accustomed to his own arrogance. In Tianming City, anyone who dares to provoke him is courting death, the warrior warned. It turned out that the youth in luxurious robes was none other than the second young master of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Yunlan. Old man, that red bloodhound of yours injured me, and now I grant you the opportunity to avenge it. Tear this old fool apart. Xianyuan Yunlan sneered. With a menacing growl, the red bloodhound rose, baring its fangs and lunging toward the girl and the elder. Observing this, Chu Tiange stepped forward, commanding his 9-headed lion with an outstretched hand. Boom! In an instant, the red bloodhound exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. My red bloodhound. Xianyuan Yunlan was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that someone had dared to slay his beloved pet. You dare to kill my red bloodhound? Xianyuan Yunlan bellowed, his eyes filled with fury. This prized hound had cost him millions of spirit stones. His gaze shifted to Chu Tiange, a palpable murderous intent emerging. But he suddenly noticed the imposing golden 9-headed lion, and his eyes glinted with greed. Humph! How bold of you to offend me. You have slain my red bloodhound. Today, you shall compensate me with your 9-headed lion. Xianyuan Yunlan threatened ominously. Damn it! The golden 9-headed lion appeared utterly dumbfounded at the demand. To think it was being asked to compensate for a mere worthless red bloodhound was beyond absurd. Did you hear me? You will pay with your 9-headed lion. Otherwise, if you provoke the Xianyuan clan, you shall not leave Tianming City alive. Xianyuan Yunlan declared harshly. You have 3 breaths to apologize to this old man and offer 1 million spirit stones. Otherwise, more than just your red bloodhound shall perish. Chu Tiange replied coldly. What did you say? Xianyuan Yunlan was taken aback, incredulous that this young man dared to demand an apology from him. Chapter 48. The golden 9-headed lion mercilessly torments Xianyuan Yunlan, and Chu Tiange exudes dominance at the Xianyuan family's door. This audacious young man dared to slay Xianyuan Yunlan's crimson bloodhound. Does he not comprehend that Xianyuan Yunlan is the second young master of the illustrious Xianyuan family? Alas, this lad is likely doomed today. Xianyuan Yunlan is notoriously arrogant, and he would never let the death of his hound go unpunished. Ultimately, the Xianyuan family is not to be trifled with. At this moment, whispers of the onlooking martial artists filled the air. The Xianyuan family is one of the 3 great immortal clans, reigning as a dominant force within 1,000 miles of Tianming City. Who would dare to provoke anyone from the Xianyuan family? Xianyuan Yunlan, relying on his family's prestige, roams the city with impunity. You killed my crimson bloodhound and still expect an apology? Your audacity knows no bounds. Xianyuan Yunlan laughed bitterly in anger. In all of Tianming City, this is the first time he has encountered someone so fearless. However, as he gazed upon Chu Tiange's steed, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. He had seen many formidable beasts, yet none exuded such overwhelming power. In his heart, he had already claimed this golden 9-headed lion as his own. Listen well. I shall grant you a chance to live. Compensate me with this golden 9-headed lion for the death of my hound, and we shall consider the matter settled. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xianyuan Yunlan's voice turned frigid. Upon hearing this, the golden 9-headed lion could not help but twitch its mouth. It is a majestic beast of the Holy King realm, possessing the bloodline of a supreme divine creature. How could any mere mortal presume to be its master? Roar! The golden 9-headed lion bellowed fiercely, sending forth a terrifying wave of sound towards Xianyuan Yunlan. Boom! Xianyuan Yunlan was sent flying by the force of the roar, blood spurting from his mouth. You dare to harm me? He scrambled to his feet, utterly disheveled. The roar had shattered his insides, igniting his rage. Old Ling, old Lai, swiftly eliminate this brat and capture that 9-headed lion for me. Xianyuan Yunlan bellowed in fury. Yes, young master. At that moment, two elders clad in gray robes erupted with the aura of ninth-grade supremacy. Boom. The two elders of the Xianyuan family charged toward the golden, nine-headed lion. Damn it. Two ninth-grade supremes dare to act recklessly before my master. They truly seek their demise. Roar. The golden nine-headed lion unleashed an ear-splitting roar, shaking the entire city. Nearby martial artists were sent reeling, and the ground cracked beneath them. Bang. The two ninth-grade supremes had barely approached the golden nine-headed lion when they were obliterated into a mist of blood by its overwhelming pressure. What? Xianyuan Yunlan was struck with terror. Two elders of the Xianyuan family had been instantly torn apart by the lion's roar. The golden, nine-headed lion approached Xianyuan Yunlan, placing a massive paw upon him. Crack. Xianyuan Yunlan emitted a heart-wrenching scream as his bones shattered underfoot, his internal organs rupturing. In that moment, fear gripped his expression. He had believed that his standing in the Xianyuan family rendered him untouchable, yet he now faced a truly formidable foe. He had no doubt that he would be devoured by this golden lion. You dare to kill me? My father will not spare you. My father, Xianyuan Batian, is a figure of the ancient Saint Realm. Xianyuan Yunlan shouted desperately. Ancient Saint Realm. The utterance of these words struck a chord of apprehension within the golden nine-headed lion. The realms of the sacred can be divided into several tiers, with the ancient Saint Realm being the most formidable. Those who reach such heights are rarely ordinary. They are often ancient beings, having lived for thousands of years. Are you afraid? Do you think the Xianyuan family is so easily provoked? Offending us leads only to certain death. Seeing the lion hesitate, Xianyuan Yunlan's eyes glinted with malice. Damn it! The golden, nine-headed lion snickered coldly, lifting its left paw to crush Xianyuan Yunlan's head. Although the ancient Saint Realm is powerful, it pales in comparison to its master. Wait. Just as the golden nine-headed lion was about to crush Xianyuan Yunlan's skull, a voice rang out from behind. Spare his life. He still holds some value. Chu Tiange declared, swiftly lifting Xianyuan Yunlan. What do you intend to do? Xianyuan Yunlan quaked in fear. Weren't you boasting about the might of the Xianyuan family? Then allow me to witness it firsthand. With that, Chu Tiange carried Xianyuan Yunlan toward the Xianyuan family estate. Heavens! Is this young man truly planning to visit the Xianyuan family? Has he lost his mind? The Xianyuan family is a prestigious clan, filled with formidable warriors. Yet he dares to bring Xianyuan Yunlan there. Everyone was left utterly astonished. How audacious! The Xianyuan family, located in the northern part of Tianming City, boasts an extraordinarily grand estate that reflects its status as an ancient lineage. This family is not only a venerable clan of longevity, but also descended from an emperor, showcasing their profound heritage and immense power. The Tianxian sacred land, which Chu Tiange had previously annihilated, pales in comparison to a family of this caliber. The Xianyuan family boasts 10 holy kings and 5 holy venerates, not to mention Xianyuan Batian, a being of the ancient Saint Realm. This is merely the visible strength of the Xianyuan family. Before long, Chu Tiange arrived at the estate of the Xianyuan family. It must be said that the grandeur of the Xianyuan family is indeed resplendent. Even the guards possess the strength of supreme beings. Who dares to trespass upon the Xianyuan family? Halt at once. Upon seeing Chu Tiange approach, the two supreme guards rushed forward to block him. However, before they could act, they were horrified to find their bodies paralyzed, as if their very souls had been encased in stone. What is happening? The two supreme beings were astonished, rendered immobile as if they were mere statues. Chu Tiange did not even spare the two supreme beings a glance, for he needed no effort. A mere thought was sufficient to render them motionless. In his presence, the supreme realm was nothing more than a swarm of ants. Boom. At that moment, the golden nine-headed lion unleashed a beam of energy, blasting open the gates of the Xianyuan family estate. Chapter 49. The Wrath of the Xianyuan Family. I am that person of the Chu surname. With a thunderous roar, the gate of the Xianyuan residence, forged from ancient black iron, was shattered by the divine light unleashed from the gaping maw of the golden nine-headed lion. Chu Tiange strode in with Xianyuan Yunlan held aloft in one hand. The commotion quickly summoned the formidable warriors of the Xianyuan family. What audacity! Who dares to intrude upon the Xianyuan estate? You are courting death, thundered a venerable elder of the sacred realm. Elder, save me! Xianyuan Yunlan cried out in desperation, his face bruised and battered. It took a moment for the Xianyuan clansmen to recognize him. Do not just stand there. Kill him. Xianyuan Yunlan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with fury. Preposterous. You dare to lay a hand on the young master of the Xianyuan family? You must be tired of living. The sacred realm elder retorted angrily. Silence. You have no place to speak here, old fool. The golden nine-headed lion declared, stepping forward as all 9 heads let out a deafening roar. The overwhelming pressure of the sacred king, combined with the terrifying force of sound waves, instantly shattered numerous Xianyuan warriors, reducing them to mere blood mist. Even the sacred realm elder met a gruesome end, his body obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Xianyuan Yunlan was left in a state of shock. A sacred realm elder was killed just like that? With a furious roar, the golden nine-headed lion unleashed a powerful sound wave that swept across the Xianyuan estate, causing buildings to collapse in an instant. Those of lesser strength were left grievously injured, their organs ruptured by the force of the roar. What is happening? Who dares to cause chaos in the Xianyuan family? Such audacity. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, from deep within the Xianyuan estate, an aura of extreme terror erupted, and top-tier warriors soared into the air, suspended above the ground. Among these dozens of powerful figures, the weakest was of the sacred realm. And there were more than 10 sacred kings. These warriors were the reclusive elders of the Xianyuan family, who rarely showed themselves. Yet now they all made their presence known. Among them, 5 figures stood out prominently. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man clad in a robe of purple and gold, his expression cold and commanding, with pale golden eyes that seemed to harbor the wrath of thunder. This man was none other than Xianyuan Batian, the current patriarch of the Xianyuan family. Behind Xianyuan Batian stood 4 elders in white robes, each exuding an aura of the sacred venerable realm. Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. The Xianyuan family truly was a long-lived lineage, boasting 10 sacred kings, 4 sacred venerables, 1 ancient sage, and countless others of the sacred realm. Their foundation far surpassed that of the 4 great sacred lands. Father, save me. Help me. Upon seeing Xianyuan Batian, Xianyuan Yunlan let out a wail of despair. Yunlan. Xianyuan Batian's face contorted with rage at the sight of his son. Who are you? What do you intend in my Xianyuan family? If you dare harm a hair on Yunlan's head, I shall see to it that your corpses are scattered. Xianyuan Batian's voice boomed like thunder. Xianyuan Batian, if you wish to save your precious son, hand over the chaos soul grass, or it is he who will be reduced to ashes. Chu Tiange spoke with a grave tone. What? The elders of the Xianyuan family erupted in an uproar. Even Xianyuan Batian was momentarily stunned. This young man sought the imperial herb of the Xianyuan family? Your audacity knows no bounds. You dare demand the imperial herb of the Xianyuan clan? Who gave you the courage? The grand elder sneered in fury. The chaos soul grass is the treasure of the Xianyuan family, and this young man dares to openly request such a divine herb. It is utterly ludicrous. Actually, that chaos soul grass did not originally belong to your Xianyuan family. Your ancestor, Xianyuan the Great, annihilated the Murong clan to seize it. Moreover, he was so afraid of leaks that he did not spare even the women and children of the Murong family. Chu Tiange retorted with a cold laugh. All of this he had deduced through his profound divination techniques. Preposterous. You dare to slander our ancestor. The elders of the clan were enraged beyond measure. Slander? You know the truth in your hearts. Chu Tiange mocked. Last chance. Will you hand over the imperial-grade divine herb? Chu Tiange's gaze was piercing. Dream on. The grand elder scoffed. Bang. With a chilling scream, Xianyuan Yunlan was reduced to a mist of blood. Yunlan, wretched brat, today I shall tear you apart. Xianyuan Batian's eyes blazed with fury, a terrifying killing intent erupting from within him. Foolish being, dare you provoke the Xianyuan family? At that moment, a sacred realm warrior lunged toward Chu Tiange. Damn it, die! The golden nine-headed lion erupted in a blaze of golden light, rapidly expanding to a colossal size, and devoured the sacred realm warrior whole. A sacred king beast. The elders were taken aback. Boom. The massive golden, nine-headed lion took fearsome strides, its paws crashing down and causing countless palatial structures to collapse, while the earth itself cracked with terrifying fissures. Master, leave those 10 sacred kings to me. With that, the golden, nine-headed lion surged toward the 9 sacred kings. Boom, boom, boom. Its 9 heads unleashed beams of devouring divine light, hurtling towards the 10 sacred kings. Humph. The 10 sacred king elders snorted in unison, immediately launching a coordinated attack against the golden nine-headed lion. In an instant, chaos erupted in the Xianyuan estate, giving rise to an intensely fierce battle. 10 figures radiated divine light, entwined with myriad symbols of power, engaging in a fierce struggle against the golden nine-headed lion. Yunlan. At this moment, Xianyuan Batian was still engulfed in the grief of losing his son, and his gaze transformed into a palpable intent to kill. Who exactly are you? Regardless of your background, you shall not leave here alive today. Xianyuan Batian declared sternly. Who am I? It is no secret, Xianyuan Batian. You seek a person of the Chu surname, and I am that person. I am Chu Tiange. Chu Tiange proclaimed solemnly. What? You bear the Chu surname. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Batian's pupils constricted, and the 5 elders behind him wore expressions of shock. Chapter 50. Unleashing the Xianyuan family's protective array to eliminate Chu Tiange. Your surname is Chu. Xianyuan Batian's gaze sharpened, as he recalled the soothsayer's prophecy. An imperial scion of the Xianyuan clan would face a life-and-death tribulation, one that would be embodied by a person of the Chu surname. Could it be that this young man before him was the very harbinger of that fate? At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly remembered the soothsayer's divination, wherein a shadowy figure riding a lion had vaguely appeared on the luminous screen. A lion, a man, they perfectly matched the boy standing before them. It is he. He is the life and death tribulation of our Xianyuan imperial scion, the Grand Elder exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Batian and the others were instantly engulfed in wild elation. They had been searching for the Chu surname individual, and unexpectedly, he had come to them. Quick! We must not allow this little wretch to escape. Activate the clan array, the Grand Elder urged urgently. Boom! At that moment, the sky above the Chu family estate darkened. As ancient runes began to manifest, these runes intertwined and swiftly formed a formidable array, enveloping the entire Chu family estate. The aura of destruction radiating from this terrifying array was such that even a sage-level expert would dare not approach. Haha, I never expected you to come to us willingly. Today, the Xianyuan clan will spare no expense to eradicate you, little wretch. Xianyuan Baishan's voice thundered. Only by eliminating this life and death tribulation could the Xianyuan clan's imperial scion ascend to the imperial realm. Therefore, no matter the cost, Chu Tiange must be slain today. To eliminate me, I fear your Xianyuan clan lacks the capability. Chu Tiange retorted with a cold smile. Truly arrogant. My Xianyuan clan has stood in Xiongzhou for millennia, facing countless storms. You, a mere youth, dare to act so brazenly before us? Today, you shall witness the might of our clan's protective array. Boom. With that, Xianyuan Batian and 5 sage-level elders melded into the protective array. To activate this array, the combined efforts of 5 sage-level beings and 1 ancient sage were required, a testament to its terrifying power. In the past, the Xianyuan clan had utilized this protective array to annihilate an ancient sage-level expert. High above in the sky, the waves of destructive energy rippled forth, distorting the very fabric of space, as if the sun, moon, and stars were plummeting from the heavens, casting an overwhelming celestial might that shook the entire Tianming city. Heavens! What is happening? The Xianyuan clan has activated their protective array. Across Tianming city, countless martial artists were left aghast. Even from a distance, they could still feel the terrifying power of this array. The Xianyuan clan typically only resorted to this protective array in dire situations. Yet today, in their fervent pursuit to eliminate Chu Tiange, they had activated it. Little beast. To perish under the might of my Xianyuan clan's protective array is indeed an honor, Xianyuan Batian declared coldly. With that, Xianyuan Batian and the 5 elders swiftly took charge of the array. Buzz, the 6 of them simultaneously formed seals, causing the array to rumble to life. In an instant, it resembled the turning of the heavens, as intricate runes intertwined and emerged. Xianyuan Mietian light. Xianyuan Batian shouted gravely. In that moment, the complex runes fused together, erupting with a dark divine light that appeared to embody the power of annihilation. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of dark, destructive divine light shot forth from the array. This beam seemed to harbor an unimaginably terrifying energy, piercing through the void as if erasing all life in its path. It even obliterated the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth. This pitch-black beam was utterly horrifying, descending from the sky directly toward Chu Tiange. Chu Tiange stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the black beam rapidly magnifying in his pupils. Yet he remained utterly still, not even adopting a defensive stance. Witnessing this, Xianyuan Batian and the others could not help but sneer, thinking the boy had some awareness of his impending doom, hence his refusal to defend himself. Boom! The destructive beam struck Chu Tiange with tremendous force, unleashing a cataclysmic surge that tore the surrounding space apart, creating a massive black hole. Centered around Chu Tiange, the ground collapsed into a deep pit measuring thousands of feet in diameter. This strike was beyond terrifying. The powerful energy ripple surged outward, flattening countless palatial structures. Even the 5 sage-level elders could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The might of the Xianyuan clan's protective array was indeed unfathomable. The destructive impact lasted for over 10 minutes, and the center where the beam had struck was now a veritable void of collapsing space. Countless spatial rifts spread like a spider's web across the sky, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Humph, that boy is likely nothing but a pile of bones now. The Grand Elder scoffed. This blow would be beyond our endurance. How could he, a mere youth, survive? The other elders nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a cold laugh echoed from the rolling smoke. Is this the full extent of the Xianyuan clan's protective array? It is merely a tickle, truly disappointing. Gasped what? The pupils of Xianyuan Batian and the others contracted sharply. They looked on in horror as, with the dissipating smoke, a figure gradually re-emerged at the center of the impact. Chu Tiange stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating brilliance, as ancient phenomena manifested around him, golden lotuses blooming, ancient chaotic palaces rumbling, and the bells of the Tao resonating powerfully, a spectacle of grandeur. This was his domain. As long as it was activated, no attack could harm his essence. Remarkably, even his robes remained pristine. Impossible. Xianyuan Batian gasped in disbelief. This boy, seemingly just over 20 years old, how could he possess such terrifying cultivation? Quick! Do not give this little wretch a moment to breathe. I refuse to believe he can defy the Xianyuan clan's protective array. The Grand Elder roared. Buzz. The six immediately summoned the power of the protective array once more. Xianyuan Jin Shinshan. Boom. Within the array, countless runes rapidly coalesced, forming dozens of towering purple-golden peaks. Each of these peaks radiated with resplendent light, their immense weight seemingly distorting the very space around them. Chapter 51. Summoning the ancestral artifact of the Xianyuan family. The dominant Xianyuan Emperor Sword. Be suppressed. Xianyuan Batian roared madly. Above the firmament, numerous peaks of purple gold exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, each towering 10,000 zhang, radiating boundless celestial light, as if they possessed the power to subdue the very heavens and earth. Suddenly, the multitude of peaks descended from the sky, their terrifying energy crushing down, causing the void itself to tremble and fracture, should one be caught beneath their weight. Even those of the sacred sovereign realm would find no escape. To suppress me? I fear you, Xianyuan Batian, lack the qualifications. Chu Tiange's robes billowed as he gazed intently at the descending peaks. He then raised his palm, which swiftly manifested scales of a dragon. True dragon claw, shatter for me. With a mighty thrust, Chu Tiange's palm, now adorned with dragon scales, transformed instantaneously into a formidable dragon's claw. This robust claw, akin to that of an ancestral dragon, seemed capable of rending the very fabric of existence, embodying the terrifying power of the ancestral dragon. This true dragon claw was indeed the pinnacle of the dragon clan's imperial techniques. In an instant, the colossal claw, measuring 1,000 zhang, disregarded the spatial distance and lunged fiercely at the peaks. Boom. To the astonished gazes of Xianyuan Batian and the others, the true dragon claw tore through the multitude of purple gold peaks. Is this a secret technique of the dragon clan? Xianyuan Batian gasped in shock. The dragon clan was the most formidable beast family in the celestial domain, rivaling even the top imperial families. The secret techniques of the dragon clan were never shared with outsiders. From where did this youth acquire such knowledge? Chu Tiange had absorbed the legacies of 1,000,000 powerful beings. Thus, even the most supreme imperial techniques of the dragon clan were within his grasp. Xianyuan Batian, open your eyes and witness how I dismantle your protective family formation. Boom. The 1,000 zhang dragon claw tore towards the formation, its razor-sharp talons slicing through the void, creating rifts in the fabric of reality. Not good, stop him. The Grand Elder's expression turned to one of horror. Immediately, Xianyuan Batian and the 6 others activated the protective family formation once more, attempting to withstand the terrifying dragon claw. However, the true dragon claw was far too domineering, tearing through everything in its path, with no force capable of impeding its advance. Boom. At last, the true dragon claw struck the protective family formation with immense force, unleashing a blinding explosion of energy. The claw then ruthlessly tore through it, causing the protective formation to shatter instantly. With a resounding crash, a massive breach was torn in the entire formation, leading to its complete collapse. Xianyuan Batian and the others suffered a backlash, each spitting out blood as they plummeted downward. You little wretch, you dare to destroy the protective formation of the Xianyuan family. You shall pay dearly. Xianyuan Batian's eyes bulged with rage. The protective formation was the foundation of the Xianyuan family, and now it lay in ruins at the hands of this mere youth. Boom. In that instant, 6 figures soared into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of spiritual power. Xianyuan Batian and the Grand Elder's eyes were ablaze with fury. Today, even if it cost them their lives, these young miscreants would pay a heavy price. Kill them. Boom. Suddenly, the 6 figures, shimmering with divine light, charged fiercely towards Chu Tiange. Boom. 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 Xianyuan Batian and his companions unleashed a frenzied assault on Chu Tiange, their combined powers reaching their zenith, unleashing a barrage of terrifying killing strikes. In an instant, the sky above the Xianyuan family erupted in brilliant light as beams of spiritual energy collided, creating earth-shattering sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The waves of destructive energy surged outward, leaving the entire Xianyuan family in ruins, nearly leveled to the ground. Xianyuan Batian and his companions, now frenzied, unleashed their dreadful attacks upon Chu Tiange. Humph. Chu Tiange scoffed coldly, then invoked the true dragon claw once more. The domineering true dragon claw tore through the assailants, instantly rending 3 sacred sovereign elders in half. You little wretch, even in death, I will not allow you to escape unscathed. The 3 elders, half their bodies destroyed, lunged madly at Chu Tiange, choosing to self-destruct. The power of their self-detonation would be utterly terrifying. Spatial cage. Chu Tiange bellowed solemnly, unleashing a spatial imperial technique. The space surrounding the 3 elders solidified, forming a crystalline cage. Boom. Within the cage, the bodies of the 3 elders swelled, then erupted violently, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The horrifying energy surge was firmly contained within the spatial cage. Crack. However, The power generated by the self-detonation of the three sacred sovereign elders was so immense that even the spatial cage began to crack under the pressure. Fortunately, most of the energy had been restrained within the confines of the cage. Patriarch, summon our ancestral artifact. Today we must annihilate this little wretch. Witnessing the fall of the three sacred sovereign elders, the Grand Elder gritted his teeth, fury radiating from his gaze. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Batian appeared to make a resolute decision. He would summon the ancestral artifact. We, in the name of the Xianyuan family's descendants, summon the ancestral artifact. Boom. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled violently, the ground splitting open to reveal a chasm a myriad of zhang deep. Boom. From within the abyss surged a blinding beam of light. At that moment, a resplendent sword began to emerge from the depths of the chasm. This sword, dazzling and adorned with ancient, mysterious patterns, emanated an aura of terrifying imperial might. This sword was none other than the ancestral artifact of the Xianyuan family, the Xianyuan Emperor Sword, forged by the great Xianyuan Emperor. The Xianyuan Emperor Sword possessed unfathomable power. With a single strike, it could rend the fabric of time and space, exhibiting unparalleled dominance. On the blade, dried bloodstains could still be seen, indicating that this sword had once slain powerful beings of the imperial realm. The overwhelming imperial might radiated from the sword, compelling all beneath the sacred sovereign realm to kneel in submission. Xianyuan Batian slowly grasped the hilt of the Xianyuan Emperor's sword, and in that instant, his aura became extraordinarily terrifying. Suddenly, boom, Xianyuan Batian swung the sword, and Chu Tiange's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his hand to defend. Bang! In an instant, Chu Tiange was sent staggering back thousands of zhang, a clear gash appearing on his palm. What a domineering sword! Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. Chapter 52. The Clash of the Longyuan Emperor's Sword and the Xianyuan Emperor's Sword, a confrontation of supreme, divine weapons. Indeed, the Changxing family possesses a certain depth of heritage. As Chu Tiange squinted his eyes, he noticed a faint trace of blood appearing on his palm. It was the first time he had sustained an injury in a long while. The source of this wound was none other than the ancestral artifact of the Xianyuan family, the Xianyuan Emperor's Sword. This was an imperial weapon. Earlier, the overwhelming might of the Xianyuan Emperor's Sword had swept towards him, prompting Chu Tiange to raise his hand in defense, resulting in the delicate blood mark. The sword's power was capable of annihilating any being at the sacred realm. Yet Chu Tiange's injury was but a mere scratch, a testament to the sword's dominion. For someone of Chu Tiange's caliber, there were few weapons in the world capable of inflicting harm upon him. Behold our ancestral artifact. The elders, including the Grand Elder, were immensely stirred by the sight of the Xianyuan Emperor's Sword. This sword, inherited from the ancient times, was forged by the great Emperor Xianyuan from his own imperial essence. Combined with supreme materials such as Hongmeng Dao Iron, Taichu Divine Stone, and Immortal Tears Green Gold, making it a supreme, divine weapon. It could be said that this imperial sword possessed the divine might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. In the past, the Xianyuan family had faced a near-extermination crisis. Yet at the critical moment, they summoned this unparalleled ancestral artifact and ultimately vanquished their formidable foes. Now, Xianyuan Batian had once again called forth this ancestral weapon. Boy, no matter how extraordinary your power may be, before the ancestral artifact of my Xianyuan family, even if you were a true dragon, you must bow down, Xianyuan Batian proclaimed with pride. In his grasp was an ancient sword, resplendent like crystal, radiating brilliant celestial light. An indescribable imperial aura emanated from the sword, as if rendering all other weapons dim in its presence. With this sword, Xianyuan Batian's aura transformed into something terrifyingly potent, the very void around him seemingly torn by the sword's energy. Today, allow me to demonstrate the true divine might of the Xianyuan Emperor's Sword. With that, Xianyuan Batian raised the imperial sword, and in an instant, the sky darkened as storm clouds gathered. The sword's energy spread like an ocean, seemingly cleaving through time and space, causing a prickling sensation across Chu Tiange's skin. The elders of the Xianyuan family, at the sacred realm, nearly found themselves prostrating before this terrifying weapon. The imperial might alone was sufficient to crush everything in its path. Flash! A deafening roar followed as Xianyuan Batian swung the imperial sword, unleashing a beam of sword light that obliterated everything in its wake, as if even time and space were to be buried beneath its ferocity. What a terrifying sword! The Grand Elder and others were filled with astonishment, although they were powerful beings at the sacred realm. Even a mere wisp of the Xianyuan Emperor's Sword's energy could annihilate them countless times over. This boy is doomed, the Grand Elder and others sneered. Yet at that moment, the Longyuan Emperor's Sword at Chu Tiange's waist suddenly trembled violently. The Longyuan Emperor's Sword, also a supreme divine weapon, sensed the provocation from the Xianyuan Emperor's Sword. How could it, as a divine weapon, show any sign of weakness? It was time to unsheath it. With a deep, resonant dragon roar echoing through the heavens, Chu Tiange drew forth the Longyuan Emperor's Sword, its purple gold blade bursting forth with radiant light. transforming into an ancestral dragon that coiled above him. Boom. Holding the imperial sword, Chu Tiange slashed forward, releasing a purple-gold sword light that appeared to cut through the very fabric of time, rendering all of creation dim in its brilliance. In an instant, the purple-gold sword light collided fiercely with the crystal-like sword light in midair. Two destructive sword energies tore through space, creating a vast black hole. From within the black hole, an unfathomable energy erupted. Boom, boom. The Grand Elder and others, who were watching the battle, were sent flying backward, spitting blood from the sheer force of the sword energy. Those below the sacred realm were obliterated into nothingness. At the center of the black hole, the two sword energies twisted time and space, and waves of destruction erupted, affecting the entirety of Tianming City, reducing countless buildings and palaces to ruins. Heavens, how terrifying! As they gazed upon the ever-expanding black hole in the sky, where the two sword energies intertwined, all present turned pale with fear. Not only ordinary warriors, but even the likes of the Grand Elder felt an overwhelming dread. Merely being touched by the residual energy had left them severely wounded. Finally, after several minutes of fierce confrontation, the two sword energies were completely annihilated into nothingness, leaving behind a colossal void in the sky. Both Chu Tiange and Xianyuan Batian were propelled backward for several thousand feet. How could this be? Xianyuan Batian roared. How can this guy possibly stand against the ancestral artifact of the Xianyuan family? At that moment, Xianyuan Batian looked at Chu Tiange and saw an ancestral dragon coiling above him. In his hand, Chu Tiange held a resplendent imperial sword. Hiss, he possesses an imperial sword too? Xianyuan Batian was taken aback. He could sense that the sword in Chu Tiange's grasp radiated a terrifying imperial might, seemingly not inferior to his own Xianyuan Emperor sword. Who on earth is this boy? How could he possess a supreme divine weapon? The Grand Elder and others were astonished. At such a youthful age, to own an imperial sword was nearly impossible, for weapons of that caliber were treasures of the imperial clans, not to be wielded lightly by anyone. Yet this young man carried with him an unparalleled imperial sword. It was utterly frightening. Xianyuan Batian, let us compare and see which is mightier, your Xianyuan Emperor sword or my Longyuan Emperor sword, Chu Tiange declared, gripping his sword, a glint of battle intent igniting in his eyes. He too yearned to discover which of these supreme divine weapons would ultimately prevail. Of course. My Xianyuan family's Xianyuan Emperor sword is superior. Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth. That remains to be seen. Chu Tiange replied with a faint smile. While the Xianyuan Emperor sword was indeed exceptional, his Longyuan Emperor sword was equally remarkable. The strength of these two supreme divine weapons was yet to be determined. Your imperial sword cannot compare to mine. Watch as I sever the blade you hold. Sword Chi River. Boom. Xianyuan Batian howled skyward, slashing forward with the crystal-like imperial sword, causing the brilliant sword energy to transform into a vast, shimmering river of sword energy. Rumble. This terrifying river of sword energy contained an overwhelming force. Even a slight proximity to it would result in instant obliteration for those at the sacred realm. Chu Tiange took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening, then raised the Longyuan Emperor sword, exclaiming, Dragon devours heaven and earth. Chapter 53. Summoning the residual soul of the great Emperor Xianyuan. The Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword severing the Xianyuan Imperial Sword. The dragon devours the universe. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. In that moment, Chu Tiange gripped the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword tightly and struck forward into the void. Boom. A beam of purple-gold sword light transformed into a colossal purple-gold ancestral dragon. This ancestral dragon, towering 10,000 zhang in height, was adorned with myriad symbols of the great Tao, its purple-gold scales radiating boundless divine brilliance. This ancestral dragon was a manifestation of the sword aura from the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword, possessing an overwhelming might capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. The purple-gold ancestral dragon, carrying an infinite sword aura, collided with the vast river of white sword energy in an instant. Boom. A thunderous sound shook the cosmos as the purple-gold ancestral dragon raised its terrifying claws, tearing through the river of sword energy, instantly shredding the white river to pieces. The river of sword energy was split in two by the ancestral dragon, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. What? Witnessing this scene, Xianyuan Batian's expression darkened with disbelief. He had assumed that by summoning the ancestral artifact of the Xianyuan clan, he could easily slay this young man, but the reality was too difficult for him to accept. This young man possessed an imperial sword that rivaled the Xianyuan imperial sword in power. The Xianyuan imperial sword of our clan is the sovereign among imperial swords. I refuse to believe that your imperial sword can contend with our ancestral artifact. Boom. Xianyuan Batian roared, raising the Xianyuan imperial sword, charging directly at Chu Tiange. In his hand, he gripped the crystal-like sword, an endless sword aura erupting from its core, tearing the void asunder. The sword aura was terrifying. Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword. Reveal your true power to him. Chu Tiange raised his imperial sword and similarly rushed towards Xianyuan Batian. In an instant, the two clashed like meteors colliding in the sky. Simultaneously, both wielded their imperial swords in fierce strikes against each other. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a frenzied dance with their swords. The Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword and the Xianyuan Imperial Sword clashing continuously, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds. These two supreme divine weapons unleashed devastating sword energies. Their forces colliding to create a terrifying storm of sword energy, wildly destroying everything in their path. All eyes turned skyward, witnessing Xianyuan Batian and Chu Tiange soaring towards the heavens, each clash of their imperial swords erupting in blinding brilliance. Xianyuan Batian bellowed in fury. The Xianyuan Imperial Sword radiating with the brilliance of creation, its destructive sword aura nearly tearing apart the fabric of space and time. Chu Tiange's Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword was equally formidable, the purple-gold sword light seemingly intent on rending the heavens as it fiercely clashed with the Xianyuan Imperial Sword. Clang, clang, clang. The two imperial swords clashed incessantly, igniting sparks of fury, their destructive sword energies colliding with utmost ferocity. In the skies, the void was torn asunder by their sword energies, dark cracks spreading across the firmament. Both divine weapons reached the zenith of their power, various Tao symbols shattering, and numerous laws obliterated by the sword energies, as if even time and space had descended into chaos. At this moment, even a saint-level expert approaching would likely be annihilated by the destructive sword energies unleashed by their clash. 10,000 swords shatter the firmament. Xianyuan Batian roared, as the Xianyuan Imperial Sword slashed downward, unleashing countless crystal-like sword energies that pierced towards Chu Tiange like a torrential storm. Such a dense barrage of sword energies could not be withstood by any defense. Chu Tiange felt a tingling pain on his skin. Those myriad crystal sword energies were capable of piercing through all existence. However, a calm expression graced Chu Tiange's face as he lifted the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword, executing a gentle wave. Sword cuts through reincarnation. Boom. In an instant, the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword cleaved open a massive black hole of reincarnation. This gigantic black hole exuded an insatiable pull, seemingly eager to entomb everything within its grasp. Boom. The entire Tianming city began to fracture, the shattering earth being drawn into the black hole of reincarnation. Nearby, several elders of the Xianyuan clan at the saintly level were also engulfed by the black hole, instantaneously obliterated. The myriad crystal sword energies were likewise consumed by the black hole, annihilated. This move, sword cuts through reincarnation, could rend open a black hole of reincarnation, entombing all attacks or enemies within. Damn it! Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth. It appears I must resort to the hidden trump card of the Xianyuan Imperial Sword. At that moment, Xianyuan Batian slashed his palm with the Xianyuan Imperial Sword, causing his essence blood to be fervently absorbed by the sword. Ancestors, descend. Boom. In an instant, the residual soul of the great Emperor Xianyuan, hidden within the Xianyuan Imperial Sword, was awakened, transforming into an exceedingly terrifying shadow of the Emperor. It turned out that the Xianyuan Imperial Sword sealed the residual soul of the great Emperor Xianyuan. You are doomed, boy. My ancestors of the Xianyuan clan shall surely annihilate you, turning you to ashes. Xianyuan Batian sneered. Humph. Merely a residual soul of an emperor. Even if the true body were to arrive, I would not fear it, and my Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword also possesses the spirit of the ancestral dragon. Roar. At this moment, a majestic dragon eye opened within the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword. Boom. A purple gold dragon surged forth from the Imperial Sword, appearing denser and more substantial than the ancestral dragon formed from the sword energy earlier. Boom. In an instant, the residual soul of the great Emperor Xianyuan clashed violently with the spirit of the ancestral dragon. Crack. However, in the mere moment of collision, the residual soul of the great Emperor Xianyuan began to shatter. No. Impossible. How could our ancestor be defeated? Xianyuan Batian exclaimed in horror. Foolish creature. Merely a residual soul of an emperor cannot be compared to the spirit of the ancestral dragon. Chu Tiange mocked. The ancestral dragon, a progenitor of the ancient dragon clan, was a terrifying existence comparable to an immortal emperor at its peak. Meanwhile, the great Emperor Xianyuan, at his pinnacle, was merely an ordinary emperor. How could he compare to the ancestral dragon? Bang! In an instant, the spirit of the ancestral dragon crushed the residual soul of the great Emperor Xianyuan with overwhelming strength. Crack! At that moment, the Xianyuan Imperial Sword's brilliance dimmed, its body cracking with fissures before breaking into two halves. No, our ancestral artifact. Witnessing the sword's destruction, Xianyuan Batian neared the brink of collapse. Humph! Chu Tiange's gaze turned icy as he waved the Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword, summoning a swirling black hole that instantly entombed Xianyuan Batian and the Xianyuan Imperial Sword into the black hole of reincarnation, extinguishing their existence. It seems that in the end, my Chu clan's Dragon Abyss Imperial Sword reigns supreme. Chu Tiange remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 54. The Chaotic Soul Grass acquired. A mysterious dragon egg discovered in the library. The two Imperial Swords clashed, ultimately revealing that the Lonyuan Imperial Sword surpassed the rest. Although the Xianyuan Imperial Sword from the Xianyuan clan was formidable in its own right, it unfortunately met its demise against the Lonyuan Imperial Sword, which severed it and was subsequently consumed by the reincarnation black hole. Chu Tiange meticulously examined the Lonyuan Imperial Sword in his grasp. This magnificent sword was forged by the ancestors of the Chu family using the bones of the ancestral dragon, combined with various precious celestial metals, thus imbued with a trace of the ancestral dragon's might. Among all imperial artifacts, the Lonyuan Imperial Sword is indeed among the elite. Regaining his composure, Chu Tiange sheathed the Lonyuan Imperial Sword and surveyed the surroundings. After a harrowing battle, the Xianyuan clan had been reduced to ruins. Countless structures lay in shambles, the ground pockmarked with wounds, and even the void was riddled with fissures. Roar! Master! Not far away. The golden nine-headed lion roared as it approached, its 9 heads swaying, and its gaping maw dripping with crimson blood. Heh! I devoured 7 out of the 10 elder saints. But alas, the remaining 3 managed to escape. The golden nine-headed lion couldn't help but boast about its achievements. Master, should we continue to hunt down those old fellows? The nine-headed lion inquired eagerly. No need. Chu Tiange replied nonchalantly. They are but insignificant ants. Hardly worth my concern. At present, the priority lies in locating the chaotic soul grass. Master, now that the Xianyuan clan has been reduced to ruins, could the imperial-grade divine herb have been destroyed? Yi Lingxiao spoke gravely. Chu Tiange frowned. The earlier battle had caused such violent fluctuations that the entire Xianyuan clan had become a wasteland. It was indeed possible that the chaotic soul grass had been obliterated. Without delay, he summoned his divine consciousness to encompass the entire Xianyuan clan, searching for the whereabouts of the imperial-grade divine herb. However, after an exhaustive search, Chu Tiange could not locate the chaotic soul grass. What could be the reason? According to the great divination technique, the chaotic soul grass was indeed within the Xianyuan clan. Yet now it seemed to have vanished entirely. Could it truly have been destroyed in the aftermath of the battle? Contemplating this, Chu Tiange resolved to utilize the great divination technique for further insights. Ah, I see. After a detailed divination, Chu Tiange swiftly discerned the herb's location. He lifted his gaze to the distant sky, where a subtle fluctuation seemed to shimmer in the void. Boom! Chu Tiange suddenly raised his hand, activating the true dragon's claw, which violently tore apart the void ahead, creating a rift. Buzz! At that moment, from the depths of the pitch-black rift, streams of golden light began to emerge. That is... Yi Lingxiao gazed upward, astounded, as a golden tower materialized within the dark fissure. This golden tower was a top-tier sacred artifact, capable of concealing itself within the void, imperceptible to ordinary powerful beings. This golden tower was none other than the treasure vault of the Xianyuan clan. Before long, the resplendent treasure vault gradually emerged from the void. The entire golden tower shone as if crafted from pure gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The tower's surface exuded an aura of ancient elegance, adorned with profound and esoteric runes. Without hesitation, Chu Tiange and his companions soared towards the golden tower. However, flanking the tower's entrance stood 2 golden-armored automatons, exuding an aura of terror. They were the guardians of the treasure vault. Boom! As Chu Tiange and his companions approached, the 2 golden automatons launched an assault. Hiss! Yet, Chu Tiange proceeded with unhurried steps, a chilling aura emanating from beneath his feet, instantly freezing the 2 golden automatons. This was the great freezing emperor technique. The 2 automatons, whose power was comparable to that of saint-level beings, were transformed into ice sculptures with a mere flick of his wrist. True Dragon Claw. Boom! Chu Tiange raised his hand, employing a Dragon Clan secret technique. As a true dragon's claw erupted forth, forcefully rending open the entrance of the treasure vault. Let us proceed. With the vault breached, an ancient atmosphere wafted from within, inviting the trio to step inside. Buzz! Upon entering the treasure vault, the dazzling radiance of various treasures nearly blinded Yi Lingxiao. Within the vault, precious artifacts were piled high like mountains. There were radiant elixirs suspended in midair, countless heaps of spirit stones, and an array of exceedingly rare weapons and medicinal herbs. Is this the true essence of the sun? The Tao Source Sacred Fruit. And Dragon Lingji, the golden 9-headed lion let out an excited roar, its eyes alight with the sight of innumerable treasures. It opened its mouth wide, swallowing precious sacred pills as if they were mere beans. Ha! Delightful. The golden 9-headed lion laughed heartily. However, Chu Tiange regarded these treasures with indifference. At his level, ordinary artifacts scarcely captured his interest. Through earlier divination, he knew that the chaotic soul grass was concealed within the vault. Thus, Chu Tiange commenced his search for the elusive herb. Found it. Before long, Shu Tiange finally located the chaotic soul grass. Buzz. In the center of the treasure vault lay a chaotic pool, suffused with dense chaotic energy. Within this pool thrived a dark-hued spiritual herb, its aura reminiscent of ancient times, with its leaves bearing the intricate patterns of profound runes. Shu Tiange smiled, swiftly retrieving the chaotic soul grass and placing it into a wooden box. The second imperial-grade divine herb was finally in his grasp. With this, Shu Tiange let out a sigh of relief. Only the everlasting reincarnation lotus remained to be acquired, and he could then refine the 9-turn imperial immortal pill. Buzz. At that moment, the Longyuan imperial sword at Shu Tiange's waist sensed something, emitting a low hum. Shu Tiange frowned, puzzled as to why the Longyuan imperial sword was vibrating. Driven by curiosity, he followed the sword's resonance deeper into the vault. Before long, amidst the countless treasures, an ancient stone pedestal appeared before him. Upon this pedestal stood a colossal black egg. This black egg was covered in intricate runes, seemingly bearing some form of sealing inscriptions. At that moment, the black shell began to tremble violently, emitting tendrils of dark light. It was as if a living entity resided within the egg. Moreover, this giant egg seemed to resonate with the Longyuan imperial sword. Shu Tiange was filled with bewilderment. What on earth was this? After observing for some time, he finally came to the realization. Could this possibly be a dragon egg? Chapter 55. Arrival at the ancient tomb of immortals, encountering a terrifying temporal storm. What is this? A dragon egg. Observing the eerie, obsidian giant egg resting upon the stone platform, Shu Tiange could not help but display a peculiar expression. At this moment, the dark egg shimmered with an ethereal glow, and within its shell, a dragon-shaped embryo could be faintly discerned. Furthermore, this colossal egg seemed to resonate with the Dragon Abyss imperial sword. What? A dragon egg? Beside him, the golden 9-headed lion and Yi Lingxiao were equally captivated. Indeed, this appeared to be a dragon egg, albeit one that seemed to be sealed away, possibly a remnant from ancient times. Shu Tiange nodded thoughtfully. What kind of dragon clan does it belong to? The golden 9-headed lion inquired curiously. I cannot say for certain, but its connection to the Dragon Abyss imperial sword suggests it must belong to a high-ranking dragon clan. Shu Tiange replied solemnly. Within the immortal realm, there are numerous dragon clans, generally categorized into lower and higher ranks. The high-ranking dragon clans consist of 8 families, including the Chaos Dragon Clan, the Void Dragon Clan, and the 9-clawed Golden Dragon Clan, among others. These 8 clans are regarded as the pinnacle of the immortal realm's races. Therefore, this black egg is likely one of those 8 clans. I suspect this black egg may be related to the ancestral dragon. After the ancestral dragon fell, its lineage split into the 8 major dragon clans. Shu Tiange mused quietly. Master, why not break the seal to find out? The golden 9-headed lion suggested. No, we cannot force the seal open, or the dragon embryo may suffer from innate deficiencies. It must break the seal on its own, Shu Tiange asserted with gravity. Regardless, this dragon egg is invaluable. Moreover, I suspect it may bear the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Thus, Shu Tiange decided to carefully store the dragon egg in his Qinkuan bag for further study at a later time. Having procured the second divine herb, the chaotic soul grass, it was now time to seek the final herb. With that, Shu Tiange swiftly departed from the treasure chamber. Behind him, the golden 9-headed lion and Yi Lingxiao had thoroughly scavenged all the treasures within. Master, where do we plan to go next? Yi Lingxiao inquired. To the ancient tomb of immortals, Shu Tiange replied gravely. Hiss, the ancient tomb of immortals? That place is fraught with danger. Upon hearing the name, the golden 9-headed lion gasped in astonishment. The ancient tomb of immortals, located near Tianyu City in northern Xiongzhou, is an exceedingly mysterious and perilous site. Over the years, countless powerful individuals have ventured inside, only to meet their demise within its confines. However, according to my grand divination, the 10,000 calamities rebirth lotus lies within the ancient tomb of immortals. Let us proceed. Shu Tiange said nothing further, tearing through the void, and in an instant, the trio vanished without a trace. Heavens, what has transpired? The Xianyuan clan has been exterminated. Who could it be? Even the Changxing clan has been wiped out. Within Tianming City, the Xianyuan clan had been reduced to ruins, and as numerous powerful beings witnessed this scene, they were left utterly astonished. The Xianyuan clan is one of the oldest families in Xiongzhou, renowned throughout the region as a top-tier power. Yet, such a formidable force was obliterated overnight. This news caused an immense uproar in Xiongzhou. Meanwhile, Shu Tiange was en route to the northern part of Xiongzhou. He had already acquired the 3 essential herbs for refining the 9 turns imperial immortal pill, the immortal fire phoenix flower, and the chaotic soul grass. Now, only the final herb, the 10,000 calamities rebirth lotus, remained. However, obtaining the 10,000 calamities rebirth lotus would not be an easy task, for it grows within the ancient tomb of immortals, a site of ancient peril, where even saint-level experts dare not tread lightly. 2 days later, Shu Tiange finally arrived in northern Xiongzhou. Hiss! A crack suddenly tore through a hilly landscape, and the golden nine-headed lion emerged from within. "We have arrived." Chu Tiange gazed into the distance. "Master, where is the ancient tomb of immortals?" "I see no sign of it," the golden nine-headed lion remarked, scanning the surroundings, which revealed a series of rolling hills devoid of any trace of the tomb. "The ancient tomb of immortals is sealed within endless voids, emerging only once every decade. So it is impossible for you to perceive it with the naked eye," Chu Tiange explained solemnly. Sealed? How then do we enter the ancient tomb of immortals?" The golden nine-headed lion questioned, perplexed. "You are quite foolish, Xiaohuang. Master is so powerful, naturally, he will force the seal open to enter." Yi Lingxiao chuckled. "Shut up. From now on, do not call me Xiaohuang." The golden nine-headed lion retorted angrily. "Indeed, there is but one way to enter the ancient tomb of immortals, by forcefully tearing open the seal," Chu Tiange confirmed with a nod. "However, before entering, I must perform a divination." With that, Chu Tiange began to cast his grand divination spell. Yet, after completing the divination, Chu Tiange could not help but frown slightly, for according to the reading, he would encounter an exceedingly formidable adversary upon entering the ancient tomb of immortals, one far stronger than any he had faced before. Even he might find himself in a perilous situation. What manner of being could elicit such a sense of danger even within me? Chu Tiange pondered with curiosity. At his level, it was rare to perceive ominous warnings unless facing an exceptionally terrifying entity. It seemed that within the ancient tomb of immortals lurked an immensely fearsome creature. Nonetheless, even with the foreknowledge of impending danger, Chu Tiange felt no fear whatsoever. Boom! Chu Tiange raised his hand, transforming it into the claw of a true dragon, and violently tore at the void ahead, creating a chasm that spanned 1,000 feet. Whoosh! From within that 1,000-foot chasm, torrents of chaotic energy surged forth. This was unmistakably the entrance to the ruins of the ancient tomb of immortals. Once inside the ancient tomb of immortals, you must stay behind me and refrain from wandering. The periphery of the ancient site is rife with temporal storms. Should one be caught within, even a saint-level expert would meet their end, Chu Tiange cautioned. Understood. Yi Lingxiao nodded earnestly. Roar. With that, Chu Tiange and Yi Lingxiao mounted the golden nine-headed lion and plunged into the chasm. The moment they entered, a whirlwind of chaos engulfed them, and when Chu Tiange opened his eyes again, they had already arrived within the ancient tomb of immortals. Whoosh! However, upon opening his eyes, they were immediately met with the sound of raging winds. Before them lay an ancient expanse, where violent silver storms wreaked havoc, annihilating all in their path. This silver tempest was the temporal storm surrounding the ancient tomb of immortals. Chapter 56. Breaching the temporal storm, one sword annihilates the wind demon wolf pack. Upon entering the ancient burial ground of immortals, a shattered landscape unfolded before me. The air roared with the fury of silver-gray storms, each gust imbued with an extraordinarily violent force, slicing through the ground and leaving deep gashes in its wake. Such terrifying tempests. The golden nine-headed lion gasped in astonishment. These were no ordinary storms. They were formidable temporal gales. Within their grasp, even the laws of time were grotesquely distorted, with black fissures in space being torn asunder. Such fearsome storms would deter even the mightiest of holy sovereigns from recklessly venturing forth. This was merely the outermost perimeter of the ancient burial ground, and only by traversing this tempestuous realm could one hope to access the depths within. However, Yi Lingxiao hesitated. Master, this storm is too terrifying. Faced with such a dreadful tempest, he felt a sense of trepidation. Even before entering, he could already feel a tearing pain upon his skin. Should he step within, his supreme realm prowess would likely render him nothing more than a mere fragment in an instant. Stay behind me, Chu Tiange replied coolly. With that, he stepped boldly into the temporal storm, and Yi Lingxiao, along with the golden nine-headed lion, hurriedly followed in his wake. Buzz. In that moment, Chu Tiange unleashed his domain, and beneath his feet, a golden lotus of the great Tao blossomed, revealing a plethora of magnificent and extraordinary phenomena around him. The temporal gales could not penetrate his domain. It was as if they actively avoided him. Yi Lingxiao could sense no trace of the storms. At that moment, Chu Tiange appeared to traverse a realm unchallenged, rendering the storms utterly impotent against him. Witnessing this scene, the golden nine-headed lion and Yi Lingxiao were left utterly astounded, pondering how to withstand the tempest, only to realize that these storms could not approach Chu Tiange at all. He seemed to embody a deity. With each step he took causing the storms to retreat in deference. Remarkably, not even the hem of his robe was disturbed by the howling winds. Gradually, the storms parted, creating a path as if yielding to their passage. Master is truly formidable. Despite having witnessed Chu Tiange's numerous powerful abilities, the golden nine-headed lion remained in awe. Such terrifying temporal gales were utterly insignificant in his presence, unable to encroach upon him whatsoever. It is said that some individuals, upon reaching unparalleled strength, become untouchable by any force in existence. Buzz, wait. Master, there seems to be something ahead. Could it be a rare treasure? The golden nine-headed lion exclaimed excitedly. For before them, a shimmering golden light flickered. They approached the source of the glimmer, only to be met with disappointment. It was not a rare treasure, but rather two skeletons radiating a golden glow. It appears that two holy sovereigns, overestimating their abilities, perished within the tempest, Chu Tiange remarked solemnly. Upon entering the holy realm, one's bones turned golden, remaining incorruptible for millennia, indicating that these remains belonged to individuals of considerable power. Hearing this, the golden nine-headed lion couldn't help but click its tongue. The temporal storms were indeed terrifying, capable of claiming even the lives of holy sovereigns. Let us proceed. Chu Tiange withdrew his gaze and continued deeper into the storm. As they ventured further, the storms intensified, the very fabric of space appearing distorted. The ground was marked with scars from the gales, presenting a scene of utter devastation. However, the golden nine-headed lion followed Chu Tiange with an ease akin to a leisurely stroll, for the storms dared not approach them. Roar! Suddenly, from the depths of the storm ahead, a cacophony of growls erupted. Emerging from the silver-gray tempest were ominous black shadows. Black wind demon wolves. Chu Tiange's gaze sharpened as he beheld a pack of these rare wind-based beasts. They could harness wind energy for their cultivation, thus displaying no fear of the storms. Yet, their crimson eyes fixated greedily upon Chu Tiange and his companions, long deprived of human flesh. Among the pack were several wolf kings, having transcended into the holy realm. Presumably due to their absorption of the temporal gales, a formidable sight indeed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of black wind demon wolves leapt into the air, lunging toward Chu Tiange and his group. Seeking death, Chu Tiange's eyes turned cold as he unsheathed his Dragon Abyss Emperor sword. With a swift slash, he unleashed a massive black void. SSH. The reincarnation black hole erupted with an overwhelming gravitational pull, swallowing countless black wind demon wolves whole. In mere minutes, thousands of wolves were obliterated within the void, their remains utterly erased. Chu Tiange nodded slightly. This sword technique was devastatingly effective, particularly against overwhelming numbers. Master, in the future, there's no need for you to dirty your hands with such trivial foes, the golden nine-headed lion grinned. It would be more fitting to grant it an opportunity to showcase its prowess. Deploying the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword against these wolves was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, Chu Tiange simply wished to expedite the process. Hence the swift resolution. They pressed onward into the inner sanctum of the ancient burial ground. Half an hour later, the tempest's ferocity began to wane, and they finally emerged from the outer perimeter, successfully entering the inner region. Before them lay an ancient expanse. The sky bore a desolate yellow hue, and the ground appeared barren, devoid of vegetation. Yet, the spiritual energy of this realm was remarkably ancient and pure. Let me see where the 10,000 calamities reincarnation lotus lies. With that, Chu Tiange's eyes ignited with brilliance, piercing through the void as he swiftly scanned the deepest recesses of the ancient burial ground. His reincarnation divine eye allowed him to transcend the boundaries of time and space, revealing any location he desired. Before long, he beheld the coveted 10,000 calamities reincarnation lotus. Amidst a golden lake that shimmered with a resplendent luster, he spotted a lotus that appeared sculpted from pure gold. Chapter 57. The supreme old monster sealing itself in the divine source. Chu Tiange strikes with unmatched ferocity. Having located the source, Chu Tiange employed the reincarnation divine eye to pierce through the boundless void, finally glimpsing the situation at the deepest part of the celestial tomb ancient land. At this moment, he stood at the very heart of the ancient site, beholding the legendary 10,000 calamities reincarnation lotus. In a shimmering lake of golden light, a lotus emanating divine radiance floated, appearing as if it were immortal and indestructible. The petals bore intricate patterns resembling the roads of the universe, seemingly sculpted from gold. This was indeed the 10,000 calamities reincarnation lotus. Suddenly, Chu Tiange's gaze sharpened. However, it appeared that formidable prohibitions surrounded the lotus, a terrifying array securing it with utmost vigilance, preventing even a saint-level expert from approaching within a fraction. Moreover, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the depths of the lake. It seemed that this exquisite lotus had a guardian, and acquiring it would not be an easy feat. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Tiange gradually retracted his gaze. Having discovered the 10,000 calamities reincarnation lotus, he resolved to obtain it at all costs. Let us proceed. With that, Chu Tiange ventured deeper into the celestial tomb ancient land, followed closely by the golden nine-headed lion. The air was thick with danger, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Before long, 7 ancient peaks emerged ahead, their entire forms radiant as if forged from gold. I cannot believe intruders dare to enter the celestial tomb ancient land. Humph, just 2 callow youths? As they passed, a sinister laughter echoed from the base of the golden peaks. Upon looking, Chu Tiange discerned that several ancient beings had sealed themselves within the divine source at the foot of these 7 peaks. Some old monsters, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, would seal themselves within the divine source when their lifespans dwindled. hiding in forbidden zones to stave off the decay of their lives. These 7 peaks housed 7 extraordinary old monsters, all former paragons of the last generation. That young man's sword is quite the treasure. One of the old monsters suddenly noted, astonished by the exceptional dragon Abyss Emperor sword in Chu Tiange's grasp. However, at that moment, the sword had concealed its imperial might, thus he failed to recognize it as an imperial weapon. Youngster, this area is my territory. If you wish to pass, surrender the sword in your hand, or you shall not be permitted to proceed. A sinister voice echoed. You shameless old monsters dare to covet my master's weapon. You are rather overestimating yourselves. The golden, 9-headed lion retorted mockingly. Impudent. Boom. At these words, one of the old monsters erupted in fury, unleashing a terrifying aura that forced the golden, 9-headed lion to kneel. Ancient saint. The golden, 9-headed lion gasped in astonishment. Chu Tiange's gaze turned frigid. These old creatures dared to covet his imperial sword. Truly a death wish. Old relics sealing yourselves in the divine source. Do you not consider whose era it is now? Do you still think you can wreak havoc? Chu Tiange spoke coldly. You insolent brat. When I made my name, you were likely still playing in the mud in some corner. If you refuse to relinquish your weapon, I shall take it by force. Rumble. Suddenly, one of the golden peaks trembled violently, and a surge of immense spiritual power coalesced in the sky, transforming into a colossal crystal hand. Boom. The crystal hand, imbued with terrifying spiritual fluctuations, descended upon Chu Tiange with crushing intent. An insignificant ancient saint dares to act recklessly before me. Chu Tiange's eyes glinted with coldness. He raised his hand, transforming it into a true dragon's claw, tearing through the air. Bang! The crystal hand was instantly shredded by the true dragon's claw. What? In an instant, the old monster beneath the golden peak was left in utter shock. Come forth. Boom! The true dragon's claw lunged towards one of the golden peaks, causing it to collapse, and the divine source concealed within shone with brilliance. You seek death. The old monster roared in rage. Abruptly, the divine source shattered, and a withered, decrepit figure emerged. It was an elderly man with white hair, exuding a grayish-black aura of death, appearing as if on the brink of collapse. Yet his presence was undeniably formidable. You wretched brat, how dare you disturb my resting place? The old man exclaimed furiously. Did you not desire the weapon in my hand? Very well, I shall deliver it to you. Chu Tiange spoke with a teasing tone. At least you have some sense. Since you are willing to part with your weapon, I shall overlook your transgression. The old man's eyes gleamed with greed. However, boom. Chu Tiange did not hand over the Dragon Abyss Emperor's sword. Instead, he abruptly drew the sword and unleashed a devastating sword light. The sword light radiated with apocalyptic energy, sending the old monster into a state of sheer terror. This is an imperial sword. The old monster was horrified. He had never anticipated that the weapon in this youth's hand was an imperial sword. Ancient Saint Shield. He hastily summoned his power to its utmost, forming an ancient light shield in front of him. Yet, this seemingly indestructible barrier was effortlessly cleaved apart by the sword light. No. The old monster's true form was revealed, his expression transforming into one of utmost dread. Bang. In an instant, the sword light obliterated his remnant form. At this moment, the remaining 6 old monsters beneath the other golden peaks swiftly concealed their auras, rendered mute and trembling in fear. None could have anticipated that such a young lad possessed such terrifying strength, as one of their own had been annihilated in an instant. They silently rejoiced, grateful they had restrained their greed and refrained from attacking Chu Tiange. Otherwise, the fate of their fallen comrade would have served as a dire warning. Chu Tiange cast a casual glance at the other 6 golden peaks, but he did not strike. Since these old monsters had not acted against him, he could not be bothered to engage them. Let us move on, Chu Tiange said indifferently. With that, the 2 of them and the lion traversed the mountain range with ease. Soon, they entered an even deeper region of the celestial tomb ancient land. Before them lay a colossal fissure in the earth, a dark red crevice resembling a wound, deep and terrifying. What a potent sword aura! Chu Tiange's eyes narrowed. This fissure had been carved by a peerless powerhouse's sword strike. Even after so many years, a thread of horrific sword energy lingered in the air. At that moment, however, the golden, 9-headed lion suddenly halted. Master, I seem to sense something calling to me from beneath this fissure. Chapter 58. The Legacy of the Emperor's Sacred Lion. Chu Tiange encounters the Bone Demon Tree. Master, it seems there is something beneath this fissure, calling to me from the depths of my soul, causing my blood to boil with an unusual fervor. The golden, 9-headed lion's dark golden eyes fixate on the abyss, seemingly consumed by an intense longing. Oh, could it be that beneath this fissure lies the legacy of your lion kin? Chu Tiange speculated. The heat surging within the bloodline of the golden, 9-headed lion indicated the presence of a high-level lion legacy beneath the crack. With this thought, Chu Tiange raised his palm, gathering purple-golden spiritual energy into a palm-sized orb of light. With a flick of his finger, the energy orb shot towards the abyss, exploding with a resounding boom, instantly illuminating the darkness below. Hiss! As the darkness beneath the fissure was rapidly illuminated, Chu Tiange and the others gazed downward, their pupils contracting in astonishment. There lay an immensely large skeleton, towering at least 1,000 zhong, emanating an indescribable aura of ferocity. This skeleton appeared to belong to a lion beast, yet it possessed a pair of gigantic wings on its back. What kind of lion beast is this? So massive and terrifying. Yi Lingxiao gasped. It is the Emperor's sacred lion, Chu Tiange declared solemnly. The golden nine-headed lion's pupils widened in shock at the mention of the name. The Emperor's sacred lion possesses the most exalted bloodline among the lion kin. Within this celestial realm, numerous lion beast clans exist, with the top 10 being the most formidable, among which the Emperor's sacred lion is counted. Although the golden nine-headed lion is also a high-ranking lion clan, it pales in comparison to the top 10. This Emperor's sacred lion must have reached the reincarnation realm in life, which explains the terrifying aura lingering even in death, Chu Tiange stated gravely. The reincarnation realm. The golden nine-headed lion exclaimed in disbelief. The reincarnation realm is a realm above the sacred realm, wielding the power to devastate the heavens with a mere gesture. Little Huang, it seems fortune smiles upon you, as you have encountered the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion. Its legacy can not only enhance your bloodline, but also elevate your potential, Chu Tiange said earnestly. The golden nine-headed lion's gaze ignited with fervor. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Let us descend and investigate. Thus, the two of them ventured into the depths of the fissure. Upon reaching the base and drawing near to the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion, they could finally sense the overwhelming ferocity emanating from it. Although this Emperor's sacred lion had perished countless ages ago, the oppressive aura it radiated still made the golden nine-headed lion tremble. This is the suppression of bloodlines. Buzz. Suddenly, the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion emitted a radiant glow, followed by an ancient and commanding voice. Descendants, I have awaited your arrival. Come forth, and you shall inherit all my legacies. Thank you, venerable one. Upon hearing this, the golden nine-headed lion's expression turned fervent, eager to accept the legacy. Wait. At that moment, Chu Tiange sensed something amiss and shouted, Do not approach. Master, what is it? The golden nine-headed lion asked, puzzled. Yet, Chu Tiange did not respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the skeleton and coldly demanded, What foul entity are you, to dare occupy the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion? Descendants, do not be swayed by his deceitful words. Come now, accept my legacy, and I shall transform you into a more powerful being, the skeleton lured. Bah, I naturally trust my master's words. The golden nine-headed lion retorted angrily. At that moment, the aura of the Emperor's sacred lion's remains shifted ominously, revealing sinister magical patterns. Heh, little one, I didn't expect you to see through me. A chilling voice emanated from the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion. Boom. Suddenly, a thick, malevolent energy erupted from the corpse. Demonic energy. Chu Tiange's expression hardened. Indeed, I am the 8th king of the Blood Demon clan, the eerie voice declared. It turned out that the Emperor's sacred lion had once fought against the 8th king of the Blood Demon clan, sealing him away at the cost of its own life. Yet, countless years later, the seal had weakened, allowing the 8th king to corrupt the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion. With a thunderous roar, the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion slowly rose, its towering skeleton enveloped in thick demonic energy, evil patterns coursing across its bones, and its eyes glinting with a blood-red light. Deceptive demonic creature. Chu Tiange's tone was icy. This marked the third encounter he had with such otherworldly beings, each more cunning than the last. Boom. The remains of the Emperor's sacred lion suddenly raised its colossal skeletal claw and struck towards Chu Tiange and the others. Bang. Chu Tiange swiftly retreated as the skeletal claw crashed into the ground, creating a massive chasm. Destruction demonic river. A sinister voice echoed from the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion, which then opened its enormous maw to unleash a torrent of black demonic water. The terrifying black river surged forth like a flood, shattering the very fabric of the void along its path. Burn it. Chu Tiange flicked his finger, sending forth a vibrant flame. This was the flame of the Emperor. Sizzle. The kaleidoscopic flames incinerated the demonic river upon contact, reducing it to nothingness. Subsequently, the flames surged into the remains of the Emperor's sacred lion. What is this? A voice of terror erupted from the remains. Ah, Lord Demon Tree, save me. A wail echoed beneath the depths of the fissure. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound resonated from the abyss as an incomprehensibly terrifying aura surged forth. Chu Tiange's gaze sharpened as he peered into the depths of the fissure, sensing a distinct and potent danger. What could possibly evoke such a feeling of peril in him? Boom. Suddenly, amidst the churning demonic energy, an eerie shadow emerged. What is that? Chu Tiange's gaze sharpened. To his astonishment, the shadow revealed itself to be a sinister demonic tree, enshrouded in malevolent energy. Even more disturbingly, the tree was adorned with numerous skeletal remains. Bones of emperors. Chu Tiange's pupils dilated. The bones hanging from the demonic tree exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, Each white, bony fragment belonged to an emperor. The Bone Demon Tree. Chu Tiange's heart raced with shock as he recalled the information about the Bone Demon Tree from the memories of countless emperors. Among the otherworldly demon races, there existed a terrifying tree that had once invaded the celestial realm, violently slaying dozens of emperor-level experts. The corpses of those it vanquished would be hung upon its branches, earning it a fearsome reputation as the Bone Demon Tree. Chapter 59. The Terrifying Bone Demon Tree. Chu Tiange regrets its escape. The Bone Demon Tree. Chu Tiange could scarcely believe that he would encounter such an extraordinarily fearsome creature within the ancient burial grounds of the immortals. Previously, the Bone Demon Tree had invaded the immortal realm, ruthlessly slaying several formidable emperor-level beings. Fortunately, a powerful immortal emperor eventually intervened and suppressed it. However, it was unforeseen that the Bone Demon Tree had not perished. It had merely hidden within the ancient burial grounds to recuperate. This Bone Demon Tree posed a grave threat to the immortal realm. Should it escape the confines of the ancient burial grounds, it could potentially incite chaos. Chu Tiange's gaze was icy. Although the Bone Demon Tree was terrifying, he was not necessarily afraid of it. Moreover, it had been severely wounded by the immortal emperor and had yet to fully recover. Boom. At this moment, the Bone Demon Tree sensed the threat posed by Chu Tiange, and its entire being erupted with demonic energy, as if countless demonic voices were roaring in unison. An aura of extreme malevolence continuously surged forth from its pitch-black trunk. Humph. Boom. Chu Tiange let out a cold snort, swiftly drawing the Longyuan Imperial Sword and unleashing a devastating beam of purple-golden sword light. Within this sword light resided a terrifying power capable of annihilating all. Bang! The destructive sword light struck the Bone Demon Tree with great force, yet it only managed to push it back several hundred feet. Chu Tiange's expression hardened. The trunk of the Bone Demon Tree was unexpectedly resilient, as even the sword energy of the Imperial Sword could not inflict harm upon it. Ignorant brat, do you dare to harm this king? A chilling demonic voice echoed. With that, the Bone Demon Tree was undoubtedly enraged. It suddenly lifted off the ground, its lush canopy slowly unfurling, and waves of demonic energy surged forth. Subsequently, the Bone Demon Tree charged towards Chu Tiange, encompassing him with its terrifying aura. Let me witness the capabilities of the Demon Tree that once slew numerous emperor-level beings in the immortal realm. Chu Tiange declared as he brandished the Longyuan Imperial Sword and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Bone Demon Tree frantically swung its branches, each one infused with demonic energy, piercing through the void as if they were the hands of devils, aiming directly at Chu Tiange. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Tiange wielded the Imperial Sword, fiercely clashing with the Demon Tree's branches. The branches were as tough as blackened iron, and despite being struck by the Longyuan Imperial Sword, they remained utterly unscathed. What formidable resilience! Chu Tiange was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that the Demon Tree's body would be so robust, impervious even to the strikes of an Imperial Sword. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle between man and tree erupted above the abyss. As Chu Tiange swung the Longyuan Imperial Sword, unleashing waves of destructive sword light that clashed continuously with the Demon Tree's branches. Clang, clang, clang. The Longyuan Imperial Sword struck fiercely against the trunk of the Demon Tree, yet it felt akin to striking against celestial gold, producing a series of metallic sounds. Truly, this Bone Demon Tree was capable of slaying numerous emperors. Chu Tiange marveled inwardly at the tree's formidable nature. Sword slash of reincarnation. Chu Tiange shouted, his Imperial Sword radiating a blazing light as he unleashed a vast black hole, directed towards the Bone Demon Tree to consume it. Boom. However, the Bone Demon Tree erupted with immense demonic power, a stout branch striking down upon the black hole like an iron whip. Bang! The black hole was unexpectedly torn apart by the Bone Demon Tree. Imperial Flame, ignite. With a wave of his hand, Chu Tiange unleashed the terrifying and unparalleled Imperial Flame. Whoosh! The vibrant, scorching Imperial Flame surged towards the Bone Demon Tree, engulfing it in fiery inferno. However, Chu Tiange had underestimated the tree's resilience. The Bone Demon Tree's body was comparable to ancient celestial gold. Not only could the Imperial Sword not harm it, but even the Imperial Flame left it unscathed. Boom! The Bone Demon Tree swung its branches, shattering the Imperial Flame, and then, a series of ominous and malevolent branches, akin to demonic hands, pierced through the void and launched another assault on Chu Tiange. Swish, swish, swish. A deluge of demon tree branches, infused with terrifying demonic energy, rained down upon him as if tearing through the fabric of time and space. Chu Tiange wielded the Imperial Sword, continuously deflecting the onslaught of branches. Bone Demon Tree, regardless of your notorious reputation in ancient times, you have yet to earn the right to be ferocious before me, Chu Tiange proclaimed, releasing boundless divine power from within. As splendid visions materialized around him, various profound runes swirling about his form, making him resemble an immortal emperor. Arrogant, the bone demon tree sneered. Once, it had forcefully invaded the immortal realm and slain numerous powerful emperors. A mere child dared to act boastfully before it. It was utterly laughable. Boom. Chu Tiange soared into the sky, his black robes billowing, and his long black hair swirling wildly. The radiance surrounding him intensified, with countless profound runes enveloping him. Shrouded in chaotic energy, and various imperial weapon phantoms hovering in his vicinity. At this moment, Chu Tiange's aura surged to its zenith. He was truly unleashing his power. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tiange collided once more with the bone demon tree. This time, his divine power rapidly suppressed the demonic energy surrounding the tree, and he struck at it with powerful palm strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Each palm strike contained the essence of the supreme path, forcing the bone demon tree to stagger backward, its body beginning to crack. Damn! The bone demon tree was horrified. Its demonic form was actually fracturing. Cracks appeared along its trunk, black demonic blood seeping from the fissures. The bone demon tree was injured. I warned you. You have yet to earn the right to be ferocious before me. True Dragon Claw. Boom. A purple golden dragon claw descended from the heavens, tearing through the air. Bang. In an instant, the bone demon tree was struck as if by a tremendous force, crashing down from the heights to the ground below. At that moment, the bone demon tree felt an overwhelming shock. This young man possessed such terrifying methods and strength. When had the immortal realm produced such a formidable young powerhouse? In ancient times, although the immortal realm had seen many dazzling prodigies, none could compare to this young man before him. You insolent brat, I shall remember this humiliation today. One day, I will repay you for this affront. The bone demon tree hissed ominously. Trying to flee? Chu Tiange clapped his hand, instantly sealing off a radius of 10,000 miles. Boom. Yet, the bone demon tree burrowed into the ground, fleeing in panic. Realizing it could not contend with Chu Tiange, the bone demon tree, still wounded from its previous encounter with the immortal emperor, had no choice but to escape underground. It has escaped. Chu Tiange furrowed his brow. This bone demon tree possessed boundless power. Even his space-sealing technique proved futile against it. Should they encounter each other again, he vowed never to allow it to flee again. Chu Tiange's expression darkened. Chapter 60. The Golden Nine-Headed Lion receives its legacy. The eternal reincarnation lotus finally emerges. The imperial bone demon tree shattered the spatial seal surrounding Chu Tiange, vanishing into the depths of the earth in the blink of an eye. Although Chu Tiange felt a pang of regret for failing to annihilate the imperial bone demon tree, he recalled that even a celestial emperor had been unable to capture it back in the day, underscoring the immense difficulty of eradicating such a foe. Fortunately, the imperial bone demon tree had not yet recovered from its injuries, and given the severe blow it had just suffered from Chu Tiange, it would likely refrain from causing further havoc for the time being. In its prime, the imperial bone demon tree was comparable to a quasi-celestial emperor, but now, weakened and wounded, it presented an opportune moment for its destruction. Chu Tiange resolved to utilize the great divination technique to draw it out once they left the celestial tomb. The imperial bone demon tree held a prominent status among the outer demon clans, having once invaded the celestial realm and slain numerous emperors. Such a threat must be swiftly eliminated to prevent future calamities. Roar. Master, the remains of the emperor's sacred lion have been tainted by demonic energy. Can I still obtain its legacy? In the distance, the golden nine-headed lion bore Yi Lingxiao and approached through the air. No worries. We merely need to purify this demonic energy, Chu Tiange replied, gesturing toward the remains of the emperor's sacred lion. Buzz. A wave of purifying divine light erupted from his palm, instantly dispelling the demonic energy. With the demonic essence eradicated, the remnants of the emperor's sacred lion's spirit were awakened. Thank you, young friend, for ridding me of this demon, a deep voice resonated. At that moment, a purple gold orb of light emerged from the remains of the emperor's sacred lion, within which resided a miniature version of the emperor's sacred lion. Then, the remnants of the emperor's sacred lion turned to the golden nine-headed lion, saying, You, my descendant, possess the bloodline of the lion clan. I have perished for tens of thousands of years. Today, I shall impart my entire legacy unto you. Thank you, esteemed elder. The golden nine-headed lion exclaimed, filled with excitement. Suddenly, the purple gold orb shot into the center of the golden nine-headed lion's forehead with a whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the golden nine-headed lion erupted with boundless divine light. Roar. The golden nine-headed lion bellowed, as the legacy of the emperor's sacred lion began to merge with it. This legacy included not only the emperor's sacred lion's essence, but also several of the lion clan's supreme techniques. At this moment, the bloodline within the golden nine-headed lion was undergoing a transformation. Its originally golden fur gradually morphed into a resplendent purple gold hue, and its aura continuously ascended. Ha! Splendid. The golden nine-headed lion could not help but shout, reveling in the transformation. However, the legacy of the emperor's sacred lion was astonishingly profound. For the golden nine-headed lion to fully integrate this legacy would likely require considerable time. Thus, Chu Tiange and Yi Lingxiao patiently awaited the process. As time passed, 3 days slipped by. Roar! A terrifying roar emanated from within the light orb, shaking the earth beneath with its overwhelming pressure. Subsequently, a colossal nine-headed lion, exuding an imperial aura, stepped forth from the orb. At this moment, the golden nine-headed lion's bloodline had indeed metamorphosed. It now bore the bloodline of the Emperor's sacred lion, becoming the most formidable beast of the lion clan. Its mane had transformed into a brilliant purple gold, and even its eyes radiated a regal and commanding presence. The 9 golden heads emitted a dazzling brilliance, their massive jaws seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Ancient Sage Realm. I have actually broken through to the Ancient Sage Realm. The golden nine-headed lion exclaimed in a mix of anger and joy. Quite commendable, Chu Tiange praised, unable to contain his admiration. Given the golden nine-headed lion's original bloodline and talent, reaching the Sage King realm seemed to be its utmost limit. Yet, after assimilating the bloodline and legacy of the Emperor's sacred lion, it had astonishingly succeeded in breaking through to the ancient Sage realm. All of this, of course, is thanks to my master's nurturing. The golden nine-headed lion expressed its gratitude. Had it not been for following Chu Tiange, I might still be merely the beast king of the 100 Beasts Ridge, never to set foot in the ancient Sage realm. However, now, its destiny had shifted. Since aligning with Chu Tiange, it had not only experienced a tremendous enhancement in strength, but also gained the legacy of the Emperor's sacred lion. All of this was due to the transformation brought forth by this young man. Initially, the golden nine-headed lion had been reluctant to become Chu Tiange's steed, but now it silently rejoiced. For following such a master would undoubtedly lead to boundless achievements in the future. Now, while your bloodline has evolved, though you possess the bloodline of the Emperor's sacred lion, there remains a considerable gap between you and the true Lion Clan sovereign, Chu Tiange remarked, tempering its excitement. The Emperor's sacred lion ranked merely 5th among the top 10 lion clans, while the supreme lion clan was none other than the renowned Hongming Emperor Lion Clan. In Chu Tiange's eyes, the golden nine-headed lion's future goal should be to evolve into a Hongming Emperor Lion and become the sovereign among all lions. The Hongming Emperor Lion Clan had produced a celestial emperor during ancient times. Even though its influence had waned, it still held significant sway within the celestial realm. Let us proceed. Chu Tiange sheathed the imperial sword and mounted the golden nine-headed lion, continuing deeper into the celestial tomb. Along the way, he sensed the presence of numerous powerful beings within the celestial tomb. Most of these were ancient beings who had sealed themselves within the divine source. Enduring the long passage of time in the celestial tomb, Chu Tiange's arrival garnered the attention of these formidable figures. Many ancient beings, having opened their divine eyes, were astounded to witness such a young lad traversing the celestial tomb with such ease. This child is extraordinary. While many ancient beings could not discern Chu Tiange's aura, they understood that he was far from ordinary. However, some ancient beings fixated on Chu Tiange, having detected the scent of 2 types of imperial-grade divine medicines emanating from him. Just as several ancient beings prepared to make their move against him, they were instantly startled by the trembling of the imperial sword in his grasp. The Dragon Abyss imperial sword quivered ominously, sending shivers down the spines of the ancient beings. What a terrifying imperial sword! The overwhelming aura of the sword swiftly severed their greedy intentions. No one dared to act, for this young man was clearly not to be trifled with. Thus, Chu Tiange encountered no obstacles along his journey. Before long, he reached the deepest recesses of the celestial tomb. Master, look, Yi Lingxiao pointed ahead. Before them lay a shimmering golden lake, within which bloomed an ancient golden lotus, slowly unfurling its petals. It seemed to have endured countless tribulations, radiating a captivating and resplendent divine brilliance. This golden lotus was none other than the eternal reincarnation lotus that Chu Tiange had been seeking. Chapter 61. Guardian of the Eternal Reincarnation Lotus, the enigmatic Golden Eye Clan. Before him lay the eternal reincarnation lotus, radiating a resplendent divine light, stirring a flicker of warmth in Chu Tiange's gaze. At last, he had successfully located the 3rd vital ingredient for concocting the 9 Transformation Emperor Immortal Pill. However, as he surveyed the scene, he noticed an intricate array enveloping the golden lake above, forming a protective barrier that securely safeguarded the entire eternal reincarnation lotus. This was no ordinary formation. The boundary was etched with ancient runes, emanating waves of terrifying energy. I shall breach this formation, exclaimed the golden nine-headed lion, stepping forth with determination. With a roar, it rapidly expanded in size, transforming into a colossal lion, its razor-sharp claws slashing fiercely at the golden shield. Boom, boom, boom. The golden nine-headed lion relentlessly assaulted the formation's barrier, producing earth-shattering sounds. Yet, the barrier remained steadfast, showing no signs of damage. Such resilience. The golden nine-headed lion gasped in astonishment. Despite its ancient saintly prowess, it could not shatter this formation. Step aside, Chu Tinga said coolly. With a resounding boom, he raised his hand, which morphed into a claw of a purplish-gold true dragon, tearing towards the formation with ferocity. The fearsome true dragon claw seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality, and upon contact with the array, the entire structure trembled violently before being rent asunder. With a thunderous crash, the formation shattered into a cascade of luminous shards. Impressive as always, master, the golden, nine-headed lion praised. Though the formation was formidable, it could not withstand the might of Chu Tinga's true dragon claw for even a moment. Apart from its terrifying power, this claw possessed the domineering ability to tear apart any barrier in existence. However, just as the formation was obliterated, the golden lake began to bubble violently. From its depths, a voice imbued with fury resonated. Who dares approach? Such audacity to covet our clan's imperial divine herb. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of golden water shot skyward from the lake's bottom, revealing ethereal golden figures. As Chu Tinga beheld these figures, he was struck by their peculiarity. They bore human-like forms, their bodies seemingly forged from gold, exuding a radiant golden hue, with 6 pairs of golden wings sprouting from their backs. What was even more extraordinary was the golden vertical eye situated on each of their foreheads. These unusual beings were not human. They were the Golden Eye clan, guardians of the eternal reincarnation lotus, who had safeguarded this precious flower for generations. Humans, retreat at once. You shall not lay a hand on our sacred artifact. A commanding voice thundered, belonging to a robust figure wielding a golden halberd. This man radiated a divine golden light, his golden eyes conveying an air of authority. His aura was overwhelmingly potent, distorting the very space around him. He was the chieftain of the Golden Eye clan. Half step into the reincarnation realm. Chu Tinga narrowed his eyes, astonished to discover that the eternal reincarnation lotus was protected by a clan of considerable strength, including a formidable half-step reincarnation realm warrior. With your half-step reincarnation prowess, you cannot impede my path. I have come solely for the eternal reincarnation lotus, and I wish to avoid bloodshed. Stand aside, Chu Tinga declared. Ha! Such audacious arrogance from a mere junior. If you wish to claim our eternal reincarnation lotus, you must first contend with the golden divine halberd in my hand. The golden-haired man retorted, raising his halberd and aiming it directly at Chu Tinga. Boom! The golden halberd emitted an indescribable divine radiance, as if it could tear apart the very heavens, unleashing a force that seemed capable of annihilating all life. A reincarnation artifact. The golden, nine-headed lion gasped in shock. The golden halberd descended towards Chu Tinga, yet he effortlessly lifted 2 fingers. Clang! To everyone's astonishment, he managed to pinch the halberd between his fingers. What? The golden-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man had blocked his halberd with mere fingers. How could this be possible? His golden halberd was a reincarnation artifact. As the golden-haired man attempted to retrieve his halberd, he found it firmly held by Chu Tinga's fingers, unable to pull it free no matter how he exerted force. How could this be? A youth of such tender years possessing such terrifying power. I warned you, with your half-step reincarnation strength, you cannot obstruct my progress. Surrender the eternal reincarnation lotus, Chu Tinga stated calmly. Dream on. The golden-haired man seethed. Boom. With that, an explosion of golden divine light erupted from the golden-haired man, as countless divine symbols ignited around him, and his aura surged forth with overwhelming intensity. Stop! Just as the golden-haired man readied for battle, a voice of authority echoed from the depths of the lake. The lake parted to reveal a figure cloaked in golden light, swiftly transforming into an ancient visage. Ancestor. The golden-haired man was filled with excitement upon recognizing the venerable figure as the current patriarch of the Golden Eye clan. This elder's aura was far more profound than that of the golden-haired man. He had evidently reached the true reincarnation realm. Ancestor. This intruder seeks to seize our imperial divine lotus. Please, eliminate him. The golden-haired man urged eagerly. However, to everyone's astonishment, the elder rebuked, silence. Apologize to this young friend at once. What? In that instant, the entire Golden Eye clan, including the golden-haired man, was utterly stunned. The elder was instructing them to apologize to Chu Tinga? Ancestor. The golden-haired man ground his teeth in disbelief. Apologize now. The golden elder commanded with an air of authority. In that moment, he wished he could strike the golden-haired man dead for his lack of discernment. This young man was not someone they could provoke. The golden elder, a figure of immense stature, recognized at a glance that Chu Tinga was an individual of unfathomable strength. To offend such a person could spell doom for the Golden Eye clan. Even if he himself had reached the reincarnation realm, he might not be a match for this youth. My young friend, we have wronged you in the past. Please do not take offense, the golden elder said, bowing deeply. His demeanor exceedingly humble. Chapter 62, The 3 Flavors of Divine Medicine Acquired. Chu Tinga returns to the Chu family. At this moment, the members of the Golden Heavenly Eye clan were utterly astonished. They could not comprehend why the venerable golden ancestor, a figure of the reincarnation realm, would exhibit such deference towards a mere youth. The reincarnation realm is a pinnacle existence throughout Xiongzhou, often held by the leaders of the most prestigious sections. Yet, here was the Golden Ancestor, a person of such caliber, showing profound respect to this young man. They found it utterly inconceivable. Ancestor, this brat intends to seize our clan's eternal reincarnation lotus, exclaimed a golden-haired man through gritted teeth. Silence. The Golden Ancestor erupted in fury, striking the golden-haired man with a force that sent him reeling and spitting blood. Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this old fellow possessed some discernment. He understood that the Golden Ancestor had sensed the depth of his strength, prompting such a humble demeanor. The Golden Ancestor internally chastised the golden-haired man for his foolishness. How could he not realize the terrifying power of the youth before them? Should they provoke such a formidable being, the Golden Heavenly Eye clan would likely face annihilation. Golden Ancestor, I shall be forthright. I have indeed come to the ancient grave of immortals for the eternal reincarnation lotus, Chu Tiange stated directly. Very well, very well. As the guardians of the eternal reincarnation lotus for countless ages, we have awaited its destined bearer. Now that such a person has arrived, we shall relinquish this divine herb to you, replied the Golden Ancestor with a smile. Chu Tiange was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a much more hostile response from the Golden Ancestor, yet was pleasantly surprised by his willingness to comply. It must be said, the Golden Ancestor was indeed a person of grand vision. Since you are willing to bestow the eternal reincarnation lotus, I shall offer you some compensation in return. With that, Chu Tiange lightly touched the Golden Ancestor's forehead with his finger. Boom. What is this? The Golden Ancestor's pupils contracted. His mind was suddenly flooded with countless profound scriptures. Among these, some were imperial-level techniques, while others contained invaluable insights from the reincarnation realm to the emperor realm. Thank you, young friend. The Golden Ancestor was overwhelmed with excitement. The treasures that Chu Tiange had gifted him were truly priceless. The imperial scriptures could be deemed worth their weight in gold, and the insights were even more valuable. With these precious revelations, the Golden Ancestor's path of cultivation would undoubtedly become significantly smoother, with the prospect of ascending to the Emperor realm no longer seeming impossible. At this moment, the Golden Ancestor's heart surged with a mix of anger and joy. To trade one eternal reincarnation lotus for a volume of imperial scriptures and cultivation insights was indeed a tremendous gain. Whoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Tiange summoned the resplendent imperial lotus from the center of the golden lake into his hand. Buzz! In his palm, the eternal reincarnation lotus radiated an immortal light. Its petals adorned with ancient divine patterns, as if it had been sanctified through countless tribulations. At last, it is in my grasp. Chu Tiange smiled faintly. He had expected to face a fierce battle to obtain this treasure, yet it had come to him so effortlessly. Now, all three precious imperial divine medicines had been gathered. Let us depart, Chu Tiange declared, swiftly mounting the golden nine-headed lion, which transformed into a streak of light as it sped away from the ancient grave of immortals. Ancestor, that was our clan's supreme divine artifact. Why did you allow that boy to take it so easily? The golden-haired man remained discontented. You fool, how can you lack such insight after a millennium of cultivation? If I had not intervened, you would likely be dead by now. The Golden Ancestor's words dripped with exasperation. The golden-haired man was left dumbfounded. That boy's strength is simply unfathomable. Among all I have encountered in my life, he is the most terrifying. The Golden Ancestor revealed the truth. What? He is that strong? The golden-haired man broke into a cold sweat. The Golden Ancestor had witnessed countless strong beings, yet even he deemed Chu Tiange's prowess inscrutable. Just how formidable must this youth be to elicit such an assessment from the Golden Ancestor? Well, although we have lost an eternal reincarnation lotus, we have received adequate compensation. So it is not a total loss, the Golden Ancestor mused, feeling quite content. For indeed, the compensation offered by Chu Tiange was equivalent to the value of the divine herb. This journey had drained much of Chu Tiange's energy, yet he had finally gathered the three divine herbs. With them in hand, he made his way back to the Chu family. In the southern region of Xiongzhou, the Chu family stood as the last of the 8 ancient clans after the recent conflict. They had swiftly assimilated the assets of the other 7 families, resulting in an unprecedented expansion of their power. The Chu family, now a colossal entity, had firmly established itself as a prominent family in Xiongzhou, though it still paled in comparison to the longevity of the Chongqing family. Despite their rapid growth, they could not rival the deeply rooted families with their ancient legacies. At this moment, Chu Yunshan and others were convening in the discussion hall to deliberate on significant matters. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the Chu family estate. What is happening? The chilling sound sent waves of alarm through the entire household. Chu Yunshan and the others hurriedly exited the main hall to ascertain the situation. Boom! In the sky, a colossal 9-headed lion descended swiftly towards the Chu family. What beast is this? Quickly, activate the protective clan formation, Chu Yunshan exclaimed in sheer terror. The atmosphere within the Chu family rapidly shifted to one of chaos and tension, for the aura emanating from the nine-headed lion was utterly fearsome. Father. Just then, amidst the rising anxiety, a familiar voice rang out. Tiange, Chu Yunshan and the elder raised their heads in shock, only to discover the smiling face of Chu Tiange atop the back of the nine-headed lion. Father, do not be afraid. This golden nine-headed lion is my steed. With that, the lion's immense form shrank rapidly until it stood before Chu Yunshan and the others. What? A steed? The onlookers were left in astonishment. Tiange, what level of strength does this golden nine-headed lion possess? Why is its aura so overwhelmingly powerful? Chu Yunshan asked, fear evident in his voice. As a sage-level expert, he felt a tinge of dread facing this lion, while the elder and others, with only semi-saint strength, were nearly brought to their knees in terror. Its strength is ancient saint realm, Chu Tiange replied solemnly. What? Ancient saint realm? Chu Yunshan and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 63, bestowing the Chu family with great fortune, forging the most powerful clan in the immortal realm. What? An ancient saint realm? Upon hearing that this mount possessed the cultivation of the ancient saint realm, Chu Yunshan and the elder were struck with astonishment, their expressions filled with shock. The ancient saint realm represents the pinnacle of the sacred realm, even surpassing the might of the sacred kings and sacred sovereigns. It is worth noting that the strongest among them, Chu Yunshan, has only reached the late stage of the saint realm, never having stepped into the sacred king realm. Yet this mount is an ancient saint. How could they not be astounded? Ha! Our young master is indeed extraordinary, having tamed a beast of the ancient saint realm. The elder hurriedly praised. Indeed, the young master is truly unparalleled. Even a beast of the ancient saint realm is willing to submit. The rise of the Chu family is just around the corner. The second elder chimed in. The ancient saint realm is considered a top-tier powerhouse throughout Xiongzhou. Chu Tiange's ability to subdue it indicates that his strength might even exceed that of the ancient saint. Chu Yunshan's face beamed with pride. He never expected his son to grow to such heights, becoming a true formidable force. Father, has everything been well during my absence? Chu Tiange inquired. All is well, especially after you eradicated the 7 great families. Our Chu family has absorbed considerable assets and seized 100 immortal minds. Our family is now flourishing. Chu Yunshan responded with pride. Currently, our Chu family is a first-rate clan in Xiongzhou, although we are temporarily inferior to the Chongqing family. Surpassing them in the future is certainly not impossible, the elder declared with a sense of pride. Hearing this, Chu Tiange felt a surge of joy within. The Chu family, which had gradually waned over the years, had finally undergone a transformation, regaining its former glory. As long as I am here, the Chu family will inevitably become the most prominent clan in the entire immortal realm. Even those immortal lineages and ancient imperial families cannot be compared to my Chu family. Chu Tiange mused inwardly. By the way, father, during this rare journey, I have brought back some treasures for you. Chu Tiange smiled slightly. Oh, what treasures? Chu Yunshan asked with curiosity. Buzz. Chu Tiange raised his palm, and a rich purple light flickered, revealing fragrant spiritual fruits in his hand. Could this be the purple jade immortal fruit? The elder's pupils contracted. Indeed, I have seen it in ancient texts. This is the legendary purple jade immortal fruit. The second elder exclaimed with excitement. Father, this purple jade immortal fruit is a supreme spiritual fruit that takes over 10,000 years to mature. If you consume this fruit, you should be able to step into the sacred king realm, Chu Tiange stated solemnly. Really? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunshan's gaze grew fervent. He had been stagnating at the late stage of the saint realm for years, unable to break into the sacred king realm. If he consumed this purple jade immortal fruit, there was at least a 90% chance he could achieve the sacred king realm. Elder, you shall also partake in these purple jade immortal fruits. With a wave of his hand, Chu Tiange sent the fruits soaring into the hands of the elder and others. We also get a share. The elder, second elder, and others were nearly uncontrollable with excitement. Having been stuck in the half-saint realm for years, they now had the chance to break through to the saint realm with the purple jade immortal fruit. Thank you, young master. The elder and others expressed their gratitude, cradling the purple jade immortal fruits as if they were treasures. In addition to the purple jade immortal fruits, I have a few more delightful items. After saying this, Chu Tiange waved his hand again. Boom. An ancient stone tablet descended rapidly, landing in the courtyard of the Chu family. Following that, a treasure pavilion, resplendent with golden light, hovered above the Chu family, dazzling the eyes. Father, this stone tablet is the martial emperor tablet, containing countless martial techniques and even scriptures of the great emperors. This treasure pavilion holds innumerable treasures and weapons, Chu Tiange said with a smile. What? Chu Yunshan was utterly shocked. Follow me. Chu Tiange opened the treasure pavilion and led Chu Yunshan, the elder, and others inside. Buzz. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, various rare treasures emitted brilliant light, leaving Chu Yunshan and the others utterly speechless in astonishment. Radiant streams of medicinal essence floated before them, with ancient weapons exuding an archaic aura, alongside countless precious herbs. Heavens! Am I dreaming? The elder and others were completely dumbfounded, fearing that this was merely a dream. These precious treasures were beyond their wildest imaginations. Father, elder, please select a suitable weapon. Chu Tinga smiled. All right. Chu Yunshan, the elder, and others hurriedly began to search through the treasures. Yet they were nearly overwhelmed by the array of dazzling options. Heavens! Sacred King artifacts. The various precious weapons had them feeling dizzy. This one looks good. After some deliberation, Chu Yunshan finally selected a weapon, revealing a palm-sized black jade seal in his hand. This black jade seal is shaped like a black dragon, emanating an extremely ancient aura. This item is known as the Black Dragon Seal. It is a sacred king artifact. The elder, on the other hand, chose a heaven and earth Qiankuan Ding, while the second elder selected a purple cloud holy sword. In an instant, their faces were filled with broad smiles. Father, why not choose an even higher grade treasure? Chu Tinga said solemnly. Within this treasure pavilion, there are indeed numerous artifacts of the sacred sovereign level. However, Chu Yunshan and the others only selected sacred king level artifacts. Sacred king level artifacts are already sufficient for us. Chu Yunshan expressed contentedly. Indeed, young master, artifacts of a higher grade may be challenging for us to wield. A sacred king artifact is more than adequate. The elder beamed. Had our Chu family possessed such a treasure pavilion earlier, those 7 ancient families would be nothing. The second elder chuckled. Father, here is the key to the treasure pavilion. In the future, should any clansman achieve great merit, you may bring them here to select a treasure as a reward. After saying this, Chu Tinga handed a golden key to Chu Yunshan. Excellent. With this precious treasure pavilion, how could our Chu family not flourish? Ha ha ha. Perhaps within a decade, our Chu family will surpass the Chongqing family. Chu Yunshan exclaimed with delight. Chu Tinga shook his head, for his aspirations were not merely for the Chu family to surpass the Chongqing family, but to establish the Chu family as the most formidable clan in the immortal realm. Chapter 64. Seizing the creation of heaven and earth, Chu Tinga crafts the imperial grade elixir. Upon his return, Chu Tinga presented the Chu family with a treasure vault and a martial emperor steel, significantly enhancing their foundational strength. At present, the visible power of the Chu family has already surpassed the 4 great sacred lands, although it still lags behind the Longevity clan. After all, the number of Saint Realm experts within the Chu family remains notably sparse. Nevertheless, this is merely the beginning, with Chu Tinga's prowess. Transforming the Chu family into the foremost clan of the immortal domain is not an unattainable dream. He firmly believes that given sufficient time, the Chu family will inevitably stand atop the immortal domain, perhaps even eclipsing those ancient imperial clans. At the Chu family's martial arts arena, the ancient martial emperor steel looms, exuding an aura of timelessness. Before the steel, several young members of the Chu family are seated in meditation, communicating with the steel spirit. It is said that those with extraordinary talent may acquire supreme martial techniques from within. Suddenly, a golden beam erupted from the steel, landing before a young man clad in blue robes. Heavens! Is this an unparalleled divine ability? The young man, Chu Yang, is undoubtedly the most gifted among the younger generation of the Chu family, having received a transcendent divine power from the martial emperor steel. Instantly, the martial arts arena erupted in a clamor, with all family members casting envious glances at the boy named Chu Yang. Not so. Our family's true genius is none other than the young clan leader. How could Chu Yang be compared to him? A girl in red retorted. Naturally, it is said that the young clan leader has subdued a ferocious beast, its strength rivaling that of the Saint Realm. Our young master, even when compared to those imperial heirs, is undoubtedly not lacking. Several family members quickly chimed in. When discussing Chu Tinga, the eyes of all young members of the Chu family brimmed with admiration. That young man has undoubtedly become their spiritual pillar. At this moment, Chu Tinga stands high above the Chu family, witnessing all that unfolds below. Seeing the numerous exceptional talents among the younger generation, he cannot help but feel elated. Indeed, there are many promising youths within the Chu family, and he contemplates refining some elixirs to enhance their foundational roots, thereby augmenting their future potential. If only our young members could access such resources, they would surely rival those imperial heirs, Chu Tinga mused inwardly. Suddenly, powerful auras surged from the rear mountain, and soon after, several figures emerged, their faces radiant with joy. These figures were none other than Chu Yunshan and the elders. Ha! After so many years, I have finally broken through to the Saint King realm, Chu Yunshan exclaimed, exuding an imposing aura that signified his advancement. Behind him, the elders also appeared elated, having likewise ascended to the Saint realm. Father, elders, congratulations on your successful breakthroughs into the Saint King and Saint realms, Chu Tinga said with a smile. Tinga, we owe it all to you. Otherwise, with our talents, we might never have ascended to the Saint King realm, Chu Yunshan remarked with a hint of emotion. Indeed, young master, if it weren't for the purple cloud immortal fruit you provided, we would not have achieved such smooth breakthroughs. The Grand Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Now, with several more Saint Realm experts in our midst, our Chu family can be considered a top-tier clan within the entire Cheongzhou. The second elder noted with a sigh of admiration. Tinga, our family is flourishing like the sun at its zenith. It is time to approach the Futu Imperial clan for a marriage proposal. How is your bridal gift prepared? Chu Yunshan inquired solemnly. Father, the bridal gift is nearly ready. We only lack an imperial-grade elixir, which I plan to refine in 3 days, Chu Tinga replied with a slight smile. Refining an imperial-grade elixir? The words left Chu Yunshan and the others gasping in astonishment, almost doubting their hearing. Young master, you are not jesting with us, are you? You intend to personally craft an imperial-grade elixir? The second elder questioned incredulously. To refine an imperial-grade elixir requires the skill of an imperial-grade alchemist, a rarity even in the entire immortal domain. Chu Tinga, barely in his 20s, could not possibly have attained such a level, even if he had been refining elixirs since birth. Father, Grand Elder, I am not joking. I truly can refine an imperial-grade elixir. Chu Tinga asserted earnestly. Within the heavenly burial forbidden zone, he had devoured countless powerful beings, absorbing their lifelong paths, including the legacies of several alchemy emperors. Thus, Chu Tinga can now be considered an imperial-grade alchemist. Chu Yunshan and the Grand Elder exchanged glances, their expressions revealing astonishment. They struggled to believe that Chu Tinga could indeed craft an imperial-grade elixir, given the scarcity of such alchemists in the immortal domain. Father, I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept, but in 3 days, you shall witness my elixir crafting, Chu Tinga said with a gentle smile. If the young master truly is an imperial-grade alchemist, it would be remarkable. However, I still find it hard to believe, the Grand Elder shook his head. An imperial-grade alchemist holds an esteemed position in the immortal domain, often treated with great respect even by ancient imperial clans. If Chu Tinga were indeed an imperial-grade alchemist, the Chu family would undoubtedly benefit from this. Yet, both Chu Yunshan and the Grand Elder remained skeptical, as the notion of a 20-something imperial-grade alchemist seemed far-fetched. Throughout the annals of the immortal domain's history, finding anyone who achieved such a status at such a young age would be exceedingly rare. 3 days later, at the Chu family's martial arts square, all members of the clan gathered in anticipation. They gazed upward at the striking figure suspended in the air. I heard the young clan leader is refining an imperial-grade elixir today. Is that true? If so, does that mean the young clan leader is an imperial-grade alchemist? How could that be? He is barely in his 20s. How could he possibly be an imperial-grade alchemist? Even before the alchemy commenced, the entire Chu family buzzed with excitement. Chu Yunshan, the Grand Elder, and others floated in the air, their eyes filled with expectation. Could Chu Tinga truly refine an imperial-grade elixir? Though they were skeptical, they yearned to witness this momentous event. Chu Tinga stood poised, his gaze calm and unwavering. This was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, and he was set to craft an imperial-grade elixir for the very first time. Chapter 65. Absorbing the spiritual essence of thousands of miles, condensing the 9-turn Emperor Immortal Pill. In the martial refining square, all members of the Chu family raised their heads, gazing at the figure above in the sky. Chu Tinga stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes slightly lowered, as if in a state of feigned slumber. At this moment, he did not immediately commence the alchemical process. Rather, he closed his eyes to adjust his mental state. This was Chu Tinga's inaugural attempt at pill refinement, and it was a prestigious imperial-grade pill at that. Thus, he needed to attain an optimal state before embarking on the creation of the Emperor Pill. After several hours, he slowly opened his eyes, his heart as clear as a mirror, as if he had entered a realm of profound tranquility. Clearly, Chu Tinga had achieved his best state, and now was the opportune moment to ignite the furnace and commence alchemy. With a flourish of his sleeve, an ancient cauldron levitated into the air. Roar! The ancient cauldron emitted a deep, resonant dragon's roar. Its body radiated brilliance, adorned with 9 dynamic dragon patterns. This cauldron was none other than the 9-Dragon Supreme Cauldron, acquired at the auction. Puff! Following this, Chu Tinga's palm gradually drew forth a wisp of flame. This flame was a riot of colors, emanating an intensely terrifying heat. It was none other than the illustrious Emperor Flame. With a flick of his finger, the Emperor Flame darted into the 9-Dragon Supreme Cauldron, beginning to sear its body furiously, causing the temperature within the cauldron to soar sharply. This step was the first in the pill refinement process, tempering the cauldron. While tempering the cauldron, Chu Tinga proceeded to extract the medicinal materials for the 9-turn Emperor Immortal Pill. His sleeves danced gracefully, causing an array of herbs to levitate, densely surrounding the cauldron, numbering at least in the thousands. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yunshan and the others gasped in awe. Indeed, refining an imperial-grade pill required such an extensive array of materials. Amber spirit mushrooms, imperial chrysanthemums, glazed immortal lotuses, condensation grass. These were all top-tier herbs, radiating brilliant glimmers and exuding rich medicinal aromas. Among them, Three herbs shone the brightest, surrounded by various profound runes. The precious imperial-grade divine herbs, flame phoenix immortal flower, chaotic soul grass, and the reincarnation lotus. Next, Chu Tiange's formidable imperial soul surged forth, enveloping these precious herbs and directly sending them into the Nine-Dragon Supreme Cauldron. At this moment, Chu Tiange's hands moved with dexterity. As his palms danced lightly, the colorful emperor flames swiftly enveloped and consumed all the herbs. Sizzle! The emperor flames surrounded the herbs, igniting them with fervent intensity. Under the scorching heat, the herbs rapidly melted into shimmering pools of liquid. Simultaneously, Chu Tiange's hands continued to move with agility. Despite being a novice at alchemy, his technique was remarkably fluid, even exhibiting finesse akin to flowing water. The entire extraction process was executed with remarkable precision, showcasing his mastery over the art of fire control. What exquisite craftsmanship! This fire control technique had indeed reached an extraordinary level. Though Chu Yunshan and others were not well versed in alchemy, they could discern that Chu Tiange's refinement methods were exceptionally skilled and remarkable. Such refined techniques were comparable to those of seasoned alchemists. Before long, countless luminous orbs floated in the sky, each encasing a pool of medicinal liquid. The fragrance was intoxicating. A rich aroma permeated the air, refreshing the spirits of everyone present. Chu Tiange spent 2 full days and nights extracting the essence of the thousands of herbs. However, the requirements for crafting the 9-turn Emperor Immortal Pill were exceedingly stringent. The medicinal liquid demanded an exceptionally high level of purity. Even the slightest impurity could jeopardize the success of the pill's condensation. Thus, to enhance the purity of the extracted liquid, Chu Tiange began the second step of purification. With a flourish of his hands, the Emperor Flame, under his command, employed a gentle yet effective force to continue extracting impurities from the medicinal liquid. During this process, the flame intensified, swiftly incinerating any impurities into nothingness. Finally, after the second purification, the medicinal liquid appeared significantly clearer and more luminous, radiating a pure glow, with the fragrance intensifying considerably. At this juncture, the alchemical process had reached a critical moment where any lapse in focus could lead to dire consequences. Chu Tiange took a deep breath and proceeded to pour all the medicinal liquid into the cauldron. Whoosh! Suddenly, the temperature of the Emperor Flame surged sharply. As Chu Tiange waved his hands, the entire cauldron began to spin. Sizzle! A substantial amount of moisture began to evaporate from the medicinal liquid, which then started to condense into a solid form. Fire Dragon Pill Condensation Technique. Chu Tiange called out decisively, swiftly forming hand seals. The Emperor Flame surged forth, morphing into a vibrant fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon howled, directly consuming the cauldron within its belly. This fire dragon condensation technique was exceptionally profound, utilizing fire to take the form of a dragon, and by swallowing the cauldron, it enhanced the likelihood of successful pill condensation. In this moment, the members of the Chu family gazed upwards in awe at the spectacle of the fire dragon coiling in the sky, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Chu Tiange's hands remained in motion, skillfully managing the flame's intensity, while his spiritual energy vigilantly monitored the conditions within the cauldron. Condense! Chu Tiange suddenly exclaimed. He then performed intricate hand seals, imparting these mystical incantations into the cauldron. In an instant, the liquid within the cauldron rapidly condensed, gradually forming the embryonic shape of the pill. At this moment, Chu Tiange had entered the final stage of pill condensation. This step was the most critical in the alchemical process. A moment's distraction could compromise the quality of the pill or even lead to its complete failure. Thus, Chu Tiange became utterly focused, not daring to relax even for a moment. As the cauldron spun, the essence of the liquid finally condensed into a pill. Clang! Clang! Just as the embryonic form of the 9-turn Emperor Immortal Pill was taking shape, the entire cauldron suddenly erupted with violent turbulence. At that moment, the heavens and earth were besieged by a fierce wind, and the cauldron emitted a powerful suction force. What is happening? The entire Chu family was taken aback. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy in the world seemed to converge towards the cauldron as if it were being drained from existence. The cauldron appeared as a black hole, ravenously consuming the spiritual essence from the surroundings. Yet, a hint of joy flickered across Chu Tiange's face. It was said that imperial-grade pills required an immense influx of worldly spiritual energy during the final condensation phase. The cauldron's absorption at this moment was precisely to deplete the spiritual essence within a vast radius. Chapter 66. The 9 Transformations Emperor Immortal Pill Condenses. Heavenly Black Demon Emperor Thunder Descends. The atmosphere surged with a wild tempest as the alchemical furnace erupted with an immense gravitational force, drawing in the spiritual essence from a radius of 10,000 miles, voraciously consuming it like a whale devouring its prey. Truly, the imperial-grade elixir demands an astonishing amount of celestial energy. One cannot help but wonder if the spiritual energy within this vast expanse will be entirely depleted. Chu Tiange was inwardly astonished. At the condensation stage of the imperial-grade elixir, a substantial influx of energy is essential, and at this moment, the spiritual essence continued to pour relentlessly into the furnace. Retreat quickly, Chu Yunshan urgently commanded, as the furnace unleashed a powerful suction that threatened to rupture their very beings. In a state of panic, the Chu family members swiftly withdrew, fearing the complete extraction of their internal spiritual power by the alchemical furnace. In that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy converged from all directions towards the Chu family's abode, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As the energy was frantically absorbed by the furnace, the nascent pill within finally reached a complete state of condensation. Chu Tiange's gaze seemed to pierce through the furnace, revealing the interior where a thumb-sized pill materialized. This pill radiated a brilliant golden hue but appeared somewhat coarse, its color lacking the desired intensity, indicating that it was merely at the initial stage of formation. Meanwhile, the nascent pill continued its insatiable consumption of spiritual energy. This voracious appetite persisted for a full 3 days. During this time, Chu Yunshan and others could distinctly perceive the thinning of the spiritual energy in the atmosphere. By the 5th day, the spiritual essence across a 10,000-mile radius had been completely drained. The land lay barren, with even trees and flora wilting away. Chu Tiange furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the vast energy requirements of the 9 transformations Emperor Immortal Pill at this stage, which had resulted in such depletion. My heavens! The spiritual energy across 10,000 miles has been consumed, exclaimed the Grand Elder. I have read in ancient texts that wherever an imperial-grade elixir is born, the surrounding area becomes desolate, as all celestial energies are siphoned away. Does this mean that Tiange is indeed refining an imperial-grade elixir? The other elders gasped in astonishment. The notion of a mere 20-year-old capable of such a feat would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire celestial realm. However, the spiritual energy is still insufficient for the 9 transformations Emperor Immortal Pill, Chu Tiange mused. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation and had prepared accordingly. With a wave of his hand, countless spirit stones began to accumulate upon the Chu family's plaza, resembling towering mountains. So many spirit stones! Chu Yunshan and the others exclaimed in shock. The amassed spirit stones numbered in the hundreds of billions, nearly the entirety of the Xianyuan family's wealth. Yet, even this vast store of energy was swiftly consumed by the elixir. Within half a day, these hundreds of billions of spirit stones were reduced to mere dust. Is that still not enough? Chu Tiange pondered, surprised by the insatiable appetite of the nascent pill. Having drained the surrounding spiritual energy and hundreds of billions of spirit stones, it remained unsatisfied. If the energy absorbed is insufficient, it would adversely affect the quality of the elixir. Boom. At that moment, Chu Tiange's hand tore through the heavens, creating a rift in the sky. He then reached into the depths of the cosmos and seized a portion of the starry river. Boom. A cascade of shimmering silver stars poured down from the heavens, enveloping the 9 dragons' supreme furnace. The 9 transformations Emperor Immortal Pill eagerly began to absorb the power of the starry river. To draw upon the celestial rivers for the creation of an emperor-grade pill is indeed a remarkable feat. The Grand Elder marveled. The rest of the Chu family members were equally awestruck, witnessing the majestic spectacle of imperial-grade pill refinement for the first time. Within the celestial river, the 9 dragons' supreme furnace spun continuously, drawing the stellar energy into the nascent pill. Gradually, after absorbing sufficient power, Chu Tiange was delighted to observe that the nascent pill was undergoing a transformation. Its once coarse surface was becoming smooth, and its previously dull hue began to brighten. Almost there. Chu Tiange smiled, as the 9 transformations Emperor Immortal Pill approached completion. Days passed, and at last, the elixir within the furnace reached perfection. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, heavy with thunderous energy. In an instant, day turned to night as black demon lightning brewed ominously within the storm. What is happening? It's the pill thunder. I have heard that when an imperial-grade elixir reaches completion, a terrifying thunderstorm manifests. Countless clan members exclaimed. Black Demon Emperor Thunder. Chu Tiange gazed upward to witness the fearsome black lightning coiling through the clouds, emanating an aura of unfathomable power. Black Demon Emperor Thunder is one of the most formidable types of imperial thunder, even more potent than the 9-colored Emperor Thunder. Even a single spark of Black Demon Emperor Thunder could obliterate a Saint Realm expert. The nature of imperial-grade elixirs is so defiant that they invoke the wrath of heavenly thunder, seeking to destroy them. Should the alchemist fail to protect the elixir, it could be utterly annihilated. Whoosh. At that moment, Chu Tiange darted forward to stand before the furnace. He must safeguard the emperor-grade elixir. Boom, boom, boom. Dark imperial lightning crashed down, rending the very fabric of the void. A mere flicker of Black Demon Emperor Thunder dares to destroy my emperor-grade elixir. Chu Tiange tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide like a black hole. Heaven-swallowing technique. Whoosh. One after another. Black Demon Emperor thunderbolts were drawn into his mouth, as the thunderstorm above was voraciously consumed by his black hole-like maw. This scene was akin to devouring the heavens. My heavens! All the members of the Chu family stood frozen in astonishment at this sight. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a desolate expanse, two figures, a master and a disciple, suddenly appeared. Master, what on earth is happening over there? Why is there such a terrifying, thunderous disturbance? A young boy gazed in the direction of the Chu family, his heart racing at the sight of the dense black lightning descending. The ancestor of the underworld river looked into the distance, suddenly catching a whiff of a fragrant aroma. With the descent of imperial thunder, could it be that an imperial-grade elixir is being born? Instantly, a fervent glint sparked in the ancestor's eyes, and he hastened towards the Chu family's direction. Chapter 67. The ancestor of the river of the underworld seizes the Emperor Dan, and Chu Tiange inflicts a devastating blow. With a thunderous roar, from the distant heights of the heavens, a torrent of destructive alchemical thunder cascaded down, continuously streaming into Chu Tiange's mouth. The terrifying black magic Emperor thunder, akin to sustenance, was voraciously consumed by Chu Tiange, who drew it into his abyss-like, darkened maw, ultimately causing it to dissipate into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. In an instant, the alchemical thunder and storm clouds above were completely devoured by Chu Tiange. Heavenly realms. The young clan leader has truly consumed those alchemical thunders. This spectacle left every member of the Chu family utterly astounded. The black magic Emperor Thunder harbors an immensely destructive force. Even a mere wisp could obliterate a Saint Realm cultivator. Yet, such a fearsome entity was swallowed whole by Chu Tiange. How delectable. Chu Tiange made a swallowing motion, and his expression hinted at lingering satisfaction. After being ingested, the black magic Emperor Thunder was broken down into energy that surged into his limbs and bones. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Devouring Emperor technique, which can consume all things in heaven and earth and convert them into energy for personal use. Regaining focus, Chu Tiange turned his gaze towards the Nine-Dragon Supreme Cauldron. Within that expanse of stars, the cauldron had ceased its rotation. Subtle waves of energy emanated from within the alchemical furnace. At this moment, all clan members fixed their eyes upon the cauldron, curious as to whether this imperial-grade elixir had been successfully refined. With a flourish of his sleeve, Chu Tiange opened the Nine-Dragon Supreme Cauldron. Roar! As the cauldron was unveiled, a resounding dragon's roar erupted. Boom! Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot skywards from within the cauldron. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire Chu family was enveloped by this sacred radiance. Buzz! Within that beam, a brilliantly golden elixir floated majestically. This pill appeared full and rounded, adorned with ancient divine patterns, seemingly infused with the celestial powers of the universe. And a rich fragrance of alchemy wafted through the air. This is the Nine Transformations Emperor Immortal Pill. Boom, boom, boom. Heavens! I have broken through. To everyone's astonishment, some members of the Chu family, upon inhaling the fragrance of the Nine Transformations Emperor Immortal Pill, inexplicably achieved breakthroughs on the spot. Truly, as an imperial-grade elixir, even the mere scent was enough to shatter their bottlenecks. Chu Yunshan was left in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Tiange was indeed an imperial-grade alchemist. The Grand Elder was overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, such a young imperial-grade alchemist is unparalleled in the entire immortal realm. The second Elder's gaze was fervent. Huh, who would dare to look down upon our Chu family now? With such a young imperial-grade alchemist among us, even the ancient imperial clans would think twice before showing us any disdain. The Grand Elder proclaimed with pride. An imperial-grade alchemist would command the highest accolades even among the ancient imperial clans. Furthermore, should anyone seek elixirs, a considerable fee could be charged. The Chu family members gazed at the figure in the black robe, their eyes filled with reverence, for the Chu family had produced an imperial-grade alchemist. Before long, the extraordinary phenomena subsided. In the sky, the glow of the Nine Transformations Emperor Immortal Pill gradually dimmed. An imperial-grade elixir? Just then, an ancient voice suddenly emerged. Hiss! The fabric of space was torn asunder, revealing a withered hand that lunged towards the Nine Transformations Emperor Immortal Pill. Who dares to attempt to seize the Nine Transformations Emperor Immortal Pill beneath my very nose? Seeking death, Chu Tiange's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, he reached out, causing the void to shatter, from which a dark figure emerged. This shadowy figure revealed itself to be a gray-haired elder, exuding an aura of malevolence. His appearance gaunt and shrouded in an air of death. The energy radiating from him caused Chu Yunshan and others to pale in fear. A reincarnation realm powerhouse. Chu Yunshan gasped in horror. The reincarnation realm, a transcendent existence beyond the cycle of life and death, is even more formidable than a Saint Realm cultivator. The latter is but an ant in its presence. Indeed, it is an imperial-grade elixir. I never expected such a treasure to appear in this diminutive domain. It seems the heavens are truly aiding me, the ancestor of the river of the underworld. The ancestor of the river of the underworld laughed heartily, his greedy eyes fixated on the Nine Transformations Emperor Immortal Pill. The ancestor of the river of the underworld? He was said to have perished a millennium ago. The Grand Elder exclaimed in shock. The ancestor of the river of the underworld was a top-tier powerhouse from Cheongzhou a millennium ago. Oh, I never expected you mere ants to have heard of my illustrious name. The ancestor of the river of the underworld sneered. His murky gaze swept over Chu Yunshan and the others, their strength merely at the Saint Realm, and he immediately displayed a contemptuous expression, completely disregarding Chu Tiange. A mere lad in his 20s hardly warranted a second glance. He would never conceive that this imperial pill was crafted by Chu Tiange himself. Humph, since you have heard of my name, you should be aware of my capabilities. This imperial pill is destined to belong to me today. The ancestor of the river of the underworld's tone carried an undeniable authority. Old fool, your arrogance knows no bounds. Chu Tiange retorted coolly. You dare speak to me in such a manner, young one? The ancestor of the river of the underworld's eyes turned frosty. You ancient cur, I care not for your past renown, but on the territory of the Chu family, you are hardly worthy of such arrogance. Chu Tiange mocked. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the river of the underworld was consumed by rage. A mere youth dared to speak to him so brazenly. This is nothing short of seeking death. Boom. The ancestor of the river of the underworld raised his hand, gnarled like a withered branch, and struck down towards Chu Tiange. A terrifying black palm imprint descended from the heavens, radiating an aura of sheer terror. Witnessing this, Chu Yunshan and the others felt an intense anxiety. Could Chu Tiange withstand a reincarnation realm powerhouse? A mere ant, I could crush you with a single hand. The ancestor of the river of the underworld scoffed. Boom. The all-encompassing black palm seemed to embody the rules of reincarnation as it descended relentlessly upon Chu Tiange. With a swift motion, Chu Tiange grasped a thumb-sized stone from the air. At that moment, Chu Tiange flicked his finger gently, and the stone was propelled forth. Whoosh! The thumb-sized stone, imbued with destructive power, pierced through the void and collided with the terrifying giant palm. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the stone shattered the imposing palm in an instant. What? The ancestor of the river of the underworld exclaimed. Yet in the next moment, a cry of agony erupted as the ancestor of the river of the underworld clutched his left eye, for it had been pierced by the stone. Chapter 68. Suppressing the ancestor of the underworld river. Punishment for 3 decades of servitude. The ancestor of the underworld river covered his gushing left eye with his hand, immediately emitting a piercing scream of agony. In that moment, Chu Yunshan and the others were rendered speechless in astonishment. Chu Tiange had severely injured the ancestor of the underworld river with nothing more than a small pebble. It is important to note that this ancestor was a formidable being in the realm of reincarnation. In the hands of Chu Tiange, even a mere pebble possessed extraordinary power, rendering the ancestor's left eye useless. Chu Tiange maintained an air of indifference, for at his level, all things in the universe could be transformed into weapons. Even an ordinary stone could be imbued with devastating divine power. In his grasp, grass and trees could cleave mountains like an imperial sword. A single stone could shatter the void, and even a strand of hair could obliterate the cycle of reincarnation. Such overwhelming prowess. Who on earth are you? The ancestor of the underworld river was internally shaken. This young man appeared to be merely in his early 20s, yet he was utterly inscrutable. Despite having encountered numerous powerful beings over his long existence, he had no recollection of this youth. When had such a young powerhouse emerged from Cheongzhou? Ancestor of the underworld river, you are not worthy to know my name, Chu Tiange stated calmly. What audacity! The expression on the ancestor's face darkened. He, a being who had stepped into the realm of reincarnation, was being so disdainfully regarded by a mere junior. Although it was true that this youth's strength was unfathomable, he acknowledged that his prior carelessness had led to the loss of his eye. As an elder, he believed that if a true confrontation were to ensue, this youth would be no match for him. With this thought, the ancestor's countenance grew cold. If he did not incapacitate this youth today, his resentment would be unquenchable. Manifestation of the underworld river. The ancestor of the underworld river performed a series of hand gestures, summoning the manifestation of the heavens and earth. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, illuminating the surroundings with blinding radiance. Behind the ancestor, a colossal dark shadow materialized. This shadow loomed like a demon god, exuding a terrifying and ominous aura, surrounded by a swirling black river. As this manifestation coalesced, boundless energy surged forth like a torrent, shattering the void within 100 miles. What a fearsome manifestation! Upon witnessing it, Chu Yunshan and the others were filled with dread. The mere presence of this manifestation was suffocating. Die! Boom! The ancestor of the underworld river commanded the manifestation, which raised its dark fists and unleashed a devastating strike. In an instant, the space shattered. As if all existence were destined to be annihilated beneath that blow, the overwhelming force surged toward Chu Tiange, causing his robes to billow and the surrounding void to warp and splinter. Yet at that moment, Chu Tiange merely raised a finger and gently poked. Bang! In an instant, the incredibly terrifying dark fist collided softly with his fingertip. At that moment, Under the shadow of the dark fist, Chu Tiange appeared exceedingly diminutive. However, where his finger met the dark fist, cracks began to spread. What? The ancestor of the underworld river was struck with horror. This manifestation was effortlessly shattered by a single finger. Chu Tiange shook his head. At that moment, the fissures on the dark fist continued to spread, and soon the entire manifestation of the underworld river was riddled with cracks, resembling shattered porcelain. Ultimately, amidst the ancestor's terrified gaze, it completely exploded. Bang! Puffed. As the manifestation shattered, the ancestor of the underworld river coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the ancestor gazed at Chu Tiange as though he were a monster. His heart was in turmoil. Who exactly was this youth? His manifestation had been pierced by a mere finger. It was then that he truly understood the terrifying power of the young man before him. In a moment of desperation, the ancestor attempted to tear apart the void and flee. Do you think you can escape under my watch? Chu Tiange sneered disdainfully. Boom. Chu Tiange extended his hand toward the ancestor, and in an instant, the ancestor discovered that the space around him had solidified, rendering his entire body immobile. Even the spiritual energy within him felt as though it had frozen, unable to circulate. The ancestor's expression turned to one of terror. As a being in the realm of reincarnation, he felt as powerless as a sickly kitten in Chu Tiange's grasp, devoid of any ability to resist. Crack! Ah! Chu Tiange clenched his hand, and the ancestor emitted a scream. His bones sounded as if they were shattering, and even his internal organs felt crushed. Heavens! Was the ancestor of the underworld river truly a being in the realm of reincarnation? Witnessing this scene, the entire Chu family was left speechless in shock. They even began to doubt whether the ancestor was genuinely in that realm, for such a powerful being was treated like nothing more than a common creature in Chu Tiange's hands. Chu Yinshan, the Grand Elder, and others felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within them. Even though they were aware of Chu Tiange's immense strength, they had not anticipated it to be so formidable as to belittle a being in the realm of reincarnation. My young friend, I truly failed to recognize the mountain's majesty. I was wrong. Spare this old life of mine. The ancestor of the underworld river pleaded desperately. He had no doubt that with a single slap, Chu Tiange could obliterate him. Tiange, wait. Just as Chu Tiange was about to deliver a fatal blow, Chu Yinshan and the others swiftly approached. Father, what is it? Chu Tiange furrowed his brow. Tiange, this old fellow is at least a being in the realm of reincarnation. Killing him would be a terrible waste. Why not let him serve our Chu family instead? The Grand Elder suggested solemnly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiange nodded slightly. Having a being in the realm of reincarnation to guard their home did seem like a worthwhile option. Ancestor of the underworld river, if you wish for me to spare you, you must serve our Chu family for 30,000 years. Chu Tiange's tone turned icy. What? A servant? Upon hearing this, the ancestor felt utterly humiliated, his expression turning an ugly shade. To think that a dignified being in the realm of reincarnation would be reduced to serving the Chu family for 30,000 years was an unbearable disgrace. Indeed, you will act as our guard, cleaning the premises and ensuring the safety of our Chu family. How does that sound? Chu Tiange's lips curled into a smirk. You. The ancestor was so enraged that he nearly spat out blood. How could a being in the realm of reincarnation be forced into such a demeaning role in the Chu family? Chapter 69. Proposal to the Floating Pagoda. Imperial Clan Chu Tiange, with an imposing presence, inquired, how does it fare? His tone was indifferent. Yet the ancient ancestor of the underworld understood that he had no authority to decline. However, the thought of becoming a slave in the Chu family for 30,000 years was hard to bear, especially considering he was a powerful figure in the cycle realm. In the vast expanse of the immortal domain, regardless of the faction, his status as a cycle realm expert warranted him the respect of a distinguished guest. Yet, Chu Tiange demanded he serve as a slave in the Chu family. Such an affront was intolerable. Noticing the silence of the ancient ancestor, Chu Tiange's tone turned frigid. What? Do you find 30,000 years insufficient? And no, the old servant is more than willing to serve in the Chu family. The ancient ancestor hastily replied, fearing that a moment's delay might result in dire consequences at the hands of this youth. Chu Tiange nodded. However, in his eyes, the ancient ancestor was merely fit to be a doorkeeper for the Chu family, as he regarded cycle realm beings as less than worthless. Master, what if this old fellow seizes the opportunity to flee? The Grand Elder cautioned. With the Grand Elder's reminder, Chu Tiange turned his gaze to the ancient ancestor. Open your soul. What? The ancient ancestor's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Boom. Chu Tiange forcefully pierced the ancient ancestor's brow, leaving behind a mark of servitude within his soul. It was over. The ancient ancestor's face turned ashen, with the soul mark imprinted. Chu Tiange could control his life and death with a mere thought. Should he harbor any ill intentions against the Chu family, even from afar, Chu Tiange could extinguish his soul. Go now. The toilets of my Chu family remain unclean. They must be spotless before sunset today, Chu Tiange said coolly. Your servant obeys. The ancient ancestor roared inwardly, lamenting his fall from grace as a cycle realm expert. He feared that no one in the entire immortal domain had suffered as he had. Heaven above, could it be that I am not mistaken? A top-tier cycle realm powerhouse forced to guard the Chu family? How grand our Chu family has become. At this moment, the members of the Chu family erupted in a stir. The cycle realm was an unattainable existence in their eyes. Yet, such a being was now relegated to guarding their household. Regaining his composure, Chu Tianji's gaze shifted to the 9 turns imperial elixir. Whoosh. He gently grasped the crimson golden pill, which slowly descended into his palm. The elixir appeared round and plump, exuding an exceptionally rich fragrance, with ancient divine patterns adorning its surface. Its brilliance was dazzling, akin to a pearl from the heavens, and even the faintest whiff of its aroma could immensely benefit an ordinary warrior. Chu Tiangu nodded slightly. He had successfully refined the 9 turns imperial elixir, and its quality was remarkably high. It was his first attempt at alchemy, and he had produced a high-grade imperial elixir. If this were to circulate, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. In the entire immortal domain, there were no alchemists of imperial caliber as young as him. If the alchemy masters were to learn that Chu Tiangu had concocted an imperial-grade elixir on his first try, they would likely be crushed by despair. After all, even the most gifted alchemist must start from the fundamentals. It is impossible to create imperial-grade elixirs from the outset. Tiangu, is this truly the imperial elixir you refined? It is indeed worthy of its status. Merely inhaling its fragrance seems to herald a breakthrough for me, exclaimed Chu Yunshan in astonishment. Father, this is the betrothal gift I have prepared. What do you think? Chu Tiangu smiled gently. This gift showcases the extraordinary nature of our Chu family. The Grand Elder replied solemnly. An imperial elixir, even for those imperial clans, was a rare and coveted treasure. After all, the number of imperial alchemists in the immortal domain was scarce, and they were not easily persuaded to assist. Thus, presenting the 9 turns imperial elixir as a betrothal gift was most fitting, ensuring the Chu family's reputation remained intact. Excellent. Yet, I still harbor concerns that the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan may not accept this proposal. Chu Yunshan expressed his worries. After all, the Chu family was merely an ordinary ancient clan, while the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan was a top-tier power. In the immortal domain, the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan ranked among the most elite forces. It could be said that the Chu family and the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan were mismatched. So what if they are the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan? Our young master is more than worthy of their imperial daughter. His strength is unparalleled, capable of suppressing even cycle realm experts, let alone being an imperial alchemist. The second elder proclaimed proudly. Indeed, our Chu family need not feel inferior. The young master's qualifications are undoubtedly sufficient to match the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan. The other elders chimed in. An imperial alchemist, regardless of the faction in the immortal domain, would be revered as a distinguished guest. For the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan, having an imperial alchemist as their son-in-law would be a highly sought-after opportunity. Then let us proceed to the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan in 3 days, Chu Tiangu declared solemnly. Chu Tiangu approached the prospect of an alliance with the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan with a mindset of acceptance. Should the imperial daughter find him unsuitable, he would not force the issue. After all, he would never demean himself. With his current strength and status as an imperial alchemist, he could easily attract any woman in the immortal domain. Thus, Chu Tiangu never perceived himself as inferior. Although the Chu family was merely a small ancient clan in Xiongzhou, far removed from the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan, Chu Tiangu understood that one day, he would elevate the Chu family to become the foremost family in the immortal domain. Should the imperial daughter disdain him due to the current status of the Chu family, she would only regret it in the future. 3 days later, Chu Yunshan and the Grand Elder donned splendid robes, appearing spirited and exuding the aura befitting a great family. After all, this visit to the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan required a certain degree of solemnity. Tiangu, called Chu Yunshan. Father, Chu Tiangu stepped forward. At that moment, he was clad in a resplendent brocade robe, adorned with intricate patterns of golden threads resembling clouds and water. With each step, the robe billowed gracefully, and he appeared as if carved from jade, exuding an extraordinary elegance. His tall stature, chiseled features, sword-like brows, and deep-set eyes radiated an ethereal charm. The young master is truly exceptional. Even the Grand Elder could not help but commend him. Such a handsome young man is more than worthy of the imperial daughter. The second elder concurred. Let us depart. With that, Chu Tiangu led the Chu family towards the southern region where the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan resided. Chapter 70. The Stone Gambling Conference in Shenzhou City, where top forces converge. The Futu Imperial clan stands as the most ancient and powerful lineage in Xiongzhou. It traces its origins back to the primordial era, and at the height of its glory, the clan boasted 3 emperors presiding over its domain. Even when considering the entirety of the immortal domain, the Futu Imperial clan is regarded as a formidable titan. Thus, in Xiongzhou, the clan exists in a realm of its own, with only the Songtian imperial clan capable of rivaling its supremacy. The members of the Futu imperial clan are notoriously proud, often disdainful of interactions with other factions, which adds to their enigmatic allure in Xiongzhou. The ancestors of the Chu family were once close friends with the Futu emperor. The Futu emperor had pledged that if a descendant of the Chu family presented a jade pendant and sought a marriage alliance with the Futu imperial clan, the two clans would forge a strong bond. However, Chu Tiange, who embarked on this journey to propose, harbored little hope. For the Chu family had waned significantly since its former glory, appearing trivial in comparison to the Futu imperial clan. The Futu clan's pride is immense. They regard even the everlasting families and immortal dynasties as inconsequential, let alone the present-day Chu family. The Futu imperial clan resides in the southernmost region of Xiongzhou, and the journey from the Chu family to the Futu imperial clan is exceedingly long. Thus, Chu Tiange brought along numerous members of the Chu family, necessitating a stop at Shenzhou City, which hosts a spatial array. Utilizing this array, they could swiftly reach the southern part of Xiongzhou. After 3 days, they finally arrived at Shenzhou City. Is this Shenzhou City? Chu Tiange gazed upon the ancient fortress that emerged from the plains, resembling a city forged of gold, with walls radiating a brilliant metallic sheen, glimmering under the sunlight. It is said that Shenzhou City is the only city within 100 miles to possess a spatial array, making it exceedingly prosperous and grand. Chu Yunshan spoke solemnly. This spatial array is controlled by the Huangquan sect. It is said that they collect tolls amounting to over 100 billion spirit stones annually. The elder was astonished. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiange couldn't help but marvel. He had once emptied the treasure vault of the Tianxian sacred land, acquiring only a few 100 billion spirit stones, which took thousands of years to amass. The Huangquan sect, however, earns over 100 billion spirit stones in just 1 year. The Huangquan sect is one of the 8 paramount sects in Xiongzhou, a top-tier force in the region. Chu Yunshan reflected. The 8 great orthodox sects refer to the 8 most ancient and powerful sects in Xiongzhou. These sects surpass even the everlasting families in strength. Let us enter the city. With that, Chu Tiange mounted his golden 9-headed lion, hastening into Shenzhou City alongside Chu Yunshan and others. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene of remarkable prosperity. The streets thronged with warriors, and shops lined both sides, filled with a cacophony of vendors' calls. These shops offered a dazzling array of goods, from precious herbs to elixirs and various weapons. Everything was available. The splendor of Shenzhou City left Chu Tiange in awe, but their purpose was to utilize the spatial array, so they intended to linger briefly. Therefore, they made their way directly to the plaza housing the spatial array. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the skies above Shenzhou City. Instantly, the crowd turned their gazes upward. A magnificent carriage appeared, crafted entirely of gold, exuding a radiant brilliance. The carriage bore ancient inscriptions and emanated a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Even more extraordinary was the sight of 4 colossal beasts, resembling a fusion of dragon and horse. Pulling the carriage, they strode through the air, their hooves crackling with lightning, as if commanding the very thunder of the heavens. Is that a dragon horse? Who is this person to have such a grand display? The entire Shenzhou City erupted into a flurry of excitement. This must be the young master of the Huangquan sect. I heard they are hosting a stone gambling conference today, murmured one onlooker. It was said that the Huangquan sect had unearthed thousands of divine stones from an ancient relic, each containing various treasures, prompting the organization to hold this gambling event. The conference attracted numerous factions, including the Yuan family of the Everlasting Families and the Yaoguang Sacred Land, as well as the Xiantian Sword Sect and other top-tier powers. The surrounding chatter piqued Chu Tiange's interest. Divine stones are ancient rocks that typically encapsulate various treasures. The Huangquan sect was utilizing these divine stones for a gambling event. For a mere 100,000 spirit stones, one could purchase a divine stone and attempt to extract treasures from it. With good fortune, one might uncover rare artifacts or precious medicinal herbs. However, ill fortune could yield nothing at all. Thus, the gambling conference also served as a test of perception. Father, with such a grand event in Shenzhou City today, shall we attend the gambling conference? Chu Tiange suggested earnestly. Indeed, I am also curious to see what extraordinary treasures may be revealed at this gambling conference. Chu Yunshan nodded slightly in agreement. With that, Chu Tiange inquired about the location of the gambling conference and promptly made his way with Chu Yunshan and the others toward the central plaza of Shenzhou City. Before long, they arrived at the central square, which was teeming with people, a sea of faces as far as the eye could see. Clearly, this gambling conference had attracted a multitude of warriors. In the square, thousands of divine stones were displayed, each weighing several thousand jin, adorned with ancient patterns and moss. At first glance, these divine stones appeared indistinguishable from ordinary rocks. However, upon closer examination, one could sense a subtle energy pulsating within them, suggesting that some concealed precious treasures inside. At that moment, from the resplendent carriage emerged a strikingly handsome young man clad in robes of purple and gold. instantly capturing the attention of all present. Chapter 71. Cutting open the divine source to obtain the sacred body pill. Chu Tiange is eager to showcase his skills. Amidst the gathering, a youth clad in opulent robes and possessing strikingly handsome features emerged, instantly captivating the attention of all present. This exquisite youth was none other than Huaxi, the young master of the Huangquan sect. Grateful for your overwhelming support. I welcome you all to the stone gambling event hosted by the Huangquan sect. The ancient divine sources before you were procured from a long-forgotten relic, many of which are sealed with rare treasures from antiquity. The rules of this event are simple. For the price of 1 million spirit stones, you may purchase a divine source and cut it open on the spot, with the treasures within being a matter of chance. Well, she declared solemnly. Upon hearing his words, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Many martial artists' eyes gleamed with fervor, eager to participate. Within these divine sources lay the potential for ancient wonders. With luck on their side, they could unveil extraordinary treasures such as divine medicines, sacred pills, or weapons. Of course, there was also the possibility of cutting open a source and finding nothing at all. Nonetheless, the steep price of 1 million spirit stones made this event a true test of luck and discernment. This stone gambling event attracted numerous elite forces, including prominent figures such as Yu Wenwuji from the Chongqing family, the holy son of Yaoguang's sacred land, and Gu Xianfeng from the Xiantian sword sect. Each of these individuals represented the pinnacle of the younger generation in Xiongzhou. At this moment, Chu Tiange and Chu Yunshan arrived, their gazes fixed upon the square, where thousands of divine sources lay scattered across the ground, their surfaces adorned with ancient runes, rough and covered in moss, each weighing several thousand pounds. Tiange, can you discern whether these divine sources contain treasures? Chu Yunshan inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiange extended his spiritual senses, only to find that the intricate runes on the divine sources obstructed his probing. Father, these divine sources possess unusual runes that prevent us from detecting their internal conditions. Attempting to do so forcefully may damage any treasures contained within, Chu Tiange replied gravely. Oh, the elder Chu Yunshan and others were taken aback by this revelation. Ladies and gentlemen, the stone gambling event officially commences today. Is there anyone interested in testing their luck? Huaxi's voice resonated with authority. I shall give it a try. As soon as Huaxi finished speaking, a tall youth clad in a cloud-patterned robe stepped forward from the crowd, causing a stir among the martial artists. This youth was none other than Yu Wenwuji from the Yuan family, one of the 3 illustrious Chongqing families in Xiongzhou. Ah, it's Brother Yuan. Huaxi greeted with a respectful gesture. With a swift motion, Yu Wenwuji tossed a bag containing 3 million spirit stones into the arena and began selecting divine sources. He surveyed the rough surfaces, tracing the ancient patterns before reaching out to sense any energy fluctuations within. Before long, Yu Wenwuji had chosen 3 divine sources, each massive and adorned with modeled designs, their shapes distinct from one another. The crowd's curiosity piqued. What treasures would these divine sources reveal? With a confident demeanor, Yu Wenwuji prepared to cut open his selections. Brother Yu, please proceed to unveil the treasures within your chosen divine sources, she urged. Very well. Yu Wenwuji nodded slightly. Drawing a sword from his waist, he struck down upon the first divine source. Boom. As the divine source was cleaved open, a brilliant light erupted, and an immense surge of energy poured forth. My goodness. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd as they beheld a treasure slowly rising from within the divine source. As the light receded, the treasure was revealed. A pill. Gasping in awe, the onlookers recognized it instantly. It's a golden pill. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of the elixir. It's a sacred-grade pill. This is the ancient sacred body pill. It is said that consuming this pill grants one a physique as unyielding as that of a saint. Some keen-eyed individuals immediately identified the pill's significance. Indeed, young Master Yu possesses remarkable insight to unearth such a valuable treasure. This pill's worth is beyond estimation. The crowd marveled. However, Huaxi's expression darkened, for the emergence of this pill was a significant loss for him, having struck gold on his first attempt. Yu Wenwuji was in high spirits as he turned his gaze to the other 2 divine sources. Without hesitation, he wielded his sword once more, cleaving the remaining sources open. This time, however, the results were less dramatic. The second divine source yielded nothing, while the third contained a faint glow, a Tianyang fruit. Alas, the second and third divine sources proved to be disappointments. The Tianyang fruit was merely a second-tier spiritual fruit, valued at only a few thousand spirit stones. The crowd shook their heads in dismay. Yu Wenwuji furrowed his brow, having misjudged the contents. Yet, overall, he had still emerged victorious, having acquired the sacred body pill. Everyone has witnessed that Brother Yu's luck was commendable. Of the 3 divine sources, 2 revealed treasures, one being the priceless sacred body pill and the other a Tianyang fruit. Overall, this is a considerable gain, she stated solemnly. I too wish to try. The fervor among the martial artists surged as they clamored to participate, and within mere minutes, hundreds of divine sources were snatched up. Father, should we also purchase a few divine sources to try our luck? Chu Tiange smiled slightly. We must not let such an opportunity slip by. Come, let us select a few divine sources and test our fortune. Chu Yinshan replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Chapter 72. Chu Tiange unveils the source heavenly eye, extracting rare primordial celestial gold. At this moment, countless martial artists surged into the square, fervently selecting divine sources. The recent extraction of the sacred body pill by Yuan Wujia undoubtedly ignited their enthusiasm. Chu Tiange and his companions also joined the throng, eager to test their luck and see if they could unearth any extraordinary treasures. Before them, the divine sources lay scattered across the ground, each exhibiting peculiar shapes and distinct patterns. Chu Tiange reached out to touch one, hoping to sense the energy fluctuations within. However, a layer of ancient divine patterns enveloped the surface of the divine source, completely sealing off its energy waves. Chu Tiange shook his head. It seemed he could not discern any treasures merely by touch. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshan and others began to knock on the divine sources, attempting to identify any hidden gems through sound. I have heard of a profession known as Source Heavenly Master, capable of discerning treasures within divine sources by analyzing the patterns and trajectories of the source stones. Unfortunately, Source Heavenly Masters have long since become extinct, sighed the elder. Source Heavenly Master? At this, Chu Tiange's eyes flickered with intrigue. He had consumed the essence of countless formidable beings, and it appeared that one among them was indeed a Source Heavenly Master. Immediately, he began to search through his memories, and, as expected, he found a legacy from a Source Heavenly Master. So that's how it is. A smile crept upon Chu Tiange's lips as he swiftly executed a series of hand seals, transforming his eyes into a pale golden hue. This was the Source Heavenly Eye, a unique tool for Source Heavenly Masters to detect divine sources. Through the Source Heavenly Eye, Chu Tiange discerned the intricate patterns on the divine sources, allowing him to ascertain whether any treasures lay within. Is that the Heavenly Dragon pattern? As Chu Tiange scanned with his Source Heavenly Eye, he soon spotted a peculiar source stone tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, adorned with spider-like patterns. This spider-like design was referred to as the Heavenly Dragon pattern by Source Heavenly Masters. The presence of the Heavenly Dragon pattern indicated that this divine source must contain a significant treasure. Father, let us select this one, Chu Tiange declared confidently. Tiangu, that source stone appears rather small and unremarkable. It hardly seems likely to conceal any treasures. Chu Yinshan frowned. I trust the young master's judgment. Though this source stone seems unassuming, it may yield unexpected delights. The second elder chimed in cheerfully. Very well, we shall proceed with this source stone. Chu Yinshan nodded, instructing others to carry it away. However, Chu Tiange was not about to let this golden opportunity slip by. He continued to search for the next divine source. Under the gaze of his Source Heavenly Eye, treasures within the divine sources could not hide. What is this? The divine dragon pattern? Soon, Chu Tiange's gaze fixated on a second divine source. The patterns on this source stone resembled the image of a divine dragon. According to the experience of Source Heavenly Masters, the appearance of a divine dragon pattern indicated that the source stone would undoubtedly harbor a precious treasure. Typically, source stones bearing the divine dragon pattern contained ancient divine herbs. Without hesitation, Chu Tiange acquired this source stone as well. Next, he sought out a final divine source. His Source Heavenly Eye swept across, revealing numerous sources concealing treasures, though most were merely common artifacts. This is the blood spirit pattern. Suddenly, Chu Tiange discovered a source stone adorned with ancient crimson patterns. According to the knowledge of Source Heavenly Masters, this was an exceedingly rare blood spirit pattern. Generally, divine sources marked with the blood spirit pattern concealed weapons of significant caliber, typically surpassing the saint level. Father, we have made our selections. Let us proceed with these 3 divine sources, Chu Tiange said with a satisfied smile. Excellent. I can only hope our luck holds. Chu Yinshan expressed his anticipation. Chu Tiange, brimming with confidence, knew that these 3 divine sources, meticulously chosen with his Source Heavenly Eye, must contain extraordinary treasures. Meanwhile, other martial artists began queuing to cut open their divine sources. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the divine sources were sliced open by the eager martial artists. What a loss. I only obtained a first-grade gathering spirit pill. One bellowed. Damn it. I ended up with a second-grade spiritual weapon worth barely 50,000 spirit stones. Another lamented. Cursing echoed from the front. Clearly, these martial artists had poor discernment, extracting only inferior goods. Some even found their divine sources completely devoid of any treasures. The losses were staggering. After all, a single divine source cost a whopping 100,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Huashi's lips curled into a slight smile, having profited immensely. Just from selling these source stones, he had already accumulated a considerable fortune. Finally, it was their turn. After a lengthy wait, it was finally time for Chu Tiange and his companions. Would they uncover precious treasures? They could only hope to avoid substantial losses. given that they had invested 3 million spirit stones. Those odd-shaped divine sources selected by that kid surely won't yield any valuable treasures. Someone scoffed. Indeed, these sources appear rather plain. They hardly seem capable of producing anything worthwhile. They are bound to be a loss. Another echoed. Nearby, a group of martial artists began to murmur amongst themselves. Unfazed by the chatter, Chu Tiange merely chuckled. After all, he was a genuine source heavenly master. Father, you take the lead, Chu Tiange suggested with a subtle smile. Very well. Chu Yinshan drew his sword, hesitated for a moment, then struck the divine source bearing the heavenly dragon pattern. Boom. With a powerful swing, Chu Yinshan's sword cleaved through the source stone, splitting it in two with a dazzling flash of light. Buzz. The moment the divine source cracked open, it erupted in a radiant blaze. Wow, what treasure is that? The entire square erupted in a chorus of astonishment as a luminous orb, akin to the blazing sun, floated into view. Upon closer inspection, the orb contained a piece of meteorite. This fragment appeared no larger than a palm, gleaming in a radiant golden hue, adorned with divine patterns. Is this everlasting sun gold? Heavens! They had actually extracted a piece of everlasting sun gold. In that instant, countless martial artists erupted into a frenzy, their eyes ablaze with desire as they gazed upon the celestial gold. What? Celestial gold? Huashi's pupils constricted sharply. Everlasting sun gold was among the finest celestial metals, regarded as a premier material for crafting imperial artifacts. Although it was only the size of a palm, its value was at least in the hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Chapter 73. Fortune smiles with 3 ancient treasures unearthed. Buzz. The palm-sized meteorite emitted a radiance akin to the blazing sun, adorned with countless ancient runes that captivated the gaze of numerous warriors. This is the Hingyang celestial gold. Chu Yinshan could hardly believe their fortune in unearthing such a treasure. Ha! It seems our luck is truly extraordinary, as we have revealed a piece of ancient celestial gold. His eyes gleamed with fervor. The Hingyang celestial gold is a vital material for crafting imperial artifacts, though it is but a small fragment. Its value is likely no less than 300 million spiritual stones. The Grand Elder beamed with delight. Hingyang celestial gold is one of the 15 types of ancient celestial gold, and it is exceedingly rare. At an auction, it could easily fetch hundreds of millions of spiritual stones. Surrounding warriors cast envious glances. However, Huashi's expression was far from pleasant. A shadow of gloom crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that a piece of ancient celestial gold would be hidden within this divine source. What a significant loss. Among the crowd, only Chu Tiange remained relatively calm, as he had activated the source eye and had already discerned that this divine source would surely contain treasures. He had acquired this divine source for merely 1 million spiritual stones, and having revealed a piece of Hingyang celestial gold, he could be considered to have made a tremendous profit. Father, there are still 2 pieces left. Let us continue. Perhaps the remaining divine sources will yield more treasures. Chu Tiange smiled softly. How can we consistently have such good fortune? Finding this small piece of ancient celestial gold is already a blessing from our ancestors. Chu Yinshan laughed heartily, though he did not harbor great hopes for the other 2 divine sources. Nevertheless, he slowly raised his sword, casting his gaze upon the remaining divine sources. At that moment, the crowd fell silent, their attention drawn to the 2 divine sources. They were curious if Chu Yinshan could unveil a second treasure. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yinshan swung his sword towards the second divine source. Bang roar. With a single strike, the second divine source cracked open, and in that instant, a dragon's roar resonated forth. What sound is that? It resembles a dragon's roar. Could it be that they have unearthed yet another ancient treasure? The crowd erupted in a commotion. Buzz, as the second divine source split apart, accompanied by the dragon's roar. A brilliant light burst forth, and a luminous orb began to levitate gently. Hiss! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Within the orb was a peculiar fruit, blood-red in color, shaped like a miniature true dragon, surrounded by myriad runes, radiating brilliance. 10,000-year dragon blood fruit. Suddenly, a white-haired elder exclaimed in shock. What? 10,000-year dragon blood fruit? The crowd stirred excitedly. Although they were unaware of the fruit's true nature, its name alone indicated its extraordinary quality. Indeed, the 10,000-year dragon blood fruit is an ancient divine herb, exceedingly rare, found only among dragonkind. It is said to possess a trace of dragon blood's power. The white-haired elder pronounced gravely. To think it is an ancient divine herb. Chu Yinshan had indeed uncovered a remarkable treasure from the second divine source. At that moment, even Chu Yinshan found it hard to believe that the second divine source had also yielded a prized artifact. Damn it! Huashi's expression darkened completely. How could he have known that such a precious treasure lay within this divine source? Had he known, the Huangquan sect would not have organized the stone gambling event. At that moment, Huashi could be said to be filled with regret, for the value of this ancient divine herb was not less than that of celestial gold. Your luck is truly remarkable. I am the owner of the Wanjin Pharmacy, and I have a keen interest in this 10,000-year dragon blood fruit. I would like to purchase it for 500 million spiritual stones. Would you be willing to sell it? The white-haired elder clasped his hands respectfully. Heavens! 500 million spiritual stones. Why am I not so fortunate? In an instant, the surroundings erupted in a frenzy. Regrettably, we do not intend to sell this divine fruit. Chu Tiange directly refused. This 10,000-year dragon blood fruit is an exceedingly precious item, far more valuable than the purple jade immortal fruit he had obtained. And he certainly would not part with such a treasure easily. To be frank, this 10,000-year dragon blood fruit is a primary ingredient for crafting the dragon god pill, which is why I wish to purchase it. We can even increase the offer by 300 million. The white-haired elder persisted. I'm sorry, but it is not for sale. Chu Tiange reiterated his refusal. Damn it, 800 million spiritual stones, and you still won't sell? This 10,000-year dragon blood fruit is indeed worth a fortune. The crowd marveled. At this moment, the onlookers were consumed by jealousy, having witnessed the unveiling of both ancient celestial gold and an ancient divine herb. What extraordinary luck. Haha, Kinga. It seems your discerning eye has served you well. You selected all 3 divine sources, and 2 of them have revealed ancient treasures. I wonder what the third will yield. Chu Yinshan anticipated eagerly. The crowd too shared in this excitement, wondering if this individual, who had already unveiled ancient celestial gold and an ancient divine herb, would also reveal a third treasure. Chu Tiange smiled faintly. Having employed the means of the source master, he was certain that all 3 divine sources would bring forth treasures. Phew. Chu Yinshan steadied his mind, and then brought his sword down decisively upon the third divine stone. Clang. Crack. The third divine source instantly split into 2. And at the moment of its rupture, a fierce wave of energy erupted. Boom. A terrifying energy formed a storm, causing the faces of the surrounding warriors to change dramatically. What is that? Countless warriors' pupils dilated. Such a remarkable phenomenon. Could it be that yet another ancient treasure has been unveiled? Buzz. From the split divine source emerged an ancient blade. Its surface adorned with mottled patterns, shrouded in a chaotic aura, exuding an air of timelessness. This is a chaos artifact. Hiss. In an instant, the crowd erupted in an uproar. From the third divine source, Chu Yinshan had once again revealed a chaos artifact. This blade radiated an ancient chaotic energy. It was an exceedingly rare chaos artifact, and its grade reached that of a reincarnation artifact. Reincarnation artifacts can only be wielded by those of the reincarnation realm. Chu Yinshan was utterly dumbfounded. From the third divine source, he had unveiled a chaos artifact of immeasurable worth. At that moment, Hua Xi's expression resembled that of one who had lost everything, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 74. Hua Xi's defenses crumble. Seeking to reclaim 3 ancient treasures. Oh my heavens, this individual is extraordinarily fortunate. The first strike yielded ancient immortal gold, the second produced a millennium dragon blood fruit. And astonishingly, the third unveiled a chaotic artifact. 3 consecutive triumphs, each resulting in a premier treasure. If these precious items were presented at an auction, they could fetch no less than several billion spirit stones. Ha. To have extracted such invaluable artifacts for a mere 3 million spirit stones. The Yellow Spring sect has truly suffered a monumental loss. In an instant, the entire square erupted in commotion, with countless martial artists casting envious and jealous glances. Each of these 3 treasures stands as a top-tier artifact, worthy of being a grand finale at any auction. Meanwhile, Hua Xi and the elder from the Yellow Spring sect wore expressions darker than one mourning a lost parent. Regret gnawed at their hearts. Had they known such precious treasures lay within the divine source, they would never have convened this stone gambling event. Now, they faced a colossal loss, nearly stripped bare. Who could have imagined our luck would be so sublime, unearthing 3 rare treasures? Chu Yinshan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, we owe our fortune to the sharp eyes of the young master, who precisely selected these 3 divine stones. Without him, such bounty would have eluded us. The second elder hurriedly praised. Yes, it is indeed Tianji's discerning vision that has led our Chu family to an extraordinary windfall. The elder added with a smile. Chu Tiange offered a slight smile. He had indeed employed the techniques of the source celestial master, effortlessly identifying the stones concealing the treasures. However, the source celestial master has been extinct since ancient times, and apart from him, it is unlikely another exists today. Tiangu, since fortune is on our side, shall we not cut a few more stones? Chu Yinshan inquired, still yearning for more. Father, we must not be greedy. Having already unearthed 3 supreme treasures is an extraordinary stroke of luck. We cannot expect to continually extract ancient rarities, Chu Tiange replied, shaking his head. True enough. Chu Yinshan nodded in agreement. Utilizing the source celestial eye, Chu Tiange had already scanned the remaining divine sources and found no further treasures. Among the thousands of divine stones, only the 3 they had just cut contained ancient wonders. Let us depart. At this moment, Chu Yinshan and the others were in high spirits, eager to leave the site. However, Huaxi's face darkened as he called out, "Wait, do you intend to leave so easily? That would be rather presumptuous, wouldn't it?" Huaxi clenched his fist. These three ancient treasures were far too precious. He could not bear to let Chu Tiange and his companions take them without resistance. "We have come and will leave as we please. What concern is it of yours? Are you implying that the Yellow Spring sect cannot bear to lose and seeks to reclaim these three ancient treasures?" Chu Tiange retorted scornfully. Huaxi's face turned ashen. "Indeed, does the Yellow Spring sect lack the fortitude to bear defeat? They dare not let us depart, likely because they feel the sting of their loss. Alas, this is quite petty. Having initiated this gambling event, they should be able to accept their losses." The crowd buzzed with chatter. These discussions only served to deepen Huaxi's grim countenance. He was forced to stifle his fury, mustering a strained smile as he said, "Our Yellow Spring sect is prepared to offer 10 billion spirit stones to purchase the three treasures from you. These artifacts are exceedingly rare, particularly the Millennium Dragon Blood Fruit, which is exclusive to the Dragon Clan and cannot be bought at any price. Thus, I must retrieve these three treasures." 10 billion? Your calculations are rather optimistic. The Millennium Dragon Blood Fruit alone is worth far more than that. Even 50 billion would not tempt me to part with it. Chu Tiange mocked coldly. "Do not overreach. You would do well to contemplate the consequences of offending the Yellow Spring sect. If you do not surrender the three ancient treasures today, none of you shall leave this place." Huaxi ground his teeth, his gaze brimming with murderous intent and rage. He had fully torn the facade of civility. Even if it meant losing face, he was determined to reclaim the treasures. The Yellow Spring sect is indeed a farce, if they cannot bear to lose. Why hold a gambling event at all? Chu Tiange sneered. "Damn it, what a disgraceful Yellow Spring sect, utterly shameless." The second elder cursed vehemently. At that moment, murmurs of ridicule echoed around them, primarily deriding the Yellow Spring sect for their utter lack of integrity. "Young master, perhaps we should reconsider," an elder behind them urged. His expression troubled. After all, this gambling event was hosted by the Yellow Spring sect, and the fact that others had unearthed three ancient treasures was a testament to their skill. Attempting to seize the treasures back might tarnish the Yellow Spring sect's reputation. No, these three ancient treasures must be retrieved. Huaxi's eyes were filled with venomous resentment. "Will you hand them over? You had better think carefully. The Yellow Spring sect is not an entity you can afford to offend. The Yellow Spring sect is truly unreasonable. Yet, these individuals may soon find themselves in peril. For the Yellow Spring sect is one of the 8 great traditions, and their strength is formidable. How could these individuals possibly contend with them?" Countless martial artists sighed in resignation. The Yellow Spring sect ranks among the 8 great traditions of Cheongzhou, boasting power even greater than that of those eternal families. What a joke. What is the Yellow Spring sect to us? Does the Chu family have any reason to fear you? The second elder spat vehemently. "Indeed, our Chu family need not fear the Yellow Spring sect." The elder spoke with conviction. Their confidence stemmed from witnessing Chu Tiange's might firsthand, as he had subdued a reincarnation realm expert with ease. If he could suppress a reincarnation expert with but a gesture, how could they possibly fear the Yellow Spring sect? Seeking death. Boom. Huaxi, consumed by rage, stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura of the Saint Sovereign Realm, as expected of one of the 8 great traditions. Even the young master of the Yellow Spring sect had attained the Saint Sovereign Realm. Alas, it seems this family is doomed today. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. Saint Sovereign Realm? What does that amount to? The second elder scoffed. Impudent. Boom. Huaxi's eyes blazed with fury as he attempted to strike down the second elder to set an example. However, at that moment, the golden 9-headed lion stepped forward. "How dare a mere Saint Sovereign and act so brazenly before my master? You are courting death." Roar. The golden 9-headed lion unleashed a deafening roar, the terrifying sound waves transforming into golden ripples that swept toward Huaxi. Bang. Puffed. Huaxi was immediately knocked back, spurting blood. Chapter 75. The arrival of the supreme beings of the Huangquan sect, 3 ancient saints, and 2 reincarnation realm experts. The roar of the golden 9-headed lion reverberated throughout the holy state city, its ancient saint-level pressure resonating with destructive waves that radiated in all directions, causing the ground to crack and fissure. Nearby martial artists were almost obliterated, reduced to mere blood mist by the sheer force of the roar. In an instant, Huaxi was violently shaken, his internal organs ruptured, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably as he was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing to the ground. Gasp. Countless powerful figures inhaled sharply. Huaxi, a master of the Saint Venerable Realm, had been grievously injured by the roar of this beast. An ancient saint-level beast? How could this golden 9-headed lion possibly be of such caliber? Heavens! Who are these people that they possess a beast of such ancient power? The surrounding martial artists swallowed hard, scattering like startled birds, their faces painted with terror, fearful of being caught in the wake of the lion's roar. Even Yuan Wuji and his companions were left in shock. This beast was indeed terrifying. It should be noted that even the strongest patriarch of the Yuan family, one of the three great eternal clans, had only recently stepped into the ancient saint realm. And yet this beast was also of the same caliber. In a moment, curiosity arose among the crowd regarding the identities of Chu Tiange and his companions. For possessing a beast of such might implied that they were of extraordinary origin. Young master, several elders of the Huangquan sect hurried to assist Huaxi. However, he was already grievously wounded, his bones shattered and his internal organs in ruins. Ha! Just a worthless fool, unable to withstand a single roar from this king. The golden nine-headed lion mocked. How audacious! You dare to harm me. Do you truly believe there is no one in the Huangquan sect? Huaxi, bloodied and enraged, harbored a fierce intent to kill. As the young master of the Huangquan sect, his status commanded respect, and yet he had been subjected to such humiliation today. Today, I shall ensure that all of you meet your demise here. With that, Huaxi produced a spatial jade slip from his robes and crushed it. Boom. As the jade slip shattered, an indescribable pressure enveloped the skies above Holy State City. What a terrifying aura. This overwhelming force left countless powerful figures aghast. Suddenly, a spatial tunnel tore open in the sky above the city, and 5 figures stepped through it. As these 5 figures emerged, the surrounding space twisted violently, and an indescribable spiritual pressure surged forth like a tempest. Reincarnation realm experts gasped the onlookers. The 5 figures, clad in golden robes, emanated an aura of profound power and authority that caused the hearts of those below to palpitate. The overwhelming pressure nearly forced martial artists below the saint realm to their knees. The 2 leading elders had reached the first stage of the reincarnation realm, while the remaining 3 were ancient saints. Such a formidable assembly was nothing short of terrifying. These individuals have stolen 3 treasures from our Huangquan sect, and even injured me. You must eliminate them all. Huaxi gritted his teeth. Huh, what a shameless villain, crying foul. The grand elder retorted angrily. At that moment, disciples of the Huangquan sect reported the earlier events. Upon learning that Chu Tiange and his companions had extracted 3 treasures from the divine source, the eyes of the 5 elders gleamed with interest. These treasures, even to those of the reincarnation realm, were immensely tempting, particularly the millennia-old dragon blood fruit, a rarity exclusive to the dragon clan. Who are you, to dare harm our young master? You clearly do not regard the Huangquan sect. A golden-robed elder thundered, his voice like thunder itself, causing the void to resonate with intense booms. Truly laughable. What is the Huangquan sect to me? Why should I regard it at all? Chu Tiange replied with indifference. Gasp. Had they lost their minds to confront the elders of the Huangquan sect so boldly? 2 of them were indeed formidable reincarnation realm experts. Instantly, the surrounding martial artists erupted in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Chu Tiange's audacity in the face of 3 ancient saints and 2 reincarnation realm masters. Impudent. Who do you think you are, speaking so arrogantly? Allow me to teach you a lesson today. Boom. In an instant, an ancient saint elder unleashed terrifying divine power, summoning a surge of energy that rippled through the air. Ha ha ha, old dog. Do you think you are worthy to make my master move? I shall show you. Roar. The golden 9-headed lion bellowed, its fearsome roar transforming into a wave of destructive golden sound that shattered the very fabric of Holy State City. Boom. The golden 9-headed lion's form swelled to an immense size, towering thousands of feet high, its 9 golden heads gaping open to unleash a cataclysmic force. Boom. Waves of annihilating light surged forth toward the elder. Gasp. The elder's scalp tingled, clearly unprepared for the lion's overwhelming might. Act quickly. The elder shouted in urgency. Boom. In an instant, the other 2 ancient saint elders joined the fray, as the 3 of them united to suppress the golden 9-headed lion. Golden divine concealment. The golden 9-headed lion roared, invoking a secret technique imparted to it by Chu Tiange. Buzz. A brilliant golden light erupted from the lion, revealing countless ancient treasures, including the devastating golden emperor's sword, the dazzling golden ancient bell, and various golden axes and ancient palaces, all launching forward in a cataclysmic assault. The 3 elders were taken aback. What a terrifying martial skill. The 3 elders were unable to withstand the onslaught. Cries of despair escaping their lips as their bodies were torn apart by the golden divine concealment. Impudent. At that moment, the 2 reincarnation realm experts finally took action. Boom. One of the golden-robed elders raised his hand, crushing the golden divine concealment and rescuing the 3 elders, who were still in shock. This 9-headed lion appears exceedingly majestic. Capturing it would make an ideal guardian beast for the Huangquan sect. The 2 reincarnation realm experts thought greedily. How absurd. Your pitiful sect dares to claim me as your guardian beast? The golden 9-headed lion scoffed. Chapter 76. A single slap ends the cycle of rebirth. Huaxi is terrified beyond measure. What are you 2 elders waiting for? Seize these people at once. I intend to torment them one by one until they comprehend the consequences of offending me. Huaxi spoke with venomous intent. Yes, young master. The 2 elders of the cycle of rebirth declared, unleashing a terrifying pressure from within their bodies. Boom. The might of the two formidable beings from the cycle of rebirth was nothing short of terrifying, instantly altering the atmosphere of the entire holy state city. As a destructive force enveloped the metropolis, twisting the very fabric of space. Heavens, how fearsome! Alas, those who have offended the Huangquan sect and Hua Shi are surely doomed today. Indeed, though that ancient holy beast possesses formidable strength, it pales in comparison to the might of the cycle of rebirth. Within the holy state city, countless martial artists expressed their astonishment. The aura of the cycle of rebirth was indeed terrifying, capable of instigating such a dramatic shift in the world around them. However, Chu Yunshan and the Grand Elder remained calm, showing no signs of panic, for they were aware that with Chu Tiange present, the two elders of the cycle of rebirth posed no threat. To offend the Huangquan sect will be your gravest error. Today, I shall bring you back to face judgment from the sect master. The two elders regarded the crowd with disdain, their tone dripping with arrogance. The elder from the cycle of rebirth suddenly waved his voluminous sleeve, creating an illusion of a space within it, as it descended upon Chu Tiange and his companions, seemingly intent on swallowing them whole. Such a terrifying technique. Countless martial artists gasped in horror. This technique, known as the sleeve universe, was an exceptionally advanced skill of the cycle of rebirth. If executed to its fullest extent, it could encompass the entirety of Holy State City. You two lack the qualifications to act recklessly before me. Witness how I shatter your sleeve universe. Chu Tiange scoffed. The swirling sleeve began to consume the endless void, approaching Chu Tiange and his companions. Puff! Chu Tiange raised his hand, igniting a delicate fire lotus that blazed ferociously. A cold smile crept across his lips as he directed the fire lotus into the depths of the sleeve universe. Boom! Chu Tiange spoke nonchalantly. In an instant, the fire lotus engulfed within the sleeve universe erupted violently, creating a cataclysmic inferno that tore apart the very space of the sleeve universe. Bang! Ah! The elder of the cycle of rebirth shrieked in agony as his sleeve exploded, taking his arm with it. You little brat, you seek death. The elder's eyes burned with murderous intent, not believing that his sleeve universe had been shattered by this boy. Huangquan hand. Boom. The two elders of the cycle of rebirth were now thoroughly enraged. They raised their hands, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that transformed into two ancient gray arms. This technique, the Huangquan hand, was the pinnacle of the Huangquan sect's martial arts. Die! The two elders directed their hands downward, and the Huangquan arms descended upon Chu Tiange and his companions with unrelenting force. Boom! The terrifying Huangquan hands caused the void to collapse, as if everything would dissolve into nothingness. Break! Yet, Chu Tiange merely pointed a finger at the Huangquan hands. Boom! In an instant, the two formidable Huangquan hands disintegrated into nothingness. Clearly, your sect's ultimate martial art is not as formidable as you claim. I can shatter it with just a finger. Chu Tiange taunted. What? The two elders displayed expressions of utter disbelief. How is this possible? Heavens, this youth is the strongest among this group. He actually shattered our lethal technique with a mere finger. Within the holy state city, countless martial artists erupted into an uproar. They had assumed that the mightiest among Chu Tiange's group was the golden nine-headed lion, only to realize that the true strength lay with the young man. Impossible. This youth is barely in his 20s. How could he dismantle our attack with such ease? The two elders were stunned. I told you. The cycle of rebirth is unworthy to act recklessly before me. Now, you may perish. Boom. Chu Tiange raised his palm, and a resplendent handprint, imbued with apocalyptic power, surged toward the two elders of the cycle of rebirth. Hiss! The two elders gasped, their faces turning ashen with fear. They sensed a chilling aura of death. How could this youth possess such terrifying strength? Huangquan's sacred shield. The elders, in a state of sheer panic, summoned their most potent defense, conjuring a massive sacred shield of Huangquan water that soared into the sky, rapidly solidifying into a colossal barrier, adorned with ancient patterns, seemingly the most impregnable defense. Bang! However, that resplendent giant hand, unstoppable and omnipotent, shattered the Huangquan sacred shield as if it were mere paper. No! The two elders cried out in terror. Bang! Ah! The colossal hand obliterated the two elders of the cycle of rebirth, reducing them to a mist of blood. In that moment, silence fell over the entire holy state city. The scene was too shocking. The two formidable elders of the cycle of rebirth had been dispatched by Chu Tiange with a single slap. This was the cycle of rebirth we speak of. Had one not known better, they might have thought it was merely a trivial affair. Yet the slain were two powerful beings of the cycle of rebirth. Chu Yunshan and the others were equally astounded. Though they had witnessed Chu Tiange subduing the ancient river patriarch, the sight still left them in awe. Even beings as strong as those from the cycle of rebirth were dispatched, like mere insects. Impossible. At that moment, Hua Shi was utterly pale with fright, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a pool of yellow liquid seeping from his trousers. As a saintly being, he had been reduced to such a state. He could hardly believe that the youth, seemingly his age, had effortlessly slain 2 elders of the cycle of rebirth with a mere slap. Master, how shall we deal with these worthless scum from the Huangquan sect? The 9-headed lion inquired, turning to Huashi. Kill them. Chu Tiange replied indifferently. Uh-huh. Such trash hardly requires your hands to deal with them. With that, the golden 9-headed lion opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a tremendous suction that swallowed Huashi whole. Ah! Huashi screamed as the golden 9-headed lion tore him apart, consuming him entirely. Let us flee. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 ancient saints hastily tore through the void, desperate to escape. Yet, Chu Tiange's gaze was fixed upon the trio. Bang! Ah! In an instant, the 3 ancient saints exploded without warning. Chapter 77, Boarding the Spatial Array. Encountering turbulence amidst the tunnel collapse. Ah! In the skies above, the 3 ancient saints of the Huangquan sect had not managed to escape before they exploded without warning. Their souls extinguished. Their piercing screams echoed throughout the expanse of Shenzhou City. What had transpired? At that moment, the martial artists of Shenzhou City could not comprehend the situation. And by the time they looked up, they had witnessed the fall of all 3 ancient saints. How could 3 ancient saints fall without any forewarning? In unison, all eyes turned to the young man, for they had an overwhelming intuition that this was undoubtedly the work of Chu Tiange. The ability to obliterate 3 ancient saints without anyone perceiving it was utterly terrifying. Even the Grand Elder and others felt a chill run down their spines, as they too had failed to realize that all 3 ancient saints had perished. Heavens! The 3 ancient saints of the Huangquan sect, along with 2 reincarnation realm elders, had all been slain. Could that young man be a formidable emperor? How could he have killed 5 superlative powerhouses in such a brief span? The Huangquan sect had suffered a grievous loss, and it was feared that the sect master would not let this go unpunished. In an instant, the martial artists of Shenzhou City erupted into a tumult. They had come to observe the stone gambling event hosted by the Huangquan sect, only to be confronted with such a bloody spectacle. The 3 ancient saints and 2 reincarnation realm elders had been annihilated with but a wave of that young man's hand, an image that bore a profound visual impact. It must be noted that these 5 elders were not mere nobodies, yet they had been subdued by the young man. At once, speculation arose regarding the origins of Chu Tiange. Could he perhaps be a scion of an imperial lineage? Tiange, today you have slain 5 elders of the Huangquan sect. It is likely they will seek retribution against our Chu family. The Grand Elder expressed his concerns. Rest assured, the sect master of Huangquan lacks the capability to confront us. Should he dare to approach the Chu family, I shall ensure he learns what regret truly means. Chu Tiange replied with a composed tone. Indeed, the sect master of Huangquan is not an emperor. Our Chu family has no reason to fear him. If he dares to come, the young master shall eliminate him. The second elder declared with pride. Chu Tiange smiled slightly. Even if the sect master were an emperor, what difference would it make? They would extinguish him without hesitation. Let us proceed. Our primary destination is the Futu Imperial clan. We must not squander time here. Chu Yunshan remarked solemnly. With that, Chu Yunshan and the others departed, leaving behind a cacophony of unrest. Shortly thereafter, Chu Tiange and his companions arrived before the spatial array. Above the jade stone square, a towering bronze door hovered, adorned with intricate array symbols, emanating waves of spatial energy. Within the bronze door lay a pitch-black, profound temporal tunnel. At that moment, numerous martial artists were boarding splendid treasure ships, swiftly entering the ancient bronze door. After a brief wait, Chu Tiange and his companions boarded a magnificent spatial treasure ship, promptly entering the tunnel of the bronze door. Whoosh! As the spatial treasure ship surged into the tunnel, the world around them darkened, and they felt as if they were caught in a whirlwind of spatial forces. However, the sensation of dizziness was fleeting. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves within a spatial tunnel. Before them stretched a seemingly endless silver corridor, with the treasure ship racing through it. The tunnel's surroundings were as deep and mysterious as an abyss, suffused with terrifying spatial fluctuations. At our current pace, we should reach the southern region of Cheongzhou in approximately 2 days. The journey is somewhat lengthy. Let us rest aboard the treasure ship, Chu Yunshan intoned. Upon hearing this, the members of the Chu family promptly settled down. As there was no spiritual energy within the spatial tunnel, they were unable to cultivate and could only close their eyes and conserve their strength. Although the stillness was somewhat dull, they were fortunate to encounter no further dangers. For nearly a day, the spatial treasure ship traversed the tunnel in silence. Boom! Suddenly, the ship trembled violently, startling all the martial artists of the Chu family awake. What is happening? Chu Yunshan's expression shifted. Chu Tiange opened his eyes to find the spatial tunnel beginning to collapse, as violent spatial turbulence surged into the tunnel, causing the entire treasure ship to be engulfed in a tempest. Not good. The spatial tunnel is collapsing. Chu Tiange's gaze sharpened. What? How could the spatial tunnel suddenly collapse? The Grand Elder's complexion turned pale. It must be the Huangquan sect. They have destroyed the spatial array, causing the tunnel's collapse, intending for us to perish within. Chu Tiange's voice was cold. At that moment, The spatial tunnel continued to crumble, the terrifying void turbulence resembling a black storm, relentlessly battering the treasure ship, instilling panic among all members of the Chu family. What should we do? The spatial tunnel has completely collapsed, and we are now confronted with dreadful void turbulence. The mention of void turbulence sent a shiver through the Grand Elder. In such a situation, even reincarnation realm powerhouses would undoubtedly perish. The spatial tunnel is collapsing, and the terrifying void turbulence is surging in. It could tear us all apart. Calm down. It is merely a minor turbulence, Chu Tiange replied in a tranquil tone. Everyone, do not panic. We still have the young master. Even if the spatial tunnel collapses, it is of no consequence. The second elder maintained his composure. Boom. Chu Tiange pointed forward, and with a gentle motion, the void turbulence was cleaved apart, instantly forming a new passage. The Grand Elder and others were dumbfounded. Is this not effective? Chu Tiange remarked dismissively. The crowd was astounded. Such a perilous void turbulence had been effortlessly dispelled by Chu Tiange. With the spatial array destroyed and the tunnel collapsed, we must recalibrate our course. Otherwise, we risk deviating from our destination. With that, Chu Tiange began to calculate the direction, and after a brief moment, he confirmed the correct path. The spatial treasure ship immediately adjusted its course, swiftly heading northwest. The Huangquan sect is truly ruthless, having destroyed the spatial array in a bid to entrap our Chu family within. If not for the young master's extraordinary abilities, we would have perished here. The second elder remarked coldly. In the future, should the opportunity arise, we must settle accounts with the Huangquan sect. The Grand Elder stated solemnly. Chapter 78. Arrival at the Burial Emperor Mountain Range. The blue-dressed maiden engages in battle with the abyssal dragon. In the collapsed spatial tunnel, terrifying void turbulence howled past like a tempest, imbued with the power of extreme destruction, rending the very fabric of the void with gaping fissures. Amidst this chaos, a treasure ship glided smoothly, impervious to the menacing turbulence, shielded by an enigmatic force that repelled the chaotic currents. The collapse of a spatial tunnel is an exceedingly perilous occurrence, for the void turbulence can surge within, obliterating everything in its path and leaving one hopelessly lost in the disarray. Even those of the reincarnation realm face near certain death in such circumstances. Yet, for Chu Tiange, it was merely a trifling matter. He effortlessly resolved the crisis of the tunnel's collapse. Seeing the spatial treasure ship resume its stable course, the Chu family breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Chu Tiange, they might have been torn apart by the turbulence. At this pace, we should reach the southern region within a day, Chu Yunshan remarked gravely. This journey has been nothing short of exhilarating. We have encountered numerous challenges even before arriving at the floating pagoda Imperial clan, the Grand Elder expressed with a sense of wonder. As the spatial treasure ship continued navigating through the void turbulence, the tumult gradually subsided by the following day. In the distance, a white circle of light emerged, the exit of the spatial tunnel. With a swift motion, the treasure ship surged into the opening, revealing a panorama of ancient mountains before their eyes. Where are we? Chu Yunshan inquired, surveying his surroundings as the treasure ship anchored amidst the ancient peaks that stretched like colossal dragons towards the horizon. An aura of profound antiquity permeated the air. We have arrived at the southern region of Cheongzhou. This must be the Burial Emperor Mountain Range. Beyond it lies the floating pagoda Imperial clan, Chu Tiange stated solemnly. The Burial Emperor Mountain Range? Hearing this, the Grand Elder and others exchanged peculiar glances. This mountain range, true to its name, was said to have been the site of several mighty emperors' demise during the primeval era. Chu Tiange elucidated, no wonder this place radiates such an ancient aura. Even after countless millennia, the remnants of those imperial powerhouses still cast an oppressive presence. Chu Yunshan marveled inwardly. Let us proceed. With that, the group began their traverse across the Burial Emperor Mountain Range. However, this treacherous terrain concealed many ancient and fearsome beasts. Even the golden nine-headed lion trembled slightly. Fortunately, it seemed that, due to Chu Tiange's presence, these formidable creatures refrained from making their move, instead concealing their auras in silence. Aware that the youth before them was not to be trifled with, before long, they delved deeper into the heart of the Burial Emperor Mountain Range. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from ahead. What was that sound? The chilling roar sent shivers through the Chu family, as it carried an extreme and terrifying pressure that made even the golden nine-headed lion quiver. Clearly, the source of this roar was a monstrous beast of unimaginable power. It resembles a dragon's roar. The Grand Elder intoned gravely. At that moment, Chu Tiange furrowed his brow, sensing a reaction from the black dragon egg within his Qingquan pouch, which began to emit a radiant glow and tremble violently. Look, there appears to be a rift in the abyss. The roar seems to emanate from beneath it. The second elder pointed into the distance. Indeed, on the ground ahead, a ghastly black fissure had manifested, cleaving the Burial Emperor Mountain in two. The horrifying roar reverberated from within this dark chasm, causing the black dragon egg in Chu Tiange's possession to tremble fiercely. Father, please wait here for a moment. I intend to explore this abyss, Chu Tiange declared resolutely. Be cautious, Chu Yinshan urged, nodding in agreement. Chu Tiange mounted the golden nine-headed lion and plunged into the depths of the abyss. Beneath the chasm lay a seething sea of molten black magma, within which lurked an exceedingly fearsome black dragon. This creature exuded an ancient and terrifying presence, its scales resembling an impenetrable armor, while its blood-red eyes brimmed with malevolence. Bound by massive iron chains inscribed with ancient runes, the abyssal dragon was firmly ensnared at the abyss's depths. Not far away stood a young maiden, clad in a flowing light blue gown, her cascading locks framing an exquisitely delicate face. Yet, a dark red birthmark at her temple slightly marred her beauty. Grasping a sword, the blue-dressed maiden gazed solemnly at the formidable dragon before her. Humph, little girl, if you wish to take the world-extinguishing Black Lotus, it won't be so simple. Had it not been for my confinement here, I would have devoured you whole. The abyssal dragon hissed ominously. In the molten depths, a Black Lotus thrived, radiating an aura of ancient mystique. Humph, the blue-dressed maiden scoffed, and with a fierce swing of her sword, an astonishing surge of sword energy erupted, akin to a tempest unleashed upon the abyssal dragon. Roar! Enraged, the abyssal dragon coiled its massive form and unleashed a torrent of black demonic light. Boom! The destructive waves of dark energy, laden with horrific might, left the blue-dressed maiden in a precarious position. Pagoda sacred light slash! She cried out, as her sword burst forth with resplendent golden brilliance, coalescing into a colossal golden sword. Boom! With tremendous force, the blue-dressed maiden struck down towards the dragon's massive form. Bang! Yet, the abyssal dragon's formidable body proved impervious, as even such a powerful strike failed to inflict any damage. Little girl, seeking death, the abyssal dragon roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy pressure that sent the blue-dressed maiden hurtling backward. A beam of black light surged towards her in an unrelenting assault. Not good. The blue-dressed maiden's countenance paled. Should she be struck by this demonic light, her fate would be sealed. Bang! Just as the beam was about to collide with her, it suddenly shattered. Chapter 79. The encounter of the Emperor's tomb with the Enchantress and Chu Tiange's quest for the blood essence of the demon dragon. Bang! Just as that terrifying demonic light was about to strike the girl in the blue dress, it inexplicably shattered into fragments. I am not dead. The girl in the blue dress opened her eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. She had assumed that the demonic light was unavoidable and that her demise was certain. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Yes, you are not dead. The girl in the blue dress turned around abruptly and was astonished to see Chu Tiange. The youth appeared extraordinarily handsome, resembling a celestial being, with a face sculpted to perfection and eyes as deep as gemstones. Clad in luxurious robes, his presence was further accentuated, exuding an ethereal charm that left the girl momentarily entranced. Did you save me? She asked in astonishment, realizing she had been completely unaware of his presence. Chu Tiange nodded. I am Futulian. I am grateful for your life-saving grace, my lord. The girl in blue smiled warmly. Futulian? Could it be that you hail from the Futulian imperial clan? Chu Tiange inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed. Futulian replied with a slight nod. Roar! At that moment, the roar of the black abyss demon dragon shattered their conversation. Chu Tiange turned his gaze towards the dark abyss below, where he beheld an immensely massive black dragon amidst the seething lava. This black dragon appeared exceedingly ferocious, its scales reflecting a chilling glimmer, and its sharp claws were as lethal as divine artifacts. Its dark red eyes held an air of majesty and dread. However, it was currently bound by chains of divine sealing. Be cautious, my lord. This black abyss demon dragon has been imprisoned by the divine chains for over 100,000 years, and its power has reached the cycle realm, Futulian warned. It turned out that 1,000,000 years ago, this malevolent dragon had slaughtered countless cities within a 100-mile radius. Eventually, it attracted the attention of a powerful emperor, who used the divine chains to confine the dragon in the emperor's tomb. Yet, 100 millennia of imprisonment had not changed its nature. Instead, it had grown increasingly violent. Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. This black abyss demon dragon was incredibly powerful. If he could bring it back to the Chu family and have it serve as their guardian beast, it would be perfect. Therefore, he proposed, Black Abyss Demon Dragon, I can destroy these divine chains for you and grant you freedom. However, you must agree to 2 conditions. What say you? Upon hearing this, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon let out a chilling laugh, mocking, what a foolish child. You think you can destroy the divine chains? How laughable. Scram, or I shall swallow you whole. The dragon, of course, did not believe that Chu Tiange could destroy the divine chains, for they were forged by a powerful emperor. Unless this youth was an emperor himself, how could he possibly destroy them? What if I possess one? Chu Tiange replied, revealing the Longyuan Emperor sword in his hand. Hiss. Is that an imperial weapon? The Black Abyss Demon Dragon's expression changed dramatically, and a flicker of ecstasy appeared in its fierce crimson eyes. If it could harness the power of the imperial weapon, Perhaps it could indeed destroy the divine chains. But do not rejoice too soon, Black Abyss Demon Dragon. You must agree to my 2 conditions before I will rescue you, Chu Tiange stated calmly. Speak. What are the conditions? The dragon writhed, its eyes gleaming with anticipation, recognizing this as its sole chance for escape. The first condition is that I require a drop of your primal blood essence. The second condition is that you must become the guardian beast of the Chu family, safeguarding our home for eternity. Chu Tiange articulated his terms. What? You dare demand my primal blood essence and expect me to guard your family's door? The Black Abyss Demon Dragon erupted in furious laughter. Given its malevolent nature, how could it ever agree to such terms? It was a being of the cycle realm. Moreover, this young brat sought its primal blood, a vital essence that, if taken, would leave it in a state of weakness. Are you unwilling? Chu Tiange's gaze turned icy. If the Black Abyss Demon Dragon remained obstinate, he would have no choice but to teach it a lesson, reminding it of the consequences of underestimating him. A mere cycle realm dragon had no right to act so arrogantly before him. However, at that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in the Black Abyss Demon Dragon's eyes as it seemed to ponder something. After a long pause, it finally replied with a sinister tone, Fine. If you destroy the divine chains for me, I shall agree to all your conditions. My lord, no? This Black Abyss Demon Dragon is exceedingly treacherous. It undoubtedly intends to deceive you. If it escapes, the consequences would be dire. Futulian urgently interjected. Do not worry. Even if it escapes, it cannot create any significant chaos. Chu Tiange reassured her, exuding confidence. With that, he slowly raised the Longyuan Emperor's sword in his hand. Boom. The sword suddenly sliced through the air, emitting a radiant beam of purple-gold light that swept forth. Bang! In an instant, the divine chains shattered into pieces. Roar! As the chains were severed. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon twisted its massive body, causing the entire Emperor's tomb to tremble violently. Ha! I am free. I have finally escaped this damned confinement that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon rejoiced. Rumble. The malevolent dragon emerged from the Emperor's tomb, emanating an aura of terror, its vicious gaze fixed on Chu Tiange. Human boy, you may leave now. In light of your assistance in my escape, I might spare your life. See, this Black Abyss Demon Dragon is exceedingly cunning. There is no way it would submit to you. What should I do? I must return to my clan at once and summon the elders to subdue this fiend. Futulian exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Chu Tiange remained unfazed, unperturbed by the dragon's betrayal, as he had anticipated its treachery. Black Abyss Demon Dragon, are you now attempting to renege on your word? Do you comprehend the cost of such treachery? Chu Tiange's tone turned frigid. Humph, human brat. While I have not yet changed my mind, you had better leave quickly, or I shall devour you whole. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon growled menacingly. Previously, it had feigned compliance with Chu Tiange merely for show. Given its cycle realm strength and inherently cruel nature, how could it ever stand guard for a human family? Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes. Since the Black Abyss Demon Dragon did not know its place, it would have to be taught a lesson. No matter what kind of dragon it was, it would learn to submit before him. Chapter 80. The exhalation becomes a wall, the most formidable defense. Chu Tiange effortlessly suppresses the abyssal dragon. My lord, we must hasten our departure while the dragon has yet to change its mind. We must swiftly inform the elders of our clan. Only then might we have a chance to subdue this dragon, exclaimed the anxious Futulian. Leave this dragon to me. It is unlikely to stir up much trouble, Chu Tiange replied with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Futulian was momentarily taken aback. Observing the serious expression on Chu Tiange's face, which bore no hint of jest. Could he truly tame the abyssal dragon? How could that be possible? This dragon was a terrifying entity, comparable to the realm of reincarnation. Child, your words are audacious. When I roamed the celestial domain, you were still playing in the mud. The abyssal dragon hissed coldly. To go back on your word comes at a price you may not be able to bear. Chu Tiange replied, his gaze icy. Humph, if you seek death, then I shall oblige. The sinister voice echoed, filled with a chilling intent that caused the temperature of the world to plummet, indicating the dragon's murderous intent. This abyssal dragon was notorious for its cruelty, having slaughtered countless cities in its past. Although it had been suppressed for several 100,000 years, its nature remained unchanged. The fact that it considered sparing Chu Tiange was unprecedented. Given its vicious character, it would never let any human escape unharmed. Yet, this brat audaciously dared to command it to guard a door. How utterly laughable. Suddenly, the abyssal dragon unleashed a terrifying roar, its voice imbued with overwhelming power, causing the very void to twist violently. Boom. The dragon twisted its colossal body, its eerie scales reflecting a metallic sheen. The oppressive aura it exuded shattered the remaining chains of confinement. Child, perish. Boom. The abyssal dragon extended its claw, its dark talons gleaming with an otherworldly edge, as if they could rend the heavens and the earth. Be careful, my lord. Futulian's expression changed dramatically. Your claws are no longer necessary. Chu Tiange's expression hardened. With that, he drew the dragon Abyss Emperor's sword. In an instant, the The sword radiated a resplendent divine light, and a terrifying beam of sword energy sliced through the air. Swish! The sword gleam effortlessly severed the dragon's arm. Roar! In that moment, the abyssal dragon let out a pained howl, black blood gushing forth like a waterfall from the severed limb. Child, you seek your doom. The abyssal dragon was utterly enraged, not anticipating that this brat would wield an imperial weapon to sever its arm. Abyssal demonic light. The dragon's body rolled, its crimson eyes filled with icy fury. It opened its massive maw and unleashed beams of obliteration. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, these black beams, carrying the power of annihilation, obliterated everything in their path, even tearing through the fabric of space itself. Witnessing this, Fu Tuyin was horrified. She had no doubt that any warrior below the realm of reincarnation would be obliterated by this abyssal demonic light. However, Chu Tiange showed no intention of retaliating. He merely exhaled softly, and that breath transformed into an invisible wall of air. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying beams of demonic light violently struck against the invisible wall. What? The abyssal dragon was taken aback. Its abyssal demonic light could not breach this layer of air. What appeared to be a thin wall held in astonishing defensive power. This. Behind him, Fu Tuyin was utterly dumbfounded. This fellow had merely exhaled, conjuring a thin wall of air that effortlessly blocked the dragon's onslaught. It was simply incomprehensible. Abyssal dragon, you are too weak to break through even a wall formed from my breath, Chu Tiange mocked. Humph, I do not believe it. Abyssal dragon's claw. Boom. The dragon extended another claw, its pitch-black talon shimmering with terrifying black demonic lightning, and then struck the invisible wall with great force. Bang, bang, bang. However, the claw, capable of tearing the heavens asunder, inflicted no damage upon the wall. The abyssal dragon was stunned. Was this creature truly that formidable? With its power in the realm of reincarnation, it could not even shatter a wall formed by this child's breath. How could this be possible? I warned you. With your meager strength, you are not qualified to prance before me. Chu Tiange's tone was frigid. Boom. Having spoken, Chu Tiange finally decided to act. He gently raised his palm, and in an instant, the abyssal spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a towering stone tablet. This immense stone tablet, forged from condensed spiritual energy, was the magic suppression tablet. This move was none other than the long unutilized imperial technique, the magic suppression tablet. This is an imperial technique, Fu Tuyin exclaimed, her expression one of utter shock. Imperial techniques were the pinnacle of martial arts within the celestial domain, treasures revered even within their Futu imperial clan. Not something just anyone could cultivate. Yet, this youth wielded it with such ease. Suppress it for me, Chu Tiange commanded with a wave of his hand. Boom. The enormous magic suppression tablet unleashed a force capable of suppressing the heavens, descending upon the abyssal dragon. Abyssal demonic spear. Roar. The abyssal dragon howled in fury, unleashing a terrifying might. It amassed boundless power and then opened its massive maw. From within, a pitch-black demonic spear began to coalesce. Boom. In an instant, the ancient patterned spear shot forth from its mouth, as if piercing through the epics, colliding heavily with the magic suppression tablet. Bang. The moment the abyssal demonic spear collided with the tablet, the energies clashed violently, distorting the very fabric of time and space. Crack. The spear, in that moment, was shattered by the magic suppression tablet, cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. With a resounding explosion, the abyssal demonic spear was obliterated. How is this possible? The abyssal dragon was struck with horror. The spear, forged from all its power, was effortlessly shattered by Chu Tiange's magic suppression tablet. As the dragon gazed on in disbelief, the tablet descended with unyielding force upon its massive body. Chapter 81. The Mystery of the Mysterious Dragon Egg, requiring 3 types of dragon blood to hatch. A thunderous crash resonated as the towering divine monument descended upon the abyssal dragon's formidable body, embodying an unparalleled divine power that brooked no defiance. In an instant, the dragon's hardened scales shattered, its flesh and blood a gruesome spectacle, with even its spinal bones brutally shattered beneath the weight of the monument. The abyssal dragon emitted a pained roar, finding itself utterly powerless beneath the monument's oppressive force, its body teetering on the brink of being ground to a pulp. I am willing to submit. I am willing to become the guardian beast of the Chu family, to watch over your gate. It pleaded in terror. In that moment, panic surged within it, for it harbored no doubt that the divine monument would obliterate its very soul. How perceptive! Upon hearing these words, Chu Tiange waved his hand lightly, causing the monument to shatter into fragments. At this juncture, the abyssal dragon had entirely lost its prior ferocity, becoming as pliant as a loach, trembling uncontrollably, for it had come to comprehend just how terrifying the youth before it truly was. Despite its cultivation at the reincarnation realm, it felt as inconsequential as an ant in Chu Tiange's presence. This foolish dragon truly won't shed tears until it sees the coffin, the golden 9-headed lion declared triumphantly. How dare a reincarnation realm beast act unruly before its master? It is akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, merely seeking filth. Indeed, this little dragon truly lacks the vision to recognize greatness. The abyssal dragon hastily concurred. Beside them, the enchanting Futu Yen was rendered speechless by the spectacle. The once ferocious abyssal dragon was now entirely subdued by this young man, a feat that seemed almost unbelievable. After all, this abyssal dragon was a creature of unspeakable malevolence, and compelling its submission was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, this young man had succeeded, rendering the abyssal dragon utterly docile. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would scarcely have believed such a thing possible. Miss Futu Yen, did you not desire the world-destroying Black Lotus? You should hasten to retrieve it now. Chu Tiange smiled slightly. Such a precious item, you would truly part with it for me? Futu Yen was momentarily taken aback, assuming Chu Tiange had ventured here for the Black Lotus. This world-destroying Black Lotus, while indeed a remarkable treasure, holds no allure for me. Chu Tiange replied, shaking his head. With his current perspective, only something of the divine elixir caliber could stir even the slightest interest within him. Whoosh! Futu Yen transformed into a streak of radiant light, diving into the depths of the abyss, and soon emerged with the world-destroying Black Lotus in hand, plucked from a massive gray stone. Thank you, young master. Without your assistance, I doubt I could have secured this world-destroying Black Lotus. I shall remember this kindness. She expressed gratefully. I must take my leave now. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would be honored to invite you to visit the Futu Imperial clan. Futu Yen smiled sweetly before vanishing like a beam of light from the abyss. Watching her retreating figure, a subtle smile graced Chu Tiange's lips, for he surmised that it would not be long before they met again. Now, abyssal dragon, surrender your source blood. Regaining his composure, Chu Tiange fixed a commanding gaze upon the abyssal dragon. Yes, master. The abyssal dragon dared not refuse, promptly extracting a drop of dark, primordial blood from its own essence. After relinquishing the source blood, the abyssal dragon appeared significantly weakened, for this blood represented the culmination of its life force, and its extraction naturally entailed a monumental cost. With a flick of his hand, Chu Tiange suspended the drop of source blood in his palm. He then retrieved an ancient dragon egg from his spatial pouch. This black dragon egg, adorned with ancient patterns, had been acquired from the Xianyuan family's treasure vault. With a deft flick, he sent the drop of abyssal dragon blood surging into the shell of the dragon egg. Buzz! Upon absorbing the abyssal dragon's source blood, the eggshell erupted with blinding radiance, its patterns seeming to awaken from dormancy. Within the egg, a vague draconic form writhed. Chu Tiange exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that 3 or more types of dragon blood are required to hatch this egg? He pondered silently. His observations indicated that at least 3 types of dragon blood were necessary to fully activate the egg, allowing the true dragon within to emerge. As it stood, he had only acquired the abyssal dragon's blood, still lacking the remaining 2 types to successfully crack the egg open. His curiosity deepened, pondering which of the 8 high-ranking dragon clans this egg might belong to, or if it could be a primordial dragon surpassing them all. Should the true dragon within possess the bloodline of a primordial dragon, the implications could be extraordinary. After all, following the fall of the primordial dragon, the dragon clans had fractured into 8 factions. If the true dragon within harbored such blood, it might very well unify the fragmented clans. Clearly, he needed to devise a means to obtain the remaining 2 types of dragon blood. With that thought, he returned the dragon egg to his spatial pouch. Boom. Following this, Chu Tiange clapped his palm toward the abyssal dragon, and in an instant, the dragon's colossal form shrank rapidly, becoming ensnared within a palm-sized crystal sphere. This abyssal dragon shall serve as a sentinel at the Chu family gate, which is indeed a commendable choice, he mused with a smile. With this conclusion, he placed the crystal sphere into his spatial pouch, intending to release the abyssal dragon upon his return to the Chu family, where it would stand guard alongside the ancestor of the River of Souls. Whoosh! He then mounted the golden 9-headed lion and departed from the abyss. Chief, Tiange has been down there for quite some time without emerging. Is it possible he has encountered some trouble? The Grand Elder gazed into the depths of the abyss, his brow furrowing in concern. The Grand Elder worries too much. With the young master's current strength, what could possibly threaten him? The Second Elder retorted proudly. Indeed, the young master has the capability to vanquish reincarnation realm foes, so there is no need for concern, the other elders chimed in. Roar! At that moment, a roar echoed from the depths of the abyss, prompting everyone's gaze downward. They soon spotted Chu Tiange soaring forth on the golden 9-headed lion, emerging from the abyss unscathed. Tiange, did you find anything unusual down there? Chu Yinshan inquired anxiously. Father, I discovered a reincarnation realm dragon, but have successfully subdued it. I shall bring it back to serve as a guardian beast for the family, Chu Tiange replied with a slight smile. Chapter 82. The ancient family seeks a marriage alliance. The proud floating Buddha, Imperial clan. The reincarnation realm demon dragon. Chu Yinshan and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. They never expected such a terrifying entity to exist beneath the abyss. Even more shocking was that Chu Tiange effortlessly subdued this reincarnation realm demon dragon, intending to bring it back to guard their home. From this day forth, the Chu family shall not be inferior to those immortal families. For we now possess a guardian of comparable strength to the reincarnation realm. What other immortal family can boast such formidable foundations? The Grand Elder remarked with a sense of wonder. With the young master present, not only will we not be overshadowed by mere immortal families, but we may even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eternal Dynasty, the second elder added with a smile. The Eternal Dynasty is a force more powerful than the 8 Great Orthodoxy. Once upon a time, the Chu family aspired to be on equal footing with the immortal families. Now, however, the Chu family's strength has far surpassed that of the immortal families. After all, the strongest among those immortal families are merely at the reincarnation realm. Yet, in the Chu family, only those of the reincarnation realm are qualified to guard the family. Very well, let us continue our journey to the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan. With that, the group pressed on, crossing the Emperor's Grave mountain range and advancing towards the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan aboard their treasure ship. After half a day's travel, they finally traversed the Emperor's Grave. Father, there lies the territory of the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan. On the spatial treasure ship, everyone gazed in awe at the distant sight. Before them rose magnificent floating islands, suspended in the sky, enveloped in a dazzling light shield, adorned with countless splendid pavilions and palaces. These islands boasted majestic waterfalls and peaks, with spiritual energy wafting through the air, radiating innumerable glimmering treasures, rendering the scene akin to celestial palaces gracing the mortal realm. Occasionally, rare birds could be seen soaring above the palaces. Truly, this is the Imperial Clan. Such grandiosity. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chu Yunshan and the others were utterly astonished. The Floating Buddha Imperial Clan appeared as if it resided in a realm of immortality. In comparison, the Chu family seemed utterly insignificant, like fireflies beside the bright moon. What a formidable formation! Could it be an imperial-grade formation? The Grand Elder exclaimed in surprise. Above the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan, an enormous spiritual formation loomed, bowl-shaped and encompassing the entire clan. This immense formation was inscribed with countless ancient runes and profound symbols, emanating an aura of terrifying energy. Even the void itself warped under the influence of this energy. Indeed, it is extraordinary. This is an imperial-grade formation, and it is even a quasi-immortal emperor-grade formation, likely more potent than an ordinary imperial-grade formation. Chu Tiange nodded slightly. Hiss, a quasi-immortal emperor-grade formation? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunshan and the others were rendered speechless with shock. A quasi-immortal emperor is a being of unparalleled strength, surpassing even the great emperors. It is evident that during ancient times, the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan had a quasi-immortal emperor presiding over them. Of course, the current Floating Buddha Imperial Clan cannot be compared to its ancient past. Although they no longer have a quasi-immortal emperor, they still possess great emperors. For a moment, Chu Yunshan and the others felt somewhat insecure and diminished. Compared to the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan, their Chu family was indeed like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Father, we need not belittle ourselves. Although our Chu family may not measure up to the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan at present, the future may hold different prospects. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts of Chu Yunshan and the others, Chu Tiange could not help but smile faintly. As long as he is present, the Chu family will inevitably become the foremost family in the immortal domain. With that, the spatial treasure ship gradually approached the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan. Before them stood a towering light gate, within which lay a passage leading into the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan. However, guarding either side of the light gate were 2 elders of the reincarnation realm. Halt! The Floating Buddha Imperial Clan prohibits any outsiders from entering. Violators shall be dealt with severely. The 2 elders declared coldly. Elders, I am the head of the ancient family, the Chu family. May I request a word with you? We come bearing important matters to discuss with the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan. Chu Yunshan spoke solemnly. What? The ancient family? Are you jesting? A mere ancient family thinks it can enter our imperial gates? Begone! The 2 elders retorted impatiently. Not only the ancient family, but even the immortal families and the Eternal Dynasty lack the qualifications to enter the imperial gates. The Floating Buddha Imperial Clan is the pinnacle of power in Xiongzhou. It is not a place for just anyone to enter. Without an invitation and lacking status as a top-tier force, one cannot enter the Floating Buddha Imperial Clan at all. This, Chu Yunshan felt quite embarrassed. The ancient family appeared as insignificant as an ant before the Imperial Clan. The Imperial Clan's pride rendered them dismissive of the ancient family. Hearing this, Chu Tiange's expression darkened. Though he understood the arrogance of these imperial families, he did not anticipate such blatant disregard. Tiange, we have come to seek a marriage alliance, not to cause trouble. Therefore, we must refrain from using force. Chu Yunshan hastily reminded. Father, I understand. Chu Tiange nodded. With that, his gaze suddenly fixed on the 2 elders of the reincarnation realm. His eyes transformed into vortex-like black holes, and the two elders, locking eyes with him, appeared as if they had been possessed, their gazes turning hollow, devoid of consciousness. Present this token to your grand elder and inform him that the ancient family, the Chu family, has come to visit. Chu Tiange handed over the jade pendant, a precious relic bestowed upon the Chu family by their ancestor. Understood. The two elders of the reincarnation realm immediately entered the clan to report. What? The Chu family? That ancient family dares to seek a marriage alliance with our floating Buddha imperial clan? At that moment, the grand hall of the floating Buddha imperial clan erupted in commotion as numerous elders furrowed their brows. Grand elder, this matter cannot proceed. Our floating Buddha imperial clan is a top-tier family in the immortal domain. How could we possibly consider a union with that ancient family? It is utterly absurd. Several elders hastily opposed. However, this jade pendant was left by our ancestor, who indeed stated that if the Chu family arrived with the pendant to propose a marriage alliance, we must accept, other elders countered. Sitting at the head of the hall was a venerable elder with flowing white hair, exuding an air of authority. Holding a purple golden dragon staff, his golden eyes radiating a hint of solemnity. This figure was the grand elder of the floating Buddha imperial clan, floating Buddha Xian. In my view, let us offer the Chu family some benefits and persuade them to abandon the marriage proposal. How could our imperial clan possibly unite with the ancient family? Beside floating Buddha Xian, an elder clad in purple gold robes spoke in a deep voice. This elder was the second elder of the floating Buddha imperial clan, floating Buddha Yu. What the second elder says is indeed wise. We can simply provide the Chu family with some benefits and send them on their way, others chimed in. Yes, indeed. Our floating Buddha imperial clan must not consider such a union. The remaining elders echoed in agreement. Chapter 83. The matter of the alliance provokes controversy. Elders of the Futu imperial clan express strong opposition. Our Futu imperial clan is a prestigious family in the celestial realm. How can we possibly unite in marriage with the insignificant Chu family? Moreover, if this matter were to spread, our clan would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the celestial realm. Indeed, although our ancestors were close friends with the Chu family, that was many years ago. Now, the Chu family has fallen into decline and is no longer a match for our esteemed lineage. Within the Grand Hall, the elders of the Futu imperial clan voiced their opinions, all expressing vehement opposition to the proposed union. After all, the current Chu family is merely a minor ancient clan, vastly inferior to the Futu imperial clan, which stands as a top-tier family in the entire celestial realm. The Chu family, situated in the remote Xiongzhou, is just a trivial clan. How could we treat the words of our ancestors as trifles? At this moment, the head elder finally spoke with authority. Instantly, the hall fell silent, for the head elder possessed the greatest influence among them. Though it is true that we must honor our ancestors' words, this decision cannot be made hastily. As it pertains to our clan's reputation, remarked the second elder, Futu Yu. In truth, a marriage with the Chu family could be considered, provided that the Chu family's offspring possess martial talents comparable to those of our imperial daughter. Otherwise, we must first assess whether the Chu family members are worthy. The third elder also stated solemnly. Indeed, this is a feasible course of action. We must first test their capabilities. If the Chu family's offspring demonstrate exceptional talent, then a union with our clan may indeed be possible. The head elder nodded slightly in agreement. Everyone understood the implication of the head elder's words. If the Chu family members possess extraordinary talents, they would be deemed worthy of the imperial daughter, and thus the marriage could proceed. Now, should they prove to be merely mediocre, we can offer the Chu family some advantages, encouraging them to abandon the proposal. Fifth elder, summon the representatives of the Chu family, commanded the head elder in a deep voice. Understood. The fifth elder nodded and promptly vanished from the hall. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yinshan, Chu Tiange, and others entered the grand hall alongside the fifth elder. Upon entering, Chu Yinshan and the others were struck by the overwhelming pressure permeating the hall. Each elder emanated an aura of terrifying strength. Thus, even Chu Yinshan, a sage king, felt the weight of the hall's oppressive atmosphere. However, the elders of the Futu imperial clan could not help but shake their heads in disappointment upon seeing the Chu family representatives. The head of the Chu family possessed only Sage King strength, while the other elders had barely entered the Sage realm. They were woefully inadequate, even weaker than the ordinary disciples of their clan. The entire Chu family felt engulfed by this oppressive force, a sense of unease washing over them, except for Chu Tiange, who appeared remarkably composed. Chu Yunshan collected himself and respectfully addressed the elders, saying, I am Chu Yunshan, the head of the ancient Chu family, here to pay my respects to all esteemed elders. This is my son, Tiange. He should come forth and greet you. Greetings, esteemed elders. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Chu Tiange stepped forward with unwavering confidence. In that moment, all the elders turned their attention to him, and a spark of intrigue ignited within them. Chu Tiange exuded an air of calm, his features strikingly handsome, radiating an extraordinary charm with every gesture. Truly remarkable. The head elder nodded slightly. At first glance, Chu Tiange captivated the attention of all the elders. After all, such striking looks are rare. His extraordinary aura was palpable, rivaling that of the imperial scions of their clan. However, mere appearance is insufficient. The Futu imperial clan prioritizes talent and strength when selecting a son-in-law. Suddenly, the head elder released a wave of pressure, akin to a torrential flood, bearing down upon Chu Tiange. Attempting to test me? Chu Tiange smiled slightly, maintaining his composure and standing tall. The terrifying pressure bore down, nearly causing Chu Yunshan to kneel. The head elder was a formidable presence, close to the imperial realm. Even a sliver of his pressure could force sage realm experts to prostrate themselves. Yet, Chu Tiange remained upright, a faint smile gracing his lips. This young man is no ordinary talent. The head elder's eyes gleamed with interest. To remain unperturbed under his pressure and display no fear was indeed impressive. Thus, the head elder's impression of Chu Tiange was notably positive. This was the first subtle test the head elder had administered. Although the other elders shared a favorable impression, they still harbored doubts, considering the Chu family merely a small clan. Head elder, we are aware of your intentions. Our ancestors indeed forged an agreement with your ancestors, stating that as long as the Chu family possesses this jade pendant, we may unite in marriage with the Futu imperial clan. The head elder spoke solemnly, then shifted his tone, stating, however, the Chu family is no longer the same as before. The disparity between us and the Futu imperial clan is vast. Thus a marriage cannot be decided hastily. This statement caused the Chu family members to sigh in resignation. After all, they were painfully aware of their own weakness. Merely a minor ancient clan, comparable to a firefly beside the moon. Rest assured, our young master is a prodigy, far superior to any of your imperial science, and is undoubtedly worthy of your imperial daughter. The typically boisterous second elder interjected eagerly. Such arrogance. You, the Chu family, are but a small ancient clan. How can you compare to the imperial scions of our clan? One elder of the Futu imperial clan could no longer contain his scorn. We are fully aware of your aspirations to climb the social ladder, but the Futu imperial clan is a prestigious lineage, and not just anyone is qualified to be our son-in-law. Another elder remarked coldly. The words of these two elders caused the faces of the Chu family members to darken. Although they had anticipated being looked down upon, hearing such caustic remarks still stung deeply. Do not be disrespectful, the head elder admonished sharply. Chu Tiange's expression hardened. The moment he stepped into the Futu imperial clan's hall, he acutely sensed the disdain held by nearly all the elders towards them. Fortunately, this head elder seemed free of such bias. It must be acknowledged that there is a reason this individual holds the position of head elder. Chapter 84. Chu Tiange, my sister is unwilling to marry you, but I am willing to marry you. The elder spoke. We are acutely aware that the Chu family and the Futu imperial clan are not a suitable match, yet we still hope you can give my son a chance. Tiange will undoubtedly not disappoint you. Elder Futu was in a quandary. On one hand, the ancestral teachings could not be violated, and on the other, there was the question of the reputation of the Futu imperial clan. Should a marriage alliance with the Chu family occur, it could very well bring ridicule upon the Futu clan in the immortal realm. After all, how could a dignified imperial clan be wed to an ancient family of lesser status? I have an excellent proposal, spoke the second elder, Futu Yu, finally breaking his silence. What proposal? Futu Xian inquired solemnly. Should you wish to unite with our clan, it is not impossible, provided this young man can secure a place among the top 10 in this year's Immortal Realm Martial Arts Conference. Futu Yu declared gravely. Wow, that is indeed a formidable proposal. But how could this lad possibly claim a spot in the top 10? That is asking far too much. Indeed, the ancient families are unlikely to even qualify for the Immortal Realm Martial Arts Conference, let alone aspire to the top 10. The second elder's remarks ignited a flurry of discussion among the elders. The Immortal Realm Martial Arts Conference is the most prestigious event in the entire Immortal Realm. Held once every millennium, it aims to select the most gifted and powerful young talents from across the realm. It is worth noting that there are 3,000 states in the Immortal Realm, and Xiong State ranks in the lower middle tier. Only the most exceptional individuals from each state can participate, and historically, no prodigy from Xiong State has ever entered the top 100. Thus, to reach the top 10 in the Martial Arts Conference is almost akin to chasing a fantasy. This conference is the pinnacle of the Immortal Realm, with participants being the finest young talents. For instance, the heirs of top imperial clans and the young prodigies of the Dragon and Phoenix clans are almost always in attendance. These prodigies possess extraordinary physiques, such as the Chaotic Body, True Dragon Body, and Tao Fetal Immortal Body, making the competition exceedingly fierce. To secure a top 10 position, one must be an unparalleled genius who can outshine all others. I shall accept this challenge and claim the first place in the Martial Arts Conference. Chu Tiange declared with resolute confidence. What a bold claim. How audacious. Even the most elite prodigies in the Immortal Realm would not dare to assert they could secure the first place in the Martial Arts Conference. A chorus of scornful laughter echoed throughout the hall, for Chu Tiange's words were steeped in arrogance. He actually proclaimed his intention to seize the top position. This was unthinkable. The competition at the martial arts conference is beyond imagination, with every participant being a prodigy among prodigies, each bearing extraordinary talents. To claim first place is a mere dream. Even the Dragon Clan's heirs would not dare to profess they could secure the top position. Even Chu Yinshan, for a moment, found his confidence in Chu Tiange wavering. Although Chu Tiange had triumphed over the reincarnation realm, that realm is likely to be at the bottom of the rankings in the martial arts conference. Yet, Chu Tiange remained unfaltering in his self-belief. Regardless of whether his adversaries possessed extraordinary physiques or were heirs of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. I shall crush them all. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Do not harbor such foolish dreams. I shall never marry you. This voice was clear, melodious, and piercingly cold, akin to that of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Following that, a figure entered the grand hall. As all eyes turned, they beheld a young woman of striking beauty, her features so exquisite that even the finest artisan could not sculpt such perfection. She possessed a delicate oval face, her skin as smooth as sheep-fat jade, exuding an air of cold nobility. Her long, flowing hair tumbled over her shoulders, and her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, reminiscent of a figure stepping out from a painting. Clad in a black dress, she possessed a graceful figure that was neither too thin nor too plump, but rather perfectly alluring. Her entrance captivated all present, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. This young woman was none other than the imperial daughter of the Futu clan, Futu Shui. I shall not marry you, for you are utterly incapable of securing a position among the top 10 in the martial arts conference. Speak, what is your Chu family desire? We can offer you treasures. Simply relinquish this marriage proposal, Futu Shui declared with an air of haughtiness. As the imperial daughter of the Futu clan, she understood all too well the monumental challenge of claiming a top 10 position in the martial arts conference. Even the most elite prodigies, endowed with extraordinary physiques, would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve such a feat. Your Chu family is but a minor ancient clan, perhaps unaware of the fierce competition at the martial arts conference. Allow me to enlighten you. Even if you were a quasi-emperor, it is unlikely you could secure a top 10 position. Futu Shui's tone was laced with disdain. Gasping, Chu Yinshan and the others were taken aback. Even quasi-emperors could not breach the top 10. In the face of quasi-emperors, beings from the reincarnation realm were akin to mere insects. Yet even such formidable figures could not claim a notable position at the martial arts conference. This conference is the most prestigious event in the immortal realm, and those who secure a top 10 position possess the potential to ascend to the rank of a mortal emperor. Even quasi-emperors are insufficient. Now you understand the immense prestige of the martial arts conference, do you not? Futu Shui stated solemnly. I understand. Yet I steadfastly believe I can secure first place, Chu Tiange asserted confidently. Arrogance. Futu Shui frowned. Her intention was to convey to Chu Tiange the brutal reality of the martial arts conference in hopes of dissuading him from pursuing the marriage alliance. To her surprise, he remained undeterred in his confidence. Give up. I will not marry you, for I firmly believe you cannot enter the top 10. Futu Shui declared coldly. I am willing to marry you. Just then, another voice echoed from outside the hall. Following that, another young woman stepped into the grand hall. Clad in a light blue gown, she bore a sweet and innocent smile. Her beauty rivaled that of Futu Shui, with the only flaw being a dark red birthmark at her temple, slightly diminishing her allure. Yet, despite this, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Miss Futuyen? Upon seeing this young woman, Chu Tiange was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 85. The overbearing affection of Futuyanyan. You are my true fate. Futuyanyan entered the grand hall, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, rivaling even Futuxu, yet with an added touch of youthful purity. Despite a dark red birthmark at her temple, it did not mar her stunning beauty. Rather, it rendered her even more memorable. The young lady before us was none other than the one whom Chu Tiange encountered in the burial of the Emperor Abyss. However, Chu Tiange had not anticipated that Futuyanyan was the daughter of the patriarch of the Futuan clan and a biological sister to Futuxu. I am willing to marry you. Futuyanyan's declaration astonished all the elders present. Yan, do you realize the gravity of your words? This concerns the reputation of the Futuan clan. Futuxu rebuked coldly. I am not speaking foolishly. Just because you do not favor him, does that mean I cannot? Moreover, I firmly believe he will secure the top position in the Immortal Realm martial arts tournament. Futuyanyan declared with pride. In truth, she had developed a strong affection for Chu Tiange from the very first glance in the burial of the Emperor Abyss. Not to mention, Chu Tiange had showcased his formidable prowess before her. That reincarnation realm demon dragon was easily subdued with a mere gesture from him. Such power was indeed exemplary within the immortal realm. As a princess, Futuyanyan possessed discerning eyes. She could see that Chu Tiange was no ordinary individual. Additionally, his extraordinary looks could not fail to captivate her heart. Yan, the young master of the Tsang Tian imperial clan, has shown you favor. Yet you disregard him for a mere impoverished scion of an ancient family. Do you realize that if word of this reaches the ears of the young master of the Tsang Tian clan, it it could spell disaster for the Chu family? Futuxu stated coldly. It turned out that the young master of the Tsangtian imperial clan was pursuing Fujianyan, but she had shown him no interest. Should the young master learn of Fujianyan's willingness to marry Chu Tiange, he would surely not let the matter rest. At that point, it was entirely possible that the Tsangtian imperial clan would bring ruin upon the Chu family. Indeed, miss, this matter cannot proceed. You and the young master of the Tsangtian clan are a match made in heaven. How could this boy from a humble ancient family be worthy of your noble status? An elder hastily advised. I will marry no one but him. Fujianyan remained resolute. Her admiration for Chu Tiange unwavering. Even if the entire Futuan clan looked down upon him due to his humble origins, her decision would remain unchanged. She trusted her judgment. You are driving me to madness. Futuxu's brows furrowed in frustration. Very well, since our ancestors left behind a bequest, the Chu family may indeed be eligible for an alliance with our clan. However, there is a condition. You must place within the top 100 at the Immortal Realm Martial Arts Tournament. For achieving the top 10 would be too much to ask. The Grand Elder stated solemnly. The competition for the top 10 in the Immortal Realm Martial Arts Tournament was incredibly fierce. Even those with extraordinary talents might struggle to secure a place. Those who could manage to rank within the top 10 would demonstrate potential for ascension to Immortal Emperor. After all, the Immortal Realm comprised 3,000 states, and the prodigies participating were the finest talents from their respective regions. Thus, even ranking within the top 100 remained a daunting challenge. Chu Tiange smiled slightly, for his goal extended far beyond the top 100. Regardless of the number of genius prodigies present at the tournament, he intended to crush them all and seize the first place. I am not trying to discourage you, but once you truly participate in the tournament, you will come to understand the gap between you and those top-tier prodigies. Futuxu spoke with cold arrogance. In her view, a boy from an ancient family would hardly qualify to compete, let alone secure a position among the top 100. The talents participating in the tournament were all extraordinary, including the prodigies of Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the heirs of esteemed imperial families, each possessing illustrious backgrounds. Meanwhile, Chu Tiange was merely a scion of a modest ancient family. To Futuxu, should Chu Tiange participate, it would be nothing short of self-degradation. Is that so? Chu Tiange remained unfazed by Futuxu's taunts, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This was a confidence born of composure. How could he fear the young masters of imperial clans? Regardless of their exalted status or extraordinary talents, they would only meet one outcome before him: defeat. Those top-tier prodigies would soon realize what true genius meant upon encountering him. This year's Immortal Realm Martial Arts Tournament was destined to be extraordinary. Should those arrogant prodigies be trampled by a mere scion of an ancient family, one could only imagine their reactions. Very well, it is settled. Once the tournament concludes, the Chu family shall once again come to propose marriage. Chu Yinshan declared solemnly. Yes. However, since your family has traveled from afar, you may stay with us in the Futuan clan for a few days, the Grand Elder insisted gravely. Grand Elder. The other elders clearly disapproved. They held the Chu family in contempt and were reluctant to host them within the clan. However, the Grand Elder's authoritative demeanor silenced any dissent. Thank you, Grand Elder. Chu Tiange bowed respectfully, harboring great admiration for the Grand Elder. After all, someone of his stature showed no disdain for the Chu family. Had it not been for the Grand Elder, the Chu family might have faced humiliation today. Thus, Chu Tiange felt a deep gratitude towards him. It was likely that the Futuan clan would find themselves thankful for the Grand Elder's decision in the future. Let us go. I will now take you on a tour of the Futuan clan. Fujianyan smiled brightly, eagerly grasping Chu Tiange's hand, resembling a pair of love-struck couples as they exited the grand hall, brimming with excitement. This girl. The elders could only shake their heads in helplessness. For now, let us keep this matter under wraps to prevent it from reaching the ears of the Tsangtian clan, for it may spell disaster for the Chu family. The Grand Elder warned. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. If the young master of the Tsangtian clan were to learn that Fujianyan had taken a liking to a mere scion of an ancient family, it would undoubtedly crush his spirit, potentially leading to the destruction of the Chu family. Futuxu's expression turned ashen. She herself held no regard for Chu Tiange and would not allow her sister to do so either. In her eyes, Fujianyan, as a princess of the Futuan clan, should never be swayed by a mere impoverished boy from an ancient family. This only deepened Futuxu's disdain for Chu Tiange. Very well, when the tournament begins, he will truly understand his insignificance. A small ancient family will likely be crushed like an ant beneath a boot. Futuxu mused darkly. Chapter 86. Revealing the identity of the imperial alchemist, Futuo Yin is utterly astonished. Within the Futuo imperial clan, atop a mountain adorned with ethereal beauty, Futuo Yin was entwined with Chu Tiange, admiring the otherworldly scenery. From their vantage point, the resplendent landscape of the Futuo clan unfolded below. In the distance, celestial mists swirled. Exotic birds danced through the air, and amidst the fog, numerous pavilions and towers emerged, resembling a heavenly palace established on earth. Brother Chu, I hope you won't hold it against my sister. She acts out of concern for the Futua clan and does not intend to make things difficult for your family. In truth, her heart is quite kind, Futua Yin spoke earnestly. My heart is not so petty. Besides, my Chu family is merely a small ancient clan. So it is only natural that your sister holds us in disdain. Chu Tiange replied with a faint smile. Despite Futua Shui's prior mockery, he bore no resentment, for he possessed true strength and confidence. Though your family may be an ancient clan, I know you are anything but ordinary. After all, you effortlessly tamed that reincarnation realm demon dragon. Even among the youth of our imperial clan, few could achieve such a feat, Futua Yin praised. As they conversed, they arrived at the medicinal mountain area. Chu Tiange's gaze fell upon the peaks, where a variety of precious herbs flourished, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Among them were some exceedingly rare and exquisite medicinal plants. Chu Tiange couldn't help but marvel at the Futua clan's prestige. This is the place where our Futua clan cultivates spiritual herbs, and it is home to many valuable medicinal materials, Futua Yin explained. Herbal master. At that moment, Futua Yin waved at an elderly man in a white robe in the distance. You little girl, you've come to my medicinal mountain to cause a stir again. Recently, I have been troubled by a particular matter. The herbal master lamented, his face etched with worry. What is it? What has caused you such distress? Futua Yin inquired, puzzled. Not long ago, I acquired a dragon spirit celestial herb, a rarity in the world. However, after several days of cultivation, it has begun to wither. No matter how I tend to it, it refuses to thrive. What step did I err in? The herbal master sighed. Before him lay a ceramic jar containing a peculiar herb. It was bright red and bore streaks resembling the shape of a dragon. Yet, the herb appeared to be on the verge of wilting. Old man, have you been watering this herb? Chu Tiange asked solemnly. Yes, the herbal master nodded. No wonder it has withered. That is hardly surprising, Chu Tiange said with a slight smile. You young man, do you know the reason for its wilting? The herbal master questioned, intrigued. Indeed, this herb is not the dragon spirit celestial herb, but rather the even rarer dragon flame celestial herb. The two may appear similar, but ordinary alchemists would likely struggle to distinguish between them. The dragon flame celestial herb thrives on fire, so watering it will certainly lead to its demise, Chu Tiange elucidated. What? You mean this herb is not the dragon spirit celestial herb? The herbal master exclaimed in disbelief. Correct, Chu Tiange affirmed with a nod, furrowing his brow. The herbal master, a ninth-grade alchemist, had never heard of the dragon flame celestial herb. Could this truly be the case? If you doubt me, why not test it with fire? Chu Tiange suggested earnestly. After a moment's hesitation, the herbal master summoned a flicker of flame in his palm. To his astonishment, the herb instantly absorbed the fire, and its wilting form began to rejuvenate rapidly. The herbal master's expression shifted to one of delight. The dragon flame celestial herb is indeed an exceedingly rare medicinal material, and its resemblance to the dragon spirit celestial herb makes it understandable that you could not recognize it. You young lad possess remarkable insight. Could it be that you are also a high-ranking alchemist? The herbal master marveled. After all, even as a ninth-grade alchemist, he had failed to identify the herb, yet this young man had discerned its nature with a single glance. Chu Tiange nodded subtly. He was indeed an imperial alchemist. I cannot believe you are also a high-ranking alchemist. Futua Yin gasped in astonishment. Young man, thank you for your guidance. I would have lost this precious herb without you. The herbal master was in high spirits. Very well, I must resume my research, he said, cradling the dragon flame celestial herb as he retreated into the clan. I did not expect you to conceal such depths. You are indeed an alchemist. I shall regard you with renewed respect, Futua Yin remarked, still astonished. By the way, I almost forgot. I have something for you. With that, Chu Tiange produced a brocade box from his robe. What is this? Futua Yin asked, puzzled, as she slowly opened the box to reveal a golden pill. This, an imperial-grade pill. Futua Yin's eyes widened in shock. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She protested. Please, accept it. Consider this pill a token of affection, as I crafted it with my own hands. Chu Tiange replied with a gentle smile. What? You made this? How is that possible? You are an imperial alchemist. Futua Yin was utterly speechless. She understood well what it meant to be an imperial alchemist. Even the Futua clan would treat such an individual with utmost respect. Could it be true? Are you genuinely an imperial alchemist? Futua Yin asked, incredulous. Do you doubt me? Otherwise, how could I have recognized that herb as the dragon flame celestial herb at a glance? Chu Tiange smiled. Futua Yin was still reeling from the shock. The herbal master, a ninth-grade alchemist, had failed to identify the dragon flame celestial herb, while Chu Tiange had discerned it immediately, indicating his alchemical prowess surpassed that of the herbal master. He is indeed a bona fide imperial alchemist. Why do you not disclose your status to the elders? If you did, none in the Futua clan would dare to look down upon your Chu family, Futua Yin queried, puzzled. Because I do not feel the need to prove anything to anyone. Besides, do you think they would believe me if I claimed to be an imperial alchemist? Chu Tiange replied solemnly. Chapter 87. Are you certain that your strength qualifies you to challenge me one-on-one? At this moment, The expression on Future Lu Yan's face was filled with astonishment. She found it hard to believe that Chu Tiange was actually a supreme alchemist. Supreme alchemists hold an exceedingly esteemed position in the immortal realm, receiving high regard and treatment from every faction. If the Future Lu imperial clan were to learn that Chu Tiange was a supreme alchemist, it is likely that no elder would oppose this marriage. However, Chu Tiange had not revealed his identity as a supreme alchemist. As far as I know, in the entire immortal realm, there is perhaps only one individual who has achieved the rank of supreme alchemist at such a young age. Future Lu Yan pondered. Who? Chu Tiange inquired with curiosity. His ascension to the rank of supreme alchemist at 20 years old was due to an extraordinary encounter in the Tomb of the Heavens. To think that there was someone else who had attained this rank at such a young age was intriguing. The alchemy son of the alchemy domain, it is said, achieved the rank of supreme alchemist at 18, creating quite a stir throughout the immortal realm. Numerous top-tier imperial clans sought to forge alliances through marriage with him. Future Lu Yan smiled slightly. The alchemy son? Chu Tiange suddenly understood. The alchemy domain is the most renowned region within the immortal realm, home to the 8 great alchemical families, revered for their high standing. The finest elixirs in the immortal realm are predominantly produced in the alchemy domain, and any elixir bearing the alchemy domain label can command a value several times greater. This alchemy son is said to possess the body of an alchemy emperor, having mastered alchemy by the age of 10. When the martial arts conference occurs, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to meet him, Future Lu Yan said solemnly. It seems I shall have the chance to spar with him in alchemy, Chu Tiange remarked with a smile. Having absorbed the essence of countless powerful beings, including many top-tier alchemy emperors within the Tomb of the Heavens, his alchemical skills had reached an apex, and he was eager to engage with the alchemy son. If you were to defeat him, your name would surely resonate throughout the immortal realm. The elders of the Future Lu imperial clan would be eager to curry favor with you upon learning of your status as a supreme alchemist, and they would never dare to mock your Chu family as they have today, Future Lu Yan laughed. What about your sister? Chu Tiange smiled gently. My sister? She prides herself on her lofty standards. If she were to discover that you are a supreme alchemist, she would likely regret her previous judgments, Future Lu Yan replied helplessly. By the way, what effects does this supreme elixir possess? Future Lu Yan asked, gazing curiously at the 9-turn emperor elixir within the box. This elixir, known as the 9-turn emperor elixir, serves as an auxiliary aid for breaking through to the emperor realm. Given that you are on the verge of transcending the reincarnation realm, simply absorbing its elixir essence daily should facilitate a swift breakthrough, Chu Tiange stated earnestly. What? I can merely absorb its elixir essence daily and thereby break through to the reincarnation realm? Future Lu Yan exclaimed in shock. Having been stuck at the half-step reincarnation realm for years, she had longed for a breakthrough, and according to Chu Tiange, all she needed to do was inhale the elixir essence emitted by the 9-turn emperor elixir. Chu Tiange nodded. Such miraculous properties, truly worthy of a supreme elixir. Future Lu Yan's eyes brightened. With that, Future Lu Yan carefully stored the emperor elixir away. Come, I shall take you to a more delightful place. Future Lu Yan gently linked her arm with Chu Tiange's, and the two immediately set off in another direction. Soon, the sound of flowing water echoed in the distance, revealing a magnificent celestial river before them. Chu Tiange gazed ahead in awe, seeing a vast expanse of golden water suspended in the sky, resembling a heavenly river. This golden water was imbued with abundant energy, with each drop weighing at least 10,000 pounds. What pure river water! Chu Tiange marveled, sensing the immense and pure power contained in each droplet. Cultivating within this celestial river would yield exceptional results. Chu Tiange couldn't help but admire the Future Lu imperial clan. Such a prime location for cultivation was not something ordinary factions could possess. This celestial river's water not only aids in cultivation, but also cleanses the muscles and bones, strengthening the body, possessing numerous miraculous effects. Our imperial clan's disciples often train here, Future Lu Yan explained. When will my Chu family acquire such a celestial river? Chu Tiange mused inwardly. As they stepped into the celestial river, they found the water to be remarkably viscous, resembling liquid gold, which was quite pleasing to the eye. At this moment, in the deeper regions of the celestial river, one could vaguely see figures seated in meditation, the disciples of the Future Lu imperial clan engaged in their training. Upon entering the deeper area of the celestial river, Future Lu Yan and Chu Tiange quickly attracted the attention of many. Look over there. Who is that pretty boy? Why is he so close to the second miss? Heard about the ancient family's intention to form an alliance with our clan? That kid can't possibly be the one seeking to marry the young lady, can he? Huh. An insignificant ancient family actually dares to seek a union with our Future Lu imperial clan. How audacious. At that moment, many disciples of the Future Lu imperial clan began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, a youth clad in a grayish-blue robe, upon seeing Future Lu Yan linking arms with Chu Tiange, immediately darkened his expression. This youth was none other than Future Lu Qingsong, who harbored feelings for Future Lu Yan. Qingsong, that kid is getting too close to the second miss. You must teach him a lesson. That boy is just a lowly disciple from an ancient family. How dare he act so intimately with the second miss? Today, we must show him his place and make him lose face in front of the second miss. Several clan members chimed in. Hearing these words, future Lu Qingsong's gaze turned cold. How dare this boy touch the woman he admired? He must crush this boy underfoot, ensuring he loses all dignity before future Lu Yan. With this thought, future Lu Qingsong strode towards the two. The show is about to begin. As future Lu Qingsong approached the two in a fit of rage, many disciples of the future Lu imperial clan wore expressions of schadenfreude. You are the one from the ancient family. Release her at once. The imperial daughter of the future Lu clan is not someone you can touch. You are but a mere disciple from an insignificant ancient family, hardly even worth a glance in our presence. Future Lu Qingsong declared coldly. Qingsong, what do you intend to do? Future Lu Yan reprimanded sharply. Seeing future Lu Yan reprimanding him on behalf of Chu Tiange only intensified future Lu Qingsong's murderous intent. Heh, do you only dare to hide behind a woman? If you have courage, step forward and face me in a duel. Let us see just how vast the chasm is between the ancient family and the future Lu imperial clan. Future Lu Qingsong's tone was ominous. Chu Tiange stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. A duel? You certainly overestimate yourself. Are you sure your strength qualifies you to challenge me? Chapter 88. What harm could it do to give you 3 moves? The Floating 2 Qingsong unleashed the supreme skills of the Floating 2 imperial clan. Are you certain that with your strength, you possess the qualifications to challenge me one-on-one? This statement from Chu Tiange undoubtedly caused an uproar among all the disciples of the Floating 2 imperial clan within the Heavenly River. What did you say? Even Floating 2 Qingsong wore an expression of astonishment. A mere ant, hailing from an ancient family, dares to utter such audacious words. How amusing. This lad indeed has some audacity, yet he is utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. He merely seeks to humiliate himself, truly believing that a small ancient family can be compared to my Floating 2 imperial clan? Rest assured, Qingsong will soon enlighten him on just how weak and insignificant the ancient family is before my Floating 2 imperial clan. Within the Heavenly River, some disciples of the Floating 2 imperial clan could not contain their derision. It is well known that the gap between the ancient family and the Floating 2 imperial clan is akin to that between a firefly and the bright moon. To these disciples, Chu Tiange, as a member of the ancient family, was nothing more than an ant they could easily crush. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well, entirely unaware of the depth of a great clan's foundation. Your arrogance only serves to highlight your ignorance. Floating 2 Qingsong sneered. The cultivation resources available to the disciples of the Floating 2 imperial clan are ones that the members of the ancient family can only dream of encountering in their lifetimes, rendering any comparison utterly futile. In Qingsong's eyes, even the weakest disciple of the imperial clan could easily trample him underfoot. Qingsong, step back. Floating 2 Yan coldly commanded. Miss Floating 2 Yan, allow me to handle this myself. Chu Tiange replied indifferently. These disciples of the Floating 2 imperial clan possess an overwhelming sense of superiority, constantly believing that everyone outside their clan is nothing but ants. Today, they must learn that there are greater powers beyond their own. Come at me. Let me witness the remarkable abilities of the Floating 2 imperial clan's disciples. For the sake of fairness, I shall reluctantly grant you 3 moves. Within those 3 moves, I will not retaliate. If you can force me to take a single step back, I shall consider myself defeated, Chu Tiange stated solemnly. How arrogant. 1 move is sufficient to defeat you. Why would I need 3? Floating 2 Qingsong laughed in anger. This fellow dares to claim he will allow him 3 moves. How utterly ridiculous. Boom. Floating 2 Qingsong soared into the air, and in an instant, divine patterns emerged upon his skin, radiating a brilliance akin to 1,000 suns. Endless runes burned around him, making him appear as radiant as a deity. A terrifying aura of spiritual pressure enveloped the area, causing the entire heavenly river to tremble violently, with even the waters rising 100 feet high. This overwhelming pressure was shockingly close to the reincarnation realm. This Floating 2 Qingsong is actually a half-step reincarnation realm powerhouse. Chu Tiange's presence was met with both anger and urgency by Floating 2 Yan. She knew that Qingsong was about to face a harsh reality. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes how Chu Tiange effortlessly suppressed a reincarnation realm demon dragon beneath the Emperor's burial abyss. A half-step reincarnation realm? Chu Tiange could likely extinguish him with a mere flick of his hand. Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps it was not a bad thing for Floating 2 Qingsong to learn a lesson. These disciples of the imperial clan were far too arrogant, and it would do well for them to understand that there are always greater powers beyond their own. Floating 2 Divine Mountain. Boom. Floating 2 Qingsong shouted, lifting his hand skyward. An infinite amount of spiritual energy coalesced in his palms, instantly transforming into a towering Floating 2 Divine Mountain. This mountain, towering to the heavens, appeared as if forged from gold, emanating a fearsome pressure, with its surface inscribed with immortal divine patterns, as if it possessed the power to suppress the very heavens and earth. Crush him. Floating Tu Ching Song commanded imperiously. Boom. With a thunderous shout, he forcefully sent the floating Tu divine mountain crashing down upon Chu Tiange. The golden peak descended from the sky, its terrifying force crushing the void, causing the very fabric of reality to shatter. Such a fearsome mountain god was capable of reducing all things to ashes. Chu Tiange merely shook his head, lifting his palm with a gentle motion, as a strand of imperial flame swirled within his grasp. Imperial flame finger shatter. Boom. Above the sky, a vibrant array of imperial flames instantly morphed into a colossal fiery finger, hurtling toward the floating Tu divine mountain. Bang! In an instant, as the flaming giant finger struck the floating Tu divine mountain, the entire mountain rapidly crumbled, transforming into a dazzling array of fragments that vanished into nothingness. What? Floating Tu Ching Song's pupils contracted. How is this possible? This fellow actually shattered the floating Tu Ching Song's sacred mountain. At this moment, the surroundings of the heavenly river erupted into a cacophony of astonished voices. There are still 2 moves left. Chu Tiange spoke nonchalantly. Humph. Floating Tu execution hand. With gritted teeth, floating Tu Ching Song unleashed his second supreme technique. Boom. Above the sky, a tremendous force swiftly condensed, transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun. This gigantic hand, radiating a purple-gold hue, was inscribed with countless profound and obscure symbols of the great Tao, resembling a divine hand descending from the heavens, exuding terrifying pressure. I refuse to believe that you can withstand my second move. Floating Tu Ching Song declared ominously. With that, floating Tu Ching Song's palm descended heavily. The terrifying hand, suffused with a sense of annihilation, seemed to pierce through time and space, akin to a divine hand from above. Aimed directly at the diminutive figure below. Chu Tiange smiled slightly, then raised his slender finger to make gentle contact with the overwhelming hand. Crack! In that moment of collision, Chu Tiange did not employ any technique. He simply made a light touch. Instantly, the floating Tu execution hand emitted a cracking sound, as cracks spread rapidly throughout its entire form. Bang! The floating Tu execution hand shattered. Seeing this scene, all the disciples of the floating Tu imperial clan were left speechless in shock. Such a formidable technique from floating Tu Ching Song was effortlessly neutralized by Chu Tiange. Floating Tu Ching Song was equally bewildered. Your attack poses no threat to me at all. Is this truly all the floating Tu imperial clan is capable of? Chu Tiange expressed his disappointment. Those words struck floating Tu Ching Song like a piercing arrow to his heart. How could this be? He gritted his teeth, realizing that the outcome was not as he had anticipated. As a disciple of the floating Tu imperial clan, was he not meant to easily crush this youth with a single move? Humph, what are you so proud of? That was merely a warm-up. I have yet to unleash my true power. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of my floating Tu imperial clan's top-tier martial skills. Boom. A ray of light shot forth from the center of floating Tu Ching Song's brow, instantly transforming into a towering floating Tu pagoda. 8 parts floating Tu. Buzz. Floating Tu Ching Song gestured with his hands, and upon the crystalline pagoda, 8 fearsome demonic figures began to materialize, gradually breaking free from the pagoda's confines. Heavens! Floating Tu Ching Song has actually succeeded in cultivating the 8 parts floating Tu. I never expected him to reveal such a trump card. To cultivate the 8 parts floating Tu is said to require the corpses of 8 demon emperors as materials. Chapter 89. The display of the emperor's art, the 10,000 forms celestial mirror, shocking the entire Buddha emperor clan. Boom. Above the celestial river, within the ancient Buddhist pagoda, 8 grotesque and terrifying black demonic statues slowly materialized. These 8 black demonic statues were the remains of the demon emperor, exuding an aura of extreme terror. Upon witnessing these figures, countless members of the Buddha emperor clan gasped in astonishment. For the technique demonstrated by Buddha Ching Song was none other than the 8 parts of the pagoda, one of the most formidable clan-defending martial arts that was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. To master the 8 parts of the pagoda, one required the remains of the demon emperor. Within the entire Buddha emperor clan, only a handful had successfully cultivated this ultimate skill. This individual actually summoned such a hidden trump card. Huh. The power of the 8 parts of the pagoda is incredibly fierce. It could likely obliterate even those in the reincarnation realm. Everyone was in a state of shock. To compel me to use the clan's ultimate technique, even in defeat, you would still have fought valiantly. Buddha Ching Song proclaimed proudly. This secret technique was something he would never easily reveal, so even among his clan, few were aware of his success in cultivation. Yet today, in an effort to salvage some dignity before Buddha Yin, he had no choice but to unveil his strongest card. With a steely gaze, Buddha Ching Song took a deep breath and swiftly formed seals with both hands. As he completed the hand gestures, the 8 demonic corpses suddenly opened their mouths. Boom. In an instant, 8 demonic mouths unleashed a dark, eerie demonic light. The 8 chilling beams of darkness shot forth from their mouths, converging into a singular black beam of light. Sizzle. That black beam, seemingly imbued with the power of annihilation, pierced through the void, annihilating spiritual energy along its path into nothingness. Hiss! Upon seeing this demonic light, countless members of the Buddha Emperor clan felt their scalps tingle. This beam of demonic light contained destructive power capable of reducing all things to oblivion. Even those in the reincarnation realm would undoubtedly be obliterated by this demonic light. The beam of light hurtled toward Chu Tiange. However, he remained unfazed. Truly, the clan's ultimate technique created by the ancestor of the Buddha, gathering the demonic energy of the 8 demon emperor corpses and merging it with the power of the pagoda to form this demonic light, could indeed obliterate all things. Alas, it was still insufficient for me, Chu Tiange remarked indifferently. With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands and solemnly declared, Imperial Technique. 10,000 forms, Celestial Mirror. Buzz, as Chu Tiange formed the seals, an infinite radiance burst forth from his palm, and an ancient celestial mirror materialized. This mirror was adorned with ancient and profound patterns, inscribed with the marks of the Tao and various supreme laws, exuding an unfathomable divine might. Boom! The black beam of light, charged with destructive power, surged forth. But Chu Tiange raised the celestial mirror in his hand. Subsequently, the black beam was drawn into the mirror's surface. The mirror's surface rippled like a tranquil lake. And then Chu Tiange rotated the mirror, proclaiming, Back to you. Boom. The black demonic light that had entered the mirror was astonishingly rebounded by the celestial mirror. What? Buddha Qingsong's pupils constricted. What kind of martial art is this? He actually managed to reflect the 8 parts of the pagoda back? At this moment, all members of the Buddha Emperor clan inhaled sharply. It turned out that the 10,000 forms celestial mirror technique that Chu Tiange had executed was an incredibly profound top-tier imperial technique. This celestial mirror could reflect any offensive move back to its origin. Regardless of the technique, it could be absorbed into the mirror's surface and then reflected with equal might. Boom! The black demonic light shot back toward Buddha Qingsong, leaving him in a state of sheer terror. For the ultimate technique he had unleashed was one that even he could not withstand. However, just as the black demonic light was about to penetrate Buddha Qingsong, a figure emerged from the rift in the void behind him, gently grasping the demonic light with an outstretched hand. Bang! The demonic light shattered. The Grand Elder? Buddha Qingsong turned around to see the Grand Elder's figure, his forehead now beaded with cold sweat, heart racing in trepidation. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's timely intervention, he might have met his demise. To be outclassed, yet still so fiercely competitive, is truly embarrassing. The Grand Elder chastised. Indeed, the Grand Elder was right. Buddha Qingsong lowered his head. At this moment, the members of the Buddha Emperor clan also regained their senses. Initially, they had anticipated a splendid spectacle, especially eager to witness how Buddha Qingsong would suppress Chu Tiange, humiliating this scion of an ancient family. However, the outcome was beyond belief. Buddha Qingsong had been defeated. Moreover, he had invoked the ultimate technique of the 8 parts of the pagoda. No one had foreseen that this young man from an ancient family possessed such terrifying strength, even besting Buddha Qingsong. How could this be possible? A mere ancient family cannot possibly compare to our imperial clan. Countless individuals were left bewildered. The members of the imperial clan were typically proud and haughty. Had they not witnessed this with their own eyes today, they would never have believed that a mere scion from an ancient family could defeat a genius of the Buddha Emperor clan. Although Buddha Qingsong was not the pinnacle genius within the Buddha Emperor clan, he was certainly not someone from an ancient family could rival. Young man, the martial art you previously displayed must be a top-tier imperial technique, right? The Grand Elder inquired, looking at Chu Tiange. Indeed, Chu Tiange responded solemnly. Qingsong, you have not lost unjustly. However, this young man from an ancient family is unexpectedly extraordinary. It appears I have underestimated you. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Imperial technique. My heavens, this young man from an ancient family actually possesses an imperial technique. Countless clan members were dumbfounded. It is worth noting that even within the Buddha Emperor clan, only elders could cultivate imperial techniques. A mere scion of an ancient family possesses an imperial technique, and he can actually wield it. Goodness, is he truly from an ancient family? Wasn't it said that ancient families are merely insignificant clans? How could they possess top-tier imperial techniques? Everyone was left speechless. I was indeed not mistaken. You are no ordinary individual. The Grand Elder remarked with emotion. Previously, within the Great Hall, he had discerned at first glance that this young man was extraordinary. Thus, despite the vehement opposition from the other elders regarding the marriage, the Grand Elder continued to offer him special consideration. All right, we have recently received significant news. The traces of the celestial Tao tree have been discovered in the southern region of the Nether Sea. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the Imperial clan members immediately ignited with fervor. Chapter 90. Journey to the Abyssal Sea in search of the celestial fruit of the Tao. The celestial Tao tree is an ancient divine tree, said to be nourished by the power of the Tao, capable of bearing the precious celestial fruits of the Tao. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Grand Elder, what benefits does consuming the celestial fruit of the Tao bestow? Inquired the curious Futu Yen. The consumption of the celestial fruit offers 3 significant advantages. The first benefit is that it can enhance your constitution, aligning it more closely with the Tao, thus improving your potential for future breakthroughs. The second benefit is its miraculous healing properties, regardless of the severity of your injuries, as long as you still draw breath. Consuming this fruit can restore you instantly, the Grand Elder explained gravely. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Futu imperial clan were captivated, astonished by the extraordinary effects of the celestial fruit of the Tao. And what is the third benefit? Futu Yin asked again. The third benefit is that this fruit contains the power of the Tao, which can remarkably enhance the cultivation of martial artists below the imperial realm. It is said that a martial artist of the Holy King realm once consumed a celestial fruit of the Tao and astonishingly leaped into the reincarnation realm. The Grand Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. What? Futu Yin gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The gap between the Holy King realm and the reincarnation realm is vast. Yet, that Holy King realm expert managed to leap into the reincarnation realm after consuming the fruit. Having been at the half-step reincarnation realm for 2 years, Futu Yin had repeatedly failed to break through to the reincarnation realm, illustrating the challenge of such a transition. The fact that the celestial fruit of the Tao could enable a Holy King realm expert to ascend to the reincarnation realm underscored its rarity and wonder. It is precisely because of these 3 remarkable benefits that the celestial fruit is deemed so precious. According to intelligence relayed from our clan, the celestial Tao tree has appeared in the Abyssal Sea, bearing a total of 8 celestial fruits of the Tao. The Grand Elder stated gravely. Only 8? Futu Yin expressed her disappointment. Such divine fruits require hundreds of thousands of years to bear. Securing even one is a stroke of fortune. The Grand Elder countered with a shake of his head. Currently, numerous factions are heading to the Abyssal Sea in search of the celestial Tao tree. It is reported that the Tsang Tian imperial clan and several ancient sects have dispatched their forces. Therefore, our clan must also send a contingent to the Abyssal Sea to vie for the celestial fruits of the Tao. The Grand Elder declared with seriousness. Upon hearing this, many clan disciples' eyes sparkled with fervor. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. The effects of the celestial fruit of the Tao are extraordinarily enticing. If they were to obtain even one, the benefits would be immeasurable. Yinner, you shall lead the team to the Abyssal Sea, accompanied by Futu Qingtsong, Futu Jin. The Grand Elder named several disciples of the Futu imperial clan who would accompany Futu Yin to the Abyssal Sea to compete for the celestial fruits of the Tao. Those mentioned beamed with joy, while those not named displayed expressions of disappointment, as such an opportunity was beyond their reach. Hey, would you like to join us in the Abyssal Sea? Futu Yin smiled sweetly, turning her gaze to the side at Chu Tiange. Absolutely. Chu Tiange nodded. He harbored a keen interest in the celestial fruit of the Tao. Though it may not benefit him directly, it would be invaluable for the Chu family. The Chu family's strength was ultimately too feeble, and Chu Tiange was keen on finding ways to bolster it. Securing a few celestial fruits of the Tao could significantly enhance the Chu family's overall power. Very well, this way, our Futu imperial clan's chances of obtaining the celestial fruits will be even higher. The Grand Elder did not object. After all, Chu Tiange had previously defeated Futu Qingtsong, showcasing his considerable prowess. However, some disciples of the Futu imperial clan were less than pleased, feeling it unfair that an outsider could accompany them while many of their own kin could not. The Grand Elder is so biased. Some disciples murmured with dissatisfaction. Enough. You are to head to the Abyssal Sea immediately, but you must exercise caution. This contest for the celestial fruits of the Tao involves many top-tier factions. And there are also numerous sea beasts and demonic tribes in the Abyssal Sea. Do not be careless, the Grand Elder cautioned. We understand. Futu Yin nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Futu Yin elegantly waved her hand, and a golden treasure ship floated gracefully in midair. Let us depart. Futu Yin smiled brightly, then boarded the treasure ship alongside Chu Tiange. The remaining 15 disciples named by the Grand Elder also climbed aboard. Yet, their demeanor towards Chu Tiange was rife with discontent. Particularly Futu Qingtsong, whose expression darkened upon witnessing the closeness between Futu Yin and Chu Tiange, his teeth gritted in resentment. Whoosh! The treasure ship transformed into a streak of spiritual light, swiftly tearing through the void, vanishing from sight. Mei Yinner and the others returned safely this time. Securing a few celestial fruits would be most fortunate, the Grand Elder mused quietly. In the southern part of Cheongzhou, there lies a vast and treacherous sea known as the infamous Abyssal Sea. Within the Abyssal Sea, numerous islands host a complex web of sects and powers. Beyond these islands, myriad formidable sea beasts and demonic tribes reside beneath the waves, such as the Sacred Whale Clan and the Golden Bloodshark Clan, whose strength often surpasses even that of the longevity families of Cheongzhou. However, these sea beasts typically dwell solely in the Abyssal Sea, hence their notoriety in Cheongzhou remains limited. Historically, the Abyssal Sea stood as an isolated domain, with few martial artists from the mainland daring to intrude. Yet, recent news of the celestial Tao tree's emergence in the Abyssal Sea has drawn numerous factions into its depths, gradually disrupting the tranquility of the region. Suddenly, a rift in the void tore open at the edge of the sea, and a treasure ship burst forth. On board, Chu Tiange, Fu Tian, and the others gazed ahead to behold a vast expanse of inky waters. This black sea appeared as its name suggests, evoking the sensation of an abyssal chasm. With no end in sight, we have arrived. This is the abyssal sea. Everyone, exercise utmost caution and avoid conflicts with the sea beasts and demonic tribes, as the top-tier sea beasts are not to be trifled with, Fu Tian advised earnestly. Chapter 91. Encountering the 8 great Taoist sects and entering the territory of the Bloodshark clan. Indeed, none of the members of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan dared to defy the words of Floating Pagoda Yin. They were acutely aware that the most formidable entities to provoke in the Nether Sea region were the Sea Beast Demon clans. These Sea Beast Demon clans, such as the Undying Sacred Whale clan and the Deep Sea Demon Shark clan, were the sovereigns of the Nether Sea, possessing strength that rivaled even the ancient sects of the mainland. More importantly, this Nether Sea was their realm, making it prudent to avoid offending the Sea Beast Demon clans. Second miss, the Nether Sea is so vast. How shall we seek the whereabouts of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Tree? Inquired Floating Pagoda Qingsong. We shall first proceed to the Nether Sea City. It lies at the heart of the Nether Sea, and there, we may uncover information regarding the Heavenly Tao Immortal Tree, replied Floating Pagoda Yin solemnly. With that, the treasured ship began to glide slowly into the depths of the Nether Sea. Chu Tiange stood at the forefront of the ship, gazing out over the dark waters that stretched before him. The sea was as black as ink, embodying the mystery and profundity hinted at by its name. The waves surged relentlessly, causing the ship to sway gently. This realm of the Nether Sea was rife with peril, beyond the threats posed by the Sea Beast Demon clans. It was beset by various treacherous environments and natural disasters. I hope we do not encounter the Nether Mist this time, murmured Floating Pagoda Yin. The Nether Mist? Chu Tiange asked, puzzled. Yes, the Nether Mist is the most perilous phenomenon in the Nether Sea. It is a peculiar fog that envelopes the surface of the water, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Anyone who ventures into the Nether Mist will find themselves ensnared within it. Even a powerful figure in the reincarnation realm would struggle to escape. Floating Pagoda Yin explained, her expression grave. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiange displayed a look of astonishment. He had not realized the Nether Mist was so dangerous, capable of ensnaring even those in the reincarnation realm. It is said that a powerful figure from the Tsang Tian Imperial clan once became trapped in the Nether Mist for a staggering 100,000 years before he finally managed to escape. Floating Pagoda Yin continued. It seems the Nether Sea is indeed fraught with dangers. Chu Tiange nodded thoughtfully. As their conversation unfolded, the treasured ship glided steadily toward the center of the sea. Occasionally, they glimpsed islands amidst the dark waters, each emanating a peculiar radiance. Second miss. Those islands shine so brilliantly. Could they possibly harbor rare ancient elixirs? One of the clan members queried. Do not be deceived by such illusions. Those islands are shrouded in nether poison. Anyone who steps upon them and inhales the toxic vapors will find their mind thrown into chaos. Floating Pagoda Yin cautioned, her tone serious. The clan members' expressions shifted slightly upon hearing this revelation, realizing the islands were indeed perilous. Those ignorant of the danger might be lured by the dazzling lights, only to meet their demise upon setting foot on the islands. I did not expect you to be so knowledgeable about the conditions of the Nether Sea, Chu Tiange remarked. Surprised. This is not my first visit to the Nether Sea. I am well aware of its circumstances, Floating Pagoda Yin replied with a subtle smile. After several hours of navigating through the waters, the ship suddenly reverberated with thunderous sounds, accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations that sent towering waves crashing about. What is happening? It seems 2 factions are engaged in battle ahead. This commotion captured everyone's attention. Chu Tiange and the others peered forward, observing 2 treasured ships locked in confrontation above the waters. In the skies, 2 figures were locked in fierce combat. One was engulfed in flames, with fiery wings sprouting from his back, while the other, a man in a blue robe wielding a divine sword, radiated an aura of terrifying sword energy that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. It is the Fire God sect and the Purple Cloud Sword sect, exclaimed Floating Pagoda Qingsong gravely. Both the Fire God sect and the Purple Cloud Sword sect were among the 8 great Taoist sects, renowned throughout Xiongzhou. Previously, Chu Tiange had encountered the Huangquan sect, another of the 8 great sects, in Shenzhou City. The 8 great sects were indeed far superior to the Chongqing clan. The man with the fiery wings was none other than the Fire-Winged Taoist of the Fire God sect, a formidable figure who had entered the reincarnation realm. Meanwhile, the blue-robed swordsman wielding the divine sword was the sword demon Dugawudi of the Purple Cloud Sword sect, who was similarly a powerful being in the reincarnation realm. It seems both the Fire God sect and the Purple Cloud Sword sect have sent their forces to the sea in pursuit of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Fruit. Floating Pagoda Qingsong remarked solemnly. At that moment, the Fire-Winged Taoist and Dugawudi noticed the ship of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan, their expressions shifting slightly. Although the Fire God sect and the Purple Cloud Sword sect were among the 8 great sects, they were no match for the Floating Pagoda Imperial Clan. The Imperial Clan of Cheongzhou. Upon spotting the Floating Pagoda Imperial Clan, the two factions promptly ceased their hostilities. The forces drawn to the Heavenly Tao Immortal Fruit are undoubtedly numerous. We have scarcely entered this sea region and already encountered the Purple Cloud Sword sect and the Fire God sect, both of which have dispatched Reincarnation Realm experts. Floating Pagoda Yin furrowed her brow. And so what? They are merely 8 great sects. How can they possibly compare to our Floating Pagoda Imperial Clan? Floating Pagoda Qingtsong declared with pride, seemingly dismissive of their presence. To the Floating Pagoda Imperial Clan, the 8 great sects were but trifling matters. In this expedition, aside from Chu Tiange, the Floating Pagoda Imperial Clan had dispatched a total of 16 members. Among them, the strongest were Floating Pagoda Yin and Floating Pagoda Qingtsong, both of whom were half a step into the Reincarnation Realm. However, this was merely their surface strength. As members of the Floating Pagoda Imperial Clan, they possessed various secret techniques and hidden cards, allowing their combat prowess to rival that of true Reincarnation Realm experts. Aside from the Tsang Tian Imperial Clan and certain Sea Beast Demon clans, the other forces posed little threat. The members of the Floating Pagoda Imperial Clan appeared to carry an air of superiority. The treasured ship continued its journey toward the heart of the sea. Second miss. The waters ahead seem to belong to the Bloodshark clan. While they are not the dominant beast clan of the Nether Sea, this area is indeed their territory. So we must exercise caution, Floating Pagoda Qingtsong warned gravely. Within the Nether Sea, there were 6 dominant clans, such as the Undying Sacred Whale clan and the Deep Sea Demon Shark clan, which were considered the 6 great sea beast sovereigns. The Bloodshark clan, while not among the 6, was nonetheless a formidable force, second only to them. As they spoke, the treasured ship had already entered the domain of the Bloodshark clan. Chapter 92. Encounter with the Bloodshark clan, the formidable 5-turn Reincarnation Realm expert. The treasure ship sailed steadily, soon entering a perilous maritime expanse. Floating Pagoda Yin and her companions bore expressions of vigilant concern, for this territory belonged to the Bloodshark clan. Though the Bloodshark clan did not reign as the supreme marine beasts of the Nether Sea, their strength was undeniably formidable. Known for their fierce temperament and strong territorial instincts, they were notoriously belligerent. Engaging in conflict with them was undoubtedly an unwise course of action. As they entered this treacherous sea, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by the remains of several treasure ships scattered about. Evidently, prior sects had traversed this area only to fall victim to the savage onslaught of the Bloodshark clan. Floating Pagoda Yin furrowed her brow, hoping that they would not encounter these ferocious beings, lest they find themselves in significant trouble. It's too late. We have already drawn the attention of the Bloodshark clan. Chu Tiange remarked nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, Floating Pagoda Yin and the others exchanged alarmed glances, scanning the waters, yet failing to discern any signs of the Bloodshark clan. Humph. Do not speak such alarming words here. This sea appears tranquil, devoid of any signs of the Bloodshark clan. Floating Pagoda Qingtsong scoffed. Chu Tiange, undeterred, relied on his exceptional perception. Any disturbance within 100 miles of the sea could not escape his awareness. At that moment, he sensed the Bloodshark clan approaching with alarming speed. Boom. Indeed, mere half an hour later, the previously calm sea transformed into a tempestuous maelstrom. Towering waves surged skyward, reaching heights of 100 feet, a terrifying spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, spiraling water columns lashed out at the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan's treasure ship. This is not good. Floating Pagoda Yin and her companions hastily summoned their spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier to withstand the onslaught of the water columns. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious water columns relentlessly battered against the defensive barrier, producing a cacophony that caused the entire ship to sway violently. Soon after, figures emerged from beneath the surface of the sea. These beings resembled humanoid marine creatures. Their skin a vivid crimson hue, covered in scales. Their lower halves were fish-like, while their upper halves bore human characteristics, complete with flat fish fins on either side of their heads. Their teeth were as sharp as serrated blades. The Bloodshark clan. Floating Pagoda Qingtsong exclaimed in shock. He could hardly believe that Chu Tiange's earlier warning had proven true. They had indeed been marked by the Bloodshark clan. Who are you? You possess quite the audacity to trespass into the territory of the Bloodshark clan. A Bloodshark clan elder spoke with a menacing tone from atop a water column. Humph. We hail from the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan. You Bloodsharks had better clear a path for us. A member of the clan retorted coldly. They had hoped that their esteemed reputation as members of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan would intimidate the Bloodshark clan into retreat. However, the elder merely sneered ominously. Even if you are from the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan, what of it? This is the domain of the Bloodshark clan. If you wish to pass through unscathed, you must pay a toll of 1 billion spirit stones. What? 1 billion spirit stones? The countenances of Floating Pagoda Yin and her companions darkened. They could hardly fathom that the Bloodshark clan, unfazed by their lineage, would demand such an exorbitant toll? Humph. Such bravado. If you seek tolls, I fear you lack the strength to enforce it. Floating Pagoda, Qingsong's expression was grim. The Floating Pagoda Imperial clan was a dominant force in Cheongzhou. This was the first time they had encountered someone daring enough to impose a toll upon them. Since you of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan refuse my hospitality, today, the Bloodshark clan shall ensure that you all meet your demise in these waters. The Bloodshark elder declared ominously. These Bloodsharks were ferocious and combative, showing no fear even upon realizing their adversaries were from the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan. Boom. In an instant, towering waves surged to heights of 100 feet, crashing relentlessly upon the treasure ship. Beneath the dark depths of the sea, countless members of the Bloodshark clan encircled the vessel. Humph. A mere Bloodshark clan dares to bully us, the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan. Floating Pagoda, Qingsong's expression turned sour. With that, he launched himself forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the Bloodshark elder. Seeking death, the Bloodshark elder roared in fury, a terrifying aura erupting from him as he wielded a reincarnation artifact, clashing violently with Floating Pagoda Qingsong. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, other disciples of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan plunged into the sea, embroiled in a fierce melee with the Bloodshark clan. Instantaneously, the entire maritime expanse erupted into a terrifying battle, waves of violent energy radiating outward, creating tumultuous surges upon the surface. At the bow of the ship, Chu Tiange stood calmly, his hands clasped behind his back, disinterested in participating in such a skirmish. Boom. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool emerged in the center of the sea. From within it, a gigantic blood shark materialized. Boom. The blood shark transformed into a man clad in black robes, standing poised in the sky. His overwhelming presence forced countless members of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan to stagger and bleed from their mouths. This man in black robes was none other than Shueisha, the chieftain of the Bloodshark clan, whose aura revealed he had attained the esteemed 5-turn reincarnation realm. The reincarnation realm encompassed 9 turns, each representing a transformative evolution. The 5-turn reincarnation realm marked one of the pinnacle achievements within this realm. Boom. Shueisha grasped the air, instantly binding Floating Pagoda Qingsong in place, rendering the very void around him immobile. What? Floating Pagoda Qingsong's face shifted in horror. He had not anticipated such a powerful entity within the Bloodshark clan. Even someone as formidable as Floating Pagoda Qingsong found himself swiftly subdued by Shueisha. Release me. He struggled fiercely, but his captivity was unyielding, and even his internal spiritual energy lay dormant. Floating Pagoda's sword. Floating Pagoda Yin drew forth a top-tier artifact of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan, intending to rescue Floating Pagoda Qingsong. Yet, Shueisha merely waved his hand, unleashing a wave of terrifying bloodlight that shattered the Floating Pagoda sword with ease. Uft. Floating Pagoda Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, sent reeling thousands of feet back by the residual force. In that moment, the expressions of all the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan members shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated Shueisha's overwhelming might. Humph. So, it turns out you Floating Pagoda Imperial clan are merely this capable. I had thought you possessed greater prowess. Shueisha scoffed. As Floating Pagoda Yin prepared to strike again, Chu Tiange interjected, let me take over. Chapter 93. Utilizing less than 10% of my strength, I annihilated the 5-turn reincarnation realm in a single strike. Release me. If your Bloodshark clan dares to lay a finger on me, my Buddha Emperor clan shall obliterate your entire race. Futu Qingsong appeared to be ensnared by an immense celestial force, his surroundings seemingly frozen in time, rendering even the spiritual energy within him inert. Internally, he was in utter astonishment. Could the power of a 5-turn reincarnation realm truly be so terrifying? What audacity! Within the depths of this underworld sea, my Bloodshark clan holds no fear of your Buddha Emperor clan. Bloodshaw's voice dripped with cold ferocity. As a 5-turn reincarnation powerhouse, he had begun to harness the celestial forces, and such a being would not be easily intimidated. You dare intrude upon my Bloodshark clan's territory and even attempt to threaten us with your Buddha Emperor clan? In that case, I shall annihilate you. Boom. With that declaration, Bloodshaw raised his palm, and in an instant, endless runes ignited within his grasp. He then struck downwards, summoning a colossal golden hand from the sea, forged from the very essence of celestial might, brimming with the power of the universe, as if it could suppress all existence. Should this hand descend, it would undoubtedly extinguish all life within a 1,000-mile radius. Upon witnessing this colossal hand, every member of the Buddha Emperor clan turned pale with terror. Even Futu Qingsong felt his pupils constrict, sensing the chilling breath of death. He never anticipated that Bloodshaw would truly be unafraid of the Buddha Emperor clan and wished to slay him here. Boom. At that moment, the terrifying hand infused with celestial power descended upon Futu Qingsong. How shameless. The esteemed leader of the Bloodshark clan dares to strike at a mere junior of the Buddha Emperor clan. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated, and Chu Tiange appeared before Futu Qingsong. He slowly raised his hand, fingers aligned. Boom. With a swift motion, Chu Tiange sliced through the air with his fingers, unleashing a dazzling sword light that seemed to split time and space, cleaving the golden hand in twain. Bang! The golden hand was instantaneously shattered by the sword energy emanating from his fingertips. At that moment, Bloodshaw's pupils contracted in disbelief, his expression grave as he regarded Chu Tiange. This individual had wielded his fingers as a sword, effortlessly tearing apart his formidable palm strike. With a serene smile, Chu Tiange revealed that this extraordinary technique was a divine art from a sword emperor capable of annihilating all existence. Today, the Bloodshark clan need only yield a path, and you may remain unscathed. Otherwise, your clan shall run red with blood. What audacity! Bloodshaw retorted, his tone filled with pride. Since my ascension to the reincarnation realm, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. I ask you but one question. Will the Bloodshark clan yield? Chu Tiange inquired coolly. At that moment, a nearby elder at the half-step reincarnation realm snickered derisively. We shall not yield. If you wish to pass through my Bloodshark clan's territory, you are sorely mistaken about your capabilities. I am speaking to your clan leader. When did it become your turn to interject, old man? Chu Tiange replied, before abruptly slicing down with his fingers. Boom. Chu Tiange's fingers unleashed a terrifying surge of sword energy, which swiftly pierced through the body of the half-step reincarnation elder, cleaving him in half. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, Futu Qingsong and the other members of the Buddha Emperor clan were left utterly stunned. In a single strike, Chu Tiange had effortlessly dispatched this elder of the half-step reincarnation realm. Even Bloodshaw was momentarily taken aback, for Chu Tiange's speed was astonishingly swift. The sword energy from his fingers had penetrated instantaneously, leaving the elder no chance to react before being bisected. You little brat. You dare slay my Bloodshark clan elder beneath my very nose. Today, I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Regaining his composure, Bloodshaw was now thoroughly enraged, his voice rumbling like thunder, stirring monstrous waves across the sea. The wrath of a 5-turn reincarnation powerhouse is not to be trifled with. Boom. Bloodshaw surged forward, each step resonating with the sound of the cosmos, tearing apart the void beneath him. He was enveloped in radiant divine light, resembling an indomitable god king. Reincarnation annihilation palm. Boom. Bloodshaw's eyes were frigid as he unleashed his palm strike, shattering the laws of reality, as if the very universe itself was destined to perish beneath his hand. Chu Tiange maintained a tranquil demeanor in the face of the impending onslaught, unhurriedly raising his right palm to meet it. This palm was devoid of any extravagant gestures or remarkable phenomena. It appeared utterly ordinary. Bang. However, at the moment of collision between his hand and Bloodshaw's lethal strike, countless eyes widened in astonishment. A resounding thud echoed, and to their shock, they witnessed a figure propelled backward, blood gushing forth, crashing into the sea like a ragdoll. Wow. Heavens. Could it be? At this moment, everyone stood dumbfounded, for the figure that had been sent flying was none other than Bloodshaw. As a 5-turn reincarnation powerhouse, Bloodshaw was unable to withstand even a single blow. He had been utterly defeated in an instant. Seeing this, Futu Qingsong's gaze turned vacant. Although he had previously lost to Chu Tiange, he had felt a lingering sense of defiance. Yet, witnessing this moment, he finally comprehended the sheer terror of Chu Tiange's power. A 5-turn reincarnation had been overwhelmed by a single strike. This implied that during their earlier confrontation, Chu Tiange had not even unleashed his true strength. Otherwise, he could have dispatched Futu Qingsong in a heartbeat. This fellow, Futu Yin, was also taken aback. Although she had witnessed Chu Tiange subduing a reincarnation realm demon, that creature was merely a 1-turn reincarnation. Yet here stood Bloodshaw, a genuine 5-turn reincarnation. Even so, he had still been vanquished. Above the sea, Bloodshaw, bloodied and disheveled, rose to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. The force of Chu Tiange's palm had nearly shattered his Tao foundation. Internally, he was astounded, pondering the origins of Chu Tiange, a youth possessing such formidable power. You could not withstand even 1/10 of my strength. Chu Tiange shook his head. This statement instantly provoked Bloodshaw to spit out a mouthful of blood in fury. He was indeed a genuine 5-turn reincarnation powerhouse. Yet he had been unable to withstand even a fraction of his opponent's strength. Chapter 94. The Terror of the Reincarnation Black Hole, Devouring the Strong of the Reincarnation Realm. Are you insulting me? Bloodshark gritted his teeth, his gaze ablaze with fury. As a formidable 5-turn reincarnation realm expert, he was unable to withstand even a fraction of his opponent's palm strength. What else could this be but an affront? With this thought, a chilling murderous intent filled Bloodshark's eyes. This young man was excessively arrogant. If he did not crush this insolent child today, it would be a disgrace to the name of the Bloodshark King. Boom. With that, the overwhelming pressure of the 5-turn reincarnation realm erupted from Bloodshark's body. Infinite laws swirled around him, and mystical symbols adorned his skin, his formidable aura causing the very fabric of time and space to tremble. Bloodshark's devouring technique. Buzz. Bloodshark roared, and behind him appeared a boundless sea of blood. Within that viscous expanse, a colossal, menacing blood shark materialized, stretching 1,000 feet, blocking out the sun. This gigantic blood shark opened its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth like divine weapons. This devouring technique was the ancestral martial skill of the blood shark tribe. Devour. Boom. Blood shark's voice echoed ominously as the enormous, ferocious shark opened its mouth wide, lunging to engulf Chu Tiange. Within that mouth lay the essence of annihilation. Anyone consumed would be mercilessly torn apart by its jagged teeth. Humph. Let us see how you withstand my lethal strike. Blood shark sneered coldly. He had previously unleashed this ultimate technique to devour 3 reincarnation realm experts, reducing them to nothingness beneath the shark's teeth. Blood shark was confident that, regardless of the miraculous abilities this youth possessed, he could not escape the fate of being devoured by the blood shark. A mere blood shark dares to devour me. Let us see who shall consume whom. With that, Chu Tiange gently grasped the Dragon Abyss Emperor's sword and drew it from its sheath, striking forward. Boom. A dazzling sword light cleaved through the air, instantly creating a reincarnation black hole. Swoosh, in an instant, the black hole unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull, rapidly expanding into a colossal void spanning 10,000 feet. Within the reincarnation black hole erupted a destructive force, as if it sought to consume everything into oblivion. The blood-red giant shark also opened its mouth to devour the black hole. However, as the black hole continued to expand, it swallowed the giant shark whole, annihilating it completely. Bang! The giant shark vanished in an instant. What? Witnessing this scene, Blood Shark's pupils contracted in shock. His expression filled with terror as he gazed at the reincarnation black hole. It instilled within him a flicker of fear. One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Chu Tiange's voice was icy as he urged the reincarnation black hole to surge towards Blood Shark with ravenous intent. Blood Shark felt his scalp prickling, sensing the breath of death. He desperately sought refuge beneath the sea. Yet, the reincarnation black hole, like the hand of death, continued to expand, its powerful pull dragging him inexorably towards the endless void. Young friend, my Blood Shark tribe has offended you. We deserve death. I beseech you, spare my life. Blood Shark cried out in abject horror, for he was being inexorably drawn into the reincarnation black hole. He had no doubt that once consumed by that void, even a reincarnation realm expert would meet certain death. It is too late. Chu Tiange's tone remained indifferent as he swung the Dragon Abyss Emperor sword once more. Boom. Another reincarnation black hole spun forth, the two colossal voids overlapping, their gravitational pull suddenly intensifying. Ah! Blood Shark screamed in agony. Hiss! The onlookers turned pale. Witnessing Blood Shark's lower half being the first to be ensnared by the black hole, his body contorted and shredded into a bloody pulp. The reincarnation black hole functioned like a horrific meat grinder, devouring and annihilating Blood Shark inch by inch. Finally, he was completely consumed by the black hole, reduced to nothingness. As the black hole slowly contracted until it vanished, Blood Shark seemed to have been erased from existence. Gulp at this moment. Both the Blood Shark tribe and the floating Buddha Empire swallowed hard. A 5-turn reincarnation realm expert had been killed in such a brutal manner. This was indeed a 5-turn reincarnation realm expert, not some insignificant being. Could this youth truly be a scion of the ancient families? The members of the floating Buddha Empire found it hard to believe. They had always regarded the ancient families as a third-rate clan. Yet from such a clan emerged a youth of such terrifying prowess. With a single sword strike, he had slain a reincarnation realm expert. Floating Buddha Qingsong's face paled further. Having previously been defeated by Chu Tiange, he felt a sense of indignation. In this moment, he realized that when facing Chu Tiange, he might not have even utilized 1/10 of his strength. This was indeed a significant blow to floating Buddha Qingsong, as a mere descendant of the ancient families had effortlessly defeated him. What would his sister think upon witnessing this scene? Though he hailed from the ancient families, he was far less accomplished than the heirs of the imperial tribes. Floating Buddha Yin gazed at him with admiration. Floating Buddha Shui, who had looked down upon Chu Tiange for his origins, and the elders of the floating Buddha Empire shared the same sentiment. If this young man were to dominate the martial assembly and seize first place, it would surely leave them speechless. Damn it! Damn it! My Blood Shark tribe has offended you without realizing it. We shall make way for you now. An elder of the Blood Shark tribe exclaimed in fright. Should we not eliminate them all? Chu Tiange inquired, looking towards floating Buddha Yin. Let it be. We bear no grudges against the Blood Shark tribe, floating Buddha Yin replied. Shaking her head. Let us depart. With that, Chu Tiange and his companions returned to their treasure ship, passing through the territory of the Blood Shark tribe, gradually vanishing into the distant sea. Great Elder, this young man has killed our clan leader. How can we let this blood debt go unavenged? One clan member gritted his teeth. Seeing Chu Tiange retreat, the Great Elder's gaze turned venomous. Great Elder, we can seek the aid of the Deep-Sea Demon Shark tribe. Our clan leader was sworn brothers with the Deep-Sea Demon Shark King. I believe the king will surely take action and have that human boy torn to shreds. The second elder declared through clenched teeth. The deep-sea demon shark tribe was one of the 6 overlords of the ghostly sea, and the deep-sea demon shark king was an extraordinarily powerful being. Very well. In that case, we shall seek the aid of the deep-sea demon shark tribe. That detestable human boy and all from the floating Buddha empire shall not escape this sea. The great elder's eyes glinted with malice, his gaze brimming with intense murderous intent. With that, the blood shark tribe plunged beneath the sea. Chapter 95. Cultivation invokes the divine thunder of Zixiao, Chu Tiange unharmed by all laws. Upon the tranquil expanse of the sea, a magnificent treasure ship sailed forth, braving the waves as it made its way towards the northern waters. On board, Chu Tiange was seated at the bow, his eyes gently closed in meditation. At this moment, the gaze of all the disciples from the floating Buddha imperial clan was filled with profound reverence towards him. Previously, due to Chu Tiange's lineage from an ancient family, these disciples had harbored a trace of disdain. However, witnessing Chu Tiange's formidable defeat of the blood fiend had completely obliterated their arrogance. Particularly, the talented floating Buddha Qingtsong seemed to have suffered a significant blow, despite being a genius of the clan. The disparity between him and Chu Tiange was akin to that of heaven and earth, leaving him with a sense of frustration. Floating Buddha Yen regarded Chu Tiange with eyes that shimmered with admiration. Although he hailed from an ancient family, his appearance and talent were undeniably on par with the foremost sons of the imperial clans. She could not help but secretly rejoice that her sister had not taken an interest in him. Otherwise, such a fortunate opportunity would have eluded her. At that moment, Chu Tiange slowly opened his eyes, and with a graceful movement of his hands, he initiated his self-created technique, instantly radiating an infinite divine brilliance. This technique was a fusion of several imperial scriptures he had meticulously crafted. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles was drawn forth, surging uncontrollably into Chu Tiange's body. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening thunder echoed across the sky above the sea. The onlookers gazed upward, only to witness ominous thunderclouds thickening in the heavens, seemingly summoned forth, enveloping the entire expanse of the ocean. Within the stormy clouds, bolts of destructive lightning danced like fearsome serpents, emanating a violent power that caused the waters to surge to heights of 100 feet. What level of cultivation is this individual practicing that has attracted such terrifying tribulations? The members of the floating Buddha imperial clan gazed at Chu Tiange with astonished eyes. For these destructive bolts of lightning were continuously converging above their heads, evidently summoned by Chu Tiange's cultivation. Chu Tiange furrowed his brow. The last time he had invoked his self-created technique, it had attracted the wrath of the heavenly Tao. To his dismay, he found himself once more confronted with a heavenly tribulation. It appeared that his technique was indeed too defiant, inciting the heavens to unleash calamity upon him. Boom! Abruptly, a violet lightning bolt descended from the heavens, tearing through the void with a destructive aura aimed directly at Chu Tiange. Hiss! The divine thunder of Zixiao. Floating Buddha Qingtsong and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. The divine thunder of Zixiao was one of the 10 most terrifying divine thunders known in legend. It was said that a bolt as thick as a thumb could obliterate even those in the reincarnation realm. Before them, the divine thunder descending was as wide as a bowl. As the violet bolt of thunder fell from the sky, it shattered without warning just a few meters above Chu Tiange's head. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, a second, third, and countless other bolts of divine thunder of Zixiao rained down in a dense array. Yet, without exception, they all exploded just a few feet above Chu Tiange, as if suppressed by some forbidden force. Heavens, the divine thunder of Zixiao cannot even approach him. All laws are repelled. He possesses a forbidden power that even the divine thunder cannot breach. At this moment, floating Buddha Qingtsong and the others were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide as saucers. Such terrifying divine thunder of Zixiao could not come near Chu Tiange. Chu Tiange remained unfazed. At his level, he had acquired a forbidden power that rendered him impervious to all calamities, allowing him to remain untouched by any form of disaster. Thus, the divine thunder shattered at a distance from him. This individual, merely cultivating, has summoned such a commotion. Floating Buddha Yin was astounded. After several hours of cultivation, Chu Tiange gradually ceased his practice, and the thunderclouds above dissipated in an instant. At this moment, the members of the floating Buddha imperial clan regarded Chu Tiange with eyes filled with awe, as if they were beholding a mythical entity. This was the first time they had witnessed a martial artist causing such a stir through cultivation. Is this fellow truly of an ancient lineage? It is utterly disheartening. Some disciples of the floating Buddha imperial clan felt a deep sense of inadequacy, for although they were descendants of an esteemed clan, the gap between them and Chu Tiange was insurmountable. The treasure ship continued to sway gently, sailing for several more hours before finally arriving at the city of Nethersea. At last, we have arrived. The group looked up to see 5 colossal black islands emerging prominently in the center of the distant sea, adorned with numerous opulent structures that seemed breathtakingly magnificent. This is the city of Nethersea. The city of Nethersea is the heart of the Nethersea region. Within its walls, many human martial artists have established their own factions, making this city quite prosperous. Recently, news of the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree's appearance near the Nethersea has drawn countless factions vying for it, making the city even livelier. Now, having arrived at the city of Nethersea, Floating Buddha Yin and her companions sought to gather information regarding the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree. Shortly thereafter, the treasure ship docked at the edge of the city, and the group disembarked. Upon entering the city, they were immediately struck by the richness of the spiritual energy in the air. This is truly an impressive undertaking. The city of Nethersea possesses a spirit-gathering array that continuously draws in spiritual energy from a vast area, which explains the abundance of spiritual power here. Floating Buddha Yin exclaimed. Indeed, it appears to be a quasi-emperor level spirit-gathering array. Chu Tiange nodded in agreement. A quasi-emperor level spirit-gathering array can only be arranged by an array master of quasi-emperor rank. Engaging such a master to set up an array of this caliber would likely require at least several billion spirit stones. Chu Tiange mused that upon returning to the Chu family, he too would arrange for an emperor-level spirit-gathering array, as among the million strong he had devoured, there were array masters. Thus, in a sense, he could also be considered an emperor-level array master. It seems the recent interest in the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree has stirred up quite a tempest in the city of Nethersea. Floating Buddha Yan's gaze swept across, detecting numerous concealed auras. These hidden energies were formidable, and they appeared to have recently arrived in the city of Nethersea. Second miss, we should first find an inn to settle down before inquiring about the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree, Floating Buddha Qingtsong suggested solemnly. Agreed. Floating Buddha Yin nodded. After some discussion, they decided to find a suitable place to stay. After a brief search, the group soon entered an inn. Chapter 96. The news of the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree and the auction in the city of the Underworld Sea. Chu Tiangu and his companions entered a bustling inn, where a sea of patrons greeted them upon their arrival. The establishment was adorned with opulent decorations. The floor was laid with white jade, and even the dining tables were crafted from precious gems. Under the guidance of a waiter, they were escorted to the second floor. Honored guests, here is our signature dish. Please take a look, the waiter said with enthusiasm. Futu Yin took the menu, glanced at it, and furrowed her brow. This establishment cannot possibly be a scam, can it? One dish costs hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. In response, the waiter calmly smiled and explained, My lady, you may not be aware, but our inn is the most renowned in the entire city of the Underworld Sea. We source only the finest and most exquisite ingredients. Those who dine here are not from ordinary sects. They often spend millions of spirit stones in a single visit. Upon hearing this, Futu Qingtsong and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Spending millions of spirit stones for a meal felt extravagant, even for them as members of an imperial clan. Chu Tiangu took the menu and noted the prices listed. Supreme Sea Dragon Ginseng, 250,000 spirit stones each. Goldenback Lobster, 320,000 spirit stones each. Millennium Spirit Trout, 550,000 spirit stones each. I shall treat you all today. Feel free to order whatever you desire, Chu Tiangu said in a deep voice. Really? Well, then we shan't hold back. Futu Yin replied with a mischievous smile. She promptly ordered an entire table of dishes, amounting to over 500,000 spirit stones. Before long, a table filled with exquisite delicacies was served upon the jade table, each dish crafted from the finest ingredients, with even the garnishes being rare spiritual herbs. They eagerly began to indulge. Suddenly, voices of nearby martial artists caught their attention. The city of the Underworld Sea has been quite lively lately, remarked a stout man, his belly protruding. Recently, the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree has appeared in the Underworld Sea, attracting many top-tier forces vying for it. Thus, the Underworld Sea is naturally bustling. Beside him, a leaner martial artist quickly chimed in. However, it is said that the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree is elusive, capable of concealing itself in the void, making it impossible for even an emperor-level expert to accurately track its whereabouts. A third martial artist solemnly added, Indeed, it is a cunning entity. Hearing these discussions, Chu Tiangu and his companions listened intently, hoping to glean valuable clues regarding the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree. This heavenly Tao fruit is a supreme divine object. Obtaining even one would ensure a lifetime of ease. Yet, the tree is too elusive to pinpoint, the stout man continued. 3 days from now, the Underworld Merchants Association will hold an auction, featuring a treasure-seeking divine mouse. This ancient divine beast possesses an acute sense of smell and can locate any treasure in the world. The lean man stated, Oh, does that mean this treasure-seeking mouse could find the hidden heavenly Tao Immortal Tree? The martial artists exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Therefore, the major top-tier forces will likely engage in fierce competition at the auction to secure this treasure-seeking mouse. Whoever possesses it will be able to locate the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree. The lean man nodded in agreement. A treasure-seeking mouse? Upon hearing this, Chu Tiangu and Futu Yin exchanged glances, having unexpectedly uncovered news about the heavenly Tao Immortal Tree. The treasure-seeking mouse is an exceedingly rare ancient divine beast, renowned for its acute sense of smell, capable of detecting any treasure, even rare herbs buried deep underground. Thus, to find the heavenly Tao immortal tree, securing the treasure-seeking mouse is essential. 3 days hence, the Underworld Merchants Association will host an auction, where major forces will undoubtedly compete fiercely for this treasure-seeking mouse. It appears we cannot afford to miss this auction, Futu Qingsong declared solemnly. Indeed, the heavenly Tao immortal tree excels at concealing itself in the void. Even emperor-level experts cannot unearth it. Only the treasure-seeking mouse can reveal its precise location, Futu Yen concurred. Then let us await the auction 3 days from now. After their hearty meal, the group decided to stay at the inn. As time passed, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. The Underworld Merchants Association, the largest organization in the Underworld Sea, was in charge of this grand auction. Given the significance of the heavenly Tao immortal tree's whereabouts, it attracted countless forces. The auction venue was located within a castle in the Underworld Sea. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, entry required a fee of 1 million spirit stones. Having paid the requisite sum, Chu Tiangu and his companions entered the auction hall. Inside, the hall was teeming with people, nearly every seat occupied. This auction attracted some of the most prominent forces. Chu Tiangu's gaze swept across the hall, spotting the Fire God sect, the Purple Cloud Sword sect, and other top-tier sections. Additionally, several apex sea beast clans, such as the Undying Sacred Whale clan and the Deep Sea Demon Shark clan, were also present. The Celestial Empire. In the audience, Futu Yen and the others recognized the Celestial Empire had indeed sent representatives to contend for the precious heavenly Tao fruit. Esteemed guests, please settle down. This auction is about to commence. An elderly man donned in a purple golden robe stepped onto the auction stage, serving as the host for the event. Instantly, the restless hall fell silent. This auction features 10 carefully selected treasures, each of which has been meticulously chosen by the Underworld Merchants Association. I trust they will not disappoint you. The purple-robed elder proclaimed. Without further ado, let us unveil the first item for today's auction. With a rumble, a stone pillar slowly rose in the center of the hall. A radiant treasure floated atop the pillar, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was a peculiar suit of armor, covered in golden scales adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. As you can see, the first item for auction is an exceptionally rare dragon scale armor. Chapter 97. The Offering of the Stupa and the Emergence of the Blood of the Nine-Clawed Golden Dragon. The first item up for auction was a suit of dragon scale armor, crafted from the scales of an ancient celestial dragon. This exquisite defensive artifact boasted an extraordinary protective capacity, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a powerful being in the reincarnation realm. The elder in the purple robe elucidated. Upon hearing this, a wave of excitement rippled through the auction hall, as martial artists from various factions exhibited glimmers of fervor in their eyes. The dragon-scale armor possessed such astounding defensive prowess that donning it could indeed fend off attacks from reincarnation realm adversaries. Moreover, the materials used in its creation were of the highest caliber, derived from the esteemed celestial dragon, thus underscoring its exceptional nature. The starting bid for this dragon-scale armor was set at 400 million spirit stones. The elder in the purple robe intoned solemnly. 400 million spirit stones, a price that could be deemed exorbitant. However, those gathered here were the elite factions of Cheongzhou, all possessing substantial wealth, prompting several factions to commence their bidding immediately. 410 million, 430 million, 470 million, 500 million. Within mere minutes, the bidding for the dragon-scale armor surged past 500 million, 520 million. Futu Yen raised her paddle, clearly intrigued by the dragon-scale armor. Yet, nearby, Chu Tiangu appeared disinterested, regarding such inferior goods with disdain. With his strength, he felt no need to don such defensive artifacts. Nevertheless, for the other martial artists present, this dragon-scale armor was a rare and invaluable treasure, leading to an incessant escalation in bids. Ultimately, the Fire-Winged Taoist from the Fire God sect, one of the 8 great traditions, secured the dragon-scale armor for 750 million spirit stones. The second item. Boom. Following the conclusion of the first auction, the second item began to rise from the stone pillar. This item was a premier martial technique known as the Thunder Demon Cannon, created by the ancient reincarnation realm master, the Thunder Demon Elder. The elder in the purple robe held a silver scroll, upon which arcs of lightning danced. Instantly, the auction hall erupted in a stir, as many martial artists present had heard of the Thunder Demon Elder's illustrious reputation. This individual was a formidable ancient figure, particularly skilled in wielding lightning, thus piquing the interest of numerous martial artists in this martial technique. The starting bid for the Thunder Demon Cannon was set at 300 million spirit stones. The elder in the purple robe proclaimed. Unsurprisingly, the Thunder Demon Cannon, crafted by the Thunder Demon Elder, ignited a fierce desire among martial artists, and the bidding escalated rapidly. Hey, what do you think of the power of the Thunder Demon Cannon? I was just considering cultivating a lightning-based technique, Fu Tuyin inquired. Rubbish. I wouldn't even spare a glance at such a low-tier technique. If you wish, I can gift you a far superior lightning-based technique, Chu Tiange replied earnestly. Really? Fu Tuyan's eyes lit up. Chu Tiange then lightly pointed at her forehead, and her mind was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony, with ancient characters materializing in her consciousness. This is the Lightning Emperor Cannon? This is an imperial-grade martial technique. Fu Tuyin was utterly taken aback. The fact that this individual so casually offered her a martial technique of imperial caliber was astonishing. Such techniques were considered treasures within the Fu Tu imperial clan, and she currently lacked the qualifications to cultivate them. Now you should comprehend just how worthless the Thunder Demon Cannon is in my eyes, Chu Tiange remarked coolly. Fu Tuyin remained in a state of shock, for this was indeed an imperial-grade scripture that he had so nonchalantly bestowed upon her. In Chu Tiange's perspective, the Thunder Demon Cannon was no different from her fuse. The lightning-based martial techniques he was aware of were all at least of imperial grade. For instance, the Lightning Emperor Cannon he had given Fu Tuyin was among the more inconspicuous of his many techniques. At this juncture, after several rounds of bidding, the Thunder Demon Cannon finally found its new owner, the immortal Holy Whale clan. The first two items had significantly heightened the atmosphere of the auction, and soon, more rare treasures began to be showcased. However, Chu Tiange, while observing, unexpectedly dozed off for these items, which appeared exceedingly valuable to others, were to him naught but worthless debris. Uncertain of how long he had slept, a sudden uproar jolted Chu Tiange awake. Rubbing his eyes, he realized that the ninth item was now being presented. Boom! The ninth item gradually materialized from the stone pillar, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. Chu Tiange, previously disinterested, suddenly shook off his drowsiness, gazing in astonishment at the stone platform. Ladies and gentlemen, the ninth item has emerged, and it is no ordinary treasure, for it is a drop of the blood of the nine-clawed golden dragon. The elder in the purple robe announced solemnly. Blood of the nine-clawed golden dragon? At this moment, Chu Tiange's attention was fully captured, as he had stumbled upon an item that piqued his interest. Meanwhile, within his Chinkuan bag, a dragon egg trembled violently. It was on the verge of hatching, requiring the absorption of 3 types of top-tier dragon blood. Previously, Chu Tiange had acquired a drop of blood from a demon dragon, and the nine-clawed golden dragon blood before him was precisely the premier blood he sought. The nine-clawed golden dragon clan, one of the 8 esteemed dragon clans of the celestial realm, possessed blood of extreme rarity. The starting bid for the blood of the nine-clawed golden dragon was set at 500 million spirit stones. The elder in the purple robe declared, 530 million. The first bid came from an elder of the Tsang Tian imperial clan, evidently intrigued by the nine-clawed golden dragon blood. 580 million. An elder from the Xuanxia sword sect made a bid. 630 million. The deep-sea demon shark clan joined the fray. Who could have anticipated that the blood of the nine-clawed golden dragon would incite a frenzy of bidding among various factions? 750 million. Chu Tiange raised his paddle. Nearby, Fu Tuyin and others displayed expressions of surprise, clearly taken aback that Chu Tiange had also entered the bidding. The blood of the nine-clawed golden dragon is destined to belong to our Tsang Tian imperial clan. The elder from the Tsang Tian imperial clan suddenly raised the bid to 1 billion. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall, as this elder had boldly increased the price by 300 million. It was evident that the elder of the Tsang Tian imperial clan was determined to acquire the precious blood. Within the auction hall, myriad factions cast covetous eyes upon the essence of the nine-clawed golden dragon. Yet, the elders of the Azure Sky imperial clan were manifestly determined to acquire the precious blood. After a period of deliberation, numerous factions chose to relinquish their pursuit, deeming it imprudent to antagonize the Azure Sky imperial clan, the most preeminent power within Xiong province. Observing the absence of competitors, the Azure Sky imperial clan's elder wore a triumphant smile. However, just as he presumed the essence to be his, a voice resounded, 11 billion. Instantly, the elder's countenance darkened. Does the esteemed guest intend to slight the Azure Sky imperial clan? He inquired ominously. A jest, retorted Fu Tuyin icily. Others may cower before your Azure Sky imperial clan, but the Fu Tu imperial clan does not. Only then did the assembly recognize the presence of the illustrious Fu Tu imperial clan beside Chu Tiange. The elder's complexion grew yet more somber upon hearing Fu Tuyin's words. Undeterred, he declared, 13 billion. Chu Tiange raised his placard. 13 billion and 1. The Azure Sky imperial clan escalated the bid. 15 billion. With a smirk, Chu Tiange countered, 15 billion and 1. Insolent wretch. The elder exclaimed, his composure shattered. Do you come here to disrupt proceedings? Who ever heard of bids increasing by a single spirit stone? I demand this scoundrel be expelled from the auction. Chu Tiange's actions were deliberately intended to vex the Azure Sky imperial clan. According to the auction's regulations, the young friend's conduct is not improper. The purple-robed elder stated gravely. 20 billion. The Azure Sky Imperial clan raised the stakes significantly. Chu Tiangu replied with a subtle smile. 20 billion and 1. Whatever price the Azure Sky Imperial clan dares to offer, I shall exceed it by a single spirit stone. The Azure Sky Imperial clan's elder seethed with rage. His face contorted with fury. Fu Tuyin erupted in laughter, reveling in the discomfiture of the Azure Sky Imperial clan, toward whom she harbored no affection. 20 billion. The Azure Sky Imperial clan bid once more. 20 billion and 1. Regardless of the sum, I shall outbid them by a single spirit stone. Chu Tiangu proclaimed. The elder gnashed his teeth in fury, poised to bid again. A clan member cautioned, Elder Tsanghe, we must desist. Our funds are limited, and we must reserve them for the acquisition of the treasure-seeking mouse. That accursed cur. Does he believe the backing of the Fu-Tu Imperial clan renders him untouchable? Once the auction concludes, he shall meet a most gruesome end. Elder Tsang, he vowed menacingly. It seems the Azure Sky Imperial clan has marked you for death. Fu Tuyin remarked, detecting Tsang He's murderous intent. Chu Tiangu remained unconcerned. Should the Azure Sky Imperial clan seek to trouble him, they would surely rue the day. Ultimately, Chu Tiangu secured the essence for 20 billion spirit stones. Next, we present the pièce d'arrestance of this auction, for which I trust you have all been waiting, the purple-robed elder announced. With a resounding rumble, another stone pillar ascended from the depths, bearing a metallic cage. Within the cage resided a mouse with fur of gray and gold. Behold, the legendary treasure-seeking mouse, a creature of extraordinary rarity from ancient times. This beast possesses the ability to locate treasures of all kinds. Whoever obtains it may discover the celestial tree of enlightenment. The purple-robed elder elucidated. A collective gasp swept through the auction hall, as the assembly erupted in fervent excitement. Nearly every warrior present was consumed by an ardent desire. For possession of the treasure-seeking mouse promised the discovery of the celestial tree of enlightenment. The starting price for this treasure-seeking mouse is 10 billion, the purple-robed elder declared. Bidding commenced with frenetic intensity, as factions vied for the prize. 28 billion. The Azure Sky Imperial clan continued to escalate the bid. 30 billion. The Deep Sea Shark clan entered the fray. With virtually every faction present vying for the treasure-seeking mouse, the competition was fierce. In a short span, the price soared to 40 billion spirit stones, a truly astronomical sum. Confound it. Our preparations were rushed, and we lack sufficient funds, Fu Tuyin lamented anxiously. Chu Tiangu shrugged helplessly, admitting his own lack of funds. Fear not. After the auction, numerous factions will likely attempt to seize it by force. We shall observe whether an opportunity for opportunistic intervention arises. Fu Tuyin pondered his words, nodding in agreement. By now, the bidding had reached 50 billion, a sum that deterred many. 53 billion. A voice emerged from the shadows, belonging to the Qiankuan Grotto, a formidable power from the Netherworld Sea. 53 billion. Does any party offer a higher sum? The purple-robed elder inquired. Silence descended upon the auction hall, as the exorbitant price prompted factions to concede. With no further bids. Congratulations to the Qiankuan Grotto on their successful acquisition of the treasure-seeking mouse. The purple-robed elder announced, bringing down his gavel. Amidst countless gazes, the Qiankuan Grotto's leader claimed the prize. With that, this auction concludes successfully. I bid all factions a safe departure from the auction hall. The purple-robed elder declared. Let us depart as well. The true spectacle is yet to unfold. A most captivating drama is about to commence, Chu Tiangu said with a faint smile. Numerous factions had their sights set on the Qiankuan Grotto. The treasure-seeking mouse had become a liability, and its safe passage would prove a formidable challenge. Chapter 99. The contest for the treasure-seeking divine mouse and the hidden strategy of the master of the Qiankuan cave. Following the conclusion of the auction, the allure of the city of the underworld sea remained undiminished. Individuals from various factions continued to linger, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. In this instance, the Qiankuan cave emerged as the undeniable victor, having secured the coveted treasure-seeking divine mouse, a creature integral to discovering the whereabouts of the celestial Dao tree. Consequently, all factions were intently focused on the movements of the Qiankuan cave. In the ensuing days, the Qiankuan cave took measures to conceal its activities, fully aware that many factions were coveting their newfound treasure. In the dead of night, within a secluded courtyard, an elder furrowed his brow and stated, Master, we have drawn the attention of numerous powerful factions. Escaping unscathed may prove challenging. The master of the Qiankuan cave replied solemnly. This treasure-seeking divine mouse is crucial to our objectives. We must ensure its safety at all costs, regardless of the sacrifices required. We must retrieve it tonight. At that moment, a young man clad in a silver-gray robe offered a suggestion. Father, I believe I have a viable plan for our escape. Pray enlighten me. The master of the Qiankuan cave's eyes sparkled with interest. As all factions are closely monitoring us, we must obfuscate their vision. We can divide our forces into 3 groups, departing the city of the underworld sea from different directions. This will confuse them and hinder their judgment. The master nodded appreciatively. This strategy holds merit. By dispersing their attention, we shall alleviate the pressure upon ourselves. Let us take action under the cover of night. As time ebbed away, the hour grew late. Under the cloak of darkness, 3 groups stealthily exited the city, darting in separate directions, east, west, and north. The factions observing the Qiankuan cave quickly reacted, albeit with confusion, as they witnessed the division of forces. Curse it! Why is the Qiankuan cave split into 3 groups? Which of them holds the treasure-seeking divine mouse? The master of the Qiankuan cave is indeed a cunning one. Swiftly, the factions pursued the departing groups, scattering in pursuit of their respective targets. Meanwhile, atop a tower in the city of the underworld sea, Chu Tiange and his companions observed the unfolding drama. I never anticipated the Qiankuan cave would employ such cunning tactics, splitting into 3 groups to escape in different directions. Which path should we choose to follow? Fu Tuoyin frowned. I suggest we too divide into 3 groups and pursue from different directions, Fu Tuo Qingsong proposed. That would be unnecessary. I suspect the treasure-seeking divine mouse is with the group heading east. Chu Tiange remarked with a subtle smile. How can you be so certain? Fu Tuoyin asked, astonished. Though all 3 groups are cloaked in black robes and fleeing in different directions to confuse us, it is evident that the group headed east possesses the strongest aura. Chu Tiange elucidated. Now I understand. Such a valuable asset would undoubtedly be well guarded. Hence the strongest aura must belong to those in possession of the divine mouse. Fu Tuoyin realized. Impressive. I cannot believe I overlooked such a straightforward deduction. Both Fu Tuo Qingsong and the members of the Fu Tuo clan expressed their admiration. At this moment, the respect for Chu Tiange surged. His prowess was matched only by his intellect, far surpassing that of his peers. Let us proceed. Without delay, Chu Tiange and his companions swiftly made their way toward the eastern sea. In the pitch-black sea, several figures cloaked in black raced through the waters at astonishing speed, stirring ripples upon the otherwise tranquil surface. These figures belonged to the Qiankuan cave, their expressions vigilant as they sped toward the eastern expanse. Master, the soul tablets of the second elder and the others have shattered. An elder reported gravely. What? It seems the second elder has met with misfortune. We must accelerate our efforts and reach a safer location. The master of the Qiankuan cave gritted his teeth. At that moment, a subtle disturbance rippled through the air above the sea. Who goes there? The master of the Qiankuan cave's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on the sky and shouted. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the darkened void, stepping forth with purpose. The Fire God sect. The Purple Cloud Sword sect. The master of the Qiankuan cave's eyes narrowed at the sight of the 2 figures, Elder Hua Yi of the Fire God sect, and the Sword Demon Dugawudi of the Purple Cloud Sword sect. Though you possess remarkable cunning, master of the Qiankuan cave, you cannot evade my gaze. Surrender the treasure-seeking divine mouse, or you shall all perish here. Elder Hua Yi's voice was laced with coldness. Dream on. The master of the Qiankuan cave's expression darkened. With that, Elder Hua Yi and the Sword Demon unleashed their formidable energies, launching a ferocious assault toward the master of the Qiankuan cave. Humph! The master of the Qiankuan cave scoffed, producing a dark red scroll from his possession. He infused it with his spiritual energy, causing it to emanate a blinding radiance. Boom! In an instant, the scroll transformed into a formidable array, ensnaring Elder Hua Yi and the Sword Demon within its confines. What is this? A reincarnation-level spiritual array? Elder Hua Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Did you believe I had no contingency plan? This reincarnation spiritual array may not vanquish you, but it will certainly confine you. The master of the Qiankuan cave chuckled coldly. Damn it! Both Elder Hua Yi and the Sword Demon found themselves in dire straits, unprepared for the master of the Qiankuan cave's hidden array. Boom! 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 Within the array, beams of terrifying light pierced through, forcing Elder Hua Yi to muster his strength in defense, rendering both men utterly beleaguered. We must retreat. Recognizing their precarious position, the master of the Qiankuan cave seized the opportunity to flee. As Elder Hua Yi and the Sword Demon grappled with their entrapment, they felt a mix of urgency and fury as they watched the master of the Qiankuan cave's figure recede into the distance, helpless to escape the array that bound them. Chapter 100. The death of the master of the Qiankuan cave. The whereabouts of the treasure-seeking mouse remain unknown. Whoosh! Above the ocean, several figures darted like lightning. After evading the fire-winged Taoist and the Sword Demon, the master of the Qiankuan cave realized that his whereabouts had been exposed. Immediately, he altered his escape route from the eastern sea to the northwest. Such cunning behavior left various factions momentarily disoriented, causing them to lose track of him entirely. Several hours later, the master of the Qiankuan cave and his companions entered the northwest sea region. Master, this is strange. We have changed direction. Yet there is still a group pursuing us at great speed, exclaimed an elder, holding a purple gold jade plate that displayed a light point racing toward them. This treasure-seeking mouse is indeed a hot potato. Fortunately, I am not without preparations, the master of the Qiankuan cave stated, as a jade slip manifested in his palm. Master, what is this? An elder questioned, puzzled. This is a spatial jade talisman. If I crush it, it will create a spatial array, allowing us to swiftly relocate to another place. I had hoped to reserve this treasure for a critical moment, but it appears I must use it now. The master of the Qiankuan cave replied solemnly. Such a treasure is equivalent to a life-saving trump card, enabling spatial relocation in dire situations. The master of the Qiankuan cave had paid a significant price to acquire this spatial jade talisman. Having spoken, he immediately crushed the talisman. What is happening? However, upon shattering the spatial jade talisman, no spatial array materialized, leaving the master of the Qiankuan cave astonished. Do not bother trying. This space has already been sealed off. An ancient, stern voice resonated from the night sky. Hiss. Above the dark sea, a spatial rift tore open, revealing 5 figures stepping forth from it. The Celestial Emperor clan? The master of the Qiankuan cave's expression changed dramatically. These 5 figures were indeed from the Celestial Emperor clan, including 3 from the Reincarnation realm and 2 from the Ancient Sage realm. At the center stood Elder Kang, who had reached the 7th level of the Reincarnation realm. Impossible. How could you catch up to us so quickly? The master of the Qiankuan cave exclaimed in disbelief. Since you are destined to die, I shall enlighten you. The treasure-seeking mouse bears a soul imprint, allowing us to easily track you. A gray-robed man behind Elder Kang remarked with scorn. What? The master of the Qiankuan cave's expression shifted. He focused his consciousness and indeed detected a hidden soul imprint on the treasure-seeking mouse. Damn it. The master of the Qiankuan cave cursed inwardly. He had been too careless. It turned out that the Underworld Merchant Guild had secretly placed a soul imprint on the treasure-seeking mouse. After the auction, the guild informed the Celestial Emperor clan, which is why they could pursue him despite his attempts to change direction. Master of the Qiankuan cave, surrender the treasure-seeking mouse, and I might spare your life. Elder Kang spoke ominously. Dream on. The master of the Qiankuan cave gritted his teeth. He understood that even if he relinquished the mouse, there would be no chance of survival, for the Celestial Emperor clan would surely eliminate him to cover their tracks. Humph. Since he refused to drink the wine offered, do not blame me for being merciless. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the 5 powerful members of the Celestial Emperor clan acted swiftly. With 3 from the Reincarnation realm and 2 from the Ancient Sage realm sealing off all escape routes for the master of the Qiankuan cave. The master of the Qiankuan cave was merely at the 1st level of the Reincarnation realm, while the other elders were only at the Sage King realm. Faced with the onslaught of the Celestial Emperor clan, they seemed devoid of any hope for survival. Qiankuan Yinyang hand. Boom. The master of the Qiankuan cave shouted, unleashing the full force of his Reincarnation realm power. Countless divine symbols surrounded him as a terrifying purple gold arm surged toward Elder Kang. Childish trick. Elder Kang snorted coldly, and with a mere grasp of his withered hand, he shattered the purple gold arm effortlessly. What? The master of the Qiankuan cave's face changed dramatically. The disparity between the 1st and 7th levels of the Reincarnation realm was insurmountable. His full force strike was easily dismissed by Elder Kang. Celestial Emperor Claw? Elder Kang bellowed, and suddenly, a massive rift tore open above the ocean, from which an azure claw emerged. Boom. The azure claw, resembling a dragon's, exuded an aura of utter destruction as it descended upon the master of the Qiankuan cave. Qiankuan Ancient Bell. Buzz. The master of the Qiankuan cave performed a spell, and an ancient bell rapidly expanded to encompass him. This Qiankuan Ancient Bell was a defensive artifact, inscribed with profound ancient symbols, seemingly possessing indomitable defensive power. Bang. However, the terrifying Celestial Emperor Claw fell from the sky and ruthlessly tore through the Qiankuan Ancient Bell. No. The master of the Qiankuan cave was filled with horror, his terrified gaze fixed on the claw as it descended, ripping him apart into a mist of blood. A Qiankuan bag fell into Elder Kang's hands, and with a flick of his consciousness, an iron cage materialized in his palm. Inside the cage lay a black gold mouse. Haha, it has ultimately fallen into the hands of my Celestial Emperor clan. Elder Kang declared ominously. Thus, no one would know that the treasure-seeking mouse was now in their possession. Soon, the heavenly Tao immortal fruits would all belong to us. Behind him, several members of the Celestial Emperor clan could not help but express their joy. However, it would be prudent to refrain from making any noise for the next few days. After the storm passes, we shall utilize the treasure-seeking mouse to find the heavenly Tao immortal fruits, Elder Kang advised cautiously. With that, the figures of the Celestial Emperor clan vanished from the ocean above. After a while, another rift in the void tore open, and Chu Tiange and his companions stepped through. We are late, Float Tu Yin frowned. Floating in this sea were several corpses, those of the master of the Qiankuan cave and his followers, slain by the Celestial Emperor clan. It turned out they had been tracking the master of the Qiankuan cave, but when he suddenly changed direction, they were momentarily disoriented and lost track of him. By the time they caught up, the master of the Qiankuan cave and his companions had already been killed. What should we do now? Which faction has obtained the treasure-seeking mouse? Float Tu Qing frowned. It is simple. I will employ the soul search technique to delve into the memories of these Qiankuan cave corpses and uncover who it was that killed the master of the Qiankuan cave and seized the treasure-seeking mouse. Chu Tiange replied solemnly. Chapter 101. Trailing the Celestial Emperor Clan, the treasure-seeking divine mouse searches for the heavenly Tao immortal tree. Soul-searching technique. Upon hearing this, Fu Tuyan and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Such a method exists in this world, capable of probing the memories of deceased souls. Chu Tiange nodded slightly, and then, channeling a thread of divine thought, penetrated into the brain of a corpse, beginning to explore its memories from life. After a thorough search, an image appeared in Chu Tiange's mind, revealing the Celestial Emperor Clan subduing the master of the Qiankuan cave. What did you discover? Fu Tuyan inquired curiously. Chu Tiange opened his eyes, his expression resolute as he stated, the treasure-seeking divine mouse was taken by the Celestial Emperor Clan. It was their people who killed the master of the Qiankuan cave. The Celestial Emperor Clan? So it was indeed them. Upon hearing this, Fu Tuyan and the others were not surprised. They had already suspected as much. They had not anticipated that the Celestial Emperor Clan would snatch the treasure-seeking divine mouse before them. The Celestial Emperor Clan dispatched a total of 5 formidable warriors this time, including 3 at the 7th turn of the Reincarnation Realm and 2 from the Ancient Saint Realm. Such a lineup is quite impressive, far superior to your Futu clan. Chu Tiange said solemnly. This time, the Futu clan merely sent forth their younger generation, intending only to gain some experience. They had not anticipated that the competition for the heavenly Tao immortal fruit would be so fierce, prompting the Celestial Emperor clan to deploy such a formidable force. We must quickly send word back to our clan, requesting the dispatch of stronger warriors to assist us. Fu Tu Qingcang declared earnestly. There is no time. By the time your Futu clan sends reinforcements, the heavenly Tao immortal fruits will likely have already been divided by the Celestial Emperor clan. Chu Tiange shook his head. What then shall we do? Fu Tuyan furrowed her brow. What can we do? We must rely on ourselves. After all, merely 3 7th-turn Reincarnation Realm warriors are not a cause for excessive alarm. Chu Tiange replied nonchalantly. Merely? Upon hearing this, Fu Tuyan and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. These are 3 7th-turn Reincarnation Realm warriors, top-tier existences throughout Xiongzhou. Although they had witnessed Chu Tiange subduing the Bloodshatter, who possessed the strength of the 5th turn of the Reincarnation Realm, the elders of the Celestial Emperor clan were on an entirely different level. Upon entering the Reincarnation Realm, each minor realm presents a substantial disparity. 7th-turn Reincarnation Realm warriors are nearly the pinnacle of that realm. In Xiongzhou, only the leaders of the most powerful factions could attain such terrifying strength. Even within the Futu clan, such strength could be regarded as a backbone. Chu Tiange smiled faintly. In his eyes, 7th-turn Reincarnation Realm warriors were nothing more than larger ants, easily eradicated with a mere flick of his hand. Let us return to the city of the Underworld Sea and observe the movements of the Celestial Emperor clan. We shall decide whether to take action then. Fu Tuyan stated solemnly. Immediately, the group hastened back to the city of the Underworld Sea. Soon, news of the demise of the master of the Qiankuan cave stirred quite a commotion throughout the city. However, various factions speculated on who had annihilated the master and seized the treasure-seeking divine mouse. Before long, rumors began to circulate, asserting that the Fire God sect and the Purple Cloud Sword sect had joined forces to eliminate the master of the Qiankuan cave and steal the treasure-seeking divine mouse. Consequently, the attention of the major factions swiftly shifted towards these 2 sections. The Celestial Emperor clan is cunning indeed, deliberately releasing false information to divert all attention onto the Fire God sect and their allies, Fu Tuyan sneered. This deceptive news is clearly disseminated by the Celestial Emperor clan. In doing so, others would not suspect them at all. Their goal is to create confusion and chaos, allowing them to monopolize the heavenly Tao immortal fruits. As the entire city of the Underworld Sea speculated on the whereabouts of the treasure-seeking divine mouse. On the evening of the 3rd day, the forces of the Celestial Emperor clan quietly slipped out of the city. They have made their move. The Futu clan and others, who had been observing the Celestial Emperor clan, finally noted their actions after 3 days of waiting. Clearly, the Celestial Emperor clan could no longer contain themselves. They had begun their search for the heavenly Tao immortal tree. Follow them, Chu Tiange commanded, and immediately tore through the void with his bare hands, allowing the group to conceal themselves within the fabric of space and secretly trail behind the Celestial Emperor clan. At this moment, the 5 formidable warriors of the Celestial Emperor clan arrived at a coastal expanse. They cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before retrieving a golden cage, from which they extracted the treasure-seeking divine mouse. Squeak! The treasure-seeking divine mouse chirped. I've heard that this mouse favors elixirs as its sustenance. Let us use elixirs as bait to lead it to the heavenly Tao immortal tree. Elder Tsang, he said in a low voice. With that, he produced a precious holy pill from his robes. Squeak! The treasure-seeking divine mouse eagerly began gnawing on the holy pill. Have you had enough? Once you are satisfied, take us to find the heavenly Tao immortal tree. If you can uncover its hiding place, there will be more holy pills for you afterward. Elder Tsang he enticed. This treasure-seeking divine mouse is a highly intelligent divine beast. Upon hearing Elder Tsang he's tempting offer, it promptly transformed into a streak of gray golden light and darted into the depths of the sea. Follow it. The Celestial Emperor clan quickly trailed behind the treasure-seeking divine mouse. With its keen nose, the treasure-seeking divine mouse detected even the faintest scent across a vast expanse of sea. Thus, even if the heavenly Tao immortal tree were concealed within the void, it could still locate it. Meanwhile, the Futu clan and others followed closely behind. Chu Tiangu exclaimed softly. What is it? Fu Tuyan asked, perplexed. There seems to be a disturbance beneath the sea. Something is trailing the Celestial Emperor clan. Just as we are. It appears that we are not alone. The sea's demon tribes must also be aware that the treasure-seeking divine mouse is in the possession of the Celestial Emperor clan. Chu Tiangu stated solemnly. What? Fu Tuyan gasped in surprise. Besides them, there are also demon tribes beneath the sea following the Celestial Emperor clan. I sense two powerful auras. Their strength should also be at the seventh turn of the reincarnation realm. Chu Tiangu continued. Does this mean that, apart from the Celestial Emperor clan, there are also two super strong demon warriors vying for the heavenly Tao immortal fruit? Fu Tuyan's brows knitted tightly. There may be more than two. Chu Tiangu replied gravely. Instantly, the hearts of the Fu Tu clan members sank, counting the two super strong demon warriors. At least 5 seventh-turn reincarnation realm beings were now fixated on this heavenly Tao immortal tree. Their own Fu Tu clan's lineup was simply insufficient, rendering their chances of obtaining the heavenly Tao immortal fruit exceedingly slim. Chapter 102. The celestial tree of the Tao is found. Several super strong beings appear. Whoosh. In the vast ocean, the forces of the Celestial Empire followed the treasure-seeking divine mouse into an unfamiliar maritime expanse. This area was fraught with peril, with tumultuous waves crashing and the water as dark as an abyss, towering waves rising to 100 feet, rendering the surroundings dangerously treacherous. Is this treasure-seeking divine mouse reliable? We have been following it for several hours, yet we have yet to discover the celestial tree of the Tao, remarked a man in a gray robe. His gaze fixed impatiently on the ocean ahead. Patience is essential. The whereabouts of the celestial tree of the Tao are elusive and cannot be discovered so easily. However, as long as we follow the divine mouse, we should eventually locate it, Elder Kang replied solemnly. Thus, they continued to pursue the divine mouse deeper into the ocean. Soon, they entered an even more terrifying expanse of water, where monstrous waves surged, and the pitch-black sea churned like a vortex, exuding a dreadful pull that could easily drag one beneath the surface with a moment's inattention. Nevertheless, the 5 members of the Celestial Empire were super strong beings, navigating this perilous sea with ease. Squeak. Before long, the treasure-seeking divine mouse finally came to a halt. Where is the celestial tree of the Tao? The Celestial Empire members gazed ahead, observing a whirlpool 1,000 feet wide at the center of the dark sea, devouring the water like a gaping maw. However, there was no sign of the celestial tree. Could this divine mouse be deceiving us? There is no trace of the celestial tree here. A member of the Celestial Empire's expression darkened. Squeak. Yet, the divine mouse indicated that the celestial tree was indeed present. I understand. The celestial tree of the Tao may be concealed in the void here, and we must act to draw it out. Kang Elder proclaimed. Boom. With that, Elder Kang unleashed the celestial imperial claw, a massive claw that tore through the air towards the ocean above. Swish. The celestial claw created a rift in space 1,000 feet wide. Buzz. Within that rift, beams of light began to emerge, these divine lights pulsating with boundless life force. Have we found it? Ha! Elder Kang exclaimed in sheer delight. As the space was torn apart, the celestial tree of the Tao, hidden above the ocean, gradually materialized. As everyone gazed upon it, within the vast rift, accompanied by a divine radiance, stood an immense tree, its height reaching 1,000 feet, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The tree was lush and verdant, its branches extending like serpents, radiating a jade-like glow. Behind it, a circular aura emanated divine light. Surrounding the tree were countless sacred runes and the powers of various Tao laws, rendering it extraordinarily magnificent and divine. It is indeed the legendary celestial tree of the Tao. Kang and the others were filled with overwhelming joy. To their astonishment, the treasure-seeking divine mouse had truly located the celestial tree. Look, there are 6 celestial fruits on that tree, a member of the clan shouted. At that moment, Kang and the others beheld with fiery eyes the 6 purple golden fruits nestled among the jade-like leaves. These 6 fruits, formed from the essence of the Tao, radiated a gentle divine light. The celestial fruits of the Tao. Seeing the 6 fruits, Kang and the others were consumed by desire. Even as beings of the reincarnation realm, they yearned for such precious fruits of heaven and earth. The celestial fruits of the Tao are condensed from the power of the Tao. If I could obtain one, it might pave the way for my ascension to the immortal realm. Elder Kang was overwhelmed with excitement. The immortal realm stood at the pinnacle of the great Tao, a realm pursued by countless beings of the reincarnation realm throughout their lives. However, given Kang's innate talent, ascending to the immortal realm seemed nearly impossible. Yet, acquiring a celestial fruit would change everything, showcasing the extraordinary nature of these fruits. All 6 of these celestial fruits belong to our celestial empire, Kang declared joyously, flanked by several ecstatic members of the clan. Boom. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from the sky, and 2 enormous hands emerged from the heavens, reaching directly for the 6 celestial fruits. Audacious, Kang shouted coldly, and the 3 members of the 7-turn reincarnation realm swiftly intervened, shattering the terrifying hands. Who dares? Kang glared at the sky. Swish. At that moment, 2 black holes tore open, revealing 2 shadowy figures. These 2 figures were ancient elders, appearing frail and exuding an aura of death, their faces lined with wrinkles. They emanated the aura of the 7-turn reincarnation realm. Upon seeing these figures, the expressions of Kang and the others darkened instantly. They had hoped to monopolize the 6 celestial fruits, only to find themselves confronted by 2 super strong beings. I, the ancestor of Shura, also desire a share of these fruits, the Shura ancestor stated solemnly. I, the ancestor of Hunyuan, have sealed myself for tens of thousands of years. Now that such divine fruits have appeared, I cannot let this opportunity slip by, the Hunyuan ancestor declared gravely. Is it truly the Shura ancestor and the Hunyuan ancestor? I thought these old geezers were dead long ago. To think they still walk among us. Kang furrowed his brow. The Shura ancestor and the Hunyuan ancestor were once the top-tier powers of Cheongzhou thousands of years ago, having vanished for an extended period as they sealed themselves to prolong their lives. Now, having learned of the celestial tree of the Tao, they emerged from their seals in search of the celestial fruits. At this moment, both gazed greedily at the 6 sacred fruits. Their lifespans were nearly spent. Acquiring even 1 celestial fruit could grant them an additional 10,000 years of life. Sacred Whale King, Demon Shark King, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? The Shura ancestor commanded. Boom. At that moment, 2 jets of water suddenly surged skyward, and atop these jets stood 2 figures. One was the Sacred Whale King of the Immortal Whale Clan, and the other was the Demon Shark King of the Deep Sea Demon Shark Clan. Their auras also resonated with the 7-turn reincarnation realm. Kang's expression turned utterly grim. 4 7-turn reincarnation realm beings had appeared all at once. Hee. The members of the Floating Pagoda Empire must have arrived as well, the Hunyuan ancestor squinted. Swish. At this moment, the void tore open, and the forces of the Floating Pagoda Empire emerged. Chapter 103. A battle that shakes heaven and bewilders spirits. 7 supreme beings clash with the celestial Tao tree. With a sudden rip in the fabric of space, Chu Tiange and his companions emerged into the open skies above the ocean. To their astonishment, the young members of the Buddhist Emperor clan had been covertly tracking them all along. Elder Kang's expression darkened, for throughout their journey, the Tsang Emperor clan had remained completely oblivious. It seems the Buddhist Emperor clan has dispatched a few of you youngsters. I fear today's 6 celestial Tao fruits will not be yours to claim, chuckled the Hunyuan ancestor, his words cutting through the tension. Upon hearing this, the faces of Floating Tu Yin and her companions turned ashen. The implication was clear. The Buddhist Emperor clan was deemed too weak to partake in the division of the celestial Tao fruits. Let us first deliberate on how these 6 celestial Tao fruits shall be distributed, the Shura ancestor interjected, disregarding the Buddhist Emperor clan entirely. Infuriated by the blatant disregard from the powerful beings, Floating Tu Ching and her companions clenched their fists. However, their own clan's forces paled in comparison to the might of these top-tier warriors, each having reached the 7th-turn reincarnation realm. There are only 6 celestial Tao fruits. I propose that the Sacred Whale King, the Demon Shark King, the Hunyuan ancestor, and the Shura ancestor each receive 1, while the remaining 2 go to the Tsang Emperor clan. Elder Kang declared, his tone imperious. The Sacred Whale King and the others frowned at this proposal. While they would each receive 1 fruit, the Tsang Emperor clan would unjustly claim 2. Nonetheless, with 3 members at the 7th-turn reincarnation realm, the Tsang Emperor clan's might was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, the Shura ancestor and the others reluctantly acquiesced to this distribution. How infuriating! Floating Tu Yin seethed, witnessing the Tsang Emperor clan's discussion regarding the division of the celestial Tao fruits, completely sidelining the Buddhist Emperor clan. Logically, it would have been reasonable for them to receive 1 fruit. Yet, the Tsang Emperor clan audaciously sought 2. Then let it be as Elder Kang stated. The Tsang Emperor clan shall take 2 celestial Tao fruits, and the 4 of us shall each take 1. The Sacred Whale King stated solemnly. At this moment, an amicable division of the celestial Tao fruits seemed the most favorable outcome, and thus the supreme beings expressed no further objections. Let us take the fruits. With that, the 7 reincarnation realm warriors surged towards the celestial Tao fruits. What shall we do? Floating Tu Qing gritted her teeth. Alas, if only a few elders from our clan had been dispatched, we would not have to endure such humiliation. Watching helplessly as they claimed the fruits, the members of the Buddhist Emperor clan felt a sense of indignation. However, Chu Tinga remained calm and spoke with gravity. There is no need for haste. The celestial Dao fruits are not easily obtained. A subtle smirk of derision graced his lips. Suddenly, as Elder Kang and the 7 powerful beings approached the celestial Dao tree, it trembled violently. Its lush branches unfurled, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of celestial Dao power that surged forth like a raging river. This is bad. The celestial Dao power crushed the void itself, forcing Elder Kang and the others to retreat in alarm, wary of the tree. Boom. A branch, resembling jade, cleaved towards Elder Kang. His pupils constricted as he thrust his aged hand forward in defense. Bang! The moment Elder Kang's palm collided with the celestial Dao tree, a formidable force of celestial Dao power sent him flying. Damn it! The power of this celestial Dao tree is indeed terrifying. Regaining his footing, Elder Kang was left astonished, his vitality roiling within him. Beside him, the Sacred Whale King and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Elder Kang, a formidable 7th-turn reincarnation realm warrior, had been so effortlessly cast aside. What on earth is happening? Floating Tu Yin questioned, puzzled. The celestial Dao tree, nourished by celestial Dao power, had developed an extraordinary level of intelligence. Acquiring its fruits would not be an easy task. Chu Tinga had anticipated this. Thunderous roars echoed as the celestial Dao tree radiated blinding light, its fearsome aura stirring up monstrous waves across the ocean. Countless divine symbols blazed around the tree, and the radiant halo behind it shone with dazzling brilliance. Its surroundings warped under the immense celestial Dao power it exuded. Witnessing this, the 7 supreme beings' expressions shifted dramatically. The oppressive force of the celestial Dao tree was overwhelming. Even as elite warriors of the 7th-turn reincarnation realm, they felt an acute sense of danger. It seems that acquiring the celestial Dao fruits will not be so simple. Individually, we might not stand a chance against this tree. Perhaps we should temporarily join forces to confront it? The Sacred Whale King suggested gravely. Agreed. The others nodded in unison. Boom. In an instant, the 7th-turn reincarnation realm warriors unleashed their overwhelming pressure, an unfathomable divine power erupting from their beings, conjuring terrifying phenomena in the world. Above the ocean, destructive lightning crackled, even tearing the fabric of space, creating ominous fissures. Boom. The 7 powerful beings engaged, their divine light intertwining, their respective laws radiating an awe-inspiring might. In response to this united assault, the celestial Dao tree unleashed its own celestial brilliance, its jade-like branches thrashing like monstrous tentacles, striking fiercely at the 7 supreme beings. Boom. In a heartbeat, a cataclysmic battle erupted between the 7 formidable warriors and the celestial Dao tree. Waves of destructive divine light ripped through the sky, bombarding the celestial Dao tree. Yet, the tree, harnessing its celestial Dao power, shattered all incoming assaults. Song Tian Emperor Claw. Elder Kang bellowed suddenly, as the heavens darkened. A colossal claw, shrouding the sky, tore through the void and hurtled towards the celestial Dao tree. However, the celestial Dao tree's branches lashed out wildly. One branch piercing through the attack, shattering the Song Tian Emperor Claw with a resounding crash. Elder Kang was sent staggering backward, reeling from the residual force. What? His eyes widened in shock. The power of the celestial Dao tree was indeed formidable. The combined might of the 7 supreme beings had yielded no advantage whatsoever. Chapter 104. Chu Tinga strikes, causing the heavenly Dao tree to bow in subservience. Boom, boom, boom. Above the ocean, a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds reverberated, audible for miles around. 7 formidable powerhouses unleashed boundless divine energy, relentlessly assaulting the heavenly Dao tree. Waves of fierce spiritual energy tore through the void, raining down upon the tree with devastating force. Yet, despite being merely a tree, the heavenly Dao tree, nourished by the power of the heavenly Dao, possessed astonishing divine might and remained unperturbed even when besieged by the 7 titans. Crash! The tree's branches, lush and emerald-like, moved like writhing tentacles, striking at the likes of the Kang and others. In an instant, the ferocious onslaught from the 7 superiors was effortlessly dismantled by the heavenly Dao tree. Bang! The Shura ancestor and the primordial ancestor were sent reeling by the impact of the branches, their internal energies surging violently. Their eyes were filled with shock, for this celestial tree was indeed incredibly defiant. After repelling the 2 ancestors, the branches of the heavenly Dao tree swept across fiercely, catching the Holy Whale King and the Demon Shark King off guard, nearly causing them to spurt blood from the force. Humph! At that moment, a superpower from the Tsangtian Imperial clan snorted coldly and summoned a reincarnation artifact. The reincarnation slashing heaven blade. One of the Tsangtian powerhouses wielded this supreme artifact, etched with ancient runes, radiating an ethereal brilliance. Flash! Boom! The reincarnation slashing heaven blade, carrying the aura of destruction, cleaved the ocean in two as it descended upon the heavenly Tao tree. Buzz! At that moment, the heavenly Tao tree's halo emitted boundless divine light, clashing violently with the blade. Bang! In an instant, the blade was sent flying by the divine light, shattering with a crack, its luminescence rapidly dimming. What? The elder of the Tsangtian imperial clan was utterly horrified, unable to believe that his reincarnation slashing heaven blade had been shattered by the heavenly Tao tree. This was, after all, a reincarnation artifact. At this moment, the heavenly Tao tree erupted with infinite divine light, various Tao symbols igniting around it, exuding an utterly terrifying aura. Boom! The 7 powerhouses launched their attacks once more. Tsangtian ancient seal technique. The Kang trio shouted in unison, their spiritual energy soaring skyward, coalescing into an ancient divine seal that radiated an aura capable of suppressing the heavens and earth. Shura annihilation hand. Boom! The Shura ancestor raised his palm, and in an instant, a gigantic hand, 1,000 feet in size, manifested in the air above the ocean. This Shura annihilation hand, a signature move of the Shura ancestor, emanated a chilling, destructive aura as if drawn from the depths of the Shura purgatory. Primordial infinite palm. Holy whale technique. Demon shark rending heaven spear. Seeing the Shura ancestor unleash his ultimate technique, the primordial ancestor and the holy whale king wasted no time in executing their strongest attacks. Boom! The 7 superpowerhouses unleashed their most powerful strike. The energy fluctuations alone seemed to unbalance time and space, causing the void to twist under the strain. Boom! In an instant, 7 ultimate techniques surged forth like beams of world-destroying light, striking fiercely at the heavenly Tao tree. Bang! A thunderous explosion ensued as the 7 destructive martial techniques collided with the heavenly Tao tree, enveloping the entire ocean in a terrifying radiance that made it difficult to open one's eyes. The force of annihilation tore the sea apart, vaporizing water within a radius of 10,000 miles, leaving the void riddled with cracks. At this moment, even a powerhouse of the reincarnation realm would be obliterated by this overwhelming force. The combined assault of the 7 was truly awe-inspiring, shaking the heavens and horrifying the spirits. Such an onslaught, no matter how defiant the heavenly Tao tree, should be unable to withstand it, thought Kang with a sense of pride. As they spoke, the 7 powerhouses fixed their gazes on the center of the blinding light, where the heavenly Tao tree stood. As the light gradually faded, the heavenly Tao tree re-emerged, surrounded by a protective barrier that had repelled their earlier assault entirely. Hiss, how could this be? The 7 reincarnation realm powerhouses were utterly stunned. Their combined destructive force had failed to inflict any harm upon the heavenly Tao tree. A heavenly Tao barrier. The Shura ancestors' pupils constricted. It turned out that the heavenly Tao tree had condensed the power of the heavenly Tao into a protective shield. Even when the 7 joined forces in their most devastating attack, they could not breach this barrier. At this point, the heavenly Tao tree was evidently enraged, its divine light bursting forth in a magnificent display, with bolts of destructive thunder dancing around it. Boom! The tree's branches, vibrant like emeralds, launched a counterattack against the 7 powerhouses. Boom! 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 The branches, infused with the power of the heavenly Tao, pierced towards the 7, leaving them in utter disarray. Bang! The 7 superpowerhouses were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. Damn! This heavenly Tao tree is astonishingly powerful. Not far away, the likes of Futuo Qingcong and others were left speechless. The 7 reincarnation realm masters were utterly overwhelmed, having been struck and injured by the tree's branches. Damn it! At this moment, Kang and the other 6 powerhouses were filled with dread. Despite their combined might, they were no match for the heavenly Tao tree. The Shura ancestor and the primordial ancestor wore grim expressions, yet their hearts brimmed with unwillingness, as they were unable to obtain the heavenly Tao fruit. It is my turn to act. The 7 superpowerhouses hesitated to approach the heavenly Tao tree. Chu Tianga's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. With each step, he moved like a specter, covering hundreds of feet in an instant. This is sheer folly. The 7 superpowerhouses, witnessing Chu Tianga's approach towards the heavenly Tao tree, couldn't help but express their derision. If they, the 7 formidable beings, could not approach the tree, this individual was surely courting death. Boom! As expected, just as Chu Tianga attempted to draw near the heavenly Tao tree, a branch, as jade-like as emerald, shot through the void, aiming directly for his brow. However, in that moment, Chu Tianga's eyes glinted sharply, locking onto the heavenly Tao tree, causing it to tremble violently, as if gripped by profound fear. The branch, poised to pierce his brow, halted just before contact, then recoiled swiftly. Heavenly Tao tree, do you dare to challenge me? Chu Tianga's tone conveyed an unassailable authority. Upon uttering these words, the heavenly Tao tree opened its heavenly Tao barrier voluntarily, its branches swaying in reverence. Thus, Chu Tianga strolled leisurely beneath the boughs of the heavenly Tao tree. Witnessing this scene, the 7 superpower houses were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 105. Unveiling the identity of a spirit array master. Unleashing the 9 dragons' immortal slaughtering array. Impossible. The sight of Chu Tiangu approaching the celestial tree of Tao left Song He and the other 7 powerhouses utterly dumbfounded. Despite their utmost efforts, they couldn't even get close to the tree. So how could this youth do so unscathed? Could it be that the celestial tree of Tao had suddenly permitted approach once more? With this thought, Song He immediately darted towards the celestial tree of Tao. Boom. However, the celestial tree of Tao suddenly unleashed its divine might, a branch sweeping towards Song He, forcefully repelling him. Damn it. Song He's expression turned grim. What's going on? At that moment, the Whale King, Ancestor Shura, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with doubt. Why were they attacked upon approaching the celestial tree of Tao? While this youth remained unharmed, Chu Tiangu strolled leisurely to the base of the celestial tree of Tao. The branches of the celestial tree of Tao drooped towards Chu Tiangu, as if in obeisance. A mere glance from Chu Tiangu had made it clear to the celestial tree of Tao that this individual was not to be trifled with. You're quite perceptive. Chu Tiangu nodded slightly. At that moment, the celestial tree of Tao gently swayed its branches, and the 6 emerald-like celestial fruits of Tao descended from the lush foliage, delivered to Chu Tianji's presence. This, Song He and the others were dumbfounded. The celestial tree of Tao was actually offering the celestial fruits of Tao to this youth. Damn it. What tricks did this kid use to make the celestial tree of Tao willingly bestow all 6 celestial fruits of Tao upon him? The Whale King cursed vehemently. Ancestor Shura and the others, upon witnessing the 6 precious celestial fruits of Tao being pocketed by Chu Tiangu, were consumed by avarice. This young friend is truly remarkable to gain the celestial tree of Tao's acknowledgement. It seems our previous distribution method was somewhat lacking. How about we each receive 1 celestial fruit, and leave the remaining 1 for this young friend? What does Elder Song He think? Ancestor Shura said with a smile. Elder Song He's expression was undoubtedly unsightly. Previously, their Azure Sky Emperor clan had intended to monopolize 2 fruits, but now, seeing Chu Tianji's acceptance by the celestial tree of Tao, they proposed giving 1 to him. This would leave the Azure Sky Emperor clan with only 1 fruit. I have no objections. After deliberation, Song He ultimately nodded in agreement. However, Chu Tianji's gaze was laced with mockery as he coldly stated, "How do you know I'm willing to share the fruits with you? You won't get a single one of these 6 celestial fruits of Tao, because I'm taking them all." What did you say? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Song He and the other 7 powerhouses turned utterly somber. This youth actually intended to monopolize all 6 fruits. What an insatiable appetite. Humph. Boy, don't push your luck. Do you think you can safely leave with these 6 celestial fruits of Tao? Ancestor Shura's tone was sinister. Although I don't know how you gained the celestial tree of Tao's recognition, attempting to monopolize all 6 fruits is simply audacious. Elder Song He's eyes were filled with coldness. The auras of the 7 reincarnation realm powerhouses instantly locked onto Chu Tiangu. Clearly, if Chu Tiangu didn't hand over the celestial fruits of Tao, they would directly eliminate him. At that moment, Fu Tuyen and the others clenched their fists tightly, wondering if Chu Tiangu would yield in the face of the 7 reincarnation realm threats. After all, these were 7 terrifying reincarnation realm experts. 7 reincarnation realm experts are not qualified to make me surrender the celestial fruits of Tao. Chu Tianji's tone was indifferent. His stance was clear. They wouldn't get a single fruit. Incorrigible. Azure Sky Emperor Claw. Elder Song He made his move, intending to suppress Chu Tiangu and seize the 6 celestial fruits of Tao. Boom. In the sky, an Azure Emperor Claw that blotted out the heavens directly tore through the void, carrying an extremely terrifying destructive force as it slammed towards Chu Tiangu. The Azure Sky Emperor Claw seemed capable of tearing apart all things, filled with an extremely sharp, killing intent. What Azure Sky Emperor Claw? It's not even as good as a dog's paw, in my opinion. With that, Chu Tiangu leisurely looked up at the Emperor Claw and lightly tapped his finger towards it. Bang! Instantly, the Azure Sky Emperor Claw shattered and dissipated. What? Elder Song He's pupils constricted. Ancestor Shura and the others also showed slight changes in their expressions. This youth had actually shattered Elder Song He's ultimate technique with a mere tap of his finger. At that moment, they finally shed their contempt. They had originally thought that Chu Tiangu, being only in his early 20s, couldn't compare to them, even if he was a cultivation genius. However, Chu Tianji's move had shocked Ancestor Shura and the others. Strange, I can't even sense this kid's realm. Old Ancestor Hun Yuan said with doubt. There's no need to fear. This kid is so young. Even if he's a heaven-defying genius from an emperor clan, he can't turn the tables in front of us. Elder Song He said in a deep voice. I'll give you 7 a chance to live. Disappear from my sight within 3 breaths, or I'll bury you all in the nether sea. Chu Tianji's tone was indifferent. How audacious. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Shura and the 7 were enraged. They were top-tier experts of the 7th rank of the reincarnation realm. Yet this youth dared to claim he would bury them all here. Such arrogance. One breath left. Chu Tiangu yawned, his tone already impatient. Ha! I'd like to see how you'll bury the seven of us. Elder Tsang, he mocked. Is that so? Chu Tianji's lips curled up, and his hands began forming seals with lightning speed. Instantly, countless radiant spirit imprints materialized and shot out, rapidly merging into the void. The void then fluctuated violently, and ancient array patterns emerged. These array patterns covered all seven powerhouses, crisscrossing and interweaving. With a boom, an enormous spirit array slowly emerged at that moment. This is a spirit array? The seven powerhouses' pupils constricted. At that moment, the array hadn't fully formed, but they vaguely sensed a dangerous aura. Rumble. At that moment, the massive spirit array fully materialized, enveloping the seven powerhouses along with the sea. The moment the array formed, a destructive force spread out, causing the seven powerhouses' minds to tremble. At the same time, 9 enormous dragons seemed to materialize within the array. This array is called the 9 Dragons Immortal Slaughtering Array. Not good. It's a Grandmaster-level spirit array. Ancestor Shura exclaimed in horror, his scalp tingling. Chapter 106. The majestic power of the 9 dragons slaying immortals array, easily annihilating the strong of the reincarnation realm. Boom. The colossal spirit array gradually began to operate, emanating an indescribable and terrifying wave of energy. Even those of the 7th turn reincarnation realm felt their scalps tingle in fear. A master-level spirit array. The expression of the Shura ancestor turned pale, his eyes filled with sheer terror. What? This young man is actually a master-level spirit array master? Upon hearing this, Kang and the others were instantly thrown into disarray, their gazes filled with disbelief. A master-level spirit array master, capable of setting up astonishing killing formations with a mere wave of their hand, could compel even the strongest of the reincarnation realm to retreat in fear. However, just like alchemists, spirit array masters are exceedingly rare, with those capable of reaching master level being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yet, this young lad in his early 20s turned out to be a master-level spirit array master. How could they not be astounded? Roar. At this moment, a deafening dragon roar erupted from within the array, as intricate array patterns intertwined and gradually coalesced to form 9 colossal dragon phantoms. Upon witnessing these impending dragon apparitions, Kang and the others felt their scalps explode with panic. The aura radiating from these 9 dragons left the 7 powerful beings utterly breathless. Quick! The formation is not yet fully formed. Let us join forces and shatter this array now. The Shura ancestor bellowed. Shura Demon Blade. With that, the Shura ancestor summoned a reincarnation-grade artifact and struck fiercely at the array's barrier. Bang! However, the strike only reverberated off the barrier, causing the Shura ancestor to stagger back instead of breaking through. Do not hold back. The Shura ancestor roared in fury. At that moment, Elder King quickly regained his composure, and the 7th turn reincarnation realm experts channeled all their strength, launching a concerted assault on the spirit array. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying attacks crashed against the spirit array, yet it remained as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of yielding even under the relentless onslaught of the 7 powerful beings. At this moment, the faces of the 7 turned ashen. It's over. The 7 felt a chill settle in their hearts. Roar. At this juncture, the 9 colossal dragons within the array finally coalesced into solid forms. These 9 dragons, adorned in a resplendent purple-gold hue, loomed in the void above. Though their dragon eyes lacked any intelligence, the aura they exuded rivaled that of the strongest in the 9th turn reincarnation realm. Hiss, Kang, the Shura ancestor, and others gasped in horror, trembling uncontrollably. Each of these 9 purple-gold dragons possessed strength comparable to the 9th turn reincarnation realm. This array is an ancient spirit array known as the 9 Dragons Slaying Immortals Array, capable of manifesting 9 dragon spirits, each on par with the 9th turn reincarnation realm. Once activated, it can annihilate anyone below the immortal realm. A master-level spirit array. Meanwhile, not far away, sensing the fluctuations of the 9 Dragons Slaying Immortals Array, Fu Yin and others were left speechless with shock. At such a young age, to be capable of setting up a master-level spirit array is unmatched throughout the entire immortal domain. Previously, Futu Qinsong and the other members of the Futu Imperial clan had basked in a sense of superiority due to their lineage. However, today that sense of superiority was utterly shattered. Despite being the pride of the Imperial clan, they were nothing but mere trifles compared to Chu Tiange. What a crushing blow. This is my first time utilizing the methods of a spirit array master. Let me test the might of my 9 dragons slaying immortals array on you. Chu Tiange uttered indifferently. Boom. Roar. As the array activated, the 9 purple gold dragons roared ferociously. Boom. In an instant, the 9 dragons, each comparable to the 9th turn reincarnation realm, surged forth, unleashing a torrent of wild spiritual energy. Kang and the 7 powerful beings narrowed their eyes, hastily summoning all their strength, their bodies radiating with a brilliance akin to the blazing sun. Boom, Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, a fierce clash erupted within the array. The 9 terrifying purple-gold dragons launched a relentless assault on the 7 powerful beings, their claws tearing through the air. Bang! Ah! A scream suddenly echoed from within the array as the Shura ancestor was brutally torn apart by one of the dragon spirits, his bloody remains exploding into fragments. The Shura ancestor has fallen. Gulp. The remaining 6 powerful beings could not suppress their gulping, their expressions filled with sheer terror, their bodies trembling violently. This array is too terrifying. Roar. The 9 purple-gold dragons showed no mercy, attacking the 6 without pause, their fearsome claws striking out wildly. Hunyuan Treasure Mirror. In a moment of desperation, the Hunyuan ancestor summoned a top-tier artifact. A luminous mirror radiated dazzling light, and as the mirror activated, beams of destructive energy shot forth. Bang, bang, bang. The beams of destruction struck the bodies of the colossal dragons. Roar. Enraged, one dragon spirit opened its maw and unleashed a purple-gold energy sphere, shattering the mirror with a resounding crash. What? The Hunyuan ancestor was struck with horror. Roar. At that moment, 3 dragon spirits suddenly lunged toward the Hunyuan ancestor. No. Ah! Another agonizing scream resonated as the Hunyuan ancestor was mercilessly torn to shreds by the 3 dragon spirits, his soul obliterated into nothingness. Such brutality. Elder Kang and the others were nearly paralyzed with fear. In less than a few minutes, 2 7th-turn reincarnation realm experts had perished. However, the 9 dragons slaying immortals array, once activated, could not be halted until it had completely eradicated everyone. Roar. The 9 dragon spirits once again turned their wrath upon Kang and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Within the array, screams of terror echoed as Elder Kang struggled to evade, his body being clawed apart, blood and flesh mingling. They inwardly lamented, wishing they had never crossed Chu Tiange. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the array had turned into a scene of carnage. The Demon Shark King and 2 powerful members of the Tsang Tian Imperial clan were obliterated by the dragon spirits, leaving only Kang and the Sacred Whale King. Boy, do you dare to kill members of the Tsang Tian Imperial clan? Are you not afraid of our retribution? The wrath of the Tsang Tian Imperial clan is not something anyone can withstand. Elder Kang threatened. Chu Tiange smiled faintly. This old fool still dared to issue threats at such a moment. He must experience the taste of a fate worse than death. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiange began to weave hand seals, as the 9 dragon spirits lunged toward Kang. No. At this moment, Elder Kang's face drained of color as the 9 terrifying dragon spirits raised their claws and rushed toward him. Ah! A wretched scream reverberated across the expanse of the ocean. Chapter 107. Chu Tiange returns with abundant gains to the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan. Ah! Within the 9 dragons devouring immortals formation, a chilling scream echoed as 9 colossal purple-gold dragons ferociously hunted Elder Kang. Confronted by these dragons, each possessing strength comparable to the 9th-turn reincarnation realm, Elder Kang found himself utterly defenseless, relentlessly assaulted by the 9 beasts. He was torn apart, left with a mangled body, drenched in blood. In a state of sheer terror, Elder Kang dragged his bloodied remains, desperately attempting to escape the clutches of the purple-gold dragons. Yet, the dragons, still savage, pounced upon him, tearing him into shreds, which they then voraciously consumed. Gulp. Witnessing this horrific scene, the remaining Sacred Whale King within the spirit array could not suppress a swallow, his complexion pale. Regret coursed through his heart. Had it not been for his greed in attempting to seize the heavenly Tao immortal fruit, he would not have provoked such terrifying entities. However, the Sacred Whale King realized it was too late for remorse. Faced with the overwhelming might of the 9 dragon spirits, his fate would likely mirror that of the others. With this thought, the Sacred Whale King surrendered, permitting the dragons to close in. Just as their claws were about to rend him apart, Chu Tiange gently waved his sleeve, and the 9 purple-gold dragons disintegrated into shards of light. The Sacred Whale King opened his eyes, still filled with terror, believing he was doomed, yet to his astonishment, he remained alive. Sacred Whale King, considering your survival and the historical ties between your undying Sacred Whale clan and my Chu family, along with your clan's valiant resistance against the demon race during the dark turmoil, I shall grant you a reprieve today. Chu Tiange spoke in a calm tone. With that, he waved his sleeve, dispelling the 9 dragons devouring immortals formation. At that moment, the Sacred Whale King was drenched in cold sweat. Yet his gaze was filled with the joy of having survived a catastrophe. Thank you for your mercy. In the future, should you summon me, the undying Sacred Whale clan shall serve you faithfully. He responded respectfully. Boom. With that, the Sacred Whale King transformed into a beam of golden light and plunged into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, not far away, the members of the Floating Pagoda Imperial clan, including Ching Tsang, stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. 7 formidable beings of the 7th-turn reincarnation realm had suffered 6 fatalities and 1 grievous injury, all orchestrated by the youth before them, barely in his 20s. They had come perilously close to annihilation. Had it not been for Chu Tianga's benevolence, all 7 would have perished. The pride of the Floating Pagoda imperial clan, rooted in their noble lineage, had crumbled before Chu Tianga, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. A master-level spirit array master at merely 20 years of age, such a figure is unparalleled in the entire immortal realm, exclaimed a member of the imperial clan. Hearing this, Chu Tianga could not help but smile faintly. He was not merely a master-level spirit array master, but an imperial-grade spirit array master. The array he had deployed was of a master level, as he deemed it unnecessary to exert greater force. The 9 dragons devouring immortals formation was merely a modest array among those he could arrange. Had he set up an imperial-grade array, the 7 superiors would have surely been terrified before it even activated. Rumble. At that moment, the heavenly Tao immortal tree above the sea trembled violently, its halo radiating divine light before tearing through the void, swiftly vanishing. The journey to the underworld sea had finally come to a close, and unexpectedly, they had obtained 6 heavenly Tao immortal fruits. As Chu Tianga descended from the sky, 6 jade-like fruits floated in his palm, their brilliance shimmering and infused with the essence of the heavenly Tao. Upon seeing these precious fruits, the eyes of Qing Tsang and the others gleamed with desire. Take this. Chu Tianga waved his hand, and one of the heavenly Tao immortal fruits swiftly soared towards Floating Pagoda Yin, gently landing in her palm. Wow, thank you. Floating Pagoda Yin exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Offering 1 fruit to Floating Pagoda Yin, Chu Tianga retained the remaining 5 for himself. Although Qing Tsang and the others were immensely covetous, they harbored no objections to Chu Tianga's actions. After all, without his intervention, they would have secured not a single fruit. Chu Tianga intended to reserve the 5 fruits for the Chu family. The golden 9-headed lion and Chu Yunshan would each receive 1, and with the fruit's divine efficacy, their powers would undoubtedly enhance. Let us return, Floating Pagoda Yin stated, producing the treasure ship once more. The group boarded the vessel and swiftly departed the underworld sea. In this endeavor, the greatest victor was undoubtedly Chu Tianga, though the Floating Pagoda imperial clan also benefited from 1 heavenly Tao immortal fruit. However, as Chu Tianga and his companions left the underworld sea, tremors rippled through the waters, as the demise of the deep-sea demon shark king sent shockwaves through various factions. Yet, the reason for such a powerful being's fall remained shrouded in mystery 3 days later, after a long journey. The treasure ship finally returned to the Floating Pagoda imperial clan. Roar. Master. The golden, 9-headed lion roared as it soared down from a mountain peak. Nearby, Chu Yunshan and the others beamed with joy upon Chu Tianga's return. Father, I trust you have been well during this time? Chu Tianga inquired solemnly. Indeed, thanks to you. The Grand Elder has shown great care towards our Chu family, even granting us access to the heavenly river for cultivation, Chu Yunshan replied with a smile. Many thanks to the Grand Elder, Chu Tianga expressed, bowing slightly to the elder beside him. He had harbored concerns that the Floating Pagoda imperial clan might neglect Chu Yunshan and the others, considering that many elders looked down upon the Chu family. Yet, it was evident that the Grand Elder was a visionary who treated them with the utmost respect, regardless of their humble status. Such is only right. Now that you have returned from the underworld sea, did you succeed in obtaining the heavenly Tao immortal fruits? The Grand Elder inquired, stroking his beard. Look, Floating Pagoda Yin beamed, stepping forward with great care, cradling the jade-like immortal fruit in her hands. Indeed, it is the heavenly Tao immortal fruit. It seems your expedition yielded remarkable rewards. The Grand Elder praised. Grand Elder, I apologize for any inconvenience during this time. Now that Tianga has returned safely, we plan to return to the Chu family, Chu Yunshan said, clasping his hands. Very well. However, I hope you will remember the agreement between our Floating Pagoda imperial clan and the Chu family. Should the Chu family wish to forge a union with our clan, Chu Tianga must place within the top 100 in the martial arts tournament of the immortal realm, the Grand Elder reminded.